Fleischer's remarks an hour ago, he gave a briefing in the White House when things were still unclear, is that he said that the director of the CIA had told the president earlier this evening when asked by the president, has Saddam Hussein left the country? In other words, has he acted up to the ultimatum? The answer was given, no, he is still inside Iraq. Well, I guess if they knew that, they must know where he was, or certainly have a very good indication of where he might be. So that kind of scenario could be playing out. We're into the assumption game here and probably are going to be for some time, at least until we hear from the president at 10:15 Washington time, which is a little more than 20 minutes away. Admiral Summers, your thoughts on this issue of trying to get at the leadership before any serious bombing may take place?
Well, I think they probably had infiltrated Iraq with a number of very well-trained operatives, special operations folks, and perhaps they were able to pinpoint where the leadership was and have taken some steps already. I'm not too sure. He's been very difficult to pin down, obviously, and in fact, the times they did during the '91 war, they actually had disastrous consequences, blowing up a shelter that they thought was a bunker where Saddam Hussein was at the time. So I think they'll proceed very carefully along that line. But I also believe the operatives are there in 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, and that they'll be looking at leaving a message for the leadership right off the bat before things start. And perhaps they do have them. Who knows?
Right. Who knows is right. I'm sure if they do, we're going to hear about it very fast. But I guess the other point that's interesting in these things, for weeks we've been told that this would unfold in a certain way, just as we were in 90-91. But as often happens in these military conflicts, what actually occurs versus what you were conditioned to expect is quite different. There has to be some element of surprise in this. In 91, it was that so-called left hook that Schwarzkopf did with his tank brigades coming in up through the middle of Iraq and then down towards Kuwait. Here, there may well be something very different than the shock and awe campaign that has been constantly talked about over these last weeks, if not months. Eric?
Peter, yes, in '91, in fact, the major deception was leakage of information of a planned U.S. amphibious landing by Marines in Kuwait, and right in downtown Kuwait. And the Iraqis diverted a lot of troops to prepare for that, and in fact, it didn't happen. The Iraqis were outflanked. How they allowed this to happen is beyond me. I've been looking at the scenarios now, scratching my head for weeks, saying that it's so obvious, the campaign, the attack moving up from the south, possibly moving down from the north. There must be some more creative way to address this, and I can think of two things. Number one is an unexpected attack from Jordan. In other words, that the U.S. has brought in substantial mechanized mobile forces through Aqaba, and they're racing now towards Baghdad, 8 to 10 hours over the desert. The other thing is that mobile American units, wheeled units, supported by paratroopers and helicopters, are actually in front of Baghdad now, or they've seized an airport outside of Baghdad. There are a number of them, and are bringing in troops for a surprise attack. Again, the coup de main that I mentioned, or that there are American troops disguised as Iraqi troops who are trying to assassinate the president. Something creative like this, I would expect from the American military, would be going on.
Well, you know, Admiral Summers, I guess there's no end of surprising in
is that what we heard earlier tonight from the White House was that no, it's all calmed down. The president is taking his dog for a walk, in fact, so there is no worry. Now, here we are. War is declared. President Bush to speak to the nation at 10:15. Now we're hearing those familiar sounds. Anti-aircraft fire over Baghdad, early morning there, about 6 a.m. Baghdad time, just coming up to 6 a.m. From what we understand, Lou, the forces, the anti-aircraft forces of the Iraqi military over the last several years have been severely degraded. So do they have very much to throw at those missiles that may be coming at them?
No, it would be very ineffective. What you really do is you try and put a wall of fire up in front of the missile and let the missile fly through it. But quite frankly, what they do have, a lot of it is located in and around Baghdad for the obvious reason, because that's where Saddam and that's where the regime is located. But a cruise missile doesn't have to take avoiding action whatsoever. It's programmed to go to its target, or even a global positioning system controlled bomb, something that's dropped from a bomber, a B-52, for example, will find its target, and the chances of knocking it down are extremely slim. Normally, when you're seeing those tracer fire that goes up, there are four shells between every tracer, so there's a fair amount of lead up there in the air. It's got to fall somewhere too, which creates its own problems. But I doubt that more than 1 or 2% of the cruise missiles would be intercepted by anti-aircraft fire.
All right, so there was this element of surprise tonight then, and we were wondering what that might be, and this was it, the president taking his dog for a walk.
Well, and it certainly surprised me, because I'm the guy that stood here and said, wait for the weekend, so we'll just see whether this is for real or whether it's a lot of nervous, itchy trigger fingers in Baghdad, which, by the way, happened in the previous Gulf War, too. There was massive firing before anything arrived from the Allied side.
I believe we have a piece of videotape from Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, who made his statement a moment ago about war being underway. Now, let's hear that specifically just the way he said it. So if we could roll that piece of tape now, this is how the action began this evening.
The opening stages of the disarmament of the Iraqi regime have begun. The President will address the nation at 10:15.
As the opening stages of the Iraqi disarmament have begun, the President will address the nation at 10:15. Now, we didn't hear that very well. I know that. I'm being told by our control room that we're going to try it again. I did hear it, but it was pretty faint. It was probably pretty faint for you, too. So let's roll it back, run it up again, and hear it clearly this time. Oh, we don't have it. Okay. Well, anyway, that's what Ari Fleischer said. He said the opening stages of the disarmament of Iraq have begun. The President will address the nation at 10:15 tonight. That's Eastern Standard Time. Now, for those of you along our network in Atlantic Canada at about this hour, coming up to 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 11 o'clock Atlantic Time, you are going to be hearing the CTV News as live as it could be, because right now the news would be starting there, and we are in live coverage of Target Iraq, our live CTV News coverage of the unfolding of the invasion of Iraq. Kathy Tomlinson is in our CTV Washington Bureau. Kathy, tell us what you were hearing over the last hour that led up to this.
What we heard at first, of course, was that there was some anti-aircraft fire of some kind over Baghdad. Now we're waiting to hear from the president at around 10:15. All
right, and that's what you can tell us for the moment. Was there much activity around the Pentagon today, around the White House? Was there any indication, other than the ending of the deadline, of course, at 8:15 Eastern Time, that anything was going to be happening tonight? Because we had the impression that it was tools down for a while, maybe nothing happening until later in the week, possibly Friday or the weekend.
Well, you know, we really didn't know what was going on. All of this was happening behind closed doors. We're hearing now that the president actually met with a bunch of his advisors who told him that there was a target of opportunity. So we're thinking that that was maybe some place that they thought that they could hit to get at the Iraqi leadership, perhaps even that they thought they could get at Saddam Hussein.
Yes, that could be that huge Revolutionary Guard headquarters in downtown Baghdad. That's supposedly a very large place. And then, of course, there are the presidential palaces around Baghdad, too. And it might well be that they would be aiming for Saddam Hussein and his elite Republican Guard, especially those 5,000 members of the elite Republican Guard and the other 10 who make up the Special Republican Guard, all arrayed in Baghdad, so far as we know. All right, thank you, Kathy. Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, as you know, that's the ultimate objective here, is to unseat Saddam Hussein. It's much different from 1991. They want to get directly at him. As you heard earlier today, there were Iraqi soldiers that were surrendering. What they're really hoping is that they can go after him, get him, and obviously not have a war. So who knows, this could be a very dramatic development. If they've actually hit some of the leadership, or perhaps Saddam Hussein himself, it could turn this all around, and there could be, in the best case scenario, I would suppose, absolutely no reason for a war, which would be incredible.
Yes, now that is really interesting speculation, and the fact that it happened this quickly and with this, quote, target of opportunity, we'll wait to see what all that means and how we are to interpret that when we hear from U.S. President George Bush in about some of those volleys, those familiar volleys. There we go. Anti-aircraft fire are coming from Iraqi military, and we're not sure just whether or not any more cruise missile strikes have been underway. We know that there has been at least one. What we'd like to do now, since the audio was rather faint the last time we played this, we'd like to play for you once again what Ari Fleischer said moments ago, leading up to the fact that war would seem to be underway against Iraq. Here is that piece of tape as he walked into the White House briefing room about 15 minutes ago.
The opening stages of the disarmament of the Iraqi regime have begun. The President will address the nation at 10:15.
Interesting, they're still using the word disarmament. The opening stages of the disarmament of the Iraqi regime has begun. The President will address the nation at 10:15. Lou Mackenzie, Major General Lou Mackenzie, Canadian Forces retired. The commander of UN forces in Bosnia, is a regular on our Target Iraq coverage. As we watch these events unfold tonight, Lou, presumably, if things are happening so quickly here, this could be an unusual situation we're finding ourselves in. But if they're unfolding normally, would there be, what, a couple of hours of bombing and targets of opportunity, and then the forces moving down in Kuwait?
You know, Lloyd, I don't think that the ground forces would move that quickly. I mean, historically, what you do is have a significant air campaign, and here we're talking about shock and awe and literally thousands of precision-guided munitions. Then you have to do your assessment, not only your battle damage assessment, but your intelligence assessment to ensure that you've isolated the various units that are no longer in communication. My own sneaking suspicion, based on what we've been told so far, which is very little, is this target of opportunity could have been a meeting. I don't think...
Just let me interrupt you there to tell
Yes.
you that I can give you some more information on that, which has just been handed to me, that the U.S. strike was, quote, aimed at elements of the Iraqi leadership. So in that case, your speculation would be right on, that this might have been a meeting of the Iraqi leadership, perhaps talking about war preparations.
Very much so. Let's go downtown Baghdad. Here we go.
All right.
Now, I mean, there are any number of places, if they really had their head screwed on, they wouldn't go because they're known targeted locations, the headquarters of the National Guard, the intelligence headquarters, or whatever. But if you've got yourself a target in downtown Baghdad, and then you consider... Pen down. There we go. Then you consider where the cruise missiles are coming from, either in the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, or the Persian Gulf. I mean, the travel time, these things are subsonic, so the travel time is a significant problem. You're going to have at least 3/4 or an hour to launch these things, and so if it's a meeting and it's static and they're silly enough to stay around that long, then it could well have been successful.
I don't know whether our Baghdad map can take us right into this, but we understand that those first blasts came from the southern and eastern suburbs of Baghdad, and certainly there are meeting halls we know of around that area. Whether that is the actual location of that huge Revolutionary Guard headquarters, I'm not sure. You might have some indication there on your map, Lou, but we know that if we bring up targets of opportunity around Baghdad and look at the various presidential palaces, there are quite a few of them. So far, we know of only this one hit.
Yes, and that's why I think when it was described as a target of opportunity, this might be an engagement well before the, quote, start of the war, unquote. However, once again, a lot of speculation, but the southeastern part would take it down here. That would make more sense because
I'm sorry, Lou, you're just pointing at the map, and we'll get our cameras back onto where you're pointing. There we are, so we can see you and look at the picture of Baghdad at the same time. Okay, point for us again there.
Well, the southeastern portion being down here, which in fact would make some sense because they want to stay away from, this is the university area in here and the downtown area in here. Not a very smart place to go and hold a meeting. But down here might well make more sense.
Now, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers come closest around Baghdad, of course, and there's a marshy area in there. In fact, Iraq was named Al-Iraq originally by the British after the First World War because of that lush meadowland between the Euphrates and the Tigris. Now, is that an area that is heavily populated so far as we know?
Yes, very much so, and that obviously complicates the issue when you're going after a target of opportunity, and quite frankly, they will take advantage of our reluctance to engage civilian areas, to engage mosques, obviously, to engage schools, to engage, libraries or whatever, and I would imagine those are priority areas where they're setting up and having their meetings. Once again, this is going on the sort of routine we became familiar with in Gulf War I.
Fascinating, because we haven't heard any anti-aircraft fire in the last 10 minutes or so, and we haven't heard any more explosions. Now, we do know, General, that the last time there was a fight like this in the Gulf region, we had about 1 bomb in 10 that was a so-called, quote, smart bomb. Now, 9 out of 10 are smart bombs. They're supposedly aligned so that they can hit the target spot on, but we always know that about 15% of them do go astray in these situations. Has the technology, from what you understand, really improved that much in the last 12 years?
Yeah, dramatically, Lloyd, because the technology hasn't changed. It's just become better and more sophisticated. Whereby you had a programmed route on a cruise missile, you now have satellites with global positioning inputs actually targeting these missiles onto their destinations. So, and not only that, but you've gone from maybe 10 to 15% of smart munitions. You're gone up to 80 or 90%, and dare I say, in the first couple of days of the war, you're probably looking at 100% smart munitions coming in. And as a result, reduced civilian casualties, reduced collateral damage, to use the euphemism for killing civilians, and quite frankly, greater targeting and greater ability to destroy the target. A lot of these targets are underground. You've got penetration capabilities. You've got high-energy microwave that could well be used in the early stages, where you can literally melt the circuits for computers, communication systems, etc. So you're talking about a quantum improvement, not only in the killing power, but in the ability to be much more surgical. And I don't want to abuse the term surgical. There will always be collateral damage, but a hell of a lot less this time around.
Right. So since we haven't heard anything in the last couple of minutes, Baghdad is quiet. As we watch this picture, it's about 10 after 6 local time in Baghdad. And as we wait for the American president to speak in about 7 minutes from now, what's your best guess here as to what this may be about?
Lloyd, it strikes me that our initial speculation, I still think, is probably right, and that is the fact that a target of opportunity came up, it was engaged. I don't think there's a military institution in the world that teaches that you start a major offensive at this time of the day. And quite frankly, I think that's exactly what it was. Hopefully it was successful, but I don't think this is an indication that we are about to see a massive air campaign followed in 24 or 48 hours by the troops crossing the Kuwait-Iraq border.
All right, and of course those troops presumably could move anytime, night or day. And we understand that while there's been sandstorms in the area over the past couple of days, that the weather forecast in the Kuwaiti area, at least, and around the Kuwait-Iraq border, is supposedly cooling off a little bit and clearing over the next few days, so that it would be ideal fighting weather, as it were. Well, we don't have much in the way of reaction coming from Washington yet, but we do have Stockwell Day, who is the foreign affairs critic for the Canadian Alliance, in Ottawa on Parliament Hill. Good evening, Mr. Day.
Hi, Lloyd. Good to be with you.
Thank you for coming in to talk to us. So we appreciate it. Now, this seems to be the beginning of the war effort. We know that your party, as we understand it, is a party that is against the Canadian position of not being involved in this war. Is that clear?
Lloyd, right from the start, we've been of the view, which we still hold, that war could have been avoided. The chances of a war being avoided are great, history shows, if there is a united and allied opposition against someone like Saddam Hussein, a twisted dictator like Saddam Hussein. History shows very clearly that dictators have the tendency to back down when they face an allied force opposed against them. History also is clear, Lloyd, that when dictators sense that there is not that allied force against them, then they'll continue with their devious plans. And so when the Prime Minister made his statement yesterday, finally after months and months of indecision, what he pointed to really was a new alignment that we're seeing around the world, a geopolitical divide, and his statement has put Canada with nations like Libya, Syria, Iran, Communist China and Russia, and on the other side of the divide are our historic allies like Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, the United States, Spain, the new emerging nations of the new Europe. So unfortunately, this is still our position, we should have been part of the united allied front that wanted to enforce UN 1441. Force if necessary, but not necessarily force, but if necessary, keep that option on the table.
Just one more short question for you, Mr. Day, and a brief answer, if you will, please, as we continue to watch the picture out of Baghdad. Canada has always been a big supporter of the UN. This, in so many ways, has been a United Nations country, and the Prime Minister did not want to go without the UN. Now, we understand that in the Canadian proposal, which was floating around there and could have been adopted by the Security Council, the non-permanent members, there was an option for military force, but further down the road. So what's your problem with that? It might have been there for them.
Two things, Lloyd. First of all, France had already indicated that they would veto any further resolution that force be used. And second to that, in 1999, the Prime Minister endorsed and supported action in Kosovo without UN security approval. That was against another dictator, Milosevic, who, as awful as he was, and he should have been stopped, and he was, does not even compare to the capacity or the malicious intent of Saddam Hussein. So why would the Prime Minister advocate that we be there in Kosovo? And we agreed with that position. And now in a far more menacing situation, he says we shouldn't go. And that, Lloyd, too, followed a statement just a little while ago where he said we were capable of action without anything further than UN 1441.
Mr. Day, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Stockwell Day, Foreign Affairs critic for the Canadian Alliance. Now, we understand one bulletin I'm being handed here says the main frequency of Iraqi state radio appears to have been taken over by the U.S. military as U.S. planes began bombing Baghdad at dawn on Thursday. So the main frequency of Iraqi state radio taken over by the U.S. forces, and they are saying this is the hour we have been waiting for to the Iraqi people. Kathy Tomlinson is with us from Washington. Kathy, what are you hearing about this target of opportunity?
We're now hearing from the White House, Lloyd, that this was a potentially missed target of opportunity. They're having 2 briefings a day where the president meets with his advisors, and we're hearing that at that second briefing today, he was told that if they didn't go after this particular target right now, that they could miss an opportunity to get at the Iraqi leadership. Perhaps, we don't know this, of course, but perhaps even an opportunity to get at Saddam Hussein himself. That doesn't mean, though, that that's the beginning of the war. We had other indications that it was as much as 24 or 48 hours away. Obviously, the campaign would be much more aggressive if it was in full swing, but this was one target that they felt they had to go after now, or they might lose the chance.
Yes, well, there's some confusion about that because Ari Fleischer indicated to us that in his brief statement, where he said President Bush will be speaking at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time, that the disarmament of Iraq has begun. So that sounds like a war declaration, but we'll have to wait to hear, of course, from President Bush, and we'll also be hearing later from the Pentagon as to what their war plans may be. As Lou McKenzie said a moment ago, this is not the time of day you launch these kinds of attacks, because what everybody was anticipating was that this war would start late afternoon Canadian time, Eastern time, because that would be 4 or 5 o'clock Eastern time, midnight in Baghdad. A whole night of bombing would take place, and then here's the president.
Afghanistan began US President 9/11. In just a moment, he is about to do it again. Here is the president. In just a moment, he is about to do it again. Here is the president.
Okay, you want in here?
This hour, forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support. From the use of naval and air bases, to help with intelligence and logistics, to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. That trust is well placed. The enemies you confront will come to know your skill and bravery. The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military. In this conflict, America faces an enemy who has no regard for conventions of war or rules of morality. Saddam Hussein has placed Iraqi troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for his own military, a final atrocity against his people. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people. I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. For your sacrifice, you have the gratitude and respect of the American people. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. We will meet that threat now with our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines, so that we do not have to meet it later with armies of firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our cities. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. And I assure you, this will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. My fellow citizens, the dangers to our country and the world will be overcome. We will pass through this time of peril and carry on the work of peace. We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others, and we will prevail. May God bless our country and all who defend her.
So there it is. The attack on Iraq is underway. U.S. President George Bush saying that the Americans are attempting to strike selected targets of military importance, the Americans and the British. He says this will be decisive use of force, and we will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime. So CTV's Alan Fryer is in Washington now. Alan, this has been a fast-moving evening and somewhat unexpected that this is all taking place after the president was supposedly just out taking his dog for a walk.
Absolutely, Lloyd. This was a bit of a surprise. Everybody was expecting the start of this campaign to be one of shock and awe. Those are the two words that have been bandied about to describe what is going to happen and may in fact will still happen. The president made it clear that the only way to limit the duration of this war is to use decisive force, and that's exactly what the United States intends to do. Obviously, we are not seeing that this evening or this morning, Baghdad time. What we apparently saw was a cruise missile strike on what's being described as a target of opportunity, perhaps involving some of the top Iraqi leadership. We still don't know. It's going to probably take some time to gather intelligence to find out exactly what was hit. All indications before this cruise missile strike was that the full-scale invasion of Iraq was about 24, perhaps 48 hours away.
Right, so the selected targets of opportunity, this could go on for the next 24 hours then, presumably, Alan. What we're going to try to flesh out here is just what strategy is being employed, because we note that Iraqi state radio has been taken over by the U.S. forces, and Iraqi state radio is now saying to the Iraqi people, this is the moment we have been waiting for. They're saying that in Arabic, and they're speaking to the Iraqi people in their own language. So this is a fascinating kind of stratagem that seems to be unfolding, Alan.
It is indeed, and it's hard to predict exactly where it's going to go from here. I heard one analyst this evening describe the military operation as kind of a fast-moving quarterback of a football game, if you will, just sort of picking moments of opportunity. Obviously, what had happened here, Lloyd, just to recap, was during one of the president's briefings with his military, top military brass and intelligence people this afternoon, he was presented with what looked like a target of opportunity. This could have been, and we're only speculating at this point, it could have been a planned meeting of the top Iraqi leadership, and the president at that time signed off at a strike, a cruise missile strike, apparently on that target. Again, we're not exactly sure what it hit, how successful it was, but this does not appear at this point to signal the start of a full-scale invasion.
All right, now just so that we follow this through, just walk us through how we receive hard information in these situations out of Washington. We will know whether or not, in fact, this target of opportunity did include highly placed members of the Iraqi leadership, including perhaps Saddam Hussein, when the Pentagon confirms that, correct?
That's exactly right. And just to give you a sense of how things are moving quickly and very unexpectedly, Ari Fleischer just earlier today was giving guidance, if you will, to reporters that really they should not expect anything in the way of military action, that they could perhaps stand down. Later on this evening, he reversed course and suggested to reporters perhaps they may want to stick around. There may be something that was up. So it's very unpredictable the way this is folding. Obviously, again, this is based on up-to-the-minute intelligence that the president is receiving and military options that he's being presented with, and in this case, obviously, just signed off on it.
All right, Alan, thank you. We know that you'll be standing by there in Washington for us, keeping your ear very close to your sources at the Pentagon, the White House, and the State Department as this situation unfolds. We will keep on the right-hand side of your screen the picture of Baghdad. It's between 6 and 7 in the morning there, just coming up to 6:30 Baghdad time. We can hear the traffic moving. There wasn't much activity on the streets of Baghdad yesterday, but there is some slight movement this morning. But from what we've been able to see over the last 18 to 24 hours, the place is almost deserted. Most of the people who could get out have managed to get out. Lisa LaFlamme is in Doha, Qatar, close by. Good morning to you there, Lisa. What are you hearing from your end?
Just as much as a surprise from here. There's been meetings, as you can imagine, all day, small clusters of military, and of course the armchair experts all analyzing the deadline here, Baghdad time, and here in Doha, Qatar, would have been about 4:15 in the morning, which wouldn't have left that much darkness. So a lot of people assuming that it was an inopportune time for the U.S.-led invasion or the beginning of this, because there wasn't enough darkness, quite frankly. So, you know, we'd all been hearing, as Alan mentioned, the shock and awe concept, that we would see 3,000 precision-guided bombs, and imagining that it would begin much, much earlier in the evening local time. So I think there's a great amount of surprise here also, as we are, you know, right now it's 25 after 6 in the morning.
Yes, there's a lot of surprise there, and there's a lot of surprise here, because that whole shock and awe theory, which has been spoken of so frequently over the last several weeks, would have seen more bombs and missiles thrust upon Baghdad in the first night than in the entire Gulf War in 1991. So obviously it's a very different kind of strategy that's being laid out here. The President of the United States saying that they're taking advantage of targets of opportunity. In his speech, he said, selected targets of importance. That was the phrase he used. That's what they're moving on in Baghdad at this hour. Now, from your location, Lisa, what's been happening with the troops there? Any movement? What are people saying?
The latest that we've heard from Camp Asalia, which is about 15 kilometers up the road from here, two things came late last night, one of them being the confirmation, basically, that 17 Iraqi military had indeed surrendered somewhere near the Kuwaiti border. Also, they released the first photographs. These were F-117 bombers. These are stealth aircraft. These pictures included pilots getting in, taking off, although the camp here would not refer to exactly where in the Persian Gulf that was happening. But when they released those pictures, there was certainly a heightened sense of reality that things were happening. I want to mention another thing about the information that we get here. There will be briefings, as you can imagine. This is a multi-million-dollar, enormous facility that is run by General Tommy Franks here. He's responsible for all things land, sea, and sky in this operation. And one of the early concerns, 17 doesn't sound like a great number of Iraqis throwing their arms up in the air and ready to surrender, but it already forced the concern of what do we do with them? They're surrendering, they need to be arrested, they need to be fed, this sort of thing, and it slows down the operation. What was supposed to happen was, as I said, the bombs and then the troops moving in who are standing by on the Kuwaiti border. Well, quite frankly, this slows them down, Lloyd.
Thanks very much, Lisa. As we watch this picture from Baghdad, we are going to be able to talk on the telephone to a reporter from Agence France Presse who is there, Jacques Charlemagne. Jacques, what are you seeing and hearing around you?
Listen, all started with the alarm that was resounding in Baghdad, and we thought that the deadline had passed without nothing happening, and suddenly we heard the sirens, and we saw in the out on the outskirts of Baghdad a number of explosions, huge explosions, and the firing of anti-aircraft guns started also in the skies of Baghdad, and basically we understood that the war started.
All right. Now, from what you understand, we understand that activity took place in the southern and eastern suburbs of Baghdad, as we're looking at it now. What is there? Is that Revolutionary Guard headquarters material, or what would be there that might cause them to hit that as a target of opportunity, Jacques?
You know, from where we are, right in the center of Baghdad, it's really difficult to see exactly what was targeted this morning. We understand that indeed there is a military base that is right near the location where the bombardment took place. But again, it's really difficult to know exactly what was the target this morning. There was a huge ball of fire and a huge explosion on the outskirts of Baghdad. But that's about all what we saw this morning. We tried later on to go on location and try to confirm what was hit this morning. But again, that was it's very difficult to say at this stage what was the target of that first wave of bombing.
All right, Jacques, now just so we have this clear in our own minds, how many bursts did you hear? Did it sound as though there was more than one hit, or was it just one hit from what you could hear and the anti-aircraft fire following it?
What we heard very distinctively, we heard very clearly at least 3 huge explosions. So again, we don't know whether they were primary explosions, which is missiles or bombs hitting a target and then something else exploding afterwards. But we heard 3 explosions on the outskirts of Baghdad, and then of course the anti-aircraft guns illuminated the sky, and we heard that also. But that's about all what we can hear and we can see from where we are, which is a hotel in the center of the city.
Now, there seems to be a little traffic moving. We have a picture of Baghdad here in front of us. Early morning, a few cars on the road. What sort of activity are you seeing around you?
The same thing. I mean, it's the night has been very, very quiet. No traffic, no cars in the streets of Baghdad. But in the morning, now it's daylight in Baghdad. A few cars are wandering around, and some of clearly taxis and military cars. What they do exactly in the street at this time and under the bombing, we don't know exactly, but we certainly will figure that out later on when we ourselves go down and try to understand what happened this morning.
Where are you seeing this from? You're in a hotel room, are you?
Yeah, exactly. We are in the center of the city, and on the 15th floor of a hotel, and now we've go on the streets and see for ourselves what's happening and what's going on.
Are you going to stay there in Baghdad as long as you can?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that the war started, we're here to wait until it's played out and to see the end of it.
All right, Jacques, for goodness sakes, take care. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I can imagine how busy you are at this hour. Jacques Charlemont.
Thank you very much.
Jacques Charlemont from Agence France Presse reporting to us from Baghdad. Now, Baghdad is a city of 4 to 5 million people. It's been overrun over the years by Turks, Mongols, and Persians. Baghdad is a very old city. It's considered to be the cradle of civilization, in fact. And for 6 centuries, it was, in many respects, the center of the world. But Iraq itself is a relatively new country. It's only 85 years old, with the boundaries being drawn up by a League of Nations mandate under the British just after the First World War. It used to be part of the old Turkish Ottoman Empire. So we have our what we call our smart board. It's a euphemism for our map. It's an interactive map that shows all sections of the Middle East, including various sections of Baghdad. So we're going to go into Dan Matheson and Lieutenant Colonel Tom Pedersen, who's with us, and we'd like to ask the two of you at this hour just what kind of strategy may be being employed here. Tom, we expected this massive torrent of fire on this opening night. Didn't happen. Is this the surprise that you've so often talked to us about?
Well, it could be a surprise, it could be just deception, or it could be a target of opportunity, obviously. Missiles are being launched, obviously, from various locations. From the Red Sea, we're launching cruise missiles, probably the Americans hoping to hit targets in Baghdad, specific targets of opportunity, and also from the Persian Gulf.
But what sort of strategy might this be? I mean, that's what we'd like to try to get at here, is if they're hitting targets of opportunity just on single occasions like this, how long can this go on, and when can we expect to hear the big burst?
It's certainly not the massive strike that we thought was going to occur during this time, but I think the Americans probably figured that there were some very, very important targets, probably political targets, probably people even. The cruise missile system itself is very, very valuable. We can do all kinds of things with these systems, particularly because they're so accurate. They can hit within 10 meters of their specific target, and so it's a very, very lethal system. The ranges are extreme, and they fly very, very well, and they're impervious to anti-aircraft.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen, who had experience as a tank battalion commander in the Gulf War in 1991. Dan, take us into Baghdad now on the map and show us what we've been looking at on the picture over the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, Lloyd, we'd just like to preface our comments by, in lieu of hard information, we can only talk about potential targets in the city of Baghdad. You can see, we'll just paint in broad strokes for you. First, this is what's the downtown section, a lot of government offices here. This is the university grounds. There's a military airport here. And this part of the city it's where all the shishi stores are and the luxury hotels and that kind of thing. So now that you have some sense of what goes on in the city, and I might mention too that right up here, this is the old medieval part of Baghdad, but it is a target-rich environment, as they say in the Air Force. Tom, let's go first off into the northwestern part of the city and start looking at some of the potential targets here.
Certainly one of the most luxurious targets, obviously, is the airfield area here. And of course, along with the airfield, we have a great big railroad section here also. Presidential palaces in this region make it a very, very appropriate target area.
Ministry of Defense right here. And down here is the Ministry of Propaganda, and across the street, the Ministry of Communications. So that would give you an idea that those parts of the city might be struck. Right here in the central, again, a lot of targets. We draw your attention first off right here. This is what's called the new presidential palace.
Right. This is the new presidential palace. It's also the place that Saddam Hussein spends a lot of time, and right next to it, or very close, is the Ba'ath Party headquarters, which also would obviously be a cruise missile target in the future.
Yeah, and right at the very top of the map up here, this is just south of the airfield. That's Air Force headquarters. So this is the part of the city that we think that our correspondents have been talking about when they say in the south and the southeastern part of the city. We believe that they're talking about this part of the city here. We haven't got over here yet. We'll go there now because we have another big palace. You can see it right here. It even has a swimming pool in the back of it, and right beside it is a special bunker.
Exactly. The special bunker is particularly noteworthy as far as the target because it could house command and control. Saddam Hussein is probably not there himself, but certainly there's a command and control system there.
And across the street and across the river, this is the Tigris River, all kinds of targets here that we could talk about as well. But as we get down into the most southern part of the city, we'll zoom in on this part here. You can see what we're looking at here is essentially a huge oil refinery. So I think that if a missile landed here, we would know it.
We would know it. There'd be a tremendous smoke plume in this entire area. It's probably not a target that the Americans want to hit. It's a target basically that we want to avoid hitting at this time.
So those are the kinds of targets that the U.S. could be looking at as this war goes along. We don't know if they're going to shoot at them tonight, tomorrow, or next week. Lloyd.
All right, thanks very much, Dan. I was just being told over the telephone there, and my producer can talk to me through the headset if he wishes to, that we're about to talk to someone else in Baghdad. Lisa Martins is her name. She is a Canadian. She is with, tell me again, she's with the Christian Peacemakers team. Thank you very much. The Christian Peacemakers team. She's in Baghdad, and she has been watching over the last couple of hours what's been going on there. Good evening, Ms. Martins. Or good morning to you.
Hello.
So tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, I'm not seeing that much because I'm staying inside the hotel, but I did go out into the entrance there. I didn't see very much, but I'm certainly hearing explosions a lot. Heard sirens at 5:30, and then after that there were explosions. So for me, it's pretty hard to distinguish what explosion is what because I'm not, versed in the sounds of war and the difference between them.
Right. Well, we understand.
So, yeah,
right. I was just going to say that we understand there have been 3 big explosions. That's what Jacques Charlemagne, who is a reporter, told us from Baghdad a few moments ago. Just given your experience there over the past couple of days, you've been talking to the Iraqi people. What have they been saying to you about the inevitability of war?
Well, they've been really afraid. I mean, they've expressed fear for their children and fear for their lives and fear for all the children of Iraq. I've talked to very highly educated, normal, people, young people my age, 25, 28. One friend who's waiting for his wife to have a baby in the next couple of days. And I just said, goodbye to him last evening, and he went home to his wife. And they're really scared. They're going to have their baby, obviously in the middle of a bombing and might not have access to medical care and all those things that they need. I just feeling really, I've heard a lot of fear from people in the last days, although they have still warmly welcomed us. I'm just feeling really sad that, people still think they have to kill each other to reach their goals.
Is it your impression that the people who wanted to get out of Iraq, most of them, out of Baghdad, I should say, the people who wanted to get out of Baghdad have been able to get out?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, there's some people who certainly stay because, it's their home. I'm positive that there's other people who can't leave because they can't afford it. I know that.
All right. Where are you from in Canada, Ms. Martins?
I'm from Brandon, Manitoba. I also, that's where my parents are from, and that's where I was born and raised. I'm also from Winnipeg.
And how long have you been over in Baghdad?
Since the beginning of February.
And you went over there specifically on this peace mission on your own, did you, or with a group?
No, with a group. I'm with Christian Peacemaker teams, and our goal in the projects that we have in different areas in the world is to accompany civilians who are threatened and to reduce violence as best we can. And so my role here is to model nonviolence for the U.S. government and to say very clearly that that killing each other, slaughtering each other, bombing, dropping thousands of tons of explosives on each other is not what's going to lead to a just world.
Ms. Martins, are you in a safe place?
I don't know. I mean, I hope so, because I would like to live till I'm 100, and I love life very much. So, but I mean, it's hard to say. I'm certainly not placing myself near someplace that I think is a target. I'm at my hotel.
All right. Well, stay safe. Look after yourself, and thank you very much for taking time to speak with us.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. You take care. Lisa Martins, who's with the Christian Peacemakers team in Baghdad. Lou McKenzie is with us now, and what we're trying to find out here, General, is just what kind of strategy might be being employed by the U.S. and British forces here, because we've seen one hit. There were 3 explosions, one major hit, it seems, on a target of opportunity, as it's described in Baghdad. So what might this be about, Lou?
Lloyd, I think we got 2 possibilities here, and I tend to favor the first one, and I think it's a false start. I don't think it's any part of shock and awe or anything like that. It was a very valuable target of opportunity. It takes time for the missile to get there, so it was relatively static. They probably had an hour to program, the attack, and therefore the president was then morally obliged on short notice to announce to the world that the conflict has started, because it's outside the no-fly zone, it's in Baghdad, so he was obliged to do that. The second possibility, less likely, is I've said for months, if I was going to do this thing myself, I wouldn't touch Baghdad. I would just dust up the rest of the country and take out what's left of the army, and to make Baghdad the easier sort of challenge later in the game, but not to, in front of the international media, knock the living daylights out of a large civilian population in Baghdad. I think that's unlikely. I think it was a false start, and I think we're still looking at a couple of days before the actual shock and awe, which won't be so shocking and awing now, followed by a land assault maybe 24, 48 hours after that starts.
So you think this is was a target of opportunity which they took advantage of tonight because it was there,
yes,
but on a sort of ad hoc basis.
Yeah, absolutely, and good on them if they got the Iraqi leadership. I'm not sure whether we're going to be told if they were successful or not. Perhaps we will if they were successful. Perhaps we won't if they were not.
All right. Now, what about the troops along the border in Kuwait? Would you expect that, given this start of something, that they would start moving in daylight?
No, I don't think they'll start moving, in my estimation, until at least 24 hours of the shock and awe, the unconventional guided missiles and guided bombs, the airstrikes, the bomber strikes, and then an analysis of how successful that's been, particularly in isolating the communication of the Iraqi forces that are defending the country. So I don't see folks moving across the line of departure, or the DMZ, which is really straddles the border between Kuwait and Iraq at this time.
Now, they've taken over the Iraqi state radio. That has to be an important development, is it not?
It is, and they don't have to be there to do it. By that I mean they don't have to be in the studio. They have the ability to generate on that frequency an overwhelming domination of that frequency, and therefore displace the Iraqi radio. So they could well be doing it from a Hercules aircraft. They could be doing it from a special forces site on the ground. But I don't think it represents that they're anywhere near any studios or anything like that.
Do you think this is still part of the psychological warfare, then? That they're saying to the people in Baghdad in their own language, this is the hour, your freedom is about to occur. Is that what this is about?
Yes, it is, and that's why I think this other target of opportunity was sort of something that came along that wasn't programmed into the schedule of psychological warfare. I think taking over the radio station would be an absolutely brilliant thing to do 24 to 48 hours before your attack. and now it seems not necessarily in the proper juxtaposition with the actual target of opportunity. But you know what war is like. Plans are only something that you modify once the war starts. And I think President Bush had to start it tonight, and quite frankly, I don't think walking the dog was a deception. I think he genuinely got caught out and had to address the world that in actual fact a very initial stage of the war had started.
Yes, but what about the possibility that what they're doing here is really putting more pressure on Saddam Hussein, perhaps even trying to kill him at this stage, at least encourage him as much as they can encourage him to get out of the country?
I think that's a definite possibility. I think we'd be extremely fortunate to do that. This guy's been a survivor when we've been after him for over 12 years now. And quite frankly, having a meeting in a building in southeastern Baghdad isn't my idea of him being very smart. Although it's speculation that he was actually there as opposed to his senior folks. But certainly he would be his presence, a confirmed presence, and that could be done by special forces, by electronic intercept, by satellite imagery, by more likely buying off people within the regime where they're providing information, even by cell phone. That type of information, they just couldn't pass up the opportunity.
General, thank you very much. I know that you'll be standing by for us, and you've been very helpful. Now, we are going to hear from Michael O'Hurley-Pitts, who's also on our Target Iraq coverage, as we continue to watch the picture coming out of Baghdad at this hour, approaching 6:45 Baghdad time. Michael O'Hurley-Pitts is a former U.S. congressional aide. He's an expert on military and political strategy. So strategy is what we're talking about right now. And what I have to ask you, Michael, is what are they doing?
Well, it's interesting. I think that General McKenzie got it exactly right, that the president saw a target of opportunity based on newly acquired intelligence, and they took advantage of it. However, I think the plan remains the same. They want to continue to drop leaflets to communicate directly to the military to convince them not to be combatants. They want to tell civilians to move into areas where they won't get into the crossfire and therefore have unnecessary deaths. And they want to continue to dominate the media. And that means taking control of the Iraqi state radio and television.
Well, now, you know that area fairly well. Iraqi state radio obviously has a very powerful signal. Are there any other radio stations getting into Baghdad that people would be able to pick up, or would that be the main one?
Well, it would certainly be the main one, and what the coalition would like to do is suppress all radio signals other than that which they want the people to hear. What's interesting to note is that during the first Iraq War, the first 5 targets on the first night of bombing were in downtown Baghdad, and they were all based on communication centers such as radio, television, telephone lines and communication centers, as well as the Iraqi Intelligence Center.
Now, you acquired for us and you brought along to our studio today some of the leaflets that have been dropped on Baghdad and overall of Iraq, for that matter, for the last couple of days as part of the psychological warfare. We're going to roll this tape now, and you talk us through what these leaflets are about, if you will.
Certainly. We were able to acquire these early in the day, and one of these, the first ones that we'll see, is the one telling them to tune to certain Iraqi radio stations. The second one was telling troops not to fight, not to shoot at aircraft, telling the Iraqi people themselves that the oil fields are their future and not to destroy them. And the last one was aimed at Saddam Hussein's regime itself, saying he lives in splendor as you struggle to survive. It's time for regime change.
So that covers a wide spectrum of the Iraqi population, of course.
Absolutely, and they'll be dropped all over Iraq. Certainly in Baghdad, we'll see more droppings of leaflets targeted at the Iraqi civilian population near the oil fields, the oil interest, and to the military at fixed positions.
Now, can you remember any other conflict beginning like this with sporadic hits? We had 3 bursts from and some anti-aircraft fire. Can you remember any other conflict starting of this nature and how it might have ended up?
Very few. I mean, we'll recall in recent history the attack on Afghanistan began with a coordinated effort. In this situation, I think that intelligence, and we can only speculate at this point, but intelligence probably indicated that there was a target of opportunity, that they had a limited time to hit, and that it would give them an edge. We also can't discount the possibility possibility that this is just an initial attack to continue to be part of the psychological operations. Targets that wouldn't kill civilians, hopefully, but would continue to send the message that the coalition will use overwhelming force.
Does this make sense to you, Michael? I'm just handed a note that U.S. and British forces have not yet received orders to launch a ground attack in Iraq, but are ready to go. This is from a British military spokesman, Colonel Chris Vernon. He told a wire service, Reuters, just an hour ago. So does it make sense that they would sit and wait in Kuwait for a couple of days?
CTV was able to confirm earlier in the day that the soldiers were moving into the DMZ, that line of departure before actually crossing into Iraq. The fact that they haven't moved forward at this point would seem to support our theory and speculation at this point, using our collective experience, that tonight's attack was a limited target of opportunity and therefore wasn't the commencement of the war in general. I think General McKenzie said something clearly intelligent when he indicated that it would be in the coalition's best interest to take control of the media at least 24 to 48 hours before the ground war began.
All right, thanks very much, Michael. We know that you'll be standing by and watching this as it unfolds for us. Now, this all started about 9:45 Eastern Standard Time. We were on the air within moments of that to tell you about it, and it started with Ari Fleischer coming into the White House press room after we heard some anti-aircraft fire in Baghdad, saying that an attack in Iraq was underway. The president would speak within half an hour. That was at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time, and the war would be underway. We would like to tune in now to some of the sound and show you some of the pictures from that earlier period. This is the only bit of sound we've heard all night. It lasted for about 20 minutes, I would say, roughly speaking, and it was 3 loud explosions and interspersed with anti-aircraft fire. So let me ask the people who have been in the thick of that kind of thing, in the heat of battle, as it were, Lou McKenzie and also Michael O'Hurley Pitts, what you thought that was. Was it a cruise missile hitting a target? Lou?
Well, I can, the explosion is an explosion, and it sounded a lot like the old days in Sarajevo, quite frankly. But it sounded like a lot of trigger-happy people that were trying to respond to something that's already happened. But it certainly wouldn't surprise me that it was a cruise missile strike.
All right, Michael, what's your thought on that?
Well, I think certainly the limited nature of the strikes and the continued silence afterwards would indicate that it is probably a cruise missile and less so likely that it's a stealth bomber.
All right, so a cruise missile rather than a stealth bomber then. That's what we were told from our earlier reporting, that it was a cruise missile. Thank you very much, Michael. I know that you don't have a microphone on at the moment, so we won't go back to you, but we will until in a short time we will. Let's go to someone who does have a microphone on. He's always close to a microphone. In fact, our good friend Craig Oliver, our CTV Ottawa bureau chief. Craig, obviously it's pretty quiet in Ottawa tonight. We did hear from the Foreign Affairs spokesman for the Canadian Alliance, Stockwell Day. What's the government saying at this point?
The government isn't saying anything tonight, and they're not going to, Lloyd. And in fact, one government official who told us he would come in, a lower-level official, has changed his mind. They've all been ordered not to say a word tonight. The Prime Minister is at home, was getting, I think, ready to retire for the evening when one of his staff phoned him and told him this had begun. But all day long, we have been told that the Prime Minister and no member of the Canadian government would be available tonight. They will talk to us tomorrow morning. After all, I guess the view is the government opposes just about everything that's going on here. They oppose the principle of replacing the regime, and they oppose not giving more time to the inspectors. There's just nothing happening tonight that they're not opposed about. And so what would they have said had they showed up here tonight? At least that was their feeling. All they could have done was made the Americans angrier, if they are angry, than they already are at the Canadian government. So there's nothing to gain for them in speaking tonight at the beginning of this invasion, and they're not going to.
Craig, let me draw on your broader knowledge here. I know that you've covered some wars. This element of surprise is pretty important, isn't it?
Well, it is important, and the surprise was heightened by the fact that we were all given the impression today by the White House and by others that there would be no invasion tonight. And so, you know, what happens is the word goes around the world to reporters at all sorts of places. It's not going to happen tonight. And that word eventually gets back to the Iraqis, too. So, I mean, everybody at first was expecting it to happen tonight. Then I think everyone relaxed. So there was a lot of psychological operations going on here. Or, perhaps, as Lou suggested, it was a false start. They saw a target. But I don't think so. I think they decided to add to the stress of the Iraqis by letting them think they could relax, breathe a sigh of relief. Dawn was coming. This thing isn't going to happen, and then hit them.
All right, Craig, thank you very much. Please stand by in Ottawa and keep your ear to the ground for any government statements that may be coming forward. But as you say, there may be nothing tonight. Craig Oliver, our CTV Ottawa Bureau Chief, speaking to us. As we watch the pictures from Baghdad, Atif Kabursi is with us. He is a professor of economics at McMaster University, but he has traveled widely on United Nations economic development business in Sudan, in Saudi Arabia, throughout the Middle East. And thank you very much for joining us once again, Mr. Kabursi, to be on our coverage. I know that you were with us in the Gulf War, and you bring a great fund of knowledge to this particular kind of operation, unhappy though it may be. Now, what's your view of what's unfolding before us here tonight?
Well, this is the opening salvo of this war, and it's pregnant with nuances. The attempt here is to convey that the main target in this war is the leadership of Iraq, and that the attempt here is not to rain havoc, but basically to target and use surgical strikes. Whether this will continue remains to be seen, but at least the opening message here to the people of Iraq and to the rest of the world that the attempt here is to decapitate, as they say, the regime. It's quite doubtful that such a blunt instrument, military instrument, can be used against only one man.
We know that we've been told that Saddam Hussein is very dangerous when cornered, but certainly now he must be getting the message. I mean, obviously they're trying to shake him loose, get him out of there, or at the very, maybe even kill him. How would he be responding under these circumstances, do you think? Would he, at this point, would he still be in communication with his senior people?
Well, I presume so. I mean, it's very doubtful that he's going to be running loose, but he certainly knows that he is a target and would precisely take the kind of measures that would take him out of ways harm. The issue here is also quite important, is to communicate to Saddam, which I think he has not missed this message, is that we have probably people on the ground and we have the capacity to know where you are or where the leadership goes. So there is quite a bit of signaling really going on during this first attack.
Yes, indeed, a lot of signaling. Thank you very much, Mr. Kabursi. Please stay with us. We are going to hear from Lisa Laflamme in Doha, Qatar. And Lisa, I believe that, at least I've been told, that you have a list of some of the targets that have been hit this evening. Is that correct?
Actually, Lloyd, Central Command has just released a news release, as you can see here. These are the targets. There's been a lot of action all day long in the region. So these are some of the things that led up to the targets hit tonight, and basically saying that they felt that their troops along the Kuwaiti border were in harm's way, which is why they did this. So the targets and locations, I'm just going to read it to you directly. Sites near Ashran, Madasis, long-range artillery, a mobile early warning radar, an air defense command center at an Iraqi air base in western Iraq, long-range artillery on the Al-Fa Peninsula, a surface-to-surface missile system near Al-Basra, and an air traffic control radar also near al-Basra. And again, the coalition saying that they struck the communication sites and the early warning radar because they enhanced Iraq's integrated air defense system. So really, this is the coalition aircraft, again, stressing in this news release the trouble that they've gone to protect civilian populations and infrastructure. So it's unclear at this moment if these are the Baghdad strikes tonight that you were referring to or what led up to it, the action that had been happening. And as I said, feeling that their troops, ground troops in Kuwait, were in fact in danger.
Lisa, thank you very much. You'll be standing by, I know, there in Doha, Qatar for the rest of the day, your time, as we begin our overnight here in North America. And watch in Baghdad as the morning, it looks like it's going to be a cloudy day there. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning, Baghdad time. And it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Canada, and that means for a portion of this country, the national news comes on. And this is the place for the news because this is what's happening right at this very moment. We were told earlier this evening that the war against Iraq has begun. U.S. President George Bush appeared on television at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time tonight, and this is what he told his nation and the world.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases to help with intelligence and logistics to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. That trust is well placed. The enemies you confront will come to know your skill and bravery. The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military. In this conflict, America faces an enemy who has no regard for conventions of war or rules of morality. Saddam Hussein has placed Iraqi troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for his own military, a final atrocity against his people. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people. I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. For your sacrifice, you have the gratitude and respect of the American people. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. We will meet that threat now with our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines, so that we do not have to meet it later with armies of firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our cities. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. And I assure you, This will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. My fellow citizens, the dangers to our country and the world will be overcome. We will pass through this time of peril and carry on the work of peace. We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others, and we will prevail. May God bless our country and all who defend her.
And we continue our coverage of Target Iraq here at CTV National News Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Ontario, Quebec. And we also want to mention that our coverage of Target Iraq is our live special, ongoing now, but we will bring you elements of the CTV National News in this coverage. So we are now going to Alan Fryer in Washington. We heard from U.S. President George Bush there. Indicate, Alan, that what is happening tonight is selected targets of military importance. That's how he phrased it, and he said that there would be decisive force used. So far, we've heard 3 loud explosions and a lot of anti-aircraft fire in return, and that is the extent of the decisive force so far. Much more to come, obviously.
Quite obviously, Lloyd. And what was interesting is I don't think, as of this afternoon anyway, the president was planning on addressing the nation this evening because there were no plans to go to war this evening. This was a target of opportunity, apparently involving the top leadership of Iraq. We are told that 2 separate targets were hit, one in Baghdad and one south of Baghdad, and that the strikes involved both cruise missiles and F-117 stealth bombers. It's going to be some time before we know exactly what was hit or indeed how successful the strikes were. But U.S. officials are cautioning there could be more of the same in the hours to come.
Are they saying anything else about the overall strategy they're applying here? Obviously, there was a certainly surprise to a lot of people tonight when this began so suddenly.
Right. Again, it's not clear whether this is part of a strategy just to keep the leadership off guard or if, in fact, they had solid intelligence that Saddam or some of his top lieutenants were meeting in a certain location. What does seem clear, though, is that a full-scale start of the war involving shock and awe that we've heard so much about, as well as ground invasion, that we were being told this afternoon anyway, is at least 24, perhaps 48 hours away.
Now, where is the American leadership at this hour? Where is the President? Where is the Secretary of Defense? Where is the Secretary of State? So on.
Well, there have been meetings all day between the President and his top national security and military advisors at the White House as we speak. The President is in the residence of the White House, and we are told by Ari Fleischer that there'll be no more news out of there tonight.
All right, well, that's a bit of information we can use, that there'll be no more news out of there tonight. But we heard something like that earlier this evening, it seems to me, that the President was walking his dog, and the next thing we know, we're into war with Iraq. Well, thank you very much, Alan. I know that you'll be hanging in there, as we say, in our Washington bureau for some hours to come. Tom Clark is in Kuwait City covering for CTV News. Tom, good morning to you. What's happening where you are? Any sign of troop movement there?
Nothing so far, Lloyd. It's been very quiet here in Kuwait. In fact, the Kuwait airport is still open. There's a commercial flight leaving, so the evacuation of Kuwait continues, even though it appears that action has begun, at least in Baghdad. The TV station Al Jazeera, which people will know as one of the sort of strongest voices here in the Arabic Middle East, is reporting very much what Lou McKenzie was telling you not long ago, Lloyd, that this is a false start, that it was a target of opportunity, but that things won't be going ahead. We have heard as well from senior Kuwaiti military officials who have told us their line was, Friday will be a very good day for you to be very rested. So it appears that maybe the plan was to go in 24 hours from now, and as Lou McKenzie was suggesting, that this target was just too enticing to pass up at this point.
Supposedly, though, Tom, the other thing we could be watching is a 3-day phase of airstrikes leading up to Friday night, perhaps, and then the ground assault beginning, and that these airstrikes could be sporadic. What are the people there telling you about what may be happening and what their plans are?
Well, specifically here in Kuwait, on a number of Arabic websites, there's been an announcement of the creation of the Kuwaiti Hamas movement. And it is threatened, however big or small it is threatened that as soon as the American attack goes in, that they are going to carry out attacks here in Kuwait City. So far, there's been nothing, and the Kuwaiti police tell us at this point that they have seen nothing out of the ordinary. Just one thing I want to point out to you, Lloyd, when we're talking about whether these attacks are going to go in the next day or 2 days, as you might be able to see behind me, this sandstorm is still lingering. One of the problems with the sandstorm is that it plays havoc with night vision goggles. Therefore, if there was to be a land invasion at night, this storm would have to abate before they could realistically go ahead and do that, and that could take at least another 24 hours.
Am I correct in thinking, Tom, that the weather forecast for the next 3 days there is pretty good, though?
Yeah, it's supposed to be fairly good. Light winds, it's supposed to be cooler than normal, so in a sense, good fighting weather. But the real problem remains this haze that you see behind me. Now, it is dissipating far more than it was yesterday, and the local people around here say, you know, it's so unusual to have this weather at this time of year. This usually doesn't hit until June, but they say that this is going to die down probably later on today, clearing the way for the use of those night vision goggles and perhaps clearing the way for a land invasion.
All right, Tom, I know that you'll be watching very closely just what the troops are doing there in Kuwait, out of Kuwait City. Tom Clark for CTV. And now we're moving up the line a bit to Tom Kennedy, who is
with Jacques Chirac, the French president, their first meeting since this terrible diplomatic fallout between them over the decision by Britain to go to war, and they will apparently be sitting across the table from one another. So there could be some serious diplomatic body language going on there. The agenda for this summit, among others, is Iraq and the rebuilding. The French saying, listen, we have to put aside our differences and focus in unison on the rebuilding, this whole humanitarian question. But the head of the EU said today that European relations with the United States are now in crisis. There are large demonstrations across Europe and in London here against the war tonight. It's a crisis diplomatically, and Tony Blair is walking into it tonight in Brussels. He pre-recorded a speech at 10 Downing Street that will be broadcast at 10 p.m. here tonight, his first address to the British people since the war began.
Tony Blair has had an incredible couple of weeks here. He's now positioning himself, from what you're saying, as the one who's going to have to be the fixer in sort of patching up relations between the European community and the United States after all of this is over. What is the response now that the war has broken out in London? What are the papers saying? What's Fleet Street talking about? And what are the people on the street saying?
Well, the papers are largely behind the war. The networks are largely behind the war. And I think there is a sense out there in the public and from the polls that have been done that now that the war is on, the public, which was in a majority against this war, is now rallying behind the troops, so to speak, and the support is growing. Nonetheless, the anger among those people who are still against the war is growing. And yesterday and increasingly today, there were clashes with police outside Westminster. A lot of young people, students who were out there today, 1,000 of them roughly, who had been threatened with expulsion from their private schools if they went down to protest. They went nonetheless. Some of them got into fights with the police, so it's turning a little ugly. That said, now that British troops are in battle, there is a preoccupation with their safety, of course, and that's what the focus here is above all tonight.
Any nervousness in London about terrorism?
Well, the government did put the British people on high terror alert abroad and here at home. No specific threats, though. Talking to people out there, everyone has this, or a lot of people have a strong feeling that something could happen, but there has been nothing specific, and it's that same old be vigilant, keep your eyes open, and have a flashlight around the house, but there's not really much more people can do than that. But if you talk to people on the subway, for example, there are some fears, and the people who sell gas masks say that sales are up, that kind of thing, but nothing concrete except this undefinable fear that something could happen, given that Britain might be the obvious target in Europe, considering that it's now at war.
Jed, thank you very much. CTV's Jed Kahane in London. There is, of course, at a time like this, a kind of chin-up hang in there, mate attitude among British whenever these kinds of things occur. That's their history. And we are very happy to have with us right now Sir Andrew Burns, who is Britain's High Commissioner to Canada. He's in an Ottawa studio with us. Good afternoon, Mr. Burns. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good afternoon. Delighted to be with you.
So how would you characterize the mood of the British people from the conversations you've had over the past 24 hours with the outbreak of this war?
Well, I think our resolve is very clear and very firm. The Prime Minister won a victory of decisive support in the House of Parliament the other day. We're quite clear about the legal basis for the action. We're as distressed as anybody else that it has come to this, but since it has, we are going to go in with full determination. We've got 45,000 troops out there, and the quicker we can resolve this issue, the better.
Well, there are going to be a lot of people looking to London, as it were, when this is all over, because obviously, as we referenced earlier, London may be the place where there has to be a coming together of the hard feelings, the ruffled feathers from the European Union, France especially, and Germany, and the United States when this is over. And do you see London playing a key role in that, Westminster?
Well, yes, I certainly do. And I must say that the speech which Tony Blair gave in Parliament and his subsequent comments actually repay a lot of attention. He clearly sees what is happening now as being marking a major change in international relationships. But the point he's been hammering home is that fundamentally we must protect and preserve the partnership, the transatlantic partnership, which has of course been at the basis of our prosperity and safety since the Second World War. And that partnership is a partnership. What we don't want to see is the philosophy poles of power and attraction to compete against the United States. So I think this is really one of the key elements of the approach which he will be adopting when he talks to his European colleagues. And it's in the European Union context that a lot of this will be hammered out as we try to look beyond the particular conflict we're in now to all the rebuilding that's going to have to go on in Iraq, to the pushing forward of the Middle East peace process, and to all the many other issues where we work together in common.
How important was that, you mentioned the Middle East peace process, how important was that roadmap for peace in the Middle East that was released by George Bush and Colin Powell just days before the summit in the Azores and, of course, the invasion of Iraq last evening?
Well, that was a very important initiative. Of course, they haven't yet revealed the full text of that. We're waiting for certain developments amongst the Palestinians. There's the appointment of a new prime minister there, and he's got to get his act together. But the roadmap which has been developed is a very important pointer to the way forward towards peace in a central and very difficult part of the Middle East. And we were very keen that everyone should understand that this remains of the highest priority, quite apart from present concerns over Iraq.
Does
in the sense that we premise that we are where we are, clearly, I mean, it's the highest child mortality rate. A lot of are sadly betrayed by their leadership. Table on the Arab-Israel dispute, we must help to build bridges and strengthen the ties with the vast majority of the population in the Middle East who abhor violence just as much as the rest of us over here do.
Yes, perhaps in the midst of the violence it's difficult to put together thoughts about this kind of thing, but certainly some Americans have been saying that this could be the beginning of democracy among Middle Eastern countries, that some of these regimes in place now that have been dictators or emirs over the years may fall as a result of that. Is that wishful thinking? Is that even a possibility? Or should democratic countries like the United States, Britain, and Canada even be thinking about such a thing? That could be considered interference in other people's affairs.
Well, yes. I mean, there has to be a proper balance in these matters. We want to see a united Iraq. We want to see an Iraq with a government that can properly reflect and look after the interests of its own people. The values that we have in Canada, in the United Kingdom, the values of democracy and human rights, fair play, the rule of law, I mean, these are of course universal values, and in many ways underpin the values which everybody signed up to at the United Nations, in the Charter of the United Nations, for example. So these are not new values, but they do need to be expressed and articulated in each country, respecting local cultural customs and so forth. So, I mean, we will want to work with the people of Iraq and indeed other countries in the area to help those countries realize their potential. I mean, it's a tragedy that so many of them are still caught in the aftermath and in the context of these endless conflicts.
So, Andrew, just before you go, I want to ask you about how you're keeping contact with the progress of British troops during these hours, and what you're hearing from London about that, and the messages coming back and forth, what you can tell us about that.
Well, there have been various statements from the British Defence Ministry and from the Minister of Defence, Jeff Hoon. I heard before I came out a snippet on the news to say the British troops were now engaged. I don't know whether that is wholly true or not. There's always a lot of rumour and confusion in warfare, but we're there absolutely working closely with our allies. I mean, it is a genuine alliance between the UK, the United States, Australia, and the other partners in this coalition. We're working very closely together and working above all for a swift, speedy resolution with minimal casualties.
Well, you're aware, I'm sure, that there's a great feeling, a great well of feeling in Canada and among Canadians for the British people, and our prayers go with you as the British forces move into Iraq, and that there will be casualties to the minimum, and best wishes to you, sir, and best wishes to the British people from all of us, I'm sure. Sir Andrew, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much indeed.
Sir Andrew Burns, British High Commissioner to Canada, speaking to us from Ottawa. Now, we're looking at some pictures from a Baghdad hospital earlier. Obviously, there have been some injuries. We haven't heard anything about numbers of deaths. All we heard overnight was one death, but obviously this is the what is euphemistically called the collateral damage, the civilian injuries and casualties that are inflicted whenever war breaks out. And Joy Malbon is on the line to us from Jerusalem at this hour. As we watch these pictures, we can hear from Joy as to what the responses are in Israel as well. Joy, come in.
Lloyd, there's an uneasy calm in Israel. The government is saying there is no way that this country wants to get involved in this war, but as always reserves the right to retaliate if perchance a missile or a Scud were fired this way and there were severe casualties, or perhaps any kind of chemical weapons were used. There was a bit of a false alarm today. Israel's Arrow anti-missile system went onto high alert. It was a false alarm, but soldiers donned their gas masks, and it kind of added to the tension that this country is feeling right now.
Yes, Joe, I was just going to ask you about that, as a matter of fact. When those missiles began hitting or heading toward British and American forces on the border with Kuwait, did that cause an alert in Israel? Was it at that time?
No, this false alarm happened earlier. It was actually at a press briefing where they were showing off Israel's new Arrow missile. And now this is the first line of defense for Israel, something they didn't have before. This Arrow is like a missile killer. It actually shoots a Scud or a missile higher than a Patriot would in, higher altitude. And this is the first line of defense for Israel. So this was during a press briefing, but it certainly had a lot of people on edge.
And what are the people you're talking to saying about this? The average person on the street in Israel, are they watching this conflict closely?
Well, they are watching it, but they are taking this all in stride. What I noticed today is a lot of people wearing these boxes with straps. It's their gas masks. They've been ordered by the government to carry these gas masks with them at all times, to fit it onto themselves, make sure that it works. Everyone is on high alert. The embassy is on high alert, the Air Force on high alert. There is this uneasy calm. Although people are going about their daily business, traffic, schools were open, although a lot of people didn't send their kids to school today. So everybody's kind of on edge, not quite knowing what is going to happen here.
Is there a feeling that this will be hopefully a short war?
That's the hope. The government was saying today that they hope it is a short war. Again, they reiterated they do not want to get involved in this war. They want to stay out of this. They've got a lot of American help. Early airstrikes began to tell.
That Ariel Sharon was one of the first persons in the world to know that this was going to happen, because George Bush certainly surprised most, if not all, of the television networks around the world last evening by taking advantage of what was described as a target of opportunity in Iraq. Just before you go, we know it's curfews in place.
Well, there are lots of doing everything they can.
We're feeling that this will be hopefully a short war.
That's the hope. The government was saying today that they hope it is a short war. Again, they reiterated they do not want to get involved in this war. They want to stay out of this. They've got a lot of American help. Early 90 minutes before the airstrike.
One of the first persons in the world last evening. French President Jacques Chirac, at a televised address in France, saw serious consequences for the future, no matter how long hostilities lasted. Germany said it was dismayed at the start of the U.S.-led military campaign, said it has planned to more than double its troop presence in Kuwait, but insisted it would take no part in military action. Iran called the start of attacks in its western neighbor illegitimate and unjustifiable. And Saudi Arabia said it was deeply concerned and regretted the start of military action. And Turkey criticized the U.S. attack, saying the UN Security Council process on Iraq should have been allowed to continue. As we noted earlier, the Turkish parliament has agreed to overflights by U.S. planes, but there will be no troops. None of those 62,000 they were hoping for moving in from Turkey into northern Iraq, leading the attack from the north.
So here, expected that this is an entirely stressing the fact.
Coalition of the willing, nations who support our deep desire for peace and freedom. Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We are grateful for their determination. We appreciate their vision, and we welcome their support. As well, we discussed the need to make sure we have plans in place to encourage economic vitality and growth. We will continue to push for a Medicare system that is compassionate for our seniors. We care deeply about the fact that some children in our society can't read. We want the best of education for every citizen in America. This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't think he's agreeing to take any more questions or say anything more. That was videotaped from the cabinet meeting, and apparently that's all that was said there. U.S. President George Bush making a few statements after the cabinet meeting. Obviously, Alan Fryer in Washington still sticking with that resolve, that determination, that backbone that he is said to have so much of. He's got calcium, as I believe he uses that phrase himself, doesn't he? But there are times when a president has to have calcium, and he's showing it now.
He does indeed. It was interesting to me, Lloyd, to notice that he was still engaged. He's home, going back to his father, who...
Certainement, je suis très content qu'en raison de ces processus, on a des améliorations des processus militaires au Canada et aux États-Unis afin de réduire la probabilité de telles tragédies à l'avenir concernant un processus judiciaire aux États-Unis.
The report from the friend of ours. So as it comes up to 20 minutes to 5 Eastern Standard Time, about 20 minutes to 12 in Baghdad, we would like to take this opportunity now, having seen that footage of what happened a few hours ago, to take you through the various stages of what has happened on this day, because I would imagine that several of you are tuning in and out as the day moves along, and you're dropping in on our coverage to have a look at it. We're presenting this from a Canadian perspective. We're presenting it with all points of view. We are, as we attempt to go through the day, sourcing our information very carefully, telling you where it's coming from, so that you can be the judge of whether to believe some of it or all of it. But we feel that what we should give you is what we think are the credible pieces of information that are coming our way that could have an effect on this developing story. Now, let's go to our, what we call euphemistically our smart board. It's actually an interactive map, and there on the left is Dan Matheson, CTV's Dan Matheson. Hi, Dan. He's cornered, if he's still there indeed, he's cornered.
But this new world faces a new threat of disorder and chaos, born either of brutal states like Iraq, armed with weapons of mass destruction, or of extreme terrorist groups. Both hate our way of life, our freedom, our democracy. My fear, deeply held, based in part on the intelligence that I see, is that these threats come together and deliver catastrophe to our country and our world. These tyrannical states do not care for the sanctity of human life. The terrorists delight in destroying it. Some say if we act, we become a target. The truth is, all nations are targets. Bali was never in the front line of action against terrorism. America didn't attack Al-Qaeda. They attacked America. Britain has never been a nation to hide at the back. But even if we were, it wouldn't avail us. Should terrorists obtain these weapons, now being manufactured and traded around the world, the carnage they could inflict to our economies, our security, to world peace would be beyond our most vivid imagination. My judgment as Prime Minister is that this threat is real, growing, and of an entirely different nature to any conventional threat to our security that Britain has faced before. For 12 years, the world tried to disarm Saddam after his wars in which hundreds of thousands died. UN weapons inspectors say vast amounts of chemical and biological poisons such as anthrax, VX nerve agent and mustard gas remain unaccounted for in Iraq. So our choice is clear. Back down and leave Saddam hugely strengthened, or proceed to disarm him by force. Retreat might give us a moment of respite, but years of repentance at our weakness would, I believe, follow. It is true Saddam is not the only threat, but it is true also, as we British know, that the best way to deal with future threats peacefully is to deal with present threats with resolve. Removing Saddam will be a blessing to the Iraqi people. 4 million Iraqis are in exile, 60% of the population dependent on food aid, thousands of children die every year through malnutrition and disease, hundreds of thousands have been driven from their homes or murdered. I hope the Iraqi people hear this message. We are with you. Our enemy is not you, but your barbarous rulers. Our commitment to the post-Saddam humanitarian effort will be total. We shall help Iraq move towards democracy and put the money from Iraqi oil in a UN trust fund so that it benefits Iraq and no one else. Neither should Iraq be our only concern. President Bush and I have committed ourselves to peace in the Middle East based on a secure state of Israel and a viable Palestinian state. We will strive to see it done. But these challenges and others that confront us, poverty, the environment, the ravages of disease, require a world of order and stability. Dictators like Saddam, terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, threaten the very existence of such a world. That is why I've asked our troops to go into action tonight. As so often before, on the courage and determination of British men and women serving our country. The fate of many nations rests. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandy Ronaldo, sitting in now for Lloyd Robertson, who has been on the air, for about 4.5 hours now. We've given him a bit of a break. If you are just joining us now, we'd like to restate and bring you up to date on today's developments. We're hearing very little about the movement of U.S. troops and Australian troops and British troops on the ground, but we do have some information we can pass along to you. There are U.S. troops, ground troops in Iraq. An Associated Press reporter with a group of U.S. Marines reports crossing the border from Kuwait into Iraq, past the demilitarized zone into Iraq. The reporter says he saw burning oil wells on his way into Iraq. He also says that the fires were burning furiously and sending up a cloud of black soot. What you're looking at here is a picture of Baghdad at the moment. It's very quiet, although earlier in the day that was not exactly what we were seeing. U.S.-led forces had launched a ground assault, as I mentioned, from Kuwait. But what you're about to see is the attack on Baghdad with cruise missiles earlier in the day. Explosions near government buildings, several were set on fire. There was no confirmation of any direct hits, although there was word that the Ministry of Planning had been hit at an office building that was also used by Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister, was also hit. But let's listen in for a moment so you get a sense of what it was like as the missile started landing. So a little bit more to pass along to you now, some additional information. What we're hearing at the moment from Tony Blair, if you had seen his press conference just a few minutes ago, or rather his comments to the nation. Tonight he said British servicemen and women were engaged from land, air, and sea. Blair saying that he and the U.S. President will strive to secure Israeli and Palestinian peace. He also said, Tony Blair said, that the British mission is to topple Saddam Hussein and disarm Iraq. Now, we want to bring you a little bit of information as to exactly where the U.S. troops are moving. So Dan Matheson is standing by at the Smart Board with Tom Christensen, who is our military expert during this time period. Dan, can you just explain to us now exactly what has been happening today? Start with earlier in the morning. Let's assume for a moment that viewers are just joining us for the first time. So take us through, step by step, what happened this morning.
Well, we'll tell you what we do know. We do have an awful lot of conjecture, Sandy, but we'll start with what we know. Just like yesterday, it was just after sundown, actually, local time. Cruise missiles were launched, Tom, against Baghdad. And we know Baghdad for a fact because, of course, there are Western reporters in Baghdad, and we have cameras there. Launched from essentially three main areas. One is from the Red Sea. The missile frigates are based there, U.S. missile frigates in the Red Sea.
And the other from the Persian Gulf, obviously, because we have many, many ships capable of launching cruise missiles from that area. And finally, aircraft personnel move forward and launch cruise missiles from the periphery of Iraq into Baghdad area.
What we do know today, we did not know this yesterday, about 40 cruise missiles launched last night in the first night of hostilities. Some of those were launched by by British ships in the Persian Gulf. We didn't know that yesterday. Now, there has been a huge buildup, as we've mentioned time and again, right here in the northern part of Kuwait, of the Allied forces, but they have now moved into Iraq. Tom?
Especially British forces and Marines have moved into the Basra area. This is the first attack that crosses the border, and the rest of the forces are waiting. The rest of the forces are very, very important, obviously, because they will probably conduct the main attack that will lead to Baghdad.
Now, what we heard about the 1st Marines is 3 times today they were in and out of their chemical suits before they jumped off because there were missiles being fired at Kuwait City. So missiles were being fired by the Iraqis into Kuwait. So it's not like it's been entirely one way. Missiles did come in, and apparently several got through the Patriot systems and exploded, we are told, in the northern desert and did no particular damage.
Very harmlessly. The Patriot missiles did engage successfully. Two of the missiles that we know of. 2 others probably exploded harmlessly. It's basically a terror weapon. It's an area weapon, not a real concern for maneuver forces.
So just show us on the map now what you expect is going to happen in maybe as early as today.
Well, as early as tonight, we might have the mechanized attack. We've already, as Dan pointed out, had units moving into the Basra area, and we can see.
But for the folks at home, you don't think this is the main attack?
No, it's not the main attack at all. It's basically protecting the flank as other forces would move forward. Those forces would leave the line of departure this evening, perhaps, or tomorrow morning, and move up the Tigris-Euphrates River Valley on their way to Baghdad.
So, Sandy, what was kind of interesting a little earlier today, we were watching pictures of some of these people moving. Tom happened to notice that they were in a beautiful convoy, uniform distance between them. They had their lights on, which said a lot to you.
It says a real lot from a military standpoint. When you're in convoy and you're moving up a road, it means that you're not being attacked. When you are attacked, you would move up and spread out in this way and then attack forward. But instead, they're in convoy. They're going relatively fast, and until they meet resistance, they're going to stay that way.
Okay, we want to take a little closer look now at Baghdad. What we have heard, and we've seen pictures, that the entire, this is, by the way, the business government area of the city. The entire west bank of the Tigris has been basically blanketed in smoke, and that's because missiles have been hitting targets in this part of the city.
Not only in that part of the city, Dan, but also in particular areas, particularly palaces, as we see right here, Republican Guard headquarters, and other major agencies close to the river, very, very highly political targets as well as military targets.
Now, we've been hearing reports of Saddam Palace being attacked. This is one of his big ones, but what it apparently is the case now, sorry about that, I meant to go this direction. There's another one right here in this part of the city. That's the one we now believe has come under assault.
Absolutely. In fact, we see pictures of it probably burning right now. In addition to the palace itself, it's very, very important. The command bunker is just to the rear of that palace. Obviously, the intelligence corps of the Iraqi army might be very deeply embedded in there, but doesn't mean that smart bomb couldn't.
Started earlier this morning. I don't know what the specific strategic reason was for the timing of the decision, because the troops are not necessarily that close to Baghdad. They would have another couple of days before they hit the outskirts of the city, but there are the burning ditches. Mahid, when you're seeing that, you're an Iraqi, you're now living in Canada, of course, you're a student. What's your immediate thought of what's going on in your country and around your city?
Well, the immediate feeling that we have our people in Iraq, and hopefully this is not, there's no need, as experts has said, there's no need of any conflict of any civilian casualties in Iraq, because of any success of any operations, it all depends on the civilian casualties. This could go real bad, and our prayers and our hearts goes with our people over there. They are experiencing kids and women, old men. They've been experiencing a hardship under the regime of Saddam, and they don't need any bombs falling on their head and destructions of that mannequin.
As we're watching the pictures, we're seeing some bomb damage from earlier this morning in Baghdad, the first daylight bombings by coalition troops. These again were government buildings in the western part of the city, and also we noted when they were moving into southern Iraq yesterday there were some celebrations by Iraqis. There were some welcoming celebrations saying thank you. In fact, we could hear people saying thank you for coming. So let me ask you, Mahid, how you think the coalition forces are behaving themselves up to this point? Are they giving the Iraqi people who have suffered for so long under Saddam Hussein and suffered under sanctions over the last 12 years, are they giving them due respect from what you can see?
I think so far so good, as if there's any phrase we could put it. So far there's not much of casualties, even though like we have heard even from the Minister of Information, the Iraqi minister, 200 injured. It may not be even any casualties as far as the death is concerned. So far I think they're holding. It looks like they're working. All what we are trying to see as far as the Iraqis, go to the head of the Iraqi regime. Do not engage of any civilians. Try to avoid any carpet bombing. Try to avoid to even buildings, or even government buildings, which a lot of people put it. They are empty buildings. There's no need of any bombs or such palaces in this, because this could be also shown in the days after what Saddam was living and what he's been doing in the Iraqi wealth. So any of destructions of the Iraqi infrastructure is not acceptable by the Iraqis. It's to the regime which is being inflicted heavy casualties on the Iraqi people. So the Iraqi people are willing to see the regime himself and their inner circles, not the Iraqi infrastructure.
We noted that it was the Iraqi Information Ministry, by the way, that put out those figures of 3 dead, 207 injured. So the Iraqi Information Ministry is still functioning. And it's interesting that they would present those casualties, the bare bones facts, with the low numbers, because usually for propaganda purposes, you would want to be expanding those numbers. Not the case. They seem to be giving out the facts as they are. What's your hope now for the next couple of days and the way this is going to unfold? And can Iraqis put together a democratic government of the kind you'd like to see?
I'm sure our hope is going to be short. We want to see the fall of the regime as quick as possible. The Iraqis are capable of putting a democratic and civilized and civilian government which could rule. This is the dream, actually. People are dying to see the final days of such dictatorship in Iraq. Iraqis do not deserve this. Iraqis are well educated, well established. They are the face of the civilizations. The Iraqis are really willing to see, and they are capable of putting a government which could rule, and they should not be treated as anything beyond a society which could form a democratic government in the future and rebuild Iraq.
So I hope I'm not leaping to conclusions in saying that it's safe to characterize your opinion based on your remarks. So far in the campaign, so far so good?
We could say that so far so good, if there's any good in the war.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mahid Jabeem, who is the president of the Islamic Union of Iraqi Students here in Canada. Earlier this morning, George W. Bush presented his weekly radio address. Now, this is a format that he follows every Saturday morning. These are taped, probably on a Friday night, and this is what he had to say to the American people through radio earlier today.
American and coalition forces have begun a concerted campaign against the regime of Saddam Hussein. In this war, our coalition is broad, more than 40 countries from across the globe. Our cause is just, the security of the nations we serve and the peace of the world. And our mission is clear, to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, to end Saddam Hussein's support for terrorism, and to free the Iraqi people. The future of peace and the hopes of the Iraqi people now depend on our fighting forces in the Middle East. They are conducting themselves in the highest traditions of the American military. They are doing their job with skill and bravery, and with the finest of allies beside them. At every stage of this conflict, the world will see both the power of our military and the honorable and decent spirit of the men and women who serve in this conflict. American and coalition forces face enemies who have no regard for the conventions of war or rules of morality. Iraqi officials have placed troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for the dictator's army. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. Yet whatever is required of us, we will carry out all the duties we have accepted. Across America this weekend, the families of our military are praying that our men and women will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with them for the safety of their loved ones and for the protection of all the innocent. Our entire nation appreciates the sacrifices made by military families, and many citizens who live near military families are showing their support in practical ways, such as by helping with child care or home repairs. All families with loved ones serving in this war can know this. Our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation entered this conflict reluctantly, yet with a clear and firm purpose. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. This will not be a campaign of half measures. It is a fight for the security of our nation and the peace of the world, and we will accept no outcome but victory. Thank you for listening.
A fairly general statement by George Bush, the kind of thing we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks as he talks to the American people about the conflict in Iraq. CTV Washington Bureau Chief Alan Fryer is there. Alan, I just wanted to ask you about one thing here in terms of the strategy of all of this, because in talking between ourselves over the last several weeks, we've talked about the necessity for the Americans to have this over with quickly. Well, if they are going in a very strategic way as they're moving now, this could drag on a bit as they move in, see what the Iraqi reaction is to a specific action, and then move back out again. Is there a danger that this might drag on long beyond the time that George Bush might have hoped?
There always is that danger in warfare. It's a very unpredictable exercise, as you know, Lloyd. And that is one of two themes that we're hearing from the president and other members of his administration on really on a regular basis now, that this could be longer and a lot.
You can see this huge cloud of black smoke coming up. It's just continuously coming, so I have to assume this is probably the oil. There's also smoke coming from the other direction, the opposite direction. There seems to be smoke rising from many different directions all around me. And it's hard to know which ones were created by bombs and which ones were created by oil that might have been lit on fire.
You've been talking to the Iraqi people. How would you assess the mood in Baghdad among the average citizens?
Well, it ranges. Some people are not that scared because they're pretty used to bombings by the U.S. They've experienced them in 91 and in 93 and also in 98. And also before that, if they're of a certain age, they remember very well the Iran-Iraq War. So they're a little bit used to war, or so they claim. A lot of people admit that they're terrified. It sort of depends on the personality of the person. Some people have a kind of a certain amount of pride that doesn't enable them to say that they're scared if they are. I've noticed that a lot. A lot of people saying, we're not afraid, we're Iraqis. Iraqis are never afraid. The other mood that's kind of going on is speculation. People are really wondering what's going to happen. Nobody here knows. One of the things that people are talking about is that they think the U.S. will probably prevail, but nobody knows what's going to happen before that. And that's what people are really talking about.
What are you hearing on that score? Is it possible for you to pick up any information, any details about movements in the Iraqi leadership at the top? Is Saddam Hussein still around? Have there been any attempts at coups? Anything at all coming out? Any Anything we could peg?
No, there aren't any rumors like that going around, and the Iraqi leadership is far too intelligent to let anyone have any idea where they are. I don't think they were even in any of these buildings that were bombed. They wouldn't be stupid enough to stay in them while they were knowing that they were targets. We have seen a steady parade of Iraqi officials, which leads me to believe that they're not in total disarray, as is being reported by some U.S. officials. I mean, we've seen the culture minister, the interior minister, the minister of health, the minister of defense, the minister of foreign affairs. They come on a regular basis to see the journalists and brief us about what's going on. So it seems to me that they've got some kind of parallel infrastructure and things somewhat under control, or at least that's how it appears.
Marianne, can you tell me whether or not you feel from your position that this pinpoint bombing that the Americans say they're attempting is working from what you can see? Are they hitting empty that are part of the infrastructure of Saddam Hussein's regime?
Well, I can tell you that I saw a lot of civilian casualties in the hospital today. I can also say that the buildings that I have seen destroyed were definitely pinpointedly bombed, because when you look at them, they look like they were imploded from the inside, as if the bomb fell right straight down the very center of the building, leaving the shell intact. So I would say that on the one hand, the bombing does look very accurate. On the other hand, there's a lot of civilians who live in pockets all around these various buildings here, and some of them have gotten hurt. Some of them as a result of the missiles, some of them as a result of anti-aircraft fire coming back down, shrapnel from that.
You said you were in the hospitals and you saw some of these Iraqi wounded. We have a figure, which in fact comes from the Iraqi Information Ministry, of 207 people injured. Would you say that's a small number from what you've seen, or is that roughly accurate?
Well, I only went to one hospital. I went to Yarmouk Teaching Hospital, which is one of the best hospitals in Baghdad. I saw about 50 people in that hospital, and I would judge that at least half of them were definitely civilians. They were women, children, and very elderly people. So the other half were men, so I can't really know. But they certainly looked like civilians. And I asked some people what jobs they did, and one of them worked in a Sufi mosque, and another one was a day laborer. So in terms of the men, it's a matter of whether you believe what they said. I think they were civilians, though.
Mei Ying, from what you've been seeing of the mood of the people of Baghdad, you're indicating that they're kind of anxious about the period coming up to the conclusion of this event and wondering what the Iraqi leadership may do. What about Iraqis fighting in the streets? Do you think that is going to happen? Given what you've heard over the last several days, getting out there and fighting the American troops and the U.S.-led coalition when they come in, or will they be welcomed?
Well, it's interesting because I've had so many conversations with people, and I hear both that people want to get rid of this regime and that they would even accept an American occupation to achieve that. And I've heard people say, I don't like this government, but I will never let these American soldiers come and take my country. The idea of Americans coming in here, invading, planting the flag, having an occupation infuriates them. It's completely incomprehensible and unacceptable to them. They're ready to fight as a form of patriotism, not loyalty to any one person. And then I've met people who have declared to me their undying love for the president and said that they will fight for him. And so I've heard a lot of different things here. And I would say that the most common thing that I've heard in my private conversations, where they felt safe and I felt safe that nobody was listening to what was being said, the majority said that they wanted to fight because they wanted to fight for their country. They weren't fans of this government. And one of them even added, I might not fight that hard. I might just fight a little bit.
Ah, interesting. Very interesting point. Now, we are hearing news of journalists in trouble in Iraq. We know that one journalist has been killed. How are you managing to operate there?
Well, basically, I'm just trying to stay out of the way of anything falling out of the sky. To be really honest, I'm completely vulnerable. There's no way that you can protect yourself from a massive bombing. If something is going to go off target and hit you, there's no defense against that.
And you're going to hang in there, are you?
Yeah.
Well, Mei Ying, we thank you very much for taking a few minutes to talk to us. It's been very interesting, very informative, and we hope that perhaps as the days unfold, you can chat with us again, and for goodness sakes, take care.
Thanks a lot.
Mei Ying from Baghdad, Iraq. Interesting conversation, some interesting points with her. Now, Harlan Ullman is with me. He is the author of Shock and Awe. And yesterday, we thought we saw shock and awe. Some people felt that it wasn't really the full blast of shock and awe. So he's in our Washington studio. Let me ask you, Mr. Ullman, was what we saw yesterday the kind of shock and awe you were talking about? These thunderous volleys, massive explosions, all taking place at the same time that would turn the Baghdad skyline to fire.
Well, I think that's very nice prose, but actually rapid dominance and shock and awe are really designed to get the enemy to quit as quickly as possible. And I think all three levels of attacks that we've seen are part of the notion of shock and awe. First, the attack to decapitate Saddam Hussein and his leadership in plain English, meaning kill him, was probably very successful. If you kill the emperor, then the empire is up for grabs. And so that's a very, very classic case of precise shock and awe. Second, the pause or the restraint in the attacks the day before gave the Iraqi military a chance to ponder what is going to happen if the Americans and the British let loose this doctrine of shock and awe. And yes, yesterday, I think you saw the campaign being leveled at a very, very high degree of intensity. Now, one of the things that we're not seeing, because we get views from Baghdad, which are very interesting, with some of the embedded journalists in the Army and Marine units heading north. But I think throughout all of Iraq, as General Franks noted today, the width and breadth, we're seeing large numbers of ground and air attacks. Shock and awe is just not from the air, it's from the ground, it's from the sea, it's from in the air. And it also includes electronic warfare, psychological warfare, all sorts of power, psychological as well as military, that are thrust upon the Iraqis across the country to disarm them, to collapse their military and political structures and ability to function as either a coherent force or as a political leadership. And so we're seeing that right now. Now,
but at
one of the things
level,
I would say...
Excuse me, but at what level do you think that's being employed right now? Because a lot of people
Very
feel
intense level.
Very intense level, but not the highest
Very
level.
intense level. Well, who knows? But I think that the term shock and awe is really going to prove to be an unfortunate one. I think the British have a better idea when they talk about effects-based operations. I mean, we are two nations divided by a common language, and effects-based operation and shock and awe are the same thing. But clearly, opponents of the war will believe that shock and awe is trying to do massive damage, destroy Baghdad, kill lots of civilians. And the fact of the matter is, for political and moral imperatives, the object is to win this war as rapidly, as decisively, and inexpensively as possible. That is to say, the more casualties that mount, the longer it takes to win, the more the political endgame is going to be made difficult for the administration, given the opposition. And certainly if we hurt and kill a lot of Iraqi citizens and destroy a lot of their infrastructure, winning the peace, rebuilding the country is going to be made increasingly difficult. We do not want to alienate the Iraqi public. So this war is being fought fundamentally differently than any other war we have fought. First, from the American perspective, there was no Pearl Harbor, no Nazi attack into Poland to generate the provocation for a war. Second, the intent is not to destroy the Iraqi army as it was in Desert Storm in 1991. The intent is to disarm and depose Saddam Hussein. We would prefer not to fight the Iraqi army. We would hope it surrendered. We just hope that it would throw down its arms. We hope that it wouldn't fight. That's secondary. And thirdly, a combination of technology in which we have extraordinarily precise weapons which we can employ on the ground and from the air simultaneously against thousands of targets, but with great precision. Your reporter from Baghdad made that point when she talked about a bomb that went inside a building and blew up, destroying the building on the inside, but doing very little damage on the outside. Most importantly, well, let me make this final point.
Yes.
Most importantly, when you get to the effects-based operations, the philosophy here is far different. Every single target we're attacking to do the maximum impact with the minimum damage. And I guarantee you that virtually all the targets we're striking by cruise missiles and bombs have probably been vetted by lawyers to make sure that we are not violating international law, as strange as that may sound, and that we're examining the damage and collateral things that could be done. And so in some cases, if the collateral damage is too great, I'm sure we're not going to drop a weapon on that target. These are fundamentally different ways of waging war from the past.
Fascinating. Now, you may have heard the journalist I talked to just before I introduced you,
Right.
Mr. Ullman, and she was saying, and this is how she characterizes the mood of the Iraqi people. She says that they want to fight for their country. They believe in their country. They're not crazy about this leadership. That seems to be the mood in general. And she even quoted one person who said, well, I might fight a little bit, but not too much, because I'm a proud Iraqi. Now, how are you dealing at the psychological level with that attitude of proud nationalism? They want Iraqis to run the country. They want to maintain control, presumably after this battle is over. How are you dealing with that?
Well, several ways. First, if we can collapse the political and military structure, the ability to function, and the government surrenders, I think the Iraqi people will surrender. And we're doing that, obviously, through the use of force. We're doing it through psychological operations, pamphlets, beaming, radio and television broadcast, I'm sure, and other means. Now, let me make a point here. If victory is not achieved swiftly, if it turns out that there is going to be resistance on the part of the population and the army in Baghdad, the issue of shock and awe will not work. And we have to accept that this is an alternative. The expectation is this is the best way to win a rapid victory at minimum cost, but it may not work. And if that's the case, we have the horrific proposition of looking at Baghdad either in terms of launching an attack to seize it, which is going to cause lots of casualties, no doubt, or surrounding it, imposing a siege until it surrenders, which, as you saw from the earlier clips in that hospital, is going to give 24/7 worldwide coverage on television of Iraqi women, children, suffering under the privations of a blockade. So none of those is a good alternative. That's why we hope the Iraqi government will collapse relatively quickly and there will not be a fight around Baghdad.
Are you in any way encouraged by what you're seeing on that front so far?
I right now am neutral. I mean, I think there's euphoria in the United States. We see this as a stunningly quick, almost certain victory. But having experienced war in Vietnam, obviously much different, let's wait and see how this plays out. No doubt the coalition forces are extraordinarily well-trained, well-led. They have extraordinary equipment. The military gap is probably 10 times larger today between Iraq and the coalition forces than it was in 1991. But in war, even simple things go bad, and when they go bad, they can go very bad. Saddam is supposed to have weapons of mass destruction. The Pentagon thinks he does and thinks he'll use them. Fortunately, we haven't seen that yet, and there could be resistance around Baghdad. If it's stiff and we get into a bloody fight, that will be extraordinarily unfortunate because it's not the war. We will prevail in the war, whether it's in days, weeks, or months, and it may be over in a very short time. It's the peace that counts. And the more damage we do to the Iraqi people, the more damage we do to America's image abroad, the more difficult it will be, in my judgment, to make sure that's a safe and lasting peace that endures for decades, if not longer.
You're giving very thorough answers, and we appreciate that. I just want to ask our producer if I have time for one more for you, and you can answer it briefly, and then I have to move elsewhere. Very quickly, let me ask you this then. How have you considered response from international terrorism to what's going on in Iraq? How are you protecting Americans from that?
Well, we have Homeland Security. Quite frankly, in Washington, let me answer it this way. We're not prepared yet. tobacco farmer from North Carolina drove his tractor into the reflection pool in the mall in Washington and held up traffic, disrupted the city for 2 days. That was a guy with a tractor. I mean, terrorists have means and access, and we are not ready yet for big events, and there will be big events, I fear.
Thank you very much. Harlan Ullman, author of Shock and Awe. We hope to be able to talk to you again. Thank you, sir, from our Washington Bureau. Now, Atif Kabursi is with us. He is a professor of economics at McMaster University in Hamilton. He also has traveled widely in the Middle East on UN projects, and he's been to places like Iraq, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, all through the territory. He's a regular on our coverage. Delighted to have you with us, sir. All right, let's have your assessment of what's going on the last day or so here, because we had daylight bombing in Baghdad yesterday, that is Saturday, Baghdad time. So how do you think things are going so far from that side?
Well, I think the logic here is escalation. As you heard, your previous speaker is talking about the shock and awe. It doesn't seem to have worked as planned. Yes, probably they have hit with some precision places, but doesn't seem to have literally unraveled and shaken the resolve and resilience of the Iraqi people, and this for obvious reasons. First, these Iraqis have no other place to go, but they also basically and fundamentally resilient to these types of bombing. They have been exposed to it in 3 wars. With Iran in 1979, 81, and then all through the 80s, and then 1991, and today.
Atif, I think the key question, if I may say so, from what you're talking about, the key question to ask at this stage is whether or not the people of Iraq are going to go in the streets and really fight for this regime, and whether Arabs from other countries will try to get in there and arm themselves against the American-led forces. What's your view on that?
Well, there is no question the major decisive battle is going to be in Baghdad, and this will totally depend on whether the people would fight or not. There is no question about it. At the moment, one can't really answer this until we really come to that bridge and to cross it. But from all indications, and as you can see with the stiff resistance, even in places that would have been easy targets like al-Qasr or Basra or Nasiriyah, it seems that the Iraqi people are putting resistance there. Not, as you might have heard too, because of their love for Mr. Hussein. It seems that these people have felt that this is an invasion and that they're literally protecting their country.
Thank you very much, Atif. We'll be talking to you later. Atif Kabursi. Now, Lou McKenzie is with us, and he's a regular on our Target Iraq coverage. We're coming to the point where we're going to go off the air for a bit because we've been waiting for these explosions out of Baghdad, and we're not hearing them today. So what do you think the strategy being employed at this hour is, Lou?
Lloyd, if I was sitting in Tommy Frank's headquarters and watching the film from Baghdad yesterday, the previous evening, I'd probably be giving serious consideration of laying off Baghdad, quite frankly, going back in and hitting empty buildings. And I know it's all very symbolic and there are bunkers underneath there, probably not occupied. But nevertheless, I think that it's very counterproductive from a worldwide sort of geopolitical point of view, polarizing the groups against the war. And that's an important factor, whether the general likes to admit it or not. So you know, it's a mug's game predicting, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of flash and bang. I hope we're not tonight over Baghdad. From a military point of view, it doesn't achieve very much. On the other side, from a political point of view, it can be counterproductive. I'd much rather see those munitions used against what the American soldiers affectionately call speed bumps. In other words, people who are going to resist their approach towards Baghdad from all directions now.
Thank you very much, Lou. Thank you. We have just enough time to go to Tom Clark, who was in southern Iraq yesterday. He's back in Kuwait this morning. Tom, tell us what you saw.
Well, Lloyd, at the moment we're about 2 kilometers away from the Iraqi border. We were into Iraq a few hours ago. This is the main staging area. There have been columns and columns of supply vehicles and troops heading across the Iraqi border at this point. Just behind me, about an hour ago, there was a massive explosion. It appears to be an oil well that's burning, and the overhead, there's just a constant drone of helicopters, and another explosion a few minutes ago just to the left of me. And this is an area where we were told that on the Iraqi side in Safwan that it is not yet secure. It was taken yesterday, only yesterday, so 12 hours ago. So we have come back across the Iraqi border into Kuwait for the night.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. It would seem then that, as Atif Kabursi pointed out, there is some resistance in that area, in the southeastern part of Iraq, and around there, sporadic groups of Iraqis still fighting. But of course, many have given up. 8,000 troops have given up. So we were on the air waiting for some pictures from Baghdad, which we didn't see this morning, but we will be here when the occasion demands, at your service, as it were, to bring you all the latest developments on this war. CTV Newsnet will continue to cover, and we'd like to remind you that we have an interactive site, ctv.ca, where you can continue to send in your questions for our experts, and we will be asking those experts those questions, and you'll be able to participate in that in our next go-around. So please, stay right here at this station, and we will keep you posted on all the late-breaking developments in the Iraq conflict. I'm Lloyd Robertson for CTV News. Goodbye for now.
And British forces have relied heavily on their friendships in the region to mount their campaign in Iraq. Kuwait and Qatar have provided vital staging areas. Other countries such as Turkey and Jordan are walking a fine political line. Turkey refused to allow U.S. planes to use their airfields, and today Turkey denied its troops had crossed into northern Iraq. The war is extremely unpopular in Jordan, yet it looks like the king has found a way to help the coalition without appearing to support them. CTV's Ellen Pinchuk is in Jordan. Ellen?
Hello, Sandy. Reports persisting that U.S. and British paratroopers will be using Jordanian airspace to mount an attack on northern Iraq, instead of using Turkish airspace, as had been previously planned. Now, the Jordanian government has gone out of its way to deny that it is helping in any way the U.S. or Britain in its war on Iraq, because this is a very unpopular subject with the Jordanian people. They are tremendously against this war. There have been massive protests in the streets here. The king has actually had to go on television to calm the people down. And he has been reiterating that there is going to be no participation, no assistance given to the U.S. and the British. On another front, the Jordanians are awaiting the arrival of Iraqi refugees. So far, the tents are up, the food is ready, but there are no refugees to be had. For some reason, the Iraqis just aren't crossing over the border, and aid workers don't exactly know why. Could be that they're afraid to move from where they are. Could be that the trip is simply too expensive for most Iraqis to make it here. But Jordanian authorities are saying that when the refugees show up, if they do, they are ready to accept them here. Now back to you, Sandy.
Thank you, Ellen. CTV's Ellen Pinchuk in Jordan. So bombs are dropped on Baghdad. U.S. forces say they defeated Iraqi forces on the outskirts of Basra. To put the strategy in perspective, we go once again to our interactive smart board, manned tonight by Major General Lewis Mackenzie, retired, and CTV's Dan Matheson. General, I want to put this question to you first. Reports tonight that the coalition troops are halfway to Baghdad. Put that in a Canadian perspective for us.
Well, Kuwait to Baghdad, Sandy, is Montreal to Toronto, so they're halfway on a good highway. It'd be about 2.5 hours. The general's going to show us just exactly where these forces are right now.
That's right. Well, there's still some fighting going on around the port, and they're cordoning off Basra, but there's been some significant successes in crossing the Euphrates River about here at Nasiriyah, and they'll be carrying on. And there's also the United States Marines and American Marines that are carrying on towards Baghdad on this side. They're about halfway between Toronto and Montreal, halfway to Baghdad.
So let's take a little closer look at it. Well, we've got to put that pin down. A little closer look then at what we're looking at. This is the Euphrates River here, and it presents rather something of a problem. You've got to cross it. You've got to get all that armor across it. So what are the choices?
Well, and they did. They crossed down here in this area, and they'll be swinging and following along a fairly significant route up towards Baghdad. There's also a good route up here on the north side of the Tigris River, and another route here. So they got lots of choices, not to mention the possibility of coming in from the west. So we're getting fairly close. Within a couple of days, as minimum, we should see, you know, the low-rise buildings of Baghdad.
Now, what's been happening today is there's been a lot of bombing around Baghdad, but not much right in the city itself. What's happening there?
Well, I would imagine that the defenses around Baghdad, the circular defenses which everyone's talking about, are being hammered. And I would like to suggest that that's not a bad idea because it's outside the television cameras in downtown Baghdad. Let's lay off the center of Baghdad.
And apparently the Iraqis have surrounded the city with trenches, filled it with crude oil, and fired them up.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the logic of that. They might think that it confuses some of the precision weapons coming into Baghdad, but most of that stuff is guided by satellite, so it's not going to affect it.
Sandy, that's it for now.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. As coalition forces move deeper into Iraq, they are meeting civilians desperate for medical attention and food. Earlier today, CTV's Tom Clark accompanied troops entering the town of Safwan in southern Iraq. Tom, what can you tell us about your journey?
Sandy, this is the Iraq-Kuwaiti border, and it has taken us most of the day to get here, traveling through numerous military checkpoints in this restricted area. And what we have seen along the way is incredible, and it's what you're seeing behind us now. Just almost endless columns of troop carriers, of supply vehicles, of tanks, virtually anything that you can imagine, just pouring up this road and over into Iraq. We can see a number of oil fields on fire, the smoke of the oil fields filling the air around us. Now, a few minutes ago, we went over the border into the town on the other side, into Iraq, and what we saw there was incredible. Canada!
It's the Kuwaiti!
There was chaos. Children were surrounding us, begging us for food, for water, for anything that we had. There was no hostility. They were very friendly. But at the time that we were talking to them, one of their number jumped on a car and stole a jerry can of gas. These people are extremely desperate.
My children is hungry. My old man hungry. My women hungry. Where is no matching, no water, no food.
There appears to be no order in the town. The coalition forces have moved through, and it is, as I said, quite chaotic in the town. We have not seen any other humanitarian aid coming from independent sources into this part of Iraq yet. It is still very much a battle zone here. The area around Safwan, where we were, is still considered to be extremely dangerous, and so we have moved about 1 kilometer back from the Iraqi border, which is where we are tonight. Sandy?
Tom, along the way, did you witness any Iraqi defections, Iraqi soldiers welcoming the Americans with open arms?
No, we didn't see any Iraqi soldiers, Sandy. We did see, of course, a lot of village people who seemed to be welcoming the troops. They were waving at them, but mainly what they were interested in was finding out if anybody could give them any food or any sort of treats. We have heard reports, however, of just up the road of a number of surrenders and defectors, but it is an extremely dangerous area even tonight.
Okay, Tom. CTV's Tom Clark in southern Iraq. The inevitable casualties of war are mounting. According to Al Jazeera television, the bombing around Basra has killed 50 people. Of the coalition troops, British forces have suffered the worst losses, almost all of the deaths occurring in accidents and not from hostile fire. 3 members of a television crew are missing. Their vehicles coming under fire in northern Iraq. A cameraman traveling with the group was injured. CTV's Jed Kahane is in London with the public reaction to the mounting misfortune. Jed?
Sandy, the war may be just a few days old, but already the British are paying a heavy price. In the heat of battle, there is little time to mourn. British forces soldier on, even if 14 of their own are now dead. The latest in the accidental mid-air crash of 2 Sea King helicopters near the aircraft carrier Ark Royal. 6 British Marines were on board. The defense minister offered condolences, but warned these casualties may not be the last.
A search and rescue mission has been mounted, but as yet no survivors have been found.
In this nation gripped by coverage of the war, news now that British journalists have been attacked.
This, until a few hours ago, was an Iraqi frontline stronghold.
This was Terry Lloyd's last report from southern Iraq. He was covering the war for the ITV network, traveling with a crew of 3. They were driving alone without army escort when they were approached by a group of Iraqi soldiers.
They overtook us and they were doing signs saying thumbs up that way, and it looked like me they wanted to give themselves up.
Instead, they opened fire.
I had to duck down straight away. Windows were exploding. Everything exploded inside the car.
With British and Iraqi casualties mounting, Londoners converged on Hyde Park, hundreds of thousands demanding an end to what they call an illegal war. But tonight, a new poll suggests support for Tony Blair and the war is actually growing, now at 60%, a huge jump compared with just a few days ago. News that will likely only strengthen Blair's resolve to stay the course. Sandy?
Thank you, Jed. CTV's Jed Kahane in London tonight. Militarily, the war in Iraq appears unstoppable, but that hasn't dampened the resolve of peace demonstrators around the world. Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets today calling for an end to the war. In New York City, a huge protest of nearly 100,000 people turned ugly when police tried to keep demonstrators away from the federal courthouse. Greenpeace unfurled a banner in Rome's central Venezia Roman Square condemning Italy's endorsement of the war. The banner showed a picture of Italy's prime minister wearing a battle helmet. In Gaza City, a crowd of 10,000 angry demonstrators chanted their support for Saddam Hussein. The protest was the third in as many days. Canadian streets also filled with the angry voices of protesters today. From Vancouver to St. John's, thousands of people turned out to express their anger specifically at U.S. President George Bush and his decision to invade Iraq. CTV's Rosemary Thompson reports.
This isn't a flag burning in the Middle East. This is Ottawa on day 4 of the war.
The people united will never be defeated.
Outside the U.S. Embassy, there were arrests and anger from people who say they admire Americans but don't admire George Bush's war against Iraq. Paint the color of blood was splattered on the U.S. Embassy. Too many lives are being lost, some say, for oil.
I also think it's about revenge. I mean, just finishing off what his father didn't do.
What do we want?
Peace activists may be losing their voices, but not their determination.
It's a saying now that there are two superpowers. One is the United States, and the other one are the people in the street.
They drew question marks on the Prime Minister's office because there's confusion over Canada's position. The Prime Minister says we won't fight, but he won't pull the remaining troops out of the region.
And more than that, we want the troops home.
There were big rallies in Toronto and Vancouver.
Peace on the world.
Systems for the regime.
Yeah, Lisa, I would add to that. I think you're absolutely right, and that is an encouraging sign if the distant early warning is being eroded. But the fact is, if the alarms are going off, that means the aircraft are coming in fairly close, even with standoff weapons to Baghdad. But we're not seeing, and I hope that continues, any bombing of Baghdad itself. So the deduction from that is, as we said yesterday on CTV, they're going to start dusting up the Republican Guard positions, the covered wagon defense, a series of covered wagon defenses around Baghdad. And the Iraqis have a habit of putting their tanks and their armored vehicles in dug-in positions, which makes them magnets for bombs, Allied bombs. So not a very smart thing to do, but they don't have a lot of options if they are going to defend the approaches to Baghdad. So I would imagine all those factors combined means that a lot of those bombs that are going to be coming in over the hours of darkness, we might see some flashes on the horizon, but they're in the area around Baghdad.
Thank you, Lou. I want to bring in Tom Christensen now, who is at the Target Iraq Smart Board. Tom, perhaps you could give us a sense of what this may do to the strategy, how this may affect the strategy. When I say that, I'm talking specifically about these prisoners of war that have been taken in the Nasiriyah region.
As horrible as it is, it won't affect the strategy one bit, quite frankly. The columns will continue to move. I think General McKenzie hit the nail right on the head when he said that if anything, it'll just fire up the troops and they'll become more motivated, perhaps more vigilant. And I think it was a great point that in these divisions, they're internal organs that are moving with the divisions. They're not far behind. And so the point of the spear is still moving. The point of the spear isn't going to stop for 10 casualties. As horrible as that is, it's not going to stop the advance.
It continue forward. So this isn't a matter of I guess, negligence. I mean, you have spoken often over these past 2-3 days of the persistence of the 3rd Infantry as they make their way from Kuwait to Baghdad, almost uninhibited. You're saying that this is merely a bump in the road.
This is exactly a bump in the road. The big fight, the event that people should look forward to as far as trying to understand what's going to happen in this war and how long it will last is when those forces, when the 3rd Mechanized Division actually hits the Republican Guard Division like the Medina Division, or when the 1st Marine Division heading north now hits the Baghdad Division. And so those are the events that will really tell us something.
Okay, Lou, I want to get your reaction to this. I mean, you know, before with these these 11 POWs, this is a nightmare for them. It has to be. I mean, even though I know you've said that you go into a war knowing what you're getting into, and this sort of thing happens, it's absolutely part of it. Psychologically, you can never really prepare yourself for this sort of thing.
Well, you are prepared for it. Whether you're prepared good enough is, depending on each individual, is an open question. But in fact, that's part of their training, very much part of their training. And while it comes as a horrible shock and surprise, and I'm sure they're saying, why me, why me? Mm-hmm. The fact is, it does happen. It's a tiny number, not for the people involved, trust me, and not for their relatives and not for their parents. Don't think I'm being cavalier about this, but it is a very, very tiny little event in an operation involving, if you count everybody in the States waiting to come over, et cetera, 300,000 people. So yeah, it's really tough on them. It'll test their mental toughness. Hopefully they will try and isolate them and separate them undoubtedly, but as long as they're together with a couple of their buddies, it'll help a bit. I would hope that some of their colleagues haven't been executed, as some networks have sort of hinted at. Mm-hmm. The fact is, if there's an ambush and it's effective ambush, people get killed. And this is a trophy, inverted commas, for the Iraqi propaganda machine, so naturally they're going to want to display them, much as happened with the North Vietnamese displaying American pilots in the Vietnam War. It's a nasty situation, but I'd be disappointed if the North American media became consumed by it and didn't switch over to the operations of the other 150,000 that are working their way towards Baghdad from the south, the west, and the north.
Mm-hmm. Lou, perhaps you could also give us a sense. I mean, this was a maintenance division, as we're reporting.
Company.
A maintenance company. Do maintenance companies, what sort of training do they receive, field training? As I understand it, these are engineers, etc. I don't know if they're necessarily, are they trained to be combatants, or are they trained to the same degree as infantrymen?
Yeah, I'm delighted you asked that question, because it's almost as if there's second and third class citizens within the military. Military is a team. There's some linemen, there's some quarterbacks, there are some defensive folks. These people are absolutely essential. My father just rolled over in his grave because he was a combat engineer. The fact is, they are integrated in the combat team. It's just not grunts, infanteers, and tankers like Tom, and artillery people like General Franks up there at the front end. There are integrated mechanical teams, sort of mobile repair teams that keep these tanks going and recover them. There are engineers that are denying the enemy mobility and enhancing our own forces' mobility, and they're part of the team. Mm-hmm. When the war is over and these guys all go off in a corner somewhere to get hammered, to get rid of the stress and discuss what happened, mm-hmm. that whole team will be there. It just won't be the airborne guys or the tanker guys. They're a team, and they do receive basic training and advanced training, escape and evasion, how to deal with capture, and not as 24 hours a day, 7 days a week like an infanteer or a tanker would, but they get it. And not only that, they're exposed to the other people who have received even more training. So I would imagine it depends on the inner strength of the individual, but they're looking well within themselves now. They're scared. I'd be scared to death in their position, no doubt about it, but bravery's acting. We all get scared. It's a matter of how well you can control it. Some of them will control it very well. Others will have a more difficult time.
General Lou Mackenzie. Lisa, just to let you know, we continue to show the picture of Baghdad, a live shot of Baghdad, where we understand more explosions are being heard, and anti-aircraft fire can be seen crossing the night sky.
Well, that troop that was heading out of the video of Nasiriyah, they were trying to open a route to Baghdad, obviously, from various fronts. And I want to ask Tom Christensen a question, if I can. We're seeing some what appear to be last-minute changes out of the military planners here. Airstrikes at the last minute were brought in. We have pictures now of the soldiers. This is the Al Jazeera video. Very difficult to watch. Sorry, Tom Christensen. I know for everybody, these are very difficult to watch. We'll listen in.
You're seeing, we got it. We didn't know what was on it when we received it. But they are claiming, and tell me, how many do we say? They are saying that 5 Americans have been captured, and that one of them, I believe, is a woman. Have they made clear that these are military people? Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld.
We seem to...
Okay, so there you have it. There is the latest. That is the video that we've been talking about, and there are other interviews that I'm sure we'll be able to see. But Tom Christensen, I was going to talk to you about some of these changes. You know, exactly what happened is what seems to be surprising them, although General Tommy Franks and Donald Rumsfeld have all said we expected some resistance. Why is everybody surprised at the resistance we're seeing? But the intensity in Qasr, for example, and Basra being forced to bring in airstrikes when they thought ground troops would do the job. What are your thoughts on that, what appear to be changes to the plan?
Well, I'm not so sure there are changes to the plan, quite frankly, Lisa. I think it might appear that way to many people that are outside observers. I think that General McKenzie hit the nail right on the head when he talked about what we see in this modern age and what's really happening. I think that the American claim that they took the city should be qualified, because you might take the city from a military sense, but you still have to go in and clear individual houses. And one person with an AK-47 can do an unbelievable and horrible amount of damage. And so it would appear that those areas haven't been necessarily cleared. And likewise, a counterattack that unfortunately takes and kills 10 people, and the maintenance people especially, might appear that there's a strong enemy force, but if you put it in the context militarily, and it's a horrible thing to do, because I know the families grieve for these soldiers that were either both killed or captured, and that is that this is a very, very small speed bump in what's happening as far as the major campaign. And as horrible as this is, we need to keep fixed, I think, and that's what the military leaders are. Stay fixed on what the actual objective is, and they'll continue to be moving up the river.
Now, on the civilian side, we also received information that airstrikes were anticipated in central Iraq. Then they saw on their surveillance system that they were using human beings, women and children. In fact, I'm going to bring Tom Kennedy, who is on the Jordanian-Iraqi border, for this discussion. Women and children were being brought in to stand by target sites. It forced the U.S. aircraft to change position for their strikes that were expected. Tom Kennedy, can you hear me? I'm not sure if you know the latest information that, in fact, there is video on Al Jazeera of soldiers, American soldiers, shot dead, obviously others POWs. Your thoughts on the fact that Saddam Hussein had, while you were in Iraq, issued a statement saying they would be treated under the Geneva Convention?
I've seen those pictures, Lisa. The Al Jazeera is playing them quite regularly. Al Jazeera is a very predominant network here in the Arab world. And I must say, we're monitoring as close as we can the coverage of the Arabic television networks in this region, and there's really some striking differences over the coverage we're seeing on Western news agencies and television coverage. These pictures, as you noted, are very compelling. I'm not sure if you've shown everything that's been shown on Arabic television, but really quite grotesque pictures of American soldiers who were killed in, I can't say how they were killed. Also, the interviews, again, I'm not sure they're being shown in the West. If they've not been shown already, they will very shortly. Interviews with some of the soldiers who are captured, the POWs. Very compelling stuff. The other big difference, I should say, what we are seeing on Arabic television, much more than I've noticed we've been seeing on Western television, are the victims of the war, repeated again and again on Al Jazeera television network last night, were pictures of a child who killed a very, very severe head wound as a result of the bombing down south. So there was very, very significant differences between what we're seeing on Western television and the Arab networks.
Tom Kennedy just referred to those interviews of the American soldiers from those Al Jazeera pictures. We're going to let you listen yourselves to those interviews.
Human being.
When I came in?
Yes.
Armin.
Iraqi people.
I'm sorry?
How meet you Iraqi people?
I don't understand.
Iraqi people.
How do you see Iraqi people? People of their own country.
No.
أعزائي المشاهدين تشاهدون مجموعة من الأسرى من القوات الأمريكية والبريطانية التي تحاول غزو العراق، وقد واجهت قيادة قوات المقداد البطلة على ضواحي مدينة الناصرية، وها هم يجرون أذيال الخيبة والخسران.
Obviously, that is the Arabic voiceover you're hearing from Al Jazeera. Tom Kennedy, I want to bring you in again now that we've aired those interviews. That actually was just one of them, because there are a great deal others. Another American soldier who says, I only shoot when I'm shot at. Another says, I am only following orders. Is it too soon to hear any reaction from Jordan, who has just recently, I understand, allowed Al Jazeera back in to that country?
No reaction yet to this, but I can tell you, Lisa, that a couple of things that are accomplished from the Iraqi point of view by showing images like this, that when you see this kind of thing, the Americans don't look so invincible. The American military machine does not look so invincible. And the other effect of some of the other pictures that we've been seeing on Arabic television, that being civilian victims of the bombing, it really has quite an effect on public opinion. One person I know in this area, for example, was in favor of the war a couple of days ago, and after seeing some of the pictures of civilian deaths, is now very much against the war. So certainly the risk that is being run from the American point of view is that the public opinion here, which is already strongly against the war, is just going to be aggravated by these kinds of pictures and showing the American POWs. Once again, it may make the American military machine not look so invincible. So I think certainly the effect of the television coverage here in the Arab world is really having a profound effect on public opinion and public feelings about this war in this region.
And certainly to reinforce that, the resolve we saw very early this morning here on Arabic television of the Iraqi Vice President Ramadan speaking, Tom, it was very clear by what he said that he saw his soldiers as heroes. In fact, he even warned that later in the day they would be releasing this video.
Indeed, and the Iraqi rhetoric very often has been really over the top, but it has been saying, the leadership has been saying for some time, when I was there for several months, the constant message from the leadership was that the Americans would be drawn in. If they invaded, the Crusaders would be repelled at the gates of the city. They would be drawn in. Many of them would be taken out in body bags. I mean, very, very, very strong rhetoric. Now, the latest is that they are losing this war. There's little question about that, the Iraqis, but the message now from the leadership is that the Americans are going to be drawn into an urban battle. There's going to be serious fighting in the streets of the cities. Another thing that Vice President Ramadan said was that there are 6 million members of the Ba'ath Party, that's the Ba'ath Party controlled by Saddam Hussein, 6 million members of that party who have been armed and who are ready to fight in the streets. Now, again, this rhetoric may be a little bit over the top, but I think obviously there are signs now that there's going to be some serious fighting in the urban areas of Iraq, and it's one thing the Americans did not want to get drawn into. It may, in fact, now be unavoidable.
It also shows signs that there are, in fact, high-level government officials still alive, because before the vice president spoke on television here, we saw from the information minister also speaking with the same message. So does that give us some indication that perhaps there are still obviously something in place when it comes to the regime, but still no sign of Saddam Hussein?
That's right. I don't think there's any doubt, Lisa, that there is a very strong government infrastructure. I think at this stage it may be quite absurd, what I'm going to tell you, but yesterday actually I called Baghdad about getting another visa to get inside Iraq, and I was told that I have to fax my letter of request to the Ministry of Information. So while this country is in the middle of an intense war, it's almost, in some ways, it's almost like a chicken running around a barnyard with its head cut off. The infrastructure, the bureaucracy is still working, and presumably that's a direct effect, a direct cause of what we think is that the leadership is still there in place and still exercising significant control over the levers of government.
Well, they're certainly going to use this video as a victory of sorts, and we have Tom Christensen, who himself a former soldier, and I want to ask you, Tom, you've looked at these pictures. Would you like to address them?
Well, certainly they're very, very powerful, and obviously for the American public, they're going to be very, very difficult pictures to digest. But again, I want to reiterate what General McKenzie said as far as the overall military picture is concerned. As horrible as these events might seem to the public, the American advance is going to continue. We have a 15,000-man division moving forward, I should say person division, because obviously in these maintenance battalions and the support battalions that are very, very close to the front, there are women. But as they see this and know what happened, I think it's going to increase their resolve. And I don't think anybody expected a battle where there would be no casualties, as horrible as they might be.
Let's go back, Tom Christensen, let's go back to the issue we were discussing before. Before these pictures came out, some of the hardest ones to look at were the women and children being herded around target sites. And indeed, it seems it diverted airstrikes. So first of all, your thoughts on how all of this is affecting ground troops. What do they do when they know that the Iraqi forces are now using civilians, women and children, as human shields? How do you get around that?
Quite frankly, Lisa, I have to tell you, from a battalion commander's standpoint, I really don't know. This is a situation, and probably a new situation, for at least Western, meaning American, British, Canadian armies to try to understand and combat. It's probably something that might have occurred during an Iraqi-Iranian fight that occurred, for 6 to 8 years in the past, but certainly something that we haven't dealt with, and I'm not sure what the answer is here. Certainly, our pilots, our men and women combatants don't feel like they want to have a combat with a human shield type of situation. And I guess it just shows you the whole aspect of a regime that has failed, and if anything, it might strengthen the resolve. But as far as how do you deal with that, I'm not sure.
Okay, Tom Christensen, we've got you all morning as we broadcast the latest details coming out of Iraq. Seamus, to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Well, this up until now has been very much a televised war. People have talked about the incredible coverage that we have received from embedded journalists. Well, now we are seeing a very dark side of this now. We are seeing up close prisoners of war as they were broadcast by Iraqi television, then on Al Jazeera television throughout the Arabic world, showing you those now up-close interviews. Lou, I guess the frightening prospect is that we may have to get used to seeing images like this. What do you think?
Yes, but if the Iraqis really want to win a propaganda victory, and I hope they're listening, treat them well. I mean, that's the propaganda victory. That's a victory, excuse me, on the Arab street. That's a victory throughout the Western world. Treat these guys, and if there's a female soldier there, treat her well and advertise it. If you're going to break the rules and put them on television, then portray yourself as somebody very positive and acting in accordance with the alleged direction of your leadership, which is to treat them in accordance with the Geneva Convention. Name, rank, serial number, date of birth, and then feed them, keep them warm, and put them somewhere secure.
Again, this is, as Don Rumsfeld, the Defense Secretary, has said, this is a violation of the Geneva Convention, the showing, the photographing of captured soldiers, and the humiliating of captured soldiers by broadcasting them on television, correct?
Absolutely, but that at least is an act that doesn't threaten the POW's lives.
Right.
What I would like to see is them not do the things they did to folks during the Gulf War when they caught them and tortured them, abused them, required them to eat their own waste products, and it goes on and on. The litany is disgusting and long. So treat these guys well and advertise it so everybody wins there.
General McKenzie, thank you very much for your insight. It's been quite shocking having to look at the scared faces of their soldiers, and we can only imagine imagine what their families are going through. We've got a network special here on Target Iraq tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 4 p.m. Pacific. We will bring you the latest on all the day's events. Go to ctv.ca for constant updates. I'm Seamus O'Regan. Thank you for joining us.
This secluded cove may look familiar. This sanctuary is Stewart Coves, a popular destination for filmmakers and tourists. This idyllic corner of the Bahamas has become one of the best places in the world to dive. Over the years, its blue waters have attracted thousands of visitors, including the rich and the famous.
This is our sub. And basically what sub means is scenic underwater bubble. And you guys will find that it's just like when it's just the diving bell concept, we just take it one step further.
Soldiers and civilians gathered along the bank on the Tigris River searching for the pilot of the downed plane. The Arab news media says at least one plane went down over the city. Soldiers fired into the water at the base of a bridge where witnesses saw 2 parachutes fall and searched the river in patrol boats. British military officials say a Royal Air Force plane that went missing today was shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile, the first known friendly fire incident of the Gulf War. There has been no word on the fate of the British crew. These are the pictures of a similar Tornado fighter jet. The one shot down today was on its way home from a mission when it went down with 2 men aboard. U.S. Patriots are designed to shoot down enemy missiles such as Iraqi Scuds. The loss of the Tornado is a blow for morale among coalition troops and could further deepen public anger against British involvement in the war. Prime Minister Tony Blair is scheduled to meet his war cabinet. Baghdad has been hit by a second round of explosions today, and more destruction could be on the way. Half a dozen blasts were heard as planes flew over the Iraqi capital, according to a Reuters journalist. There were no sirens or anti-aircraft fire. Earlier Sunday, a group of B-52 bombers took off from an airbase in the UK. The giant planes have been involved in daily bomb and missile attacks on the Iraqi capital. In Baghdad, there's no estimate on the latest damage. The city's skyline was dotted with black smoke rising from explosions and from oil fires lit to cut visibility. Several explosions shook the capital city before dawn Sunday, including one in the city center. The other blasts occurred on the outskirts of Baghdad. American soldiers have crossed the Euphrates River in Nasiriyah, pushing ahead with their advance on Baghdad. But sources say 50 American Marines were killed or injured in the fight for the town.
We're back. Coming up shortly, a former Secretary General of the United Nations who has serious doubts about this American-led war. And we'll also be talking to our correspondents in and around Iraq. There is another aspect of this war that's unprecedented, not just in the number of munitions that are being fired at Baghdad, but also in the real-time live video. Never has been a war been seen live on television. When I started covering wars, we used to put black and white film in what was called a red onion bag and send it to Toronto and hope that maybe it might get on the air the next day. Now, for the first time, those so-called embedded reporters, what a terrible title, are sending us back live video of the war in action. Let's look at some of those images.
These are live pictures of the 7th Cavalry racing across the deserts in southern Iraq. They will, it'll be days before they get to Baghdad, but you've never seen battlefield pictures like these before.
Peter, I'm speaking to you from the middle of the Iraqi desert. It is nighttime here now, and it is quite cold, and we are under light discipline, and that's why we're shooting this with a night scope camera.
Lives. We pray for their families. We ask God's comfort for those who mourn today. And we thank all the coalition forces for their bravery and courage in Operation Iraqi Freedom. It is evident that It's going to take a while to achieve our objective, but we're on course, we're determined, and we're making good progress. I'll answer a few questions. Scott? One at a time, please. One at a time, please. Scott? Thank you. I've been briefed. I'm constantly briefed by the Pentagon and through the National Security Office. I don't know all the details yet. I do know that we expect them to be treated humanely, just like we'll treat any prisoners of theirs that we capture humanely. I think it's an interesting contrast that a lot of their soldiers welcome American troops. They're surrendering gleefully, happily, and they'll be treated well. And I ask you to ask the Defense Department further details. Patsy. I know that Saddam Hussein is losing control of his country. That we're slowly but surely achieving our objective. It's important for the American people to realize that this war has just begun. That it may seem like a long time because of all the action on TV, but in terms of the overall strategy, we're just in the beginning phases, and that we're executing a plan which will make it easier to achieve objective and at the same time spare innocent life. And I'm most proud of our troops and coalition troops for showing their bravery and skill. Larry.
President, you know, at this point, can you tell Americans, I mean, is the war progressing the way you expect?
Yes, Larry, it is. It is, the air campaign is achieving its objective, and the ground campaign is also achieving objectives. We're slowly but surely taking control of that country so that we can free the people of Iraq and eventually clear that country of weapons of mass destruction. We've made good progress. One of the big concerns early on was the southern oil fields. As you all remember, we had discussions about that. There was a lot of speculation about whether or not coalition forces would be able to get to the southern oil fields in time before so that Saddam Hussein wouldn't destroy them. As a matter of fact, I had frequently talked about the southern oil fields, or oil fields in general, in my declaratory policy. Tommy Franks put a plan in place that moved on those oil fields quickly, and at least in the south, they are secure. And that is positive news for all of us. Most of the south is now in coalition hands. Obviously, there's pockets of resistance in a place like Basra. We're making great progress. In the west, we're making great progress. The area, the launch sites for the Scuds, well, certainly not 100% secure, but we made good progress. And so I can assure the American people we're making good progress, and also can assure them that this is just the beginning of a tough fight. Yeah.
Sir,
the next.
Have you specifically been told that American POWs have been executed?
I have not been told that. I have been told that we have a problem with potential capture. I'm waiting to, when I get back upstairs, I'll talk back to the Pentagon again. I was told early this morning that perhaps our troops were captured. Maybe, you know, between the time I left Camp David and here, I'll learn more. But I am concerned about our troops. Obviously, anytime one of our soldiers loses a life, I grieve with their parents and their loved ones. And if there is somebody captured, and it looks like there may be, I expect those people to be treated humanely.
Sir, what is your level of confidence that the Iraqi regime will surrender or collapse before U.S. forces need to be engaged in a fight in Baghdad?
All I know is we got a game plan, a strategy to free the Iraqi people from Saddam Hussein and rid this country of weapons of mass destruction, and we're on plan. Bill and then Mike.
Iraqi TV has shown what appear to be American POWs and also what appear to be Americans dead.
I expect them to be treated, the POWs, I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals. Mike.
Mr. President, do you retain hope that Saddam Hussein will go into exile, and are there any active negotiations set up?
You know, Mike, he had his chance to go into exile. I gave him a 48-hour ultimatum to leave the country so that we could disarm Iraq peacefully. He chose not to go into exile.
Mr. President, how concerned are you about the situation in the north and Turkey's statement that they will send troops in there and that Americans might get caught in some kind of crossfire?
We have got more troops up north, and we're making it very clear to the Turks that we expect them not to come into northern Iraq. We're in constant touch with the Turkish military as well as Turkish politicians. They know our policy, and it's a firm policy. And we've made it very clear to them we expect them not to go into northern Iraq, as well as, and they know we're working with the Kurds to make sure there's not an incident that would cause there to be an excuse to go into northern Iraq.
President, what do you say to the families of those U.S. soldiers who appear to be killed or captured and are paraded on television?
I say to the families, I thank them for the sacrifice they make, and we pray with them. I pray for God's comfort and God's healing powers to anybody, coalition force, American, Brit, anybody who loses a life in this, in our efforts to make the world more peaceful and more free. Ed.
Are you surprised the enemy has not used any weapons of mass destruction?
I am thankful the enemy has not used any weapons of mass destruction. And we will continue employing a strategy to make it difficult for the enemy to use weapons of mass destruction. A couple more and then I got to go.
What will you be telling the resident leaders tomorrow about the cost?
Wait till I talk to them. It's probably best they hear it directly from me.
To your knowledge, is there any hope of getting these soldiers back?
What?
To your knowledge, is there any chance of getting these soldiers back?
Of course.
Mr. President, can you see how swiftly you would expect humanitarian aid?
Yeah, good question. I appreciate you asking that question. The question is on humanitarian aid. In the south of Iraq, our coalition forces have worked hard to make the port area secure, to make the transit of humanitarian aid as safe as possible. As I was told this morning in my briefings, that humanitarian aid should begin moving, massive amounts of humanitarian aid should begin moving within the next 36 hours. And that's going to be very positive news for a lot of people who've suffered a long time under Saddam Hussein. We've got a massive ground assault going on, and right behind it will be a massive movement of humanitarian aid to help the people of Iraq. We have made the promise to the people of this country that we will do everything we can to protect innocent life, and we're doing that, and that we'll do everything we can to help the Iraqi people. First thing that, of course, will help the Iraqi people is to rid them from a brutal dictator, somebody who has stayed in power through mutilation and rape and torture, somebody who starved his own people so he could build palaces. When free from that dictatorship, life will be a lot better. But we also understand we have an obligation, and this is just not America, it's coalition forces, have an obligation to put food and medicine in places so the Iraqi people can live a normal life and have hope. And that's exactly what's going to happen shortly when the area is completely safe enough to move the equipment forward. Listen, thank you all.
How are you holding up, sir?
Feel just fine.
U.S. President George Bush making an important point at the end there when you were
of war and the human price being paid on the battlefields. A contingent of Marines was caught in an Iraqi counterattack. U.S. military officials say 10 soldiers were killed and a dozen are listed as missing. Suddenly, there was no more talk about a quick and easy campaign. Here now are the day's major developments so far. Iraqi TV shows pictures of 5 U.S. prisoners and 8 bodies, also said to be American soldiers. U.S. President Bush warns anyone mistreating American POWs will be considered a war criminal. The fiercest battle of the war rages at Nasiriyah as Iraqi resistance stiffens. And an RAF tornado was shot out of the sky by an American Patriot missile. And now there is late word from Afghanistan, where an American Black Hawk helicopter has gone down, killing 6 people. The crash comes on what has been a day of setbacks for America's battle plan. Earlier, a U.S. supply convoy was ambushed near Nasiriyah, while U.S. Marines came under heavy fire in the same area. 2 more signs Saddam's forces are not ready to surrender. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington, where they are calling this the toughest day of the war. Kathy?
Sandy, as expected, the fighting's getting tougher as the troops move closer to their destination. The biggest explosion seen yet in Baghdad as ground forces move in closer and the war gets uglier. These are American soldiers captured in battle, first shown on the Arab station Al Jazeera with what looks like shots of their dead comrades.
POWs I expect to be treated humanely. And just like we're treating the prisoners that we have captured humanely. If not, the people who mistreat the prisoners will be treated as war criminals.
The war isn't going smoothly for the Americans anymore.
This could be a very long and hard war. We have not gotten to their best forces yet, and so we're just going to have to see how it goes.
At Al Nasiriyah, the fiercest Iraqi resistance yet. Some 10 U.S. Marines were killed, 12 are missing. More British casualties as well. One of their Tornado planes shot down by so-called friendly fire.
Tragically, Ali, one of our Royal Air Force aircraft returning from operations over Iraq appears to have been intercepted and shot down by an American Patriot missile battery.
A tough 24 hours, says the U.S. military, and still no sign the Iraqi regime is giving up.
They have failed to undermine the steadfastness of the fighters.
But there are 2,000 Iraqi prisoners of war, plus scores dead and injured. British and U.S. forces are now within 160 kilometers of the capital. In Baghdad, another display for the cameras. Iraqis along the Tigris River shooting at the water, claiming a pilot had bailed from an aircraft. U.S. officials say they aren't missing any planes. Sandy, we've just heard, though, that a U.S. aircraft has crashed in Afghanistan. It's a Black Hawk helicopter that apparently went down during a medevac mission.
And it really has been, Kathy, a day of setbacks, as you've said. But is there any other information that you can tell us about the crash of that helicopter?
Well, you mentioned earlier that 6 people were killed. That's correct. We're hearing that it's still under investigation, but it apparently wasn't caused by enemy fire. Apparently some sort of accident. As you say, very tough day for the U.S.
Okay. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. Thank you. While Baghdad remains the key strategic prize, coalition troops have been fighting for control of another vital point, the southern Iraqi city of Qasr. It is Iraq's only deep-water port. And as CTV's Danelle Balfour reports, Qasr has finally fallen to the Allies. Danelle?
Sandy, coalition forces twice thought they had taken the Iraqi port city of Qasr. Instead, it has become the war's longest-running challenge. U.S. Marines answer heavy Iraqi resistance in Qasr.
It's off! That was off!
Under attack, Marines fire back at Iraqi soldiers who have refused to surrender. Taking cover, Marines bring in the heavy artillery. A Javelin missile is launched at a concrete building thought to be the source of the gunfire. But Iraqi resistance continues from other positions. British tanks are called in for help. A U.S. Marine describes the scene.
I believe the first tank's about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
The fighting was among the heaviest U.S. and British troops have encountered so far.
We began engaging with the machine guns and just people started just popping out of everywhere.
The standoff rages for hours. U.S. Marines stretch out on their bellies, their target in sight. The face-off a reminder of the dangers of close combat.
We don't adhere to reports from anybody that the threat has gone away.
The Iraqi resistance was hailed as heroic by Iraq's information minister. They are making it hard for the British and Americans, he says. But they were no match for coalition firepower. Those not killed reportedly surrendered, including a commander of Iraq's elite Republican Guard. This was not the day's only deadly battle, and even Central Command here in Qatar admits it has been a tough day. Sandy?
Thank you, Danelle. CTV's Danelle Balfour reporting to us from Doha. Now, explosions continue to be heard in Baghdad as Allied air power continues to hammer targets in the city. To give us the latest update on manned by CTV's Dan Matheson and Gulf War veteran Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen. Tom and Dan, walk us through what happened today in the air and on the ground.
Well, Sandy, Nasiriyah is a name we've been hearing for the last 24 hours, and it's a very small city in the southern part of Iraq. But what's happened is when the Allied forces got to Nasiriyah, which is just right here, they've taken it twice already, and we keep having fighting there, Tom, and we keep having casualties. What's going on?
Absolutely. It's important for viewers to understand that the 3rd Mechanized Division has actually bypassed Nasiriyah, as you indicated, Dan, and moving in the direction toward Baghdad. But as you said, as the Marine Division came in and the tail end of the former division came in, they were hit by indigenous forces, meaning people just dressed up in civilian clothes, looking like the regular population. So it became very, very difficult for forces to move through that area.
So as we look to see what might be the next step, we do have the 3rd Infantry with the 7th Cavalry right about here tonight. That's the closest, 160 kilometers to Baghdad. But where else can forces be attacking Baghdad on land?
Forces can be attacking from several different directions, particularly that Marine Division could come up and cross the other river, so you'd have a dual campaign, basically, through the Tigris and Euphrates. Additionally, the Marines would be coming up in this direction along that right flank.
All right, now a lot of talk today about missile attacks and bombing in the most northern part of the country. Also, more landings by U.S. soldiers. Who could be... Could be your mythic 101, huh?
It finally could be happening. We've been having reports, particularly from the President of the United States, who have probably let this slip out a little bit, that more and more troops are being seen in the north, and those more and more troops could very well be the 101st Airborne Division, which might be deploying from those airfields that we noted in other sessions here.
So there was bombing today, if we can just get rid of that for a moment. There was bombing today in Mosul against Ansar al-Islam again today, against a very strange group over near the border with Iran. Who are these people?
They're Iranians, but they become the personal bodyguard of Saddam Hussein, and so we have a number of disparate units, basically, that are gaining the attention of American bombers.
And Sandy, once again today, all the bombing was around Baghdad, out of camera range. We have no confirmation of which targets were hit. We have had a lot of interest expressed in our map, by the way, and if folks at home would like to try out this map for themselves, ctv.ca.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. So the war has become a very dangerous political issue also in the Arab world. Jordan is the first Arab state to expel Iraqi diplomats. The Jordanians say at least 3 Iraqis have been asked to leave because they're suspected of spying. The diplomatic moves are being played out in the Jordanian capital, Amman. These, along with the widespread opposition to the war in Jordan, are putting the country in a difficult position with its U.S. ally. CTV's Ellen Pinchuk is now in Jordan. Ellen?
Hello, Sandy. With war raging on in neighboring Iraq, the Jordanian government is struggling to walk a fine diplomatic line. At a gathering of the Arab League in Cairo, sharp words from Iraq's foreign minister for Jordan's decision to expel several Iraqi diplomats for overstepping their diplomatic roles.
الإملاءات الأمريكية وخضوع مؤسف
This is a very sad situation, and if the information is right, this is a U.S. hegemony on Jordan. Iraq has helped Jordan in many things, and this decision is not accepted by the Jordanian people, he says. Meanwhile, in Amman, the Jordanian government is calling for urgent diplomatic efforts to stop the war in Iraq now.
The people in the country are angry of what they are seeing, and we are angry. We feel that effort should be exerted, that civilians should be protected according to the United Nations Charter, and we believe that this war will be a devastating war.
Jordan is also emphatically denying reports that it is assisting the U.S. by allowing use of its airspace and even secretly permitting special forces troops to launch missions from its border with Iraq.
I can confirm that no activity took place from Jordan against Iraq.
And there's good reason for him to be so emphatic. Protests throughout the Middle East are threatening to destabilize the whole region. Here at the Al Sultan Coffee House, Jordanians are playing backgammon and following every move in the war on Iraq. They are virtually united in their opposition to the conflict.
All of the people here, we hate America, not hating. All of us want to kill American people.
It's not a matter of Saddam. It's now about Iraq. Government and people. We are with them right now.
This leaves the Jordanian government in a conundrum. Being a good ally to the United States, which is bumping up economic aid to this poor nation, may mean alienating many of those who live here, or even worse, may be the beginning of a potentially uncontrollable chain of events. Sandy?
Ellen, we know that overall Jordanians oppose the war with Iraq, but how do they feel about Saddam Hussein?
Sandy, many of the Jordanians that I've spoken with have actually referred to Saddam Hussein with a certain sense of admiration. They say he's brought respect and dignity to this region and has been the only leader to stand up to the West and its plans for the Middle East. So they seem to forgive him even the use of fear and terror to do this, and they tend to support him on the whole. Sandy?
Thank you, Ellen. CTV's Ellen Pinchuk in Jordan. Now, as Allied forces push ever closer to Baghdad, the Arab press has become increasingly hostile. Arab newspapers predict that America will win the war but lose the peace. Today's edition of Syria's Al Thara says the war has opened the gates of hatred and resentment, while another Syrian paper, Tishrin, says reports about intelligent bombs homing in on their targets accurately is nothing but a big lie. Libya's Al Jamahiriya told readers the U.S. wakes up Iraqi children at midnight and invites them to a banquet of death and fear. The London-based Al Hayya called Washington's campaign a shameful aggression and blatant violation of diplomacy, while Egypt's Al Waft warns the U.S. will lose in the political and social and economic domains even if it succeeds in looting Iraq. And briefly, in other news tonight, the international media has become obsessed with speculation about the fate of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. There are reports that he is injured or dead, and assurances that he is alive and well. Iraqi television airs daily pictures of the leader that cynics claim is old videotape. Pope John Paul made an emotional appeal for peace today in Rome, the Pope addressing thousands of people gathered in St. Peter's Square. He offered prayers for the victims of war and all those suffering. The Pope has been an outspoken opponent of the war. The first of 4 cargo planes carrying food aid for Iraqi refugees has arrived in Kuwait. The high-energy biscuits are designed to sustain life in dire conditions. The UN Food Program is planning to feed as many as 2 million people. And Lahore, Pakistan was the scene of a huge anti-war demonstration today. More than 50,000 people waved placards and burned effigies of U.S. President George Bush. Pakistan has denounced the war in Iraq. Well, the war in Iraq has made for some compelling television viewing. Today, disturbing pictures of dead and captured soldiers dominated the news. Haunting images of war bring home the violent reality of conflict. As CTV's Roger Smith reports, the same pictures could have a much different and much more powerful effect on those caught in the hostilities.
In the fight for hearts and minds, the images of American prisoners and casualties are a boost for the Iraqis.
Excellent propaganda coup.
This analyst says the military significance may be small, but psychologically it's big.
And from the Iraqi perspective, the idea is to show that the Americans are not 10 feet tall, they are not undefeatable.
In this TV war, the Americans have been trying to make pictures work their way. Images of Iraqi soldiers surrendering. of Baghdad being bombarded, all designed to undermine Iraqi morale and reassure audiences back home that the war is going well. The man who coined the term shock and awe told Canada AM the perception of U.S. dominance may now be questioned.
In this time of 24/7 coverage, small things have extraordinarily powerful political impact.
It's happened before. U.S. prisoners paraded during the 1991 Gulf War. A U.S. soldier killed and dragged through the streets of Mogadishu. Some think the new pictures could fuel the anti-war movement the same way the sight of body bags did during Vietnam.
But it's going to make people think twice. This was supposed to be a walk, and it's not turned into that.
Others argue it could backfire on Iraq.
But I believe it will hurt them in the court of public opinion, who are starting to see some of the brutality of that Iraqi regime in their own living rooms.
The U.S. says it's a violation of the Geneva Convention to parade prisoners in front of the camera and says the pictures shouldn't be broadcast.
Television networks that carry such pictures are I would say, doing something that's unfortunate.
Most TV images seem to back American claims that the war is going their way. But today's pictures suggest there may be another side to the story. Roger Smith, CTV News, Ottawa.
Joining us now to discuss these images and their impact on the war is International Affairs Advisor Michael O'Hurley-Pitts. Michael, one can only imagine what the families have gone through seeing this video for the first time. That's something you have personal knowledge of?
I know when I was wounded, my family found out about it by watching me being carried out on a stretcher on an aircraft carrier. The families must not only be in shock, but must be very concerned for the fate of their family members.
That's for sure, Michael. Conflicting opinions on the impact psychologically and strategically, but let's talk about future implications in terms of international law. What do you think?
Commanders who use POWs for the immediate effect of psychological warfare will find that in the long run, history becomes a stern judge. International courts will certainly bear heavily upon those who use POWs for propaganda, violating the Geneva Conventions of 1949.
Michael, thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you, Sandy.
Hollywood's most extravagant party could still be canceled at the last minute. Broadcasters could preempt or interrupt the Academy Awards show for breaking news coverage. The somber attitude is reflected in the heightened security. Some stars have even rented bulletproof limos. Police say they know of no specific threats against the show, but as CTV's Matt Cowan reports, organizers hope their precautions result in a flawless performance.
Hollywood Boulevard has been locked down near the Kodak Theater. More than 1,000 LAPD officers and security guards monitor the site. The area is also being closely watched by the U.S. National Guard.
Who have the skills to test for biological and chemical agents if they've been introduced into the Kodak Theater.
The arrivals area will be watched by surveillance cameras and protesters kept at a distance. LA's police chief.
A U.S. missile hit a passenger bus carrying Syrian workers fleeing the war in Iraq, killing 5, injuring 10. And according to schedule.
U.S. and British forces pushing north. Some units now less than 90 kilometers from Baghdad and staging a huge assault on forces of the Republican Guard, Saddam Hussein's most loyal and best trained troops.
Progress toward our objectives has been rapid and in some cases dramatic.
But in other cases held up by Iraqi militia who have been staging hit-and-run raids against U.S. supply lines to the south. President Bush also complaining to Russia's Vladimir Putin that Russian companies are providing Iraq with sophisticated military gear, including jamming devices and night vision goggles.
Those concerns were raised in the phone call today. President Putin assured President Bush that he would look into it, and President Bush said he looked forward to hearing the results.
And a day after 20 U.S. troops were killed or captured, these pictures on Iraqi television, an American attack helicopter, one of 2 that was shot down during an assault that was repelled by Iraqi forces. 30 other helicopters, many of them damaged by ground fire, were forced to turn back. The crew of one of the choppers was rescued, the crew of the other taken prisoner.
And maybe if we will find it convenient, maybe we will show the pilots.
And they did, the 2 crew members appearing somewhat confused but unhurt. Also on Iraqi television, Saddam Hussein praising his people and his military. The U.S. says it can't be sure when the tape was made, but the deputy prime minister of Iraq insists Saddam is well and in control.
If the leader of Iraq loses his control, how can the resistance then continue in the shape and form that it has been on for the last few days?
As the war intensifies, so too do worries about a looming humanitarian crisis. The most immediate concern, Basra, Iraq's second largest city, the scene still of fierce fighting.
The people in Basra may be facing a humanitarian disaster in that they have no water and they have no electricity. And I think a city that size cannot afford to go without electricity or water for long.
But the situation remains so dangerous, even in the south, that relief workers say it could be days and probably even weeks before humanitarian aid even begins to flow. Lloyd?
Yes, Alan, so the U.S. forces find a chemical plant but no chemicals. So tonight the issue of weapons of mass destruction, finding them, is still out there, isn't it?
It sure is, and special troops are interrogating Iraqi prisoners. They are seizing documents. They're chasing down clues as to where the stores of chemical and biological weapons may be hidden. As you say, they did come across a chemical plant yesterday, but there's been no confirmation so far as to what, if anything, they found there. But the U.S. knows very well that in the end, they're going to have to prove to the world that these weapons are there, that they do exist. This is, after all, the reason they're at war.
Right. Thanks very much, Alan.
Thank you, Lloyd.
To the situation in southern Iraq now. The focus has shifted from the port city of Qasr to the larger inland city of Basra, where, as Alan Fryer reported, a humanitarian crisis is in the making. CTV's Tom Clark is at the Iraq-Kuwait border, where there were several more Iraqi missile scares today. Tom, bring us up to date on today's developments.
Well, Lloyd, it is the early morning hours of Tuesday in southern Iraq, but already the landscape has changed dramatically since yesterday and may change even more in the hours to come. The first major battle of this war appears to be over. The port city of Qasr is now largely in coalition hands, despite some occasional sporadic resistance.
It's certainly mission accomplished. The mission, remember, was to secure the oil infrastructure before it could be destroyed. That's accomplished. And to secure the port of Qasr for humanitarian aid. That's accomplished.
When word reached Kuwait, dozens of Kuwaiti tanks sped into the demilitarized zone, separating it from Iraq, and thereby reclaiming some 5 kilometers of land given up after the 1991 Gulf War. But even as this city was being secured, a reminder that there is still fight left in the Iraqi army with the launch of yet another missile on northern Kuwait.
Just a moment ago, we were given the signal, which is gas, 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 which means put on your gas mask. There could be a possible chemical attack in this area. Just behind me is the Iraqi border, and just beyond that is the town of Qasr.
And the Iraqi fight continues by way of sabotage in the oil fields of Ramallah, where 7 oil fields are ablaze, the Kuwaitis assigned to put them out. But the big fight is now in Basra, Iraq's second largest city. Today, columns of smoke could be seen rising over Basra, evidence of the fierce fight being waged. Quick control of Basra is essential to avoid what may be a humanitarian crisis. 60% of the city of 1.2 million people is tonight without power or water. Lloyd?
Tom, U.S. President George Bush has promised, quote, massive amounts of humanitarian aid. Any sign of it arriving there yet?
Well, in a word, no. The International Committee for the Red Cross has been trying for 3 days to get into the region, but the coalition military has refused them permission, saying that they simply can't guarantee their safety. And it may, in fact, be days before the Red Cross can get in there to even evaluate the situation.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Clark on the Iraq-Kuwait border. And while battlefield conditions have been difficult at the best of times, approaching weather may once again be a factor. Conditions today over much of Iraq were partly cloudy and mild, with a high near 18 Celsius or 64 degrees Fahrenheit. But tomorrow, both the temperature and the desert winds are forecast to increase dramatically. That combination could trigger sandstorms across a large portion of the southern desert, while rain is forecast in the north. As of now, the number of British soldiers who have lost their lives in the current conflict is almost as high as in the entire Gulf War of 1991. After suffering many dead and missing due to accidents and friendly fire, today the British military reported the first death of a soldier in combat. The comparative totals, 24 in the previous conflict, 19 in this one. CTV's Jed Kahane is in London, monitoring public and political anxiety levels. Jed?
Lloyd, with British troops still facing some stiff resistance in southern Iraq, Tony Blair is warning people here to brace themselves. The coming days may be painful. As British troops dodge snipers' bullets near Basra, the news they hoped they'd never hear. One of their own brought down by enemy fire, the first British combat death since the war began.
We owe them an immense debt.
And according to Prime Minister Tony Blair, the worst may be yet to come, as British troops encounter Saddam Hussein's most loyal defenders on the way to Baghdad.
They are the elite that are hated by the local population and have little to lose. There are bound, therefore, to be difficult days ahead.
Until now, British casualties had been accidental. 2 helicopter crashes and British fighter pilots shot down by this Patriot missile fired by U.S. forces. In Portsmouth, where some of the dead were based, few expected things would get this bad, this fast.
Well, I think we were led to believe that it would be almost a walkover, or it wouldn't be as much resistance as it has been. And that has certainly, to me, from my limited knowledge of it, been quite a shock.
The growing death toll, both British and Iraqi, is also a political minefield for Tony Blair.
I don't know how many casualties Blair will be able to sustain because of the opposition to the war in the first place. But the British are generally more stoic about casualties than, say, for example, the Americans.
And for now, at least, polls suggest a majority of Britons are rallying behind the troops, including some like this woman who initially opposed the war.
But you've got to give them our backing and just hope and pray that they don't have any more fatalities.
A hope that tonight, sadly, seems somewhat unrealistic, given the cost so far. Lloyd?
Thank you, Jed. CTV's Jed Kahane in London. All right, now let's take a look at our interactive map with Major General Lou Mackenzie, Canadian Forces retired. General, let's comment on 2 things here. As you look at the map and look at the battlefield today, is this fighting from the Iraqis sporadic, as the Pentagon is saying, or is it more widespread, as you see it, than might have been expected?
Well, certainly, Lloyd, it exists in a couple of places. I would call this noise level down here around Basra and at the crossing here on the Euphrates River. I mean, it's significant that people are involved, but it's not very significant in the overall operation. What we have is 3rd ID, the infantry division, the 7th Cavalry, getting pretty close to Baghdad, maybe 60 kilometers away. But now they're going to have to fight their way forward to Baghdad. I don't think they're going to be in a hurry because there's only about 10,000 troops along this route. That's not all that significant. There's got to be a build-up, and they've got to increase their numbers. Interestingly enough, 3 elements of 3 airborne divisions have pre-positioned themselves around Baghdad, some of them 100 miles plus away, but nevertheless, they're very flexible and easily moved organizations, and they will, in fact, probably participate in any inevitable surrounding of Baghdad. So I would say if I was Tommy Franks, I'd be extremely happy with what's going on.
How difficult is it to supply these troops as they move forward?
Well, nobody does it better than the Americans. Big logistics, they are masters at it. What is interfering in some way are the elements of the Republican Guard and the Iraqi military that are still fighting around Basra and Nasiriyah. But those are irritants. You can isolate those locations and move by, which is exactly what they're doing. So there's a very long, somewhat vulnerable supply line, but nevertheless, there are military police, there are infantry units, there are any number of people that are responsible for the security of this supply line. I would say that in the near future, there'll actually be a pipeline running up there, along with a lot of humanitarian aid, which is badly needed.
Thanks very much, Lou.
My pleasure, Lloyd.
As we reported earlier, Saddam Hussein made another public TV appearance today, but instead of silencing rumors about the fate of the Iraqi leader, it's only adding to them. We took a still picture from the broadcast shortly after the bombing began and put it beside a picture of today's news conference. And while today's Saddam looks healthier than the one on the left there, both U.S. and British intelligence experts say they need to spend more time analyzing voice and speech patterns to decide whether this is, in fact, the real Saddam Hussein. Some other war-related developments from around the world we've been following today. Student protesters in Hamburg, Germany were swept away by police water cannon when they tried to approach the U.S. consulate. The demonstration turned violent when some protesters began throwing stones and bottles at police. Police in Canberra kept anti-war protesters from storming the Australian Parliament. The demonstrators called on the government to pull Australian soldiers out of Iraq. During this confrontation, several police officers were sprayed with mace. And the Syrian government says the United States has violated the Geneva Convention by targeting civilians. It notes a U.S. missile hit a passenger bus, which we told you about earlier, killing 5 people and injuring 10. Canadian opposition leader Stephen Harper called on the government today to change its position on Iraq. The leader of the alliance said that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein is using women and children as human shields and that Canada should stand behind its principles and fight. That opinion is shared by the Premier of Alberta. As CTV's Courtney Pasternak tells us, Ralph Klein tried to get his province to officially support the American-led effort.
Alberta Premier Ralph Klein inside the provincial legislature, while not advocating Canadian involvement in the war, proclaiming support for the U.S.-led position after a weekend of setbacks for Allied forces.
I believe that it is important that our friends in the U.S. hear voices of friendship and support from abroad.
But like everywhere across the country, more conflict and division, even among Klein's own caucus members, who behind closed doors decided not to approve a resolution to officially support the war.
Well, I support the United States. They've been a good, friendly neighbor. I enjoy America, but I hate war. So it's a real dilemma.
A real dilemma for many Canadian politicians and for members of the public, with more demonstrations today in the nation's capital and Toronto, a fraction of the numbers on the streets this weekend. Events which at times turned violent. Federal decision makers also deeply divided, split down party lines.
Is the government now prepared to stand with our American and British friends for the end of the rule of Saddam Hussein?
And from the NDP,
the funding request to Congress will help reduce the economic burdens these countries have experienced in supporting our efforts. Also included are funds essential to waging and helping our partners wage the broader war on terror, which continues in Afghanistan, in the Philippines, and elsewhere. We continue to fight the war on terror by protecting our homeland. At the federal level, I'm requesting more resources for the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security to deal with this period of uncertainty. We will provide resources for patrolling and safeguarding our borders, funds to help the FBI investigate domestic threats in this time of war, additional funding for the Coast Guard for port security in the United States and in the Middle East. In this time of heightened security, we're expecting states and communities to take on greater responsibilities to protect critical infrastructure. And so I'm seeking additional resources to help states and cities make these preparations for the protection of our citizens. Yesterday, I informed the leaders of Congress of these spending requests. The situation in any war is fluid. I reminded them of that fact, and so I'm asking Congress for flexibility in how these funds can be allocated. They heard that message. They also heard the message that the need is urgent. The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war and to securing the peace that will follow this war. I ask Congress to act quickly and responsibly. One thing is for certain, business as usual on Capitol Hill can't go on during this time of war. And by that I mean this supplemental should not be viewed as an opportunity to add spending that is unrelated, unwise, and unnecessary. Every dollar we spend must serve the interest of our nation, and the interest of our nation in this supplemental is to win this war and to be able to keep the peace. 18 months ago, this building came under attack. From that day to this, we have been engaged in a new kind of war, and we are winning. We will not leave our future to be decided by terrorist groups or terrorist regimes. At every turn in this conflict, Americans can be confident in the people who wear our nation's uniform. We support them. We are thankful for their service in places of great danger in this hour of great need. May God continue to look out after those who defend the peace and freedom. And may God continue to bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President George W. Bush speaking at the Pentagon. There's Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld. He was briefed by the Joint Chiefs on the war. We know that tomorrow Prime Minister Tony Blair is going to be meeting with President George W. Bush at Camp David in a war council. Those talks will continue on until Thursday. You just heard the president speak, making a plea to Capitol Hill to pass the $75 billion bill that he wants passed there to not only pay for this war, to replace munitions that are being used against Iraq, also for fuel, for transportation costs. He's also included in that bill humanitarian aid and infrastructure, as well as undetailed war on terror.
Guard forces is reported to be heading south from Baghdad at high speed, perhaps to try to intercept U.S. troops advancing on the capital. Another Iraqi armored column left Basra heading south and may have been scattered by artillery and air attacks by British forces. U.S. forces lost a number of armored vehicles in a fierce battle for control of a bridge over the Euphrates River near the southern city of Najraf. The fate of the crews is unclear. And the United States is sending reinforcements to Iraq, 30,000 troops, including the high-tech 4th Infantry Division. The biggest confrontation so far between U.S. and Iraqi ground forces could be a matter of hours away. There is a report that an Iraqi column of as many as 1,000 vehicles, believed to be Republican Guard, is on a collision course with the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division. But the military maneuvering was overshadowed by the tragedy in the Iraqi capital. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson has a full report, beginning with Baghdad. Kathy?
Lloyd, the missile strike in the civilian area is helping the Iraqi regime to rally the Iraqi people against the U.S. Pretty tough for Americans to be seen as liberators here. It's what's left of a busy market in Baghdad blown apart by twin missiles. Up to 15 people were killed, including perhaps a pregnant woman. They've taken away my dad, he says. Blood came out here. The U.S. says 9 missiles were fired into Baghdad, aimed at Iraqi missile sites, but
coalition forces did not target a marketplace, nor were any bombs or missiles dropped or fired.
The U.S. says it could have been Iraqi surface-to-air missiles that landed back on the ground. Still, it's fuel on the fire for the Iraqi regime.
We are fighting against invaders, and they are starting not from today or yesterday, from the first day. Go and ask the people freely. They are killing Iraqis. They are killing civilians.
There are reports that a convoy of Iraq's elite force, the Republican Guard, is heading south from Baghdad toward U.S. troops, and the U.S. is trying to meet them with airstrikes through the continuing sandstorm. All over the country, Iraqis are proving to be more resilient than expected. The Pentagon calls them thugs and says they're fighting dirty.
Enemy soldiers have pretended to surrender, to give up, and then brought in fire on our forces.
And they say the overall war plan is right on course.
I am honored to be the commander-in-chief.
Visiting with the troops in Florida, the U.S. president warned again that it may last longer than predicted.
This war is far from over. As they approach Baghdad, our fighting units are facing the most desperate elements of a doomed regime.
Another heavy army division is leaving the U.S. for Iraq, badly needed backup for the move into Baghdad. Reports of a civilian uprising against Saddam Hussein in the south have fizzled, and the British Prime Minister warns against encouraging such things too early.
And we've got to be careful that we know we have the support in place, able to help them, before we encourage them to do things that may lead to their death.
Blair's meeting with the U.S. president in Camp David, where the two will compare notes on how it's going. It's clear the Bush administration is trying to change the public's expectations by stressing that the war has just begun. And that's because the massive surrender and the Iraqi invasion that was predicted just hasn't happened. Lloyd?
So what's expected to be on the agenda for that Bush-Blair meeting, Kathy?
Well, Bush and Blair will talk about the war, of course, but they will talk mostly about what's going to happen afterward, and most importantly, how to put the UN back together again. They badly need the UN to help with humanitarian relief, with rebuilding Iraq, with how to distribute Iraq's oil money, and neither country wants to be stuck paying for or managing any of those things on their own. Lloyd?
And that's where the UN comes in. Thanks very much, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Certainly, the President and the Prime Minister will have a lot to talk about where the progress of their armed forces is concerned. Both have said that there will be tough times on the road to what they consider inevitable victory, and the tough times are well underway. Nowhere is that more evident than in the city of Nasiriyah on the road to Baghdad. CTV's Donnell Balfour is in daily contact with the U.S. Central Command in Qatar. Donnell?
Lloyd, U.S. Central Command here in Qatar now says the battle to topple Saddam Hussein has spread throughout the entire country. Furious fighting in the southern Iraq city of Nasiriyah enters a third day. The battle to hold key strategic bridges over the Euphrates River has been intense and unrelenting. U.S.-led forces must take these bridges to get to Baghdad, but heavy coalition shelling has not stopped Iraqi resistance. While thousands of Iraqi soldiers have been captured, U.S. Central Command says others pretend to surrender, but then turn on coalition forces at the last minute.
The regime has shown its true colors in the recent days of fighting. The demonstrated brutality, the disregard for the laws of armed conflict, and most importantly, the repressive measures taken against the Iraqi population are all quite clear.
Central Command also says Iraqi soldiers are using women and children as human shields on the front lines.
The practices that have been conducted by these paramilitaries and by these others who are out there, sometimes in uniform, sometimes not in uniform, are more akin to the behaviors of global terrorists than they are to a nation.
U.S. Marines do control a hospital in Nasiriyah, where the discovery of 3,000 chemical suits renewed concerns about the use of chemical weapons.
It just reminds us that this regime will go to extraordinary lengths to protect itself.
The weather has become Iraq's best ally. Dense, swirling sandstorms have made flying difficult, even impossible, and slowed down the progress of ground troops.
More hits on the ridgeline, more hits on the ridgeline.
In northern Iraq, more loud explosions near the Kurd-held city of Cham-Chamal. Coalition troops are reportedly moving into the region in preparation for what could be the start of a northern front. And the Kurds of northern Iraq are growing impatient. They feel very vulnerable with Saddam Hussein's forces to the south and the threat of a Turkish incursion from the north. Lloyd?
Donnell, every few days we hear about troops from Turkey moving into northern Iraq. Now, what is the latest on that?
Well, after initial reports that Turkey would send military troops into northern Iraq, Turkey's commander-in-chief of the army now saying it will only do so after consultation with the United States. Lloyd?
Thank you, Donnell. CTV's Donnell Balfour in Doha, Qatar. The war is taking an ever-increasing toll on both sides of the conflict. The latest figures reveal at least 25 American soldiers have been killed. 20 British soldiers have also died. On the Iraqi side, there are no reliable numbers as to military casualties, but the Pentagon says at least 300 Iraqi soldiers were killed in fighting at Najaf. Iraqi officials say at least 175 civilians have died. None of these figures has been independently verified. And with me now at the interactive map, Major General Louis McKenzie, Canadian Forces retired. Lou, two things to ask you about today as you look at your map there. First of all, the Iraqi forces heading out of Baghdad toward the American front lines. What's going on there? And what about these Iraqi forces leaving Basra and heading south toward Kuwait? What do we make of that?
Lloyd, I think what's coming to pass is our prediction. Remember, we said the closer we'd get to Baghdad, in fact, the less accurate the information would be. However, I think we have a pretty good grip on what's happening. The 7th Cav and the 3rd Infantry are beginning to consolidate around Najaf, and also the Marines are moving in that direction. It's my inclination to think that they're going to halt there. What's causing the complication is this report about 1,000 vehicles moving from Baghdad down to make contact. I don't think they are going to move down to make contact. I think they're reinforcing their troops from the Medina division that have been hammered with airstrikes in that particular area, and there's not going to be a conflict there in the near future. Jail me if I'm wrong. Down here in Basra, that's really confusing, because quite frankly, moving in a southerly direction out of Basra doesn't give you a heck of a lot of option. You're going to be in the water fairly soon. So I think they're just trying to get away from Basra, and they've been dusted up really heavily with airstrikes today.
More reports today that the U.S.-led effort is being hampered because of faulty intelligence about the strength of Saddam Hussein's forces and the will of the Iraqi people to fight. What about that?
Well, quite frankly, commanders take intelligence with a grain of salt. I mean, you never accept everything at 100% face value. And the winner is the individual that can be flexible enough to deal with it.
And looking up north very quickly, we understand that more paratroopers have been dropped in there from an airborne division out of Italy. Does that mean that action could be happening there in the next couple of days?
Well, in actual fact, Lloyd, up north, we have a situation where we reported the members of the 103rd landing here a couple of days ago, probably the Pathfinders, and now the battalion itself has come in from Italy, so they probably have around 1,000 soldiers up there.
Thanks, Lou.
My pleasure, Lloyd.
Canada will be donating $100 million to aid agencies helping the people of Iraq. The Prime Minister and his Minister of International Cooperation made the announcement today. $20 million will be given out immediately to several groups, including the Red Cross and the United Nations organizations. The money will mainly go toward food aid and refugee programs. In southern Iraq, the first large relief convoy reached the border town of Safran today. There, the shipment was met with a mixture of relief and suspicion. CTV's Tom Clark is at the border between Iraq and Kuwait, where the mood is still very tense and cautious.
Lloyd, part of the point of humanitarian aid is to win the hearts and minds of Iraqis who have suffered deprivation for years. But it appears that all they want today were their stomachs. Loyalty, apparently, is going to be a little bit tougher. It was chaos. In the border town of Safwan, a frantic scramble for food and water. This was the first food aid to reach southern Iraq, delivered not by the coalition, but by the Kuwaiti government. But as some Iraqis took the food, they chanted, "My blood, my life, I will defend Saddam Hussein," a slogan they've been taught for almost 30 years, but still not what the Kuwaitis expected to hear. Just down the road at Qasr, the immediate need is fresh water.
Not enough to vehicle. Not enough, please. We need good water supply.
But anxiety over supplies isn't the only problem here. For the past 2 days, southern Iraq has been plagued by bad weather. Thunderstorms, rain, high winds, and now sandstorms, reducing visibility in some cases to just a few meters. But as the weather begins to turn for the better, this British logistical unit in northern Kuwait is readying a massive aid shipment. 1 million liters of bottled water and 48,000 packages of ready-to-eat food, with more to come.
Having to switch between the initial military operations and almost before those operations are finishing, switching to be able to get the humanitarian aid.
The food provided by the Americans is suitable for a Muslim diet, but perhaps not for a Muslim in Iraq. The instructions are only in English and Spanish, no Arabic on the label. But this is just a fraction of what international aid agencies say is needed.
Over $1 billion, and we'll be needing this even before the war ends. We'll be needing this almost immediately.
Some of that will be addressed tomorrow when a British ship laden with humanitarian supplies docks at the captured Iraqi port of Qasr. But just how far into Iraq that aid will go is very uncertain. Just north of Qasr, in the city of Basra, the battle continues. And until that is done, more than 1 million Iraqis will have to wait. Lloyd?
Tom, from your location, what can you tell us about that battle around Basra?
Well, tonight we have heard a number of very large explosions in the area and a lot of intense air activity overhead. Basra is just about 30 kilometers away from where we are. Now, there are reports that the British are hitting a large column of some 70 or 80 Iraqi tanks and vehicles heading south out of Basra, possibly because of a reported uprising, a reported anti-Saddam uprising in Basra, possibly because the Iraqis want to open another front on the Fao Peninsula on land that they had previously lost. But whatever the reason, the Battle of Basra is tonight fully engaged.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Clark on the Iraq-Kuwait border. And as we've just heard, humanitarian aid is starting to make its way into the hands of Iraqi citizens. We were curious about what kinds of supplies are being handed out, and here's what we found. These first deliveries consist mostly of water and food donated by Kuwaitis. The food items include boxes of tuna, crackers, and sweets. Officials say Islamic dietary laws are being taken into account in preparing the shipments. Tomorrow, a British ship loaded with the next wave of supplies, 200 tons of food and 90 tons of bottled water, is expected to arrive in Qasr. Now here's a look at some of the other war-related developments all over the world today. A Sea King helicopter was loaded out of a freighter in Halifax. It's on its way to Dubai. It will replace the one that crashed onto the deck of HMCS Iroquois back in February. This one will take a month to get there and will cost about $180,000 in shipping fees. Police arrested a group of high-profile anti-war protesters in Washington, D.C. The group included Nobel laureates Mayreed Corrigan Maguire and Jody Williams, who won the Peace Prize in 1997. They were detained along with 36 others when they refused to leave Lafayette Park across from the White House. And a violent protest in Australia. A crowd of at least 2,000 demonstrators faced off with police in Sydney. The protesters threw chairs, bottles, and eggs. 4 police officers were injured, and at least 18 protesters were arrested. The demonstration lasted about 5 hours. Thank you for joining us for this special CTV News Target Iraq report. One of our analysts, Michael O'Hurley-Pitts, has written a column on the language of war, and you can learn more about the meaning of such items as shock and awe and domino effect by logging onto our website at ctv.ca. We hand it back to our affiliate stations down the line now for local news and other stories of this day. I'm Lloyd Robertson. I'll see you later tonight, CTV News at 11. Bye for now. Humanitarian aid began to make its way into southern Iraq. Prime Minister Chrétien said Canada will contribute $100 million to the relief effort. All this and more news coming later on CTV News.
It's been in steady progress against the enemy. Slowly but surely, the grip of terror around the throats of the Iraqi people is being loosened. We appreciate the bravery, the professionalism of the British troops and all coalition troops. Together we have lost people, and the American people offer their prayers to the loved ones of the British fallen, just as we offer our prayers to the loved ones of our own troops who have fallen. We're now engaging the dictator's most hardened and most desperate units. The campaign ahead will demand further courage and require further sacrifice, yet we know the outcome. Iraq will be disarmed, the Iraqi regime will be ended, and the long-suffering Iraqi people will be free. In decades of oppression, the Iraqi regime has sought to instill the habits of fear in the daily lives of millions. Yet soon the Iraqis will have the confidence of a free people. Our coalition will stand with the citizens of Iraq in the challenges ahead. We're prepared to deliver humanitarian aid on a large scale, and as a matter of fact, are beginning to do so as we speak. Today, the Prime Minister and I also urge the United Nations to immediately resume the Oil for Food program. More than half the Iraqi people depend on this program as their sole source of food. This urgent humanitarian issue must not be politicized. And the Security Council should give Secretary General Annan the authority to start getting food supplies to those most in need of assistance. As we address the immediate suffering of the Iraqi people, we're also committed to helping them over the long term. Iraq's greatest long-term need is a representative government that protects the rights of all Iraqis. The form of this government will be chosen by the Iraqi people, not imposed by outsiders. And the Prime Minister and I are confident that a free Iraq will be a successful nation. History requires more of our coalition than the defeat of a terrible danger. I see an opportunity, as does Prime Minister Blair, to bring renewed hope and progress to the entire Middle East. Last June 24th, I outlined a vision of two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Soon we will release a roadmap that is designed to help turn that vision into reality. And both America and Great Britain are strongly committed to implementing that roadmap. For nearly a century, the United States and Great Britain have been allies in the defense of liberty. We've opposed all the great threats to peace and security in the world. We shared in a costly and heroic struggle against Nazism. We shared the resolve and moral purpose of the Cold War. In every challenge, we've applied the combined power of our nations to the cause of justice. And we're doing the same today. Our alliance is strong, our resolve is firm, and our mission will be achieved. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your welcome. Thank you for your strength and for your leadership at this time. And I believe the alliance between the United States and Great Britain has never been in better or stronger shape. Can I also offer the American people, on behalf of the British people, our condolences, our sympathy, our prayers for the lives of those who have fallen in this conflict, just as we have offered the condolence, the sympathy and the prayers to the families of our own British servicemen. Just under a week into this conflict, let me restate our complete and total resolve. Saddam Hussein and his hateful regime will be removed from power. Iraq will be disarmed of weapons of mass destruction, and the Iraqi people will be free. That is our commitment, that is our determination, and we will see it done. We had this morning a presentation of the latest military situation, which shows already the progress that has been made. It's worth just recapping it, I think, for a moment. In less than a week, we have secured the southern oil fields and facilities, and so protected that resource and wealth for the Iraqi people and avoided ecological disaster. We've disabled Iraq's ability to launch external aggression from the West. Our forces are now within 50 miles of Baghdad. They've surrounded Basra. They've secured the key port of Qazar. They've paved the way for humanitarian aid to flow into the country. And they've brought real damage on Iraq's command and control. So we can be confident that the goals that we have set ourselves will be met. I would like to pay tribute to the professionalism and integrity of our forces and those of the United States of America, our other coalition allies, and to say how their professionalism, as well as their skill and their bravery, stands in sharp contrast to the brutality of Saddam's regime. Day by day, we have seen the reality of Saddam's regime, his thugs prepared to kill their own people, the parading of prisoners of war and now the release of those pictures of executed British soldiers. If anyone needed any further evidence of the depravity of Saddam's regime, this atrocity provides it. It is yet one more flagrant breach of all the proper conventions of war. More than that, to the families of the soldiers involved, it is an act of cruelty beyond comprehension. Indeed, it is beyond the comprehension of anyone with an ounce of humanity in their souls. On behalf of the British government, I would like to offer my condolences particularly to the family and the friends of those two brave young men who died in the service of their country, and of the ordinary Iraqi people to whom we are determined to bring a better future. The future of the Iraqi people is one reason why much of our discussion has focused on humanitarian issues. Again, here we have the ship, the Sir Galahad, loaded with tons of supplies destined for the people of Iraq. The other immediate humanitarian priority is to restart the UN Oil for Food program, which the President and I discussed and which I will be discussing with Kofi Annan later this evening. And this is urgent. We also discussed the post-conflict issues. Contrary to a lot of the comment on this, the position is exactly as the President and I set out in the Azores, namely that we will work with the UN, our allies and partners and bilateral donors. We will seek new UN Security Council resolutions to affirm Iraq's territorial integrity, to ensure rapid delivery of humanitarian relief, and endorse an appropriate post-conflict administration for Iraq. But let me emphasize once again that our primary focus now is and must be the military victory, which we will prosecute with the utmost vigor. And the immediate priority for the United Nations is, as the President was indicating a moment or two ago, the Oil for Food program. In addition, as has just been said to you, we had an excellent discussion of the Middle East, and we both share a complete determination to move this forward. It is indeed often overlooked that President Bush is the first US president publicly to commit himself to a two-state solution, an Israel confident of its security and a viable Palestinian state. And I welcome the decision announced recently to publish the roadmap as soon as the confirmation of the new Palestinian Prime Minister is properly administered. Finally, I would just like to say this. I think it is important that we recognize at this time that the goals that we're fighting for are just goals. Whatever the difficulty of war, let us just remember this is a regime that has brutalized its people for well over 2 decades. Of course, there will be people fiercely loyal to that regime who will fight all the way. They have no option. But I have no doubt at all that the vast majority of ordinary Iraqi people are desperate for a better and different future, for Iraq to be free, for its government to be representative of its people, for the human rights of the people to be cared for. And that is why, though, of course, our aim is to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction and make our world more secure, the justice of our cause lies in the liberation of the Iraqi people. And to them we say, we will liberate you. The day of your freedom draws near.
We'll take 2 questions aside. We would hope that you would respect the asking 1 question per question.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fournier.
That, of course, means I can ask each leader 1 question.
No, I mean, of course you will anyway. But...
Yes, sir. First to you, Mr. Prime Minister. Briefly, Secretary Powell said yesterday that the UN should have a role in post-war Iraq, but that the United States should have a significant dominating control of post-Saddam Iraq. How would that kind of talk play in Europe? And Mr. President, can you help me understand the timing of this war? You talked yesterday that it'll be we're far from over. Today you said it's going slowly but surely. We're working our way to our end goal. Given that the resistance is as strong as it's been in the South, and that we have what you call the most hardened, most desperate forces still around Baghdad, are we to assume that this is going to last, could last months and not weeks and
I'll
not
answer
days?
that question very quickly and you can get to his. However long it takes to win. That's however long it takes to achieve our objective. And that's important for you to know, the American people to know, our allies to know, and the Iraqi people to know. However long it takes. That's the answer to your question, and that's what you got to know. If I can, it's a matter of timetable, it's a matter of victory. And the Iraqi people have got to know that, see? They got to know that they will be liberated and Saddam Hussein will be removed no matter how long it takes. Go ahead.
In relation to the United Nations, look, there's no doubt at all that the United Nations has got to be closely involved in this process. That's not just right, it's in everyone's interest that it happens. All I'm saying to people is the focus, the immediate focus, has got to be on the oil for food program, because that is the thing we need to get sorted out with the United Nations literally in the next few days. Now, after that, there's the issue of the post-conflict administration, where, as we said in our resource statement, it's important there again that the UN is involved and that any post-conflict administration in Iraq is endorsed by it. But there are huge numbers of details to be discussed with our allies as to exactly how that is going to work, and also the conflict is not yet over. We're still in the conflict. So we will carry on discussing that with the UN, with other allies, but I think that is best done in those discussions without trying to do it by discussion through the press conference or through megaphone diplomacy. But about the role of the UN and the basis of the principles we set out in the Azores Summit, there is simply no difference at all there. But there are a huge amount of details as to exactly how that is to be implemented that have to be a matter of discussion, and also a matter of a reflection of the reality that we will face when we get to the point of post-conflict. Andy.
Andrew Marr from the BBC, but for both leaders, if I may. We've all of us noted quite a shift in emphasis over the last few days, from a hope that this could be over very, very quickly, to the military in both countries briefing about months. My question is really, why do you think that shift has taken place? Did we underestimate the scale of Iraqi resistance? Has it been the weather? Has it been poor advice at the beginning of the campaign? Or is it a military question?
Well, you know, in the previous two campaigns in which I've been involved, in Kosovo and Afghanistan, you reach this particular point where people start ask us to speculate on exactly how much time it takes to get the job done. The important thing is the job will be done. There is no point in entering into a speculation of how long it takes, except to say we have been, I think, just under a week into this conflict. Now, because of the way it's reported, you've got this constant 24 hours a day media, it may seem to people that it's a lot longer than just under a week, but actually it's just under a week. And in just under a week, there is a massive amount that has already been achieved. I mean, after all, coalition forces are within 50 miles of Baghdad. The southern oil fields are secured. The west is protected from external aggression. We've got forces going into the north. Now, we will carry on until the job is done. But there is absolutely no point, in my view, of trying to set a time limit or speculate on it, because it's not set by time. It's set by the nature of the job. All I would do, though, is point out to you that within those 6 or 7 days, actually an enormous amount has already been achieved. I think it's also important just to make one other point, which is we have very deliberately wanted to do this in a way that protects the future of the Iraqi people too. I mean, that's one reason why we went immediately in to secure the oil installations in the south. If we weren't able to do that, then the prospects of the Iraqi people for the future would be blighted. That's why the air campaign has targeted very, very specifically, as precisely as we possibly can, military command and control, the aspects of Saddam's regime, not the civilian population. So we're doing this in the way that we set it out, to achieve our objectives, we will achieve our objectives.
I have nothing more to add to that. Randy.
You've raised the possibility of holding Iraqis accountable for war crimes. I'm wondering if you could describe what war crimes you think they've committed to date. And secondly, should the Iraqis be prepared for U.S. retaliation with nuclear weapons if they were to attack coalition forces with weapons of mass destruction?
You heard the Prime Minister eloquently talk about the loss of British life. They were murdered, unarmed soldiers executed. I mean, that's war crime. But, you know, I'm not surprised. I mean, this man, Saddam Hussein, has tortured and brutalized his people for a long, long time. We had reports the other day of a dissident who had his tongue cut out and was tied to the stake in the town square, and he was bled to death. That's how Saddam Hussein retains power. His sons are brutal people. They're barbaric in nature. So I'm not surprised he's committing crimes against our soldiers. I'm not surprised to hear stories about his thugs killing their own citizens and trying to blame it on coalition forces. I'm not surprised to know that regular army forces are trying to desert but get blown away by fellow Iraqi citizens. I'm not surprised because the nature of the man who has run the country for a long period of time. If he uses weapons of mass destruction, it'll just prove our case. And we will deal with it. We got one objective in mind, that's victory. And we'll achieve victory. Yeah, well, they've been sent a message in this war, too, and that if you launch a weapon of mass destruction, you'll be tried as a war criminal. And I urge those Iraqi generals who have any doubt of our word to be careful, because we'll keep our word. We're going to keep our word to the Iraqi people, and we'll keep our word to those war criminals in Iraq.
Adam.
I'd like to break your rule because I don't think we know the details of why you're using this word executed about the British servicemen. I'd like if you could explain that. But could I ask you both? You both ranged over history, the justness of the cause that you believe this war is. Why is it then that if you go back to that history, if you go back over the last century or indeed recent conflicts of your political careers, you have not got the support of people who've been firm allies, like the French, like the Germans, like the Turkish? Why haven't you got their support?
We've got a huge coalition. As a matter of fact, the coalition that we've assembled today is larger than one assembled in 1991 in terms of the number of nations participating. I'm very pleased with the size of our coalition. I was down yesterday at CENTCOM and met with many of the generals from the countries represented in our coalition, and they're proud to be side by side with our allies. This is a vast coalition that believes in our cause, and I'm proud of their participation. We got plenty of Western allies. We can give you the list. Ally after ally after ally has stood with us and continues to stand with us, and we are extremely proud of their participation.
In relation to our soldiers, the reason I used the language I did was because of the circumstances that we know. And the reason why I think it is important to recognize the strength of our alliance. Yes, there are countries that disagree with what we're doing. I mean, there's no point in hiding it. There's been a division. And you obviously have to take and go and ask those other countries why they're not with us, and they will give you the reasons why they disagree. But I think what is important is to bear in mind two things. First of all, there are an immense number of countries that do agree with us. I mean, I hear people constantly say to me, Europe is against what you're doing. That is not true. There is a part of Europe that is against what we are doing. There are many existing members of the European Union, and virtually all the new members of the European Union that strongly support what we're doing. So there is a division, but we have many allies. And the second point I'd make is this, that I understand why people hesitate before committing to conflict and to war. War is a brutal and a bloody business. But we are faced with a situation where Saddam Hussein has been given 12 years to disarm voluntarily of weapons of mass destruction that the whole of the international community accepts as a threat, and he has not done so. Instead, what we have had is 12 years in which he's remained in power with these weapons intact and brutalized his own people. Now, we felt we had come to the point where if we wanted to take a stand against what I believe to be the dominant security threat of our time, which is the combination of weapons of mass destruction in the hands of unstable, repressive states and terrorist groups, if we wanted to take a stand, then we had to act. And we went through the diplomatic process. We tried to make the diplomatic process work, but we weren't able to do so. And the other reason why I think it is important that we act, and why indeed we have many, many allies, is because people do know that this is a brutal regime. That is not the reason for us initiating this action. That is in relation to weapons of mass destruction. But it is a reason why, if we do so, as we are doing, we do so in the full knowledge that we are indeed going to bring a better future for the Iraqi people. And if you just want one statistic, although statistics, I'm afraid, never have the same emotional appeal as pictures, but we don't see these pictures of what has happened in Iraq in the past. But just one statistic. Over the past 5 years, 400,000 Iraqi children under the age of 5 died of malnutrition and disease, preventably, but died because of the nature of the regime under which they're living. Now, that is why we're acting. And yes, there are divisions in the international community. There are many people on our side, there are those that oppose us. But that is for us, I'm afraid, I'm afraid, Adam, that is a question to ask to other people as well as to us. All I can tell you is why we are acting and why we believe our cause to be just. And yes, at the end of this whole process, we need to go back over it and ask why this has happened. But I simply say to you that if the world walks away from this security threat facing us, and if we back down and take no action against Saddam, think of the signal that would have sent right across the world.
To be burned, derma blebs start to appear in our skin. And then we feel that very hard breathing. We couldn't breathe anymore.
Do you want some water?
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry you have to relive this. Are you still experiencing after effects?
Yes. Yes. Till this moment, I feel very hard breathing. I have problem with my breath.
Zainab, you had the opportunity of visiting an Iraqi prison. Describe it for me. What were the rooms like? What were the cells like?
They took us to the torture chamber, and we saw a human meat grinders.
Meat grinders?
That's when they put a person in it and shred it to the septic tank.
A live person?
A live person.
They would grind them up and put them in a septic tank?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And he showed me chemical baths that they dissolve people in.
To people who might say, you are the dissidents, and so you are exaggerating. What do you say?
You cannot exaggerate about these things.
We're asking the whole world to see our suffering inside Iraq. We ask them to participate in our freedom and liberty. Iraqi people suffered enough during 35 years, and they deserve freedom. They deserve democracy.
These women wanted to thank the Americans who are fighting on their behalf, and now I think you understand when we perhaps are surprised that some of the men are not surrendering. This is the sort of fear, you know, what happens if...
But that also makes me wonder why the whole international community isn't rallying behind the United States and Britain, because how is this much different than Hitler?
They didn't
to
know.
Me. I mean, it's the beginning of...
It is. These women compare Saddam Hussein to Hitler, and this was a longer interview, and they said, when this was over, where was the United States when we were uprising? Where was the international community?
They're saying after the Gulf War we left.
During World War II. It's the exact same question when Hitler was doing what he was doing over in
This is a
Europe.
great piece because it makes 2 points. One, that Saddam Hussein is evil and needs to be eliminated. And two, that dissidence is necessary in a democracy. See, they protested and this is what happened to them. So we must remember that too.
Yeah.
And we must get this SOB. Both.
Field left behind by fleeing Iraqis. The U.S. military says an Iraqi missile is likely to blame for the 14 deaths in this Baghdad market, raising fears the regime will kill Iraqis deliberately and blame it on U.S.-led forces.
We had reports the other day of a dissident who had his tongue cut out and was tied to the stake in the town square, and he was bled to death.
Iraq says the U.S. and Britain are to blame for civilian deaths, 350 they say so far.
These aggressors, the American and British and their allies, are targeting civilians.
New U.S. troops are on their way. These paratroopers opening a front in the north, the 4th Infantry and its 200 high-tech tanks on its way from the U.S. But that won't help these tired and hungry Iraqis. The U.S. and Britain say the UN should bring back the Oil for Food program. Not a lot of goodwill left at the UN, though. The American ambassador walked out after Iraq accused the U.S. of exterminating its people. The U.S. and Britain won't say yet, though, what else they would like the UN to do once the war is over, making it clear there is still a lot to figure out. Lloyd?
Kathy, there seems to be some space developing between Tony Blair and George Bush on the issue of the United Nations involvement in a post-war Iraq. What do we make of that?
Well, first of all, in the news conference, they wanted to make it clear that they're on the same page. However, there are reports that the U.S. actually wants to have a huge role in deciding how Iraq is run after the war is over, figuring the UN should basically stick to humanitarian relief. Tony Blair, on the other hand, apparently wants the UN to essentially take over. So a lot more debate still on that to come. Lloyd?
Right. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Now to southern Iraq and the key port city of Qasr. It's the first city, the only Iraqi city, in coalition hands. British troops are trying to restore some sense of law and order and move in desperately needed humanitarian aid. CTV's Tom Clark was in Qasr today, one of the few Western reporters to witness firsthand just what's happening there. And here is his report.
As one man in this crowd told us, people in southern Iraq only want 3 things: electricity, water, and freedom. And at the moment, they have none. Electricity in this badly impoverished region has been cut for a week, a casualty of war. And no power means the water pumps don't work. Everywhere, there are people begging for water. As for freedom, not totally yet. This is still a British military zone. When the American and British forces came into this part of southern Iraq a week ago, there was an assumption that the occupation, as well as the humanitarian aid, which will soon be flowing into here, would be enough to win over the loyalty of the local Iraqis. Now, the local Iraqis that we have seen today have shown no outright display of hostility to the coalition forces, but at the same time, it's very clear that they're being safe, they're being cautious, and they're holding their loyalty cards very close to their chest. A case in point. These Iraqi men are being ordered out of the car for a weapons search. They have none. In fact, the soldiers haven't found any in at least 4 days. But the Iraqis take all of this in stride and are only too happy to speak with a Western reporter, as long as the questions don't get too political. Do you want Saddam to go down? The focus tomorrow will be here, the port of Qasr, where a British ship will unload tons of food, water, and medicine. It's been delayed because of Iraqi mines in the harbor that are now cleared. There is a sense of better days ahead. This man asked me to call his father in the Gulf city of Dubai. I need your name. Tell him I'm okay, he said. Tell him his grandson is okay. Tell him everything is okay now. Tom Clark, CTV News, Qasr, Iraq.
And Tom is back across the border in Kuwait now. And Tom, first of all, I have to ask you, did you manage to talk to that man's father?
Well, yes, we did, Lloyd. We phoned him tonight, and he said he was extremely happy to hear the news.
So now that you've been in for a day, what are your general impressions about how the Iraqis are responding to the invasion?
Well, of all the people that we saw and talked to today, they appeared to be genuinely happy with the coalition forces in their town. They would wave at you as you went by. They'd smile. They'd give the thumbs up signal. But, of course, what they don't like is the effects of the invasion. The lack of power, the lack of water. And that really is the critical point in Qasr and in all of southern Iraq right now. They're just waiting for the drinking water to arrive.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Clark reporting tonight from Kuwait. And with me at our interactive map, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen. Tom, now that the sandstorms have lifted, let's go to the map and indicate just where the various groups are as they move up toward Baghdad from Kuwait.
Sure. While the bombing is going on in the Baghdad area, American forces are proceeding basically along the same axis that they have in the past, particularly in the center axis where you have the 3rd Division moving. Also, you have the Marine Division moving in this direction. But the most notable and new thing that's happening is that we know now that the 101st Air Assault Division, some 20,000 men, can proceed from this region and move up whenever they're called upon. They can get there in probably 2.5 hours.
Now, we have two things to clarify tonight. One is that movement of Iraqi troops, supposedly from Baghdad south toward the American lines, what happened to them, and the Iraqis who were trying to move out of Basra and were stopped by British forces. Tell us about each one of those.
Well, last night we heard about a big column coming down from Baghdad that was going to go right into the 1st Marine Division. Everybody was worried about what was going to happen with that column. Again, that's turned out to be overstated, it was false intelligence, basically. There were some trucks that moved in that direction, but it certainly wasn't the 10,000 men that we had heard initially. In addition, in Basra, there's been significant activity. There's been some armored units of the Iraqis that have moved out of the city. They were engaged by the British and took some heavy losses. And so that's a significant event that's occurred in the Basra area.
Good time for us to remind people, Tom, that a lot of information gets waylaid because of the fog of war. Information just doesn't get through clearly.
Absolutely. The fog of war is something that that's why we have people that analyze it, and we try not to take action as far from a military standpoint until that's clarified.
Thanks very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen. With each passing day of the war, the immense task facing aid workers trying to help the Iraqi people grows greater. CTV's Tom Kennedy is in the Jordanian town of Ruwashid, not far from the Iraqi-Jordanian border. Tom, what can you tell us about the scope of this humanitarian crisis in that region?
Yes, Lloyd, the humanitarian agencies internationally are very concerned about the situation in Iraq. In fact, the World Food Program is about to make the largest request for aid for the people of Iraq, the largest request that the agency has ever made in its history, about $1 billion. They are particularly concerned if this war goes on. Now, about 60% of the population of Iraq was dependent on food aid from the government before this war began. That government distribution system has collapsed. Only about a quarter of the population of Iraq has access to safe drinking water, so there's a great deal of concern. Now, we've seen in the images over the last 24 or 36 hours the difficulties these agencies have had getting even just a trickle of aid into the south of the country. They're particularly worried about how much more difficult it will be to get needed aid much deeper into Iraq. Now, this humanitarian situation is getting a great deal of coverage in the Arabic media as well, as is the conflict. In fact, Lloyd, on the news tonight in Basra, the city to the south, a great deal of attention was paid on Arabic television to civilian casualties. Now, they are being accused, these networks, of giving biased coverage slanted in favor of Iraq. The television agencies are responding to that, saying it's not at all true. But a great deal of anger in the West about this television coverage, but there is no question it is shaping public opinion throughout the Arabic world that was very much against this war before it started, probably much more against it right now. Lloyd.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Kennedy. And as Tom Kennedy just told us, the Arab media's push to sway opinion in the Middle Eastern countries is meeting with some sporadic resistance. Today, the Al Jazeera TV network's website was defaced by hackers. They replaced the English-language website with a picture of an American flag and the words, "Let freedom ring." Those sentiments weren't echoed in some of today's Arab newspapers. Beirut's Daily Star says British and U.S. troops are discovering they are not welcome in Iraq, while Egypt's Al Aram condemned the American slaughter of civilians. And Libya's Al Jamahiriya have this to say about what the Pentagon is calling Operation Iraqi Freedom. Is the U.S. stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Criticism of the war and the U.S. is not limited, of course, to the Arab world. Recent jabs at George Bush from Jean Chrétien's Liberals were again the talk of Ottawa today. The opposition slammed the Prime Minister for fostering what they called a growing rift between Canada and the United States. CTV's Roger Smith has more.
Already under heat from Washington, Jean Chrétien faced new accusations that anti-Americanism is a deliberate liberal policy.
Isn't bad relations with George Bush what the Prime Minister really wanted all along?
The Prime Minister insisted he and the President are friends, that they got along well at a meeting last fall.
When he said that I was very straightforward, that sometimes I can be funny, and he said I could be a good Texan.
A real friend of George Bush would be with George Bush and Tony Blair in the United States today.
Disappointed. Reports say Tuesday's diplomatic scolding by the U.S. ambassador was orchestrated by the White House. Anger there because of opposition to the war and because Chrétien didn't strongly censure the personal criticism of Bush by Herb Dollowell.
He's let not only Americans but the world down by not being a statesman.
Today, still no apology.
I think that that debate is finished. I think we have to move on.
As for Chrétien, he was quick to rebuke Joe Clark for criticizing Bush's diplomacy.
None of my ministers would have said that.
U.S. officials are now reviewing Bush's plans to visit Canada on May 5th. Canadian officials are hinting it might be canceled because of the threat of anti-war protests and heckling.
I and others, I suspect, would be making our views known loud and clear. So I would think that Bush would be having second thoughts about this visit now.
A Baghdad neighborhood erupts after allegations of an attack gone astray. And on the road from Basra, the ones who got away. Saddam Hussein's paramilitary brigades are accused of taking dead aim at fleeing civilians.
CTV News, Target Iraq, with Lloyd Robertson.
Good evening. There is a new and surprising twist in the Iraq war to tell you about tonight, something that has the potential to add fuel to an already volatile situation. U.S. defense officials have warned two of Iraq's neighbors to stay out of the conflict. And this begins our look at some major developments today. The U.S. says Syria has been supplying Iraq with military equipment. It has also advised Iran not to support military personnel inside Iraqi territory. Baghdad is undergoing another day of heavy bombing, and there are reports that over 50 people have been killed in a residential area. British military officials say civilians trying to leave Basra in southern Iraq are being shot by forces loyal to Saddam Hussein, and humanitarian aid is now arriving in Baghdad by sea. A British ship loaded with food and water has docked at the port of Qasr. As for their military march, U.S. officials continued to deny suggestions today that their battle plans have veered off course in the face of tougher-than-expected Iraqi resistance. They maintain the American and British forces have made great progress, and they're confident the regime of Saddam Hussein will be toppled. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson is following developments from our Washington bureau. Kathy?
Lloyd, many more bombs dropped on Baghdad today, including now on the Information Ministry, and it appears one of them may have missed its target. Another nightmare attack on civilians. 47 reportedly in this Baghdad hospital, another 55 or so dead after a bomb struck a crowded neighborhood. Al Arabiya TV says a U.S. cruise missile may be to blame. The U.S. has said they're not targeting civilian areas. All over the country, Iraqi civilians are still chanting their support for Saddam. The U.S. says loyal guerrilla fighters are popping up all over in civilian clothes. Saddam's regime still in place.
It's a firm belief that we are winning this war and we will win the war.
The U.S. and British supply lines and troops are spread thin, fighting in cities they hope to bypass. Reports quote a senior U.S. general in the field saying, quote, the enemy we're fighting is different than the one we'd war-gamed against. The Pentagon begs to differ.
The plan is sound, it's being executed, and it's on track, and that's essentially what General Wallace said too.
The U.S. is now going after Iraq's neighbors, scolding Syria for allegedly selling military equipment to Iraq and telling Iran to keep Iraqi exiles who want to fight on their side of the border.
We don't like having our forces lose their lives. We don't want the conflict prolonged. And we don't want neighboring countries, or anyone else for that matter, to be in there assisting the Iraqi forces.
In Basra, the British military says Iraqi paramilitary forces are firing at civilians, trying to stop them from leaving. The U.S. and Britain say other Iraqis are being ordered at gunpoint to fight or die.
It's very hard when you do see bodies on the street afterwards wearing civilian clothes, even though they have held up weapons against you. A body in civilian clothes still looks like a body in civilian clothes, so it is something hard to deal with.
The U.S. wants Iraqis to remember the faces of those who forced them to fight, the U.S. president vowing to put them on trial.
War criminals will be hunted relentlessly and judged severely.
The air war is still blasting away. The U.S. and Britain trying to hit some 30,000 Republican Guard troops massed around Baghdad. The U.S. dropped 2 so-called bunker buster bombs on this Baghdad communications facility. Iraqi TV was knocked off the air temporarily. The Pentagon is now talking about surrounding Baghdad, hoping people will leave instead of going in right away. The U.S. strategy at this point, Lloyd, seems to be to pause before taking on Baghdad, partly because of all of that resistance from the Iraqis.
We heard a lot of questions today, Kathy, about the so-called war plan from the Pentagon. Are there any changes from what you can see in that war plan as a result of these questions?
Well, we're hearing talk from the battlefield of a possible shift to an aerial bombing campaign that could last a month or longer, and that's very similar to the Gulf War, of course. And that's a big shift from what Vice President Dick Cheney said before the war started, that it would take weeks, not months. The U.S. administration was grilled about this today, but they're sticking to their message that they will keep going with this as long as it takes to win. Lloyd?
And they note total flexibility, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Thanks, Kathy. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. A large part of the war story today is the growing humanitarian crisis and how the world is trying to deal with it. There was a ray of hope this afternoon when the United Nations Security Council voted unanimously to restart Iraq's Oil for Food program. Here's what that means. The program uses Iraq's oil revenues to purchase food and medicine. More than 60% of all Iraqis rely on it. Today's resolution gives UN Secretary General Kofi Annan control over the program for the next 45 days. Nearly $10 billion in goods have already been ordered, but getting it into Iraq is a problem. Fighting has forced the United Nations to move most of its personnel out of the country. Now, apart from the military objectives, a big priority for war planners has been getting desperately needed humanitarian aid into Iraq. And today, there was a victory. The first relief ship arrived in the southern Iraq port city of Qasr, loaded with more than 200 tons of emergency supplies. CTV's Tom Clark was there to witness it all. All went smoothly in Qasr, but as Tom reports, there were scenes of chaos elsewhere.
This is how not to hand out humanitarian aid. This riot, the second in a week in the Iraqi border town of Safwan, was the result of another food and water shipment from the Kuwaiti government. Iraqis were desperate for the packages, but some were outraged at how it was done, saying that at least under Saddam Hussein they had ration cards and order. There is still no aid going into the battle-torn city of Basra. Intense fighting continues, so people there are fending for themselves, streaming out of the city in search of water and food, many returning before dark to share what they've found. But this is what the coalition military wanted the world to see today, the docking of the Sir Galahad, laden with humanitarian aid. But the ship wasn't just carrying help. It was carrying a message to international aid agencies. The port is now open and it's safe.
Our job is not to provide humanitarian aid. We provide a band-aid, if you like, in that little vacuum between the previous regime moving out and the big aid agencies, USAID, UN, whatever coming in next. And we can do that stopgap. We can keep this going for a couple of weeks, quite happily, but then it needs serious aid.
A retired Kuwaiti Army general was also on hand today. He's now in charge of the Kuwaiti aid program, and he had his own message. Kuwait does not want Iraqi refugees.
But from the word go, we made sure that we pass the message to our brothers in Iraq not to move from their home. It's not needed. We will reach you to get you the help.
There is perhaps one other objective to this very symbolic moment, and that is to win over the hearts and minds of those opposed to the war in many parts of the world. So the theory goes, the more people see of the softer side of this campaign, the humanitarian aid, the more they might be prepared to accept the hard, brutal military side. Tom Clark, CTV News, Qasr, Iraq.
And with me at our interactive map, one of our experts, Major General Louis McKenzie, Canadian Forces retired. Lou, we've heard a lot of talk over the last few days about this new northern front, so that forces can move from the north onto Baghdad. Do you regard that as a front just yet?
No, I don't think it qualifies, Lloyd, as a front, but it is a toehold. Elements of the 173rd Infantry Battalion, American Infantry Brigade, have secured this airfield up here, and the good news is for the Allies, it lets the reinforcements from Italy and from Germany fly in there, vehicles, tow missile systems, etc. What was interesting today, though, was the fact that here, on the line, the Kurdish line, which has been overlooked by Iraqi forces, the Iraqi forces pulled back. The Kurds moved forward in order to fill that vacuum and were shelled by artillery. No casualties that we're aware of, but obviously the Iraqis are still close to the Kurdish area.
Right. So what do we make of these warnings today coming from the Pentagon about aid coming into Iraq from Syria, and also possible reinforcements coming in from Iran for the Shias in southern Iraq?
Well, very interesting, and I don't jump to the same conclusion that Mr. Rumsfeld did. This is the border between Syria and Iraq, and quite frankly, smuggling is the national sport in that area. There'll be a lot of kit coming across, people will be making a lot of money, and if it's old Russian equipment, which it probably is, it's first generation, and night vision devices aren't all that good. Over here, not so problematic, perhaps. I know the coalition's complaining about the fact that some of the Badr Brigade might be coming across from Iran, but quite frankly, those are refugees over the last 20 years from Iraq that have escaped over into Iran, and they're extremely anti-Saddam Hussein. If that's the case, maybe the Allies want to go make contact with them, and they'll take them under their wing.
Good point. Thanks very much, Lou.
Pleasure, Lloyd.
Casualty figures in the so-called fog of war are hard to pin down. Here are the latest estimates. At least 27 American soldiers have been killed. On the British side, at least 20. Iraq has not given a figure on its military casualties, but the U.S. and Britain say as many as 300 Iraqi soldiers have been killed. Iraqi officials say at least 425 civilians have died so far. None of these figures has been independently verified. Civilian suffering isn't confined to death and injuries. Hundreds of refugees, including several dozen children, have fled to a camp in Ruwashid, Jordan, 80 kilometers from the Iraq border. Many of the families are originally from Sudan or Egypt and came to Iraq to find work. They simply don't have enough money to go home. In the past, support for Saddam Hussein has fluctuated in Jordan. It's gone up and down. In Amman, it's been rising amid a growing perception that the U.S.-led war on Iraq is an attack on the entire Muslim world. Today, there were more anti-American protests. CTV's Ellen Pinchuk is in Amman and joins us. Ellen?
Hello, Lloyd. With each day of war in neighboring Iraq, tensions are growing here in Jordan. What starts as a call to prayer turns into a call to arms. Jordanians hear from their imam, Muslims unite to defeat the enemy. Day by day, the Iraqi cause is becoming more and more an Arab one, and the anger is rising. Only minutes after the prayer ends, the street erupts in protest. In spirit and in blood, we are with you, Iraq, they chant. The victory will be for the Muslims in the end, says this man. Uprisings like this are a near daily occurrence in Amman. Over 60 protests so far in Jordan since the war began, and dozens more throughout the Arab world. Today, the police step in, the crowd panics and runs, but they'll be back another day. As the Jordanians are picking up the pieces of today's demonstration, concern is growing that as the war in Iraq continues on and civilian casualties continue to mount, that the unrest may spill over to the entire Middle East. There's an explosive rise of pan-Arab nationalism, says this Jordanian journalist.
The longer the battle is, the more boiling it will become, and I think it will lead to problems, changes of regimes in some places in the Arab world.
Even Iraqi workers returning from Jordan to fight in their homeland are saying that killing an invader takes precedence over all other considerations. We don't want the Jews, Zionists, Americans to make Iraqi territory filthy. Iraq, the ancient civilization, we are going to liberate it from the filthy Americans, says this man. Even if the U.S. coalition is virtually assured victory in the war, its triumph over the hearts and minds of the people in this region is far from certain. Lloyd?
So, Ellen, with these demonstrations apparently growing throughout the Arab world, what's being said there about the dangers to other governments in the region? Egypt, Jordan, Syria, for example.
Well, what the protesters have been saying in this relatively undemocratic part of the world has actually been quite stunning. For example, in Cairo, calling for Hosni Mubarak's resignation. And also, sources told us that there will be a protest very soon in Jordan that is unsanctioned by the government and will call for the resignation of the prime minister and his cabinet. Lloyd?
Surprising. Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you, Lloyd.
There were a number of other anti-war protests in the Arab world today. In Gaza, more than 10,000 Palestinians took to the streets in support of Saddam Hussein. They shouted anti-U.S. slogans and burned effigies of Western leaders. People also demonstrated in the Persian Gulf state of Bahrain. In related news, Russian President Vladimir Putin says the conflict poses a threat to global stability. Putin, who met with Lebanon's prime minister, condemned the situation in Iraq, saying it is the most serious crisis since the Cold War. Iraqi television has broadcast pictures of people alleged to be American spies. Baghdad claims to have arrested 3 Iraqi citizens. The aerial pounding continues as coalition forces capture a critical bridge.
CTV News, Target Iraq with Lloyd Robertson.
Good evening. Today, one question kept floating to the surface of the news from Iraq. Where is Saddam Hussein? Speculation mounted after a spokesman, not the president himself, appeared on TV with a message calling on Iraqis in Saddam's name to fight invaders as a religious duty. And there were these developments on day 13 of the war. U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said only Iraq's unconditional surrender will end the war. Fierce airstrikes focused on the southern approaches to Baghdad, and the U.S. military said Republican guards have been greatly weakened. And the reported deaths of an air raid of 9 children, along with those of 7 women and children at a checkpoint yesterday, triggered anger throughout the entire Arab world. And we have late word tonight of a fierce battle now underway between elements of the Iraqi Republican Guard and the U.S.-led coalition near Karbala, which is a key city on the road to Baghdad. It's 68 miles southwest of the capital. There was an echo of the Second World War in U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld's use of the phrase unconditional surrender today, meaning no negotiation of terms. That's what Hitler's Germany was told as Allied forces converged on Berlin. And it was used today as General Tommy Franks, commander of the U.S.-led forces in Iraq, was given a free hand to strike at Baghdad at a time of his choosing. CTV's Danelle Balfour brings us up to date from Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Danelle?
Lloyd, after days of relentless airstrikes, U.S. military officials say coalition forces on the battlefield are gearing up for the push into Baghdad. Heavy airstrikes pummel Baghdad's southern and western outskirts, where Iraq's Republican Guard units are dug in. Huge blasts also rock central Baghdad. Smoke billows from a compound used by Saddam Hussein. Iraq's leader answers with a defiant message read out by his information minister, calling for a holy war against the American-led invasion.
Let's go and do jihad. Hit them. Fight them. They are cursed. They are evil.
But the statement raises more questions about the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein.
The fact that Saddam Hussein did not show up for his televised speech today is interesting.
More questions as well today about the mounting civilian casualties. The latest, Iraq says, after U.S. bombs hit a residential area in Hilla in central Iraq. At least 11 people, mostly children, were killed. A nearby hospital is packed with the injured. It's another blow to U.S. efforts to win Iraqi hearts and minds, coming a day after the checkpoint killings of 7 women and children by American troops on edge after an Iraqi suicide attack earlier this week.
I'd like to express our regrets to the families of the Iraqis killed yesterday at the checkpoint near Najaf. Loss of any innocent life is truly tragic.
Central Command says it is investigating the checkpoint incident, but did not comment on reports troops fired without warning. Still, top U.S. officials say the war is taking its toll on the Iraqi leadership.
The regime has not lost, but is in the process of losing its ability to effectively communicate with its forces.
Here in Qatar and around the world, the images of civilian casualties have inflamed anti-war sentiment and undermined U.S. and British hopes of convincing Iraqis that this is a war of liberation and not invasion. Lloyd?
Thank you, Danelle. CTV's Danelle Balfour in Doha, Qatar. Making gains in Iraq has been a challenge for the U.S.-led forces. Keeping overtaken areas secure has been even more difficult. The American military was quick to claim victory in the border areas of southern Iraq in the early days of the campaign, but eliminating entrenched Iraqi resistance in places like Safwan has not been easy. CTV's Tom Clark has been watching this unpredictable situation. Tom?
Lloyd, the area around here was declared secured last week, but the past 24 hours have shown that secured doesn't necessarily mean controlled or even safe. The border town of Safwan, the first Iraqi village to be invaded 13 days ago. It's been quiet here for a week, but last night that changed. British forces rooted out remnants of the Iraqi army, killing or capturing 17.
And found 4 AK rifles, a large quantity of ammunition, a number of grenades, and in addition, military training pamphlets, and pamphlets also indicating explosive preparation for IEDs.
Just to the north, Basra. Last night, the scene of a fierce firefight, and tonight, possibly more to come. By daylight, evidence of the destruction. The city is surrounded, but the British plan is not to enter. The thinking, when Baghdad falls, Basra will follow. Another problem faced by the American and British forces are these, the oil fires in the Ramallah oil fields of southern Iraq. British forces in this area say that they regularly get incoming small arms fire at night, and during the day they've noticed a big increase in the number of camel herders in the area who appear to know very little about camels. And it's that type of low-level resistance that makes it hard to declare total victory here. But in an effort to give the impression of stability, British troops in this area have been ordered not to wear their full battle dress and hard helmets. Berets, smiles, and candy, they think, will be more effective. The resistance in the south comes from just a few. The majority generally seem to be supportive of the invasion. But those few are very effective, preventing for now the return of any sense of normality or safety. Lloyd?
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Clark. And with me is military expert Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen. Colonel, let's focus for a moment on that battle around Karbala, southwest of Baghdad. How important is this going to be?
That could be very significant. It might mean the main show, Lloyd, quite frankly. We had mentioned earlier today that we were talking about a 24 to 72 hour period, and then a main attack might start, and perhaps this is it, or perhaps the Republican Guard has noticed that a main attack is about ready to begin and is trying to prevent that attack from happening. But we're seeing a tremendous amount of fighting right here in this area, just southwest of Baghdad. It could be, as I said before the main event, 50% of the Republican Guard has already been decimated by American bombing. And so perhaps that 24 to 72 hour rule that we were talking about before has been preempted, and we're starting the attack immediately.
Dad tightened. Kathy Tomlinson reports.
Open the door! Open the door! Get your hands up and come outside! Come outside!
The words shouted at them are hard to understand.
Keep your hands up!
The guns and the camera at their front door obviously terrifying.
It's okay, it's okay. Hurry up!
This scene is playing out in neighborhoods all over Baghdad as U.S. soldiers try to figure out who's friendly
Welcome, welcome.
and who's not.
180 break.
U.S. troops killed as many as 3,000 Iraqis in the last day or so as they rolled into the capital. Those who resisted, the U.S. says, didn't have a chance.
A considerable amount of destruction. In virtually every engagement that we have, it's very one-sided. In some cases, we take a few wounded. In some cases, we have 1 or 2 killed. But in all cases, we inflict a considerable amount of destruction on whatever force comes into contact with us.
In the north, that destruction has taken out some of their friends. This was the horrible scene after a U.S. bomb mistakenly hit a convoy of Kurdish fighters, U.S. Special Forces, and a BBC crew.
You gotta yell to me because it's really hard to hear out here.
The U.S. also lost one of its well-known journalists. NBC's David Bloom died suddenly after collapsing from a blood clot in his lungs. He was one of the journalists embedded with U.S. troops. In Basra, a glimpse of what may come in other cities. British troops have now fought their way into the center and are staying.
To show the paramilitaries we're there and we're controlling. And to reassure the people of Basra that we're there to liberate them.
The U.S. says it now controls all the main routes in and out of Baghdad.
That the regime can do to order action by their forces.
Iraqi resistance is limited. Small dark figures scurry along the riverbank away from the buildings. In all likelihood, Iraqi soldiers. Some appear to discard weapons and clothing. Later, U.S. soldiers wander the palace grounds and inside the huge and empty complex. Not far away, Iraq's information minister.
At this moment? No, I'm so far away from them, I can't really talk to them, but I can tell you a lot of people have just come up to me and shook my hand for no reason other than that I'm a Westerner. And I think when they saw me, they figure I'm some kind of representative of these troops or something, or they feel in a good mood because they feel that, the nightmare is over. Do you feel like it's over? You've been there for so long. What's your sense today as an observer? Well, when you see U.S. forces driving down the main commercial street of this city and marching into this hotel, which housed the Ministry of Information up until this morning, you can't help but feel that it's completely over for the government here. I can't imagine, especially after all of these defacements of the Saddam Hussein statues and paintings, I don't see how the government could make a comeback from this. You know, you speak about the information minister. He's been seen almost as a comic figure in certainly in Western television every day, seeing him stand up and deny the existence of U.S. troops. What reaction have the people in Baghdad had to his daily pronouncements, although this being the first day we haven't heard from him? Well, my feeling was actually that most Baghdadis kind of believed him, or at least they wanted to believe him, because nobody wants, the U.S. forces to be so close and the bombing to be so intense. And they're happy to have this liberation, but it's scary when you have a huge military force descending on your city. So in a way, I think people were comforted by hearing, the troops are not even 100 miles from Baghdad. It's scary to be invaded, and I think, people were comforted by that. On the other hand, all Iraqis have shortwave radios, and they do listen to BBC and Voice of America and a lot of other sources of information. So
nobody, so people were hearing two different sources of information, and they didn't know what to believe. And a lot of people used to come up to me and ask me, what's the news? What's the news? What's going on? Where are the U.S. forces? Where are they? So they were confused.
Did power and water go back on in the city, or just in patches?
No, we still don't have power in our hotel. We still do have some water. It's not that strong. But other people in other parts of the city do not have power or water. And that's actually one of the biggest things that Iraqis have been saying to the U.S. forces here, is they've been begging them to fix the electricity and to bring them water. And the U.S. forces have been telling them it's not our job. We're not here for that right now. You're going to have to wait for your new government.
That'll be the next wave. Mei Ying, thanks for the update from Baghdad as these dramatic pictures appear before us. Seamus, to you, it's hard to take your eyes off it, isn't it?
It's absolutely riveting. There's no other word for it. What we're seeing now is some movement by that tank. Iraqi civilians all over it. For those people who are just joining us, you are looking at a camera shot, an image just outside the hotel, the Palestine Hotel, where what we're looking at is a statue of Saddam Hussein, an area obviously well secured by American forces. Iraqi civilians are pouring into this square, and they have been attempting over the past about 30 minutes or so to take down this statue. We are now looking at explosives elsewhere in Baghdad. We are told there is intense fighting both in the eastern portion and the western portion of the city. In fact, we're told that the Marines are experiencing fighting only blocks from that image that you saw earlier, that otherwise very calm-looking square in front of the Palestine Hotel. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen is standing by and watching those images with us. Tom, you've said time and time again that the most dangerous part of the war is coming up. Nightfall happening very soon in Baghdad.
It is. That's for sure.
Now, there have been reports time and again, Tom, that some members of the Iraqi forces may have night vision goggles.
Right.
Do you think that would be a concern of American forces right now?
I don't think they're concerned that much, Seamus, only because the Special Republican Guards and the irregular forces within the city probably do not have those types of night vision devices. And if they do, they're probably in very, very limited cases they might have them.
There seem to be just pockets of resistance right now. I mean, let's go through this again, Tom, because you have said, you've emphasized time and again, as has the White House, that this is a flexible plan.
Right.
The plan initially here was just to provide some reconnaissance and find out how much resistance American forces would find within the center of Baghdad. When they found none, they moved almost immediately, it seems.
Right. It started out as a reconnaissance force operation, went in, came back from the University of Baghdad area. Then the next day they went in, and they specifically said it was just a reconnaissance and force operation. They were going to come back again. That was the briefing in the morning. In the afternoon, they kind of changed their tune when they saw that the resistance was as heavy as they expected and stayed there. And they slowly but surely built up forces. They sent the 1st Marine Division in from the eastern sector of the city. That's the part of the city where the statue is right there. It's very, very close to the Tigris River. We have it on our map here in the area, so if we decide to switch to that, I can give a quick overview. But
I would say we're almost hesitant to take our eyes off this image right now, but keep it there, Tom, because we may want to refer to it later, just to give people a sense of exactly where this is, and also the size of this city. It is a very large and sprawling city.
It is.
So, your eyes deceive you. These are images of one portion of Baghdad. We've briefly seen other portions where there is still intense fighting. Who exactly, or do you have any idea, Tom, who it is that U.S. forces are fighting with? What members of the Iraqi military they may be fighting with?
No, I don't, and quite frankly, that's the point. The American forces don't either. It's probably not an organized faction. It's probably groups of Fedayeen fighters or Special Republican Guard members that have decided to stay and fight it out, that have some type of close tie to the regime and are going to fight to the death. It could, as I said, be anywhere between 2 people to 200 people. But certainly, again, for those soldiers involved in the fighting, it's a very, very significant action. And as I said before,
That's what we will probably see as observers from overseas in the next 24 to 72 hours. A lot of that type of combat still occurring and flaring up at different times, even in areas that we think are occupied, because American forces aren't that numerous and therefore can't really be in the entire city all at once.
We're told the White House officials are definitely publicly being very cautious about any sort of jubilation looking at these images, but we're told that officials in the West Wing of the White House are absolutely riveted, and in fact there is a National Security Council meeting which the president is attending right now, taking place with obviously members, we're told, members of the NSC, just looking at these images, they themselves riveted by very emotional shots. Now, what we're showing you now, for those people who are just joining us, was attempts earlier. Sorry, Tom, just wanted to let people know that these are attempts from earlier on the right-hand side of your screen of Iraqi citizens using a sledgehammer to attempt to topple it. That proved fruitless, at least in the short term. So now I don't know whether they've enlisted the help of this tank or not. We're still watching. What were you going to say, Tom?
You had asked me one other time what type of vehicle that was, and yes. I can see now a little bit more clearly because there's not as many people on top of it. It's it's an armored recovery vehicle, and they're probably using that because it has even more force than a normal tank would have. It's one that literally drags other tanks around, just like a tow truck would drag a vehicle that was stranded on the highway.
It's very interesting, the symbolism of this moment, Tom. And Lisa had pointed out earlier the American flag that one American troop was waving in the wind. We know that weeks ago, or days ago, sorry, in Qasr, when a flag was waved or flown above Qasr, when it was believed to have been secured, there was a great deal of controversy, not the message that the American military wanted to send out, one of conqueror and not liberator. That was the concern. One can't help but wonder if there is a debate going on somewhere right now about the significance of a tank taking down a statue or the Iraqi people themselves taking down that statue.
That could be a debate. In getting back to the flag, and then I'll move to the recovery vehicle pulling the statue down. I think one thing that all viewers should understand is that flag, luckily, was probably not seen by thousands of people, and so I'm sure that either the NCO or the officer in charge told them to get that flag out of there immediately. And likewise, I think the Iraqis. People themselves.
Tom, I just want to interrupt because right now we're looking at an image, as you can see, of a building about 10 kilometers away from the courtyard that we were looking at earlier with the statue, and that building obviously under fire. We don't know what that building is or what it housed previously. We'll let you know, and we'll continue to show images of action as they occur. Okay, we understand now that Al Jazeera, the Arabic television network, one of them, is reporting that is a building that has been set afire by looters. Looting, obviously, still a problem. We're looking at new images now of American troops on the ground. What amazes me, Tom, you've brought up the issue of snipers. It seems to me that with those high buildings around, any one of these people right now could be vulnerable to a sniper attack, one would think.
Absolutely, particularly also because you can see the Americans strolling about having let their guard down, so to speak, and that makes them very, very vulnerable, particularly as you had indicated that nightfall is about to come, and you can see it's getting in the dusk time period right now, and that's going to prove to be a very, very significant event.
Guns seem to be raised above that rampart there.
There must have been something that they saw, because those soldiers are obviously moving there because they saw or heard something that isn't. They're deploying. You can see that they heard or saw something there.
Urban warfare before our eyes, Tom. While the White House again has been very cautious in saying that while they are pleased with the progress that we are witnessing firsthand on our television screens, they believe that the still significant danger lying ahead. Having said that, though, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks at CENTCOM in Doha, Qatar, quote, "The capital city is now one of those areas that has been added to the list of where the regime does not have control." So while that's a far cry from saying that coalition forces do have control, it does mean that It's certainly up in limbo right now. We're going to go over to Lisa in Doha, Qatar. As events progress, Lisa, this is...
Thank you, Seamus. Yes, it was earlier this morning that Central Command actually said this was a tipping point, seeing ordinary Iraqis realizing indeed that the Saddam era may indeed be over. And right now we're going to speak to Major Rummy Nelson Green, Army U.S. Central Command. Major, thank you for speaking with us. Can you tell us exactly what is really unfolding right now in Baghdad, the perception on behalf of the U.S. military?
What we see is a lot of people who are tasting freedom for the first time, and as the cameras show, that's very dramatic. It's not unlike the Berlin Wall coming down. However, we still want to temper this with the understanding of what we know on the ground, which is that there's a lot of fierce fighting still continuing in and around Baghdad at this time.
So give me a sense of that. How many trouble spots are U.S. troops and British forces actually fighting right now in that region?
I'm not going to characterize the specific numbers. However, I can tell you that there are still pockets of fierce resistance. Although the regime is clearly not under control, our troops, our forces are clearly not at the end of the fight either.
What about in other areas? I mean, we're certainly riveted to the pictures of Baghdad, but can you give us some information on the situation in Mosul? I understand there's developments there also today.
Well, in the areas of Mosul and Tikrit, and as well as near Erbil, we've had special operations forces operating in those areas, and we've been bringing in a lot of airstrikes, and we're attacking key command and control headquarters. So those fights are ongoing, and as I said earlier, we would still be cautious in thinking that the end is near. We still recognize that there's a lot of fighting going on and a lot of fighting that needs to continue.
Are you moving more troops into Baghdad now?
We certainly are increasing and intensifying our activities throughout Baghdad. And we are as well having the 4th Infantry Division preparing to come in. That's over 30,000 troops and equipment, and they'll be joining the fight soon.
Major Nelson Green, I want to thank you for speaking us today from CENTCOM. We are going to go to Baghdad now. We have Mark McKinnon of the Globe and Mail. Mark, it's Lisa Laflamme. I hope you can hear me. Can you tell me what you're seeing right now? There appears to be a great amount of cheering where Mark is. Mark, if you can hear me, describe the scene. Okay, we are going to go to Mark. Obviously, there's an enormous amount of celebration as they work to bring that statue of Saddam Hussein down. There may indeed be celebration at the White House also. For some latest on that, we go to our Washington bureau chief, Alan Fryer, joins us. Good morning, Alan. Can you tell us, is it guarded optimism at the White House, or what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, it is so far, Lisa. The president has been following events very closely this morning, watching the very compelling images that we've all been watching from the center of Baghdad.
So I'm not hearing Alan Fryer.
But the mood certainly here is one of caution because they know that this is still far from over. But I think the sense is that the worst in terms of the heaviest fighting is probably done. And a lot of the work that remains to be done inside Baghdad and in cities of northern Iraq, of course, still lies ahead.
Well, of course, I mean, the last thing the Americans want is to end this war with another manhunt going on for perhaps a rival to Osama bin Laden. So how important is it for them to actually confirm that Saddam Hussein is dead?
I think it's very important. I think the comparison with Osama bin Laden is a good one. I think they realize that to really prove to ordinary Iraqis that the regime is dead and gone, they have to come up with proof that Saddam is either dead or has been captured. As you know, just a couple of days ago, there was that strike in a residential neighborhood of Baghdad. They had last-minute intelligence that Saddam, his sons, and some of his top generals were going to be meeting there, and they put 4 one-ton bombs down on that area, but they still haven't got confirmation that Saddam was hit. He was actually there when the bombs fell. That is still to be determined, but they're fairly confident that they're going to pick that up from the chatter of what's left of the regime. Obviously, if Saddam is dead, if he was hit that night, that afternoon rather, somebody in the regime knows it, and that's not the kind of secret that's going to be kept for long.
Okay, Alan, we'll check back with you, but at the moment the statue has an American flag draped over it. And Mark McKinnon of the Globe and Mail is there. Mark, if you're able to hear me now, can you describe the scene for us?
Hi, Lisa. It's quite a scene. There are a few hundred Iraqis who've come out from their apartments, and they're now chanting. They're getting a message over the loudspeaker now from the American soldiers. That's the noise in the background. I think whatever the message was, they liked it. They're clapping and cheering. They're moving away from the statue. So I think what's happened is they've asked people to stand away because Saddam is going to come crashing down. And the words brought up quite a cheer. A lot of people are yelling "Yalla, Yalla," which is Arabic for "Go, go." I think the American flag's coming off, which might not have been the most popular thing for them to do. I've been wandering around talking to people, and they're elated right now at the symbol that Saddam Hussein's time is over. There is some concern about how long the Americans are going to stay, but right now I think they're just celebrating. Lisa?
What kind of relationship, Mark, are you seeing, or discussion, or any kind of communication between the Iraqis and the U.S. troops as they move into the center there, and indeed whatever they're about to do to that statue?
Yeah, I by chance happened to be out driving around in Baghdad when the American column started moving up what is National Theater Street, which is the street that leads to this square here. And there were a lot of people who at first were just on their balconies watching. I don't know if they knew quite how they felt about it. A few people were waving, and it was really quite an apprehensive scene. The Americans were setting up perimeters and obviously watching the buildings for snipers. But nothing happened, and then after a while, people started to relax, I think, and realize that the fighting was over. One American soldier told me that after a day of urban warfare yesterday, they hadn't received any resistance coming to the center of town today. So, this has been, I think, people are realizing right now that they don't have to be there. They can come out of their houses. I mean, I'm watching right now, too, a woman and a daughter, both in headscarves, and they're just waving and clapping and jumping up and down. I mean, people are just simply delighted. But then again, you also got, I'm standing now beside 2 older men who are standing quite a ways back, quite noticeably not clapping, watching it very quietly, the whole scene. So I think there's still some winning over of hearts to be done.
Mark, I want to keep you on the line there, and I want you to keep watching, and we'll bring you back in to tell us as things develop where you're standing at the square. Seamus, first I'm going to throw it to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Well, we were just talking with Tom Christensen, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen, about the significance of the American flag being waved. Tom, what we saw there was an American troop perhaps acting hastily, putting an American flag over the face of Saddam Hussein on that statue for about a minute and then taking it down. Was he told?
I'm pretty sure, and I don't know this to be certain, that the platoon leader probably came over there and screamed at him and said, get that flag down and put it away, which is what he probably did.
Perhaps
I can't guarantee that that's what happened, but certainly the flag was there, and he certainly took it down and started getting rid of it, stuffing it, and then it was later handed off.
And now you have what looks to be on the left-hand side of your screen, which is the live shot. You have an Iraqi citizen standing atop that vehicle, Tom, which you had identified earlier, with an Iraqi flag. This being a war that has been televised like no other, one cannot impress enough upon people the importance of symbolism here. I don't know whether the damage, Tom, has been done or not, but in any case, that American flag has very quickly been removed from the head of that statue.
Right. Just as it was quickly removed, again, when I think the officer in Basra saw the flags there, they said, get those flags out of there. He probably didn't use as nice as language as I used.
Yes, perhaps more colorful.
Yes, more colorful language, and it's, I think, encouraging to see the Iraqi flag being put there and the symbolism that genders.
Tom, can you tell by looking at these troops, perhaps, are they from the 3rd Infantry?
No, those are Marine troops.
Those are Marines.
I believe.
And you can tell that by the helmet?
No, I can't tell that by any type of uniform. Only I could tell that when I saw some of the support vehicles around the square, they were Marine vehicles rather than Army vehicles.
And we've got Washington Bureau Chief Alan Fryer there.
And they're on the side of the river where the Marines are coming from, generally route of advance, so I'm almost sure they're Marines.
Tom, interesting. Alan, just stand by for a second, but I think what we see now is an Iraqi flag in the hands of that Marine. Look at this.
Exactly.
Look at this. Alan, tell me what you think as you see this.
Well, it is quite remarkable, Seamus, and I agree with the earlier comment that symbolism is terrifically important here. There's a widespread perception, especially in the Arab world, that this is not, as the Americans have cast it, a war of liberation, but one of occupation that's all about getting control of Iraq's oil. So anytime you have a powerful symbol like that, an American flag raised from a rooftop or from a statue, that is not what Washington wants to see, and we saw that come down in pretty short order, and here it is replaced by an Iraqi flag. So I agree. I think the symbolism here is very important. The Americans really want this to be seen inside Iraq and throughout the Arab world as a war of liberation, not of occupation. How successful they're going to be, of course, remains to be seen.
Let's go to Baghdad again. Mark McKinnon and Mei Ying Welsh join us. Mark, describe what's going on for us there. What does it feel like to be among that crowd?
Oh, there once more people are running away from the statue because they've been told that it is coming down this time. It's actually, I think this will be try number 5 on my count, including some earlier attempts with a sledgehammer by the local civilians. And I think the Iraqi flag has taken the place almost the necktie or something now that's around Saddam Hussein's neck. And people were chanting here for a while. I couldn't make out the first part, but the last part, Viva Iraq, was something derogatory to Saddam followed by Viva Iraq. So there's definitely a celebratory mood, and people, I think, were just waiting for really to grab souvenirs when the statue comes down and maybe bits of the pedestal break up.
Describe for us, Mark, the last 24 hours. There was an enormous amount of fear yesterday in Baghdad. It seemed chaotic and unpredictable compared to what's unfolding there today.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, last night, myself and some other reporters were forced to, who were trying to get into Baghdad, were forced to sleep on a bridge because it was deemed not safe to go any further on the outside of Baghdad. And this morning, we found the way entirely clear. No Iraqi checkpoints, no police presence, nothing. In fact, there was some looting going on, and something that's been happening quite frequently. You're seeing people walk away from government offices with refrigerators and furniture. That's the speaker. It is the Marine 4th Division here, the 3rd Battalion of the 4th Division. And the speaker's again saying that the statue's coming down this time. Driving through Baghdad just a few hours before this, we were greeted kind of again with those mixed feelings I was telling you about. At first we were having people run up to our car and, just tell us how happy they were and stick their thumbs through the windows. And at one point they were literally trying to kiss us on the cheeks. And then people started throwing rocks at the car from another angle and smashed our windows. So I mean, I think the scene you're seeing here is it's beautiful. The people here are excited, but this isn't all of Baghdad. This isn't all of Iraq, and I just want to also spoke.
Very smart of you, Mark, to put it in perspective. And Mei Ying Welsh, you were telling us a little bit earlier that Iraqis were coming up and shaking your hand just because you were a Western journalist. Your thoughts now as it looks like moments away before that statue comes down?
Well, I would have to agree with Mark. I mean, this is not all of Baghdad, and this is not all of Iraq. Those people who are feeling more ambivalent about this whole situation are not going to be standing underneath this statue. I doubt there's almost anyone who isn't glad to see this regime go. I'm sure, 99.9% of the people in this country are going to be very happy to see this statue come down. But who is bringing it down and how it's coming down and what is the future of this country is really still up in the air. We don't, a lot of people are sitting in their homes right now, wondering what this all means after the regime is gone. What's next?
On that point, Mei Ying, I want to bring Alan Fryer back into the discussion. This obviously being the greatest challenge for the U.S. government, Alan, in keeping everyone happy, giving Iraq back to the Iraqis, as they say. How do you believe this is going to unfold in the days ahead?
Well, as they say, Lisa, now the hard part begins. This is going to be very tricky. Obviously, there are a lot of religious, tribal, and political divisions in Iraq. We've heard recently, actually, of exile groups in Jordan, little heard of groups that now are claiming some sort of legitimacy that they and demanding a slice of the pie in a post-Saddam Iraq. So obviously, this is going to be very, very difficult. The administration has been hard at work screening different candidates that could take over the various ministries inside Iraq. Just how successful, of course, that effort is going to be remains to be seen. I think there's an awful lot of work primarily that has to be done to convince ordinary Iraqis that they themselves are going to be in charge of their country, going to be in charge of running their daily affairs, and that this is not going to be done by Americans. This is not going to be some kind of an occupation. That said, there is no question but that American forces are going to be there for the long run until Iraq has been stabilized, till its oil industry especially has been revitalized, put back on its feet, until there is some kind of a stable representative form of government in place.
So it's oil and security would be the chief concerns of the U.S. government. The UN, Alan, put out the things, the do and don't list, I guess, if you want to put it that way, for Iraq. Can you give us some perspective on where they'll fit into all of this, if in fact brought in, as Blair and Bush both say they will?
Well, that is going to be quite a fight, too. The administration has made no secret of it, that it wants to be calling most of the shots. The UN does want to have a major role to play in this, of course, but there was a terrific and very enlightening quote from a senior Washington official that said, those that spill the blood get to call the shots, or something to that effect. So I think there's some rocky days ahead to figure out just what role the United Nations is going to play in this. I think, again, probably what we're going to see unfolding in the days, weeks, and indeed months ahead is the Americans taking much more of an aggressive, active, and dominant role in the oil sector especially, and also in the field of security. They don't have a lot of interest, obviously, in running the daily civil affairs of Iraq, of the healthcare and so on. So I think at that point, on those levels, the United Nations is probably going to have more of a role to play. Lisa?
Thank you, Alan. Certainly one thing that would be clear is that these are the images that President Bush and Prime Minister Blair have been waiting to see what is unfolding right now in Baghdad. The question is what the impact. We'll just watch this unfold. Unbelievable.
We are here in the studio of Majid Jabrin, who is an Iraqi Canadian who left Iraq in 1980. Majid, tell me what is going through your mind as you see this happen before your eyes live.
This is a moment that all the Iraqis are waiting for. This is the crumble not only for Saddam Hussein, this is the crumble of the dictatorship, the crumble of the fear. That is unbelievable to see. I tell you, every Iraqi, every child, every mother lost their sons for years and years in oppression, dictatorships and police and terror. Every Iraqi is jubilant. It's everybody happy to see the end of it. This is it. This is the symbolic. Look at the people around dancing, and wow, this is unbelievable. This is actually 1st of July for the Iraq.
Let's listen into this.
T'entends, Germain, remonter un peu le niveau. Voilà, vous êtes comme ça dans le cadre, ok? Oui, je t'entends. Oui. D'accord. Oui, je vous entends.
We were looking there at the base, the shattered base of a statue of Saddam Hussein to be toppled. Jubilant crowds in Baghdad waving the Iraqi flag. And looking to the camera, it would appear this is the flag you wanted to see. You witnessed earlier, very briefly, for those who were just joining us, Marines who, for a minute, put an American flag over the head of Saddam Hussein. What was your reaction at that moment?
That's a sad moment, because we all, now we are as an Iraqis, we always talking about liberation, talking about helping the Iraqi people to be liberated from the dictatorship. We should not see this kind of an act, and I hope that was just overlooked mistakes. It should not be happening again. And if you do remember, Seamus, at the beginning of the war, there was a flag being risen on Qasr, and quickly that was removed. Very short time was removed. And I hope this is the moment for all Iraqis to see the flag of Iraq, the victorious Iraq, not under the regime of Saddam Hussein. I just want to see where is As-Sahaf? Where is he when he was talking about less than 24 hours ago about the Americans being trapped in their own tanks?
Are you talking about the information minister,
the Iraqi information minister?
Who, by the way, was meant to show up at the Palestine Hotel where those few journalists who are left in Baghdad are located. He was meant to show up for the daily briefing there. He did not show up today.
Well, definitely. From last night, we were talking between ourselves as an Iraqis. We were calling each other. And we were sensing that it's not going to go more than 24 hours and 48 hours. And this is the moment. This is the moment for all the Iraqis we're waiting for. And I hope what's light up ahead of us is more important than what it is right now.
Lisa, I'm going to go over to you in Doha. I understand that you have Ellen Pinchuk there to speak to.
That's right. Thank you, Seamus. Certainly, as we mentioned, these are key images, not just for Iraqis, particularly for President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair, but what is the impact on other Arab nations? Ellen Pinchuk is in Amman, Jordan. Your thoughts, Ellen, on really how other Arab regimes are reacting to seeing these images of the Iraqis clearly celebrating at this moment?
You know, Lisa, there's been a real change here in Amman over the last few days as the regime has started to shake and is now tumbling down, whereas Jordanians were very much against this war and saying that they were with their Iraqi brothers, trying not to allow for any violence in that area of the world. They definitely changed and the attitude became more of one that if there's going to be a war, let it end quickly, let this regime go and let them get on to something else. So we're definitely seeing a calmer attitude here in Jordan, more of an attitude of, it appears that this regime's days are over now and it is time to move on to something else. Lisa?
Ellen, also interesting that throughout this, certainly the United States has warned countries basically to take the appropriate lesson from Iraq. What do you feel the fallout of this is, particularly if you look at Syria and Iran, who the U.S. has accused of, in fact, aiding Iraq through these 20 days of war?
Well, certainly this is a very direct message to any would-be dictators who want to continue with their certain type of regimes. Now, if you ask people here on the so-called Arab street, many of them view the American incursion into the region with tremendous suspicion and have basically said that Iraq is not going to be the last time, that next will be Syria, next will be Iran, Saudi Arabia, and other regimes in the region. So while the message is certainly getting out to the leadership in these other countries that you better be watching your step, it's making the people in these countries even more suspicious of the United States and of the West's intentions. Lisa?
What about the people of Iraq, the people who are now injured, the people who had to flee their homes as a result of this war? Ellen, you've spent some time at the refugee camps there in Jordan. What do you think we have to expect now as the fallout for the regular innocent Iraqis as a result of the war?
Well, certainly here in Amman, you're seeing images that I'm sure are being portrayed much less in the West, in Western media, constant images of children with amputated limbs, blood, death all over the place. And this is what Arabs are seeing from morning till night on their satellite channels, all of those channels really emphasizing the civilian cost of this war. So certainly, as the days go by, it's not going to be simply a matter of, well, the Americans have come and liberated Iraq. You're going to have a lot of mixed feelings, not only among the Iraqis, but among all the other Arab countries who are watching this very closely.
Ellen, also the cameraman, the Al Jazeera journalist and cameraman that was killed yesterday when a U.S. bomb hit the Baghdad.
It probably will still occur for anywhere from 48 to 72 hours. So in the University of Baghdad region, for example, it's occurring probably right now. And it will really be very indicative of the general situation, whether that fighting continues in the nighttime hours.
Should we be concerned that it's symbolic it's happening in the university among the young people, among the educated? What does this tell us?
I don't necessarily think that that's the case. You'll remember that the first American raid, though, several days ago was into this area, and Americans made the raid and then withdrew. And then after that, they used this route. So I think one of the reasons why it's a difficult area is just because of the buildings and the nature of the terrain, and it would be a great place, apparently, for terrorists the different Fedayeen forces and irregular forces to hole up in.
All right, Tom, so apart from that section around the university,
the region that Saddam Hussein is from.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. So once again, central Baghdad and most of the city under coalition control at this hour. Not all of Iraq has been secured by British and American forces, but much of it has by this time. Basra in the south, but Tikrit in the north could be the next battleground, as Tom Christensen pointed out there. Lou McKenzie is back with us. General Lou McKenzie from, he's been out west the last couple of days, having a bit of a break. Welcome back, General.
Hey, it was a break, Lloyd. Yeah, boy, those folks in Alberta are pro-war.
We know that, don't we?
That's right.
Now, what do you see as happening next here? Because I know that we're kind of seeing this through the envelope of television tubes at this stage, and we don't really know what's going on in the rest of the country. We're hearing a lot of reports. So what do you see unfolding now?
Well, I see the commanders on the ground being very concerned about the security of their people. This is extremely dangerous, even potentially more dangerous than when you have conventional face-to-face operations out in the desert or leading into the approaches into the occupied areas. So that's their number one concern. Secondly, President Bush himself said the regime had fallen, would fall when, A, they could no longer control their territory, govern their people, or control their military. So I would imagine a declaration of victory and that the regime has collapsed will be fairly soon. However, that leaves a number of potential pockets of resistance, significant pockets around the countryside, not the least of which is what Tom and you just discussed in Tikrit. And those folks should be a little bit uncomfortable now because they're going to be approached from the north and from the south. So we'll see just how dedicated they are, because people, including me, who thought there were some pretty phenomenally dedicated people that would fight and die, have actually found it more convenient just to disappear into the neighborhood and take their uniforms off. And let's hope that's the case, because the military, paradoxically, the Iraqi military, might well provide some of the security within Iraq in the interim period between victory and the establishment of a civil administration and a judicial system and law and order, which certainly isn't the case right now.
Just while you're speaking, General, we're continuing to watch the pictures from Baghdad earlier today. Jubilant people in the streets, burning pictures of Saddam Hussein, knocking down his statue. All of these images that will be images of this April 9th, 2003, the day Baghdad fell to British and American troops. Now, just to go back to you for a moment, Lou, you mentioned something interesting there. You talked about a declaration of victory. Walk us through what could happen here, because we understand from one source, and it's just one source at this stage, that Saddam Hussein may be trying to negotiate some kind of surrender. And George Bush had already said that the only surrender would be an unconditional one. So what do you see unfolding on the diplomatic side?
Well, certainly, I think surrender is out of the question. Maybe his own personal hide trying to get into Syria or whatever, and he might well be there by this time. Don't forget, there's a fairly sophisticated, that was never brought into operation, underground tunnel system, bunkers, etc., clones or duplicates running around the countryside. So maybe, in fact, he's made his way into Syria or some other country. That's about the only one on the border that might give him some sort of protection temporarily until they see how much money he can bring with him. But on the diplomatic side, as we speak, Jay Garner, who by a tremendous coincidence, a classmate of mine from the U.S. Army War College, is standing by in Kuwait, ready to move in, probably into Basra, a retired U.S. general, to set up an administration, and I would say hopefully for a short term, working with the Iraqis and various experts in all the aspects of society and the social structure that's going to have to be reestablished or established in Iraq. And I would see that happening very soon. And that means there's going to be a lot of political, diplomatic, civil servant, bureaucratic horsepower that shows up to work with the Iraqis to get some semblance of law and order. That's the first thing that has to happen. All of this looting that's going on is only natural, and like the air in a balloon, you got to let the pressure off. It's no good Marines and 3ID folks trying to stop it, because that's not what they should do. They should be more interested in pacifying parts of the city that still have to be pacified, not doing crowd control. That will burn itself out as it did in Basra. So that's the very important stage that's going to unfold, I think, over the next few days. Meanwhile, conventional operations are going to take place, as Tom has explained, from the north, moving down in the direction of Baghdad.
Interesting to see just how long the coalition forces have to remain there. Is it your sense that they would begin to withdraw small groups at the beginning and then the larger force, and then leave some there for a couple of years?
Afraid not, Lloyd. I think probably the demand on maintaining some semblance of law and order until a few months from now, at the shortest period of time, the locals and the international community can do that. I think it's going to eat up more troops, because you're not on a main supply route. You're not on axes of advance towards Baghdad. You're in an entire country the size of California, Manitoba, which requires some semblance of law and order. That really eats up soldiers. By that I mean it employs a phenomenal number of soldiers. The 4th Infantry Division, which is arriving but not all there, the 1st Armored Division from Germany that's bringing in some tanks into the northern area. A lot of those soldiers are going to be doing police-like duties, whether they like it or not. So I don't think there's going to be an immediate or a thinning out in the immediate future. I'm afraid for a few months at least, until the UN and the US and the UK get their act together, and it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge. There'll have to be a military footprint, a significant footprint on Iraq, because there's going to be a lot of scores that people want to settle. And this regime has made a lot of enemies over the last 15, 20, 25 years, and those scores, much like in the Balkans and Afghanistan, those scores are going to be settled, some of them starting tonight.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you very much, Lou. I know that you'll be standing by for us, and we appreciate that very much. And welcome back, by the way. Good to have you.
Thank
you. Now, Lou mentioned there something that we occasionally don't remember to tell you about, and that is that Iraq itself is about the size of California. It has a population about the same size, 24 million people, and Baghdad itself is about 5 million people, so it is the capital. But the country, by conventional standards, is a large country. Now, when you put it up against Canada and the United States and the huge territories these two countries have, it may not seem like very much, but that's a large area to be brought under control. And remember that you've got Shiites who control the south, you've got the Sunni Muslim minority in the center, and they've always been part of the elite to keep control of the country. And then in the north, you've got the Kurds, and the Kurds for many, many years have fought for their own homeland. Indeed, they wanted their own homeland when Iraq was created out of the old Ottoman Empire in the 1920s by the British. So they will be at the table requesting more. And, of course, they've been helping the American forces up in northern Iraq this time, so that has to be a consideration for them. Now, I am given from time to time a little sheet of paper, which is very helpful to me, and I want to pass it along to you as well so it can be helpful to you. And that is, it's a wrap, as we call it, of just what's been going on. So that we can keep you up to date if you're just tuning in with the late developments of this day. The U.S. troops toppled the giant statue of Saddam Hussein in central Baghdad Square after sweeping into the heart of the capital to an ecstatic welcome from Iraqis earlier today. Tank fire, artillery was heard on the western bank of the Tigris in Baghdad. U.S. general says central Baghdad has been secured, but not the whole city. We've heard Tom Christensen tell us about some of the fighting still going on around the University of Baghdad. We're looking at pictures here of some of the looting that has already started as people begin to pick up the remnants of the discredited regime from which they're being lifted today. Iraqi finance ministry is on fire. Official buildings gutted. George Bush says he is heartened by what he's seeing, but is cautious and says the war is not over yet. U.S. Iraqi officials will meet in southern Iraq on Saturday to begin planning for the interim government. That's from Vice President Dick Cheney. So a meeting of U.S. and Iraqi officials in southern Iraq on Saturday. And Dick Cheney says we are seeing the collapse of the Central Regime Authority. All right, let's hear what the people in Doha, Qatar, as Central Command are saying about all of this. Lisa LaFlamme, who was with us all morning on Canada AM, is now still standing by there. Lisa, what's the spin, as we call it, coming from Doha, Qatar, and the Central Command of the coalition?
Well, I think they are spinning, Lloyd, because certainly this morning when CENTCOM referred to this day as the tipping point, I don't think they had any idea that a few hours later what would be tipping was that key statue of Saddam Hussein in that square in Baghdad. But I have to say they're acting with cautious optimism. They are very clear that this is just a snapshot, these images we've been looking at, and that they're still fighting a lot of pro-Saddam resistance in various parts of the country. So while they're optimistic, they're not willing to say this war is over just yet.
Lisa, have they told us anything at all about how all this came to pass? I mean, we know that messages were passed down, seemingly from one level to another within the Iraqi populace, that Saddam was indeed no longer in charge. Did you hear anything about that?
Well, certainly we've been hearing a lot about some of the levels of intelligence as the regime crumbles. Human intelligence increases. More and more people want to jump on side, and they're not very specific here, except to say that they've had such incredibly accurate intelligence. They believe that Saddam is dead from that strike, but they won't confirm that. We've heard from other sources, particularly the British side, they believe he is not dead. So again, the image that they want more than anything is to confirm that Saddam Hussein is dead. It is really the significance of being able to declare victory.
All right, thank you very much, Lisa, in Doha, Qatar, the home of Central Command and Control. Tim Judah is on the line with me from Baghdad. Tim Judah from London, from The Economist. Hello, Tim. Can you hear me? It's Lloyd Robertson.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, just give us the scene right now. It's 7:30 at night where you are.
Well, I think that the people who gathered in the square when the statue was toppled have more or less dispersed now, and I think there are probably not that many people on the streets because it is dark and no one's really sure whether it's secure. There's an armoured personnel carrier which has been backing into the car park of the Palestine Hotel, which is where most journalists are. And there's a few in the roundabout where the square of the statue was, and another one in a nearby street. In the distance, I can see a large fire burning, but I can't tell you exactly what it is.
Now, from what you've known of the way people have received this information today, is it fair to say that most of them are jubilant about it? Are some of them, do you see people in any way objecting, or is the vast majority, just what we're seeing here on the television screens, quite happy about what's happened?
Well, I think most people are kind of cautiously optimistic, but I mean, it would be wrong to say that there were, thousands or hundreds of thousands of people on the streets, because there are not. There are people on the streets, and there are people welcoming them, but there are people who are not very happy about it, and there are people who are hanging back and not saying anything. I mean, for example, in this hotel, I've seen quite a lot of people, Iraqi families, women especially, who are looking rather bitter and tearful, and I suspect that they are the family of, former high party officials, etc., who moved them in here for safety, and who may not be feeling very safe anymore. And there are other people who are, saying we didn't need a war to do this. But I mean, most of the people that I've seen are pretty happy about it. But, when the statue came down, there were not tens of thousands of people, there were a couple of hundred people.
All right, that's an interesting point. And because some of them obviously are still afraid to come outdoors, or some of them are just holding back until they're really sure what has happened to Saddam Hussein. And what are you hearing about what has happened to Saddam Hussein?
Well, I'm not hearing anything because there's nobody to ask.
All right,
there's no government, so there's nobody to ask.
I guess in that sense, we're probably hearing more rumors than you are there, and I know that some of the reporters in Baghdad are telling us that people are coming up and asking them what's happened. Now, what's your sense of what's going to happen next in all of this?
Well, I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I don't think anyone knows. I mean, this morning we had no idea the Americans would be here within a few hours, so I really can't tell you whether there's any fighting force left of Saddam's people, or which I think is probably not the case, whether there's going to be a last stand in Tikrit, whether lawlessness will now spread, whether revenge killings will now take off. In my experience, some of these things don't happen overnight. They take a couple of weeks, even a couple of months to unfold. If you remember the scenes of jubilation that took place in Kosovo after the Americans and NATO troops moved in, but a lot of the atmosphere soured, but not immediately. It took a little bit of time for all the revenge killings and the killings of Serbs and others to take place. So, don't expect everything to play itself out in the next hour or next hours.
All right, Tim, thank you very much for being with us. We really appreciate this. Tim Judah from The Economist magazine speaking to us from central Baghdad, where he has been watching the events of this day. And we are continuing to play back for you on videotape the scenes in Baghdad earlier today. Now, you'll notice he said, and others have told us, that we're not seeing thousands of people pouring out onto the streets in mass jubilation. We are seeing people come out tentatively, sort of getting a sense of what's going on, if you will, and then maybe coming forward, or in other cases going back inside. Obviously, those who are a part of the regime or committed in some way or other to Saddam Hussein and his regime, or perhaps security officers of Saddam Hussein, they will obviously be heading elsewhere, perhaps to Crete for a last stand, who knows. Tom Clark is with me from Kuwait City, where he has been stationed all during this engagement of the U.S. and British forces, watching all of what's happening in Iraq, including the fight in Basra and now up in Baghdad, and as central Iraq gets cleared out. Good day, Tom.
Hi, Lloyd. How are you?
Good. Just checking to see whether we were together, and we are indeed. Tom, there surely is a lot of concern today as to just how what we refer to as, quote, the Arab Street, that is, all the other Arab countries in the region are receiving this news and what they are saying or thinking about it. What do you hear about that?
Well, first of all, Lloyd, I think that there's a bit of a disconnect between what the Arab Street is saying and what we're seeing on the part of the people of Iraq. Let me start with the Arab Street, first of all, and let me tell you how the news is getting around, not only through the all-news channels like Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi Television and so on, which is sort of the Arabic version of Newsnet, but also by this, the cell phone, text messaging. These things have been going crazy all day. People from Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, all over the Arabic world have been calling friends here in Kuwait, even in Iraq. Interesting what they've been saying. They've saying, have you heard what has happened to Saddam and his gang? Now, I think the terminology is important, and his gang. That's not a terminology of respect at all. So there's a lot of surprise on the part of the Arab Street. Interestingly enough, Lloyd, for this time, the Arab channels actually showed what was happening in Baghdad 2 days ago when the Marines went into the palaces of Saddam in both Basra and Baghdad. There were a number of all-news Arab channels that did not show that. So obviously the temperature is changing.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. We're going to hang with you just for another minute or two here so we can talk further about this. Just wondering if where you are, you're getting a sense that Iraq, the southern part of Iraq, is pretty well secured by American forces. We're getting a sense of that. We are told that central Baghdad certainly is secured. But what about the rest of the country? Because I know that you've been monitoring developments from Basra to the central region.
Well, you're right, Lloyd. We have been into southern Iraq, of course, a number of times, and it has been really secured now for over a week and a half. And that's mainly a British operation. As you move out of the British zone into the American zone, by now people are familiar with these names, Nasiriyah and so on up north, it is getting quieter. What I hear from Nasiriyah, from people who have been to Nasiriyah, is that it is the same sort of thing happening there that you see in Basra that is now beginning in Baghdad, that there is the sense of looting, there's lawlessness, there's chaos, but there's also a lot of people who are very happy, still perhaps unbelieving, that the Saddam regime is over. These are people who have been indoctrinated for almost 30 years that Saddam is their only ruler. So it's taking them a little bit of time even to show the jubilation. It's not something perhaps that we can relate to, but there is no armed resistance in any conventional sense in any other part of South or Central Iraq. It's over.
What are people telling you there, Tom, about the overall impression of the Americans coming into the region and liberating, if you will, Iraq? Because you were telling us the other day that while there have been a lot of complaining about it from some newspaper editorials and from people on the street, no one actually went into Iraq in any kind of formal way and said, we're going to send troops in to support you. So is there a sullenness now on the Arab Street, or are people going to forget about this in time, do you think, from what you've heard?
I think very much will depend on what happens in the next 6 months, Lloyd. If this interim administration of Jay Garner is restricted to 6 months, Lou McKenzie was just talking about that, then I think that there's a chance of success here, that the Western intervention here can be seen as relatively benign because they got the bad guy and then they moved out again. If however, it drags on for any longer, I think that there is going to be resentment, not only on the Arab Street and all the areas around Iraq, but within Iraq itself. Remember, southern Iraq, though, it's not an American operation, it's a British operation. And their grandfathers remembered the British because there was huge British influence in southern Iraq, throughout Iraq, right after World War I. So it's all coming around.
Yes. Tom, thank you very much. We know that you'll be standing by, available to us throughout the program, and we'll undoubtedly be calling on you again. We have an opportunity now to go back inside Baghdad and hear once again from someone on the scene there. With me is CB Haddad, who is with the BBC World Service. Mr. Haddad, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yes, just tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Well, my office is just behind the Meridian Hotel. The Meridian is the place for the gathering of hundreds of foreign reporters who are reporting the current U.S.-British military offensive on Iraq.
Right, and when this started happening today, what sort of message was being passed down? How did you hear about what was going on?
Well, in the afternoon I heard the noise of tanks roaming around, and I looked from the window and I saw at least 2 tanks and an armored personnel carrier heading towards the Meridian. And then they were followed by a number of other tanks and APCs. The tanks were parked on the so-called Abu Nawas Street. It's a tourist haven. And on the river Tigris, on the other side is the Sadul Street. It's also a tourist street. Both the Sheraton and the Meridian oversee the so-called Al Firdaus Square, which means the Paradise Square. In the middle of this square stood a big statue for the President Saddam Hussein. The American Marines were roaming around in the area with their machine guns, and then some of them entered the Meridian. I went inside and I saw a number of them talking to the people at the Meridian. And then a few minutes later I talked to their commander. He's called Lieutenant Brian McCoy.
Let me ask
from
you...
the 4th Marine Division, U.S. Marine Division.
Let me just, before we leave you, call on another aspect of your experience, because I am told that you live in Baghdad with your wife and children, and that you have been there for some time. How have you seen this unfold in your experience, and what are your feelings now in connection with what certainly the coalition forces would term the liberation of Iraq?
The word liberation seems to me somehow peculiar, strange. Anyway, I do not have anything to do with this regime. I am a liberal writer. I have always been. I am actually the dean of the foreign correspondence in Iraq. I've been a reporter for over 40 years, reporting from Baghdad. I've worked for different wire services, TV networks, newspapers. Most of them, of course, were Western, part of the Western mass media. The feeling in this part of the country, in Baghdad, is somehow people were taken by surprise to see Western tanks in the streets of Baghdad after somewhat like 45 years of so-called independent rule of this country. That followed the 1958 revolution, which toppled the monarchy and proclaimed the first republic in Iraq.
All right, thank you, sir. Obviously, you and I could talk a long time about this. Perhaps we'll try it again when we can get you on a better telephone line and do it with a little more clarity. But we appreciate you taking the time to spend with us today. We're hearing little historical threads as time goes on. That was Subi Haddad, who is with the BBC World Service. As he said, he is the Dean of Foreign Reporters in Baghdad. And we may try to get back to him, as I said, a little later. And we're hearing threads of history coming into the conversations today. He talked about the time when Baghdad, when all of Iraq first declared itself a republic. This was after the monarchy, which the British installed in the 1920s after drawing the boundaries of Iraq after the fall. So Iraq itself, when you think of all this, is a relatively young country. It's only about 85 years old. But, of course, it was taken from chunks of the old Ottoman Empire. But Baghdad, the city we're looking at right now, where looting is going on, Baghdad has been around, of course, for a very long time, centuries. It's described by many as the cradle of civilization, the old Mesopotamia. So Baghdad has been liberated or conquered, if you will, over the years by the Turks, by the Mongols, by the Persians, and now they have new invaders, conquerors, liberators, whatever you want to call them, in the form of a coalition of American and British troops. And with me now from Ottawa is Aman al-Haidari. He is with the Iraqi Forum for Democracy. He's in our Ottawa studio, and he can talk to us. Good day, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good day, Floyd, and it's a pity you're not here. I brought muffins and donuts for the whole office to celebrate.
You heard that we like muffins and donuts. I mean, well, now, just first of all, tell us what your reaction is to all of this going on today.
It's a combination. One is of euphoria, and I tell you, I haven't been this euphoric since the birth of my two kids. The other part, of course, is looking at the 45 years of oppression, the last 35 under Saddam, but even before that, with the overthrow of the monarchy, it was one bloody regime after the other. And to see that with all the victims and the millions of people that have died, I mourned those, and tears came out of my eyes today with this combination of feeling. But overall, it's joy that Iraqis will have a chance, after all, to stand up and claim their future.
Even though the battle is not officially over, and certainly there has been no surrender or no declaration of victory by the other side yet, what's your sense of what's going to happen now?
Well, the most important thing, let's understand, Saddam's only tool of existence was power and terror. And by removing that from him, he has absolutely no base. And that's why you're seeing those masses coming out. And more Iraqis, once they see that all those tools are non-existent, will have comfort in coming. Whether they or not will be a secondary concern.
How long would you think U.S. forces would have to stay there?
Well, there's a process that has to take place, and a process towards democracy, and there has to be some checks and balances and guarantee. So in terms of force that stays in the background, there has to be some international coalition force that stays and protects this process towards establishment of democracy, and Iraqis clearly will take hold of that and govern themselves. But there needs to be some international support and protection for that process to take place.
Now, we have heard from various people that it's going to be very difficult because you've got the Shias in the south, the Sunnis in the center, the Kurds in the north. They all want a piece of the pie, as it were. How is this going to fall together?
Whenever anybody comes and talks about Shiites, Sunnis, and Kurds, as an Iraqi, and you probably will have interviews with others, we feel completely offended. This was a theme concocted by the current regime to have divisions within the country. Iraqis are intermingled. Yes, there is a mass in the north with Kurds. There are also Assyrians. There are also Chaldeans. In the south, there's Shiites. An uncle of mine have married a Shia. A Shia have married a Sunni. We're all intermingled. Everybody has been victimized by this regime. So there has to be a process of reconciliation between every individual in Iraq, regardless of what their ethnic or religious background. I cite a scene that was just recent in January where a group of about 600, 700 Iraqis met with Paul Wolfowitz, and he questioned whether all of those, and they came from different backgrounds, from Christians, Muslims, Syrians, Assyrians, Chaldeans, Kurds, Arabs, and he asked, are you able to work together? And everybody, non-prompted, stood up with a very strong voice and said, absolutely yes. And people then volunteered to educate Paul Wolfowitz and indeed the world that we are all intermingled. We feel as strongly as Kurds as we feel as Arabs, as Shiites, as Sunnis.
Did it surprise you that there was so much initial opposition to the coalition forces when they entered from Kuwait into southern Iraq?
It didn't, because I understand that it only takes one thug or two to cause a disruption of peace, an intimidation of the population. Everybody has been living in Iraq in complete fear. So that was not a surprise in a sense.
All right, well, Mr. Al-Hadari, I'd like
But Lloyd, if I may, General McKenzie came up, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank him. He's one of the few who came and supported our cause. We met with External Affairs here about 3 years ago, tried to entice them to isolate the Iraqi regime and bring a motion to indict Saddam and his regime, which only after 3 years passed a couple of weeks ago. So I thank General McKenzie for having joined our team a few years ago.
I don't know how much time I have, but I'd like to ask you one more question. Do I have time to ask you one more question? Right, thank you very much, Mr. Producer. He's telling me I can. I want to ask you, since you've brought the subject up, just what your response is to the Canadian government's role in this Iraqi crisis.
I'm disappointed, to be honest. There needs to be a proactive move to assist, at least moving forward, and assisting the Iraqi people in the reconstruction, in the rebuilding, by staying on the sideline. And everything I've heard from the government is on the sideline. We asked in a letter that we sent to the Prime Minister, as an example, to take a stand and at least kick out and expel the Iraqi diplomats that are currently in Canada and causing a threat to us Canadians who've been living here. There needs to be a bold move on the Canadian government to show that it's in it, and it's in it for the sake of the Iraqis.
Would you see a role for the Canadian government now?
Absolutely. I think there's a significant role. There's a team, I've volunteered, there's a team of a lot of Iraqis from around the world that have participated in putting plans for the future of Iraq. And Canada has a lot of Iraqis that are willing to go and assist the Canadian government. There has to be an international force that assists the coalition in going and putting law and order, and more importantly, allowing the Iraqis in a process for democracy.
All right. We thank you very much, sir, for your presence and your eloquence. And I'll even forgive you, of course, for calling me Floyd at the outset there.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
No, that's okay. That's the fictional character. And believe me, a lot of us, a lot of people get us mixed up.
Lloyd, I'm a fan of yours, and this has been a great day for all of us. So I apologize.
Well, thank you very, very much. You don't have to apologize. It's a lot of fun, and I know how you're feeling on this day. You are positively euphoric, and it's understandable. Thank you for the muffins, by the way. We appreciate that. I'm speaking on behalf of our Al Bureau.
It's important to me.
Okay, thank you. Now, back in Baghdad is Jacques Charmela, who has been with us from time to time on our coverage. He is with Agence France Presse. We thank him for joining us once again. And as evening begins to descend, it's 10 minutes to 8 in Baghdad. You can paint the picture for us of what you're seeing from your location, Jacques.
Hi, good evening. Listen, it's been an intense day today, and from where we are now, which is the Palestine Hotel, we still see a couple of American tanks and APCs that are taking position around the hotel. Earlier in the day, there was a great scene of hundreds of Baghdadis pulling a rope around it, the neck of a big statue of Saddam Hussein, and the Saddam Hussein effigy was pulled away from by an American tank, and I think it was a great symbol and to finish up the day.
Now, as evening falls, what are you seeing and hearing around you? Is there much looting going on? Are people going back into their homes? What's happening in that respect?
From where we are, it's a bit difficult to tell you exactly what's going on in the rest of the city, but I drove around extensively today, and there was a lot of looting, that's for sure. The ministries, administrative buildings, the offices of the Ba'ath Party have been looted, and everything been taken away from those buildings. So I gather that that process will certainly continue for the next couple of days. There is clearly the need by the Baghdadis to express the frustration after 25 years of a very, very strong regime, and they will express that by keeping on hurting or hitting the symbols of the regime.
You were there the other night when those 4 huge bunker buster bombs hit that building in Baghdad, and you may have heard the explosion. Did it surprise you this morning that even though it's not confirmed whether Saddam Hussein is dead or alive, people were coming out onto the streets, perhaps in a tentative way at first, but nevertheless coming out onto the streets when they really believed Saddam Hussein's era was over?
I don't know exactly. I was there on Monday when the bombs hit the building that you were talking about. I was there actually a couple of minutes after that building was hit. The thing I saw at the time were 14 bodies on the pavement, and there were 14 bodies of civilians. Then the day on Tuesday, which is yesterday, clearly the mood of the city was subdued, and I don't recall seeing people coming out of their homes. On the contrary, it was a day where people were staying home because they knew that there was another military operation that was on its way. So really, I think it's only tonight that we've seen people coming out of their homes and cheering and demonstrating their joy and their happiness. And only when they saw really that the American tanks were within the limits of the city and in their neighborhood,
that they were really felt free to express what they're feeling.
Tell us about the physical structure in Baghdad. Has there been much damage to the infrastructure there? Is the power coming back on? All about that.
No, not yet. The power is not back on. The water is still very scarce. You have to understand that Baghdad is a very big city, and it's very difficult to maintain a city under 12 years of embargo. And I think that the economic sanctions against Iraq have affected a lot the way of life of the Baghdadis. And obviously, 20 days of bombing have destroyed a number of buildings, not only official buildings, but also, houses in the neighborhoods. And so basically, there will be a great need of money and goodwill and work to jumpstart this city.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Jacques Chamalot speaking to us from Baghdad. As it approaches 8 o'clock there, he is with Agence France Presse. And with me here is Atif Kabursi, who is a professor of economics at McMaster University. He has traveled widely in the Middle East on projects for the United Nations. Welcome again, Atif.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Now, first of all, your response to what you've seen today.
Well, there's no question here. There is joy. The Iraqi people have finally secured their freedom. Maybe it's not yet sure, but it seems like this is the unfolding of events and would likely would accumulate and will be stabilized. But there are many problems here that we need to deal with. The Iraqi people have suffered so long, many wars that Saddam had taken them to, but also this brutal sanction that is now for 13 years and has imposed on the people untold misery, their lack of medicine, lack of food, lack of educational equipment. Iraq is literally set back 20 or 30 years. And the challenge is to what extent can we bring stability, law and order, and we can mount not only humanitarian effort, not only reconstruction, but the reconciliation of people. At issue here, and it seems to be quite important, is to what extent can we heal the wounds that the Iraqi people have suffered and suffered for so long.
All right, Atif, thank you. I just noted here that a piece of paper handed to me indicates that humanitarian flights into Baghdad will start in a few days' time. That's according to U.S. Central Command. So that's obviously good news about that.
Excellent news.
Thank you very much. We are going to bounce around now with some of our reporters. First of all, to Alan Fryer in Washington, and what's being said there, and what's the response you're hearing coming from the White House, Alan?
Well, Lloyd, there's kind of a split dynamic going on here today. On the one hand, publicly, officials are urging caution. They're making the point that, yes, there's been good progress in Baghdad, but there are still messy days ahead. There are still parts of the city that aren't under U.S. control yet, and certainly large sections of the north of the country. But behind the closed doors, Lloyd, you can bet there's a lot of backslapping going on, that this military campaign really has been a spectacular success. Don't forget, it was just a week ago that Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld was having to defend himself publicly against all sorts of criticism from the media, from retired military people in TV studios, that the war wasn't going well, that he hadn't put enough troops into the theater, and so on. So I think there's there's a feeling of vindication behind closed doors here today, no doubt about it.
A little nervousness when that American flag went up on Saddam Hussein's head, but was quickly taken down, obviously.
Oh, there certainly was. Look, there's no doubt this is the most televised war in the history of the world, and symbolism is extremely important. The United States wants this to be seen as a war of liberation, not of occupation. On the other hand, I don't think you want to make too much about it. This was a 19 or 20-year-old Marine running on adrenaline. He was told to take it down in short order, and he did. I don't think these guys are traveling with PR advisors in the back of their Humvees.
Well said, Alan. Thank you very much. Ellen Pinchuk is in Jordan. She is in Amman and can tell us now about the mood there. What are they hearing about what's going on in Baghdad, Ellen?
Well, they're hearing it all, Lloyd, but the response is really suspicion more than anything else. And I would also choose a word that Alan Fryer just mentioned, which is messy. A lot of the Jordanians I've spoken to are very doubtful about what's being portrayed in the Western media, that whether it is true or not. And they've even said, look, Baghdad's a city of 5 million people, but that crowd around that Saddam statue today was really small. What about the rest of the Iraqis, and what are they thinking? They believe that this has this is not the final chapter in what will go on in Iraq, and they fear that it will disintegrate ultimately into potential civil war. Lloyd?
From your reading of the mood there, Ellen, and you've been in Jordan for a couple of weeks now, do you think some of the sullenness, some of the anger will dissipate over time, or are they going to brood for a while about Americans going in there and, quote, liberating Iraq?
I think it really depends on how the Americans handle the situation. Certainly images like the U.S. flag on the face of that Saddam statue are not going to be helping the cause of the coalition in the eyes of the so-called Arab street, like the ones here in Jordan, for example. But Jordan stands to gain economically if the floodgates are open in Iraq, if Iraq gets back on its feet quickly, if business picks up and tourism and so on. So it's really going to just depend on how events evolve, Lloyd.
Thank you very much, Ellen. I have to jump quickly to my old friend Craig Oliver in Ottawa. We only have a few seconds, which is never enough for us, but give us the mood in Ottawa about all of this today.
Well, I think that there is a lot of angst among many Liberals who feel that perhaps they should have gone another way, concerned that this has damaged a relationship not so much between America and Canada, but between the Bush administration and the Chrétien administration. I think the relationship between those two is, to put it frankly, poisonous, and it won't surprise me at all if President Bush does not come to his scheduled May 5th visit to Ottawa. Many people in the Foreign Affairs Department are saying that if the Americans insist, as part of this occupation, also trying to put together the political coalition that runs Iraq, Canada should have no part of that. So, I mean, I think that we've got more of this kind of intellectual struggle between Canada and the U.S. to come.
Thank you very much, Craig. That's all for now. We will be following this story for you throughout the day. Again, the Saddam Hussein era in Iraq is coming to an end very quickly. Central Baghdad under American control. That's all for now.
CTV. Aid to Saddam Hussein, General Amir al-Assadi surrendered to U.S. forces. It's another sign the regime is collapsing. Across Iraq, liberation has led to looting and lawlessness. In the southern city of Basra, law and order are slowly being restored, some too slowly, they say. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson reports.
Where the looting dies down, scenes of desperation replace it. This hospital in Basra is one of many unable to care for even the tiniest patients. Water is scarce everywhere as Iraqis haul it from wherever they can. Huge areas are still without power.
There are many more issues to be dealt with in Baghdad particularly. One, because of its size, and secondly, because of the intense pressure that the regime had in that city.
One bright spot for the U.S., this general, Iraq's top scientist, turned himself in. He may have vital information and could cut a deal to lead the U.S. to the weapons they're looking for. Right now, though, he says Iraq has no chemical or biological weapons. The desperation and violence in Iraq could get worse, though, instead of better, if people don't see more help soon. Aid is arriving slowly from Turkey and in the south, but there's a sense no one is in charge. Much of the responsibility falls to the world's 7 richest nations. Meeting in Washington, the G7 agreed the UN should have a vital role.
The needs in Iraq are in the process of being defined now, and I think the need for response is going to be fairly rapid, so that we'll be defining, I think, our contribution really over the next couple of weeks.
The U.S. had wanted to lead the rebuilding alone, but agreed to seek UN backing if other countries, France especially, would consider forgiving some of Iraq's $100 billion debt. Suicide bombers wearing vests like these could be one consequence if the rebuilding doesn't go well. 300 of the type worn by suicide bombers were found in this Baghdad school. Here in the U.S., Iraq's ambassador to the UN has fled and is reportedly now in Syria. U.S. officials have accused Syria of sheltering senior Iraqi officials. Syria is now accusing the U.S. of waging war just to destroy Iraq, not to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Sandy?
Thank you, Kathy. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. The politics and posturing aside, for the people of Baghdad, the needs are much more immediate, and so too the dangers. 3 days after U.S. tanks rolled into the Iraqi capital, the streets still aren't safe, either for the residents or the American troops. From Baghdad tonight, CTV's Tom Kennedy.
Right outside Baghdad's Palestine Hotel, the center of international media operations and American military public relations, supposedly the safest place in Baghdad. A group of gunmen fired on the Americans from across the river, and then the response. Nobody's quite sure how many gunmen there were.
We did.
But after 20 minutes, the threat was dead.
But the Marines have secured the building.
Just another day in Baghdad. There is still a sense here of a city out of control. The fires are not from bombs anymore, but from people lashing back at a dead regime. They burn and loot their way through public buildings, often with tragic consequences. Iraq's National Museum, once home to the treasures of one of the world's earliest civilizations, 7,000-year-old artifacts gone.
Because there is no police, there is no anything.
So in many parts of the city, people barricade their streets to protect themselves. Sometimes they take to the streets to try to stop the looting. Justice is usually severe and instant. The Americans know this cannot be allowed to continue, and small signs of progress. Street patrols and roadblocks are more common. This one to try to protect one of Baghdad's only functioning hospitals. Every day, a few more shops open, a few more people leave the protection of their homes. The people of Baghdad are free of repression now, but remain prisoners of chaos.
But it may end soon. The American military has sent a message out to all Baghdad police officers to return to work. The idea being that soon they'll begin patrolling with soldiers and with a tough mandate to use whatever force is necessary to end the looting. Sandy.
And Tom, given the extent of the looting and unrest that we're seeing in Baghdad, how quickly might the city be brought under control?
Well, one problem is that you cannot wish police officers to return to work. You have to tell them, and right now there are almost no communications in Baghdad. So this message has gone out, but it's unlikely that many people have even heard of it. That said, the American military is hoping that by Monday at the latest, they can begin to bring some kind of order to this city.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Kennedy in Baghdad. As Tom mentioned, one of the casualties of the chaos is the National Museum in Baghdad. We'll have more on what was stolen later in this newscast. In other war-related news today, U.S. forces in the northern city of Mosul were reminded that command of the city doesn't mean control of the streets. Gunfire erupted as residents were greeting the American troops. While no one was hurt, the incident underlined the degree of tension in Mosul. CTV News has confirmed that U.S. President George Bush will postpone his trip to Canada. Ottawa denies the cancellation is due to the Liberal government's anti-war stand. There's word the visit may be rescheduled for the fall. The U.S. Congress has approved $79 billion in funding for the war in Iraq. Some of that money will also go towards reconstruction. And rescued American POW Jessica Lynch was flown back to the United States. The 19-year-old was carried on a stretcher from a giant cargo plane. She's being treated for multiple injuries and broken limbs. Some of the hard choices facing a post-war Iraq are being played out in this country. Canadian Kurds dream of an independent homeland, but Iraqis warn don't dare try it. That is just ahead. And later, trashed treasures, how human history became a casualty of war. In recent days, Kurds have won control of major northern cities in the oil-rich region, including Kirkuk and Mosul. The big concern, especially from neighboring Turkey, is what role the Kurds will play in the future of Iraq. Kurds are the world's largest ethnic group without a homeland, and the fear is that their ambitions for an independent state may throw the entire region into conflict. CTV's Steve Chow spoke with exiled Kurds living in Canada and has this report.
In Toronto's Kurdish community, men watch those in their homeland celebrate. But for themselves, there is worry that freedom from Saddam's regime will not mean freedom for Kurds.
Later on, you never know what will be happen, right?
There is reason for skepticism. During the first Gulf War in 1991, American forces encouraged Kurds to mount a rebellion against Saddam. They did, only to be slaughtered after the U.S. pulled out support. Now the fear is American troops will disappear again, allowing countries on the borders of northern Iraq to suppress Kurdish ambitions to govern themselves. Turkish forces, 40,000 strong, have massed on the border.
They want to go for oil, for petrol. Also, they want to go to divide it again, Kurdish ID, Kurdish nationality.
For centuries, the ethnic group has fought for an independent state and has suffered as a result. In 1988, Saddam used chemical weapons to quell a revolt, killing an estimated 5,000 Kurds in the town of Halabja. While the exiled like Kas Kader says his people are willing to join a democratic government in Iraq, he stresses it would only be temporary.
They are all, as individuals, 100% believe in an independent Kurdistan, and they die, waiting for this dream to come true.
In another part of Toronto, in an Arab cafe, the hatred runs deep, with sure signs any independence would come at a cost. The Kurds are thieves, criminals, and murderers, this Iraqi man says. We as Iraqis will never let them form a government. We will fight to the end. And so it's gone for centuries. Different factions, different groups, battling over rule of each other. Back at Toronto's Kurdish Community Centre, they join in a traditional dance, keeping their culture alive, knowing full well that freedom is still but a dream. Steve Chow, CTV News, Toronto.
Thousands of people took to the streets of cities in this country and around the world today, protesting not war this time, but occupation. In the South Korean capital of Seoul, demonstrators fought with riot police. The clashes began when about 1,000 people tried to march to the U.S. Embassy. In London, a huge crowd marched to the city. Organizers estimated their number at 100,000. And in this country, thousands of Montrealers turned out for one of several protests held across the country. CTV's Hazel McClement now with a report on one of the largest demonstrations, this one held in Vancouver.
The strains of this punk rock band amplify the discord of anti-war protesters. With the toppling of Saddam Hussein's regime earlier this week, peace activists have had to change gears.
The war is over, but the occupation has begun. The media wants us to go home now. The government wants us to go home now, but we are not going home.
Hundreds gathered at the Vancouver Library shortly before noon. Members of the Stop War Coalition, the group which has organized several massive peace rallies, say the need for their work continues.
We need to really stay on board as a peace movement to let the U.S. know that we haven't all gone home and that they can just rule the country as they wish.
The marchers wound their way through Vancouver's downtown, growing in number as they swung past the U.S. consulate. As in the past, the rally ended up on the steps of the Vancouver Art Gallery, where speakers included artist and naturalist Robert Bateman.
We can and must change the way the world is heading. We shall overcome someday, soon.
The end of the war has unleashed new horrors in Iraq. These protesters are convinced a lingering U.S. and British military presence will only lead to more death and destruction.
No justice, no peace.
Hazel McClement, CTV News, Vancouver.
Quebec Liberal leader Jean Charest had to... Mobs rob the cradle of civilization, and some Iraqis blame Americans for the loss. That is just ahead. But first, here's what's coming up in local news.
By today, they were all gone. The artifacts that traced the roots of the world's civilization, gone in 2 days of looting and destruction. Museum workers were struck with grief when they saw what had been done. Left were shattered display cases and scattered shards of pottery. Vaults behind steel doors where artifacts had been stored before the war were broken into and ransacked. In fury and in tears, workers chased away the few last looters. This is the treasure of 7,000 years of civilization, said this employee. What does the country think it is doing? The museum told the story of Sumeria, Assyria, and Babylon, successive civilizations that flourished 5,000 years ago. Tablets, pottery, and other objects charted the origin of writing, abstract counting, the wheel, and agriculture. A tragedy, say archaeologists, of historic proportions.
This is probably the single event from the current Gulf War that'll be remembered in the future. Long after all the other details are forgotten, the Iraqi people will remember this as the moment that their past disappeared.
Mixed with grief tonight is anger at the Americans. U.S. archaeologists had warned for months the museum might be looted, yet say the Iraqis, American forces did nothing to protect it. Bob Jameson, ABC News, New York.
In other news tonight, North Korea says it's willing to engage in any form of dialogue with Washington about its suspected nuclear weapons program. Until now, the North insisted on one-on-one talks. The U.S., which wants other nations involved in the discussions, says it is interested and will follow up. In Miami, there were protests against Cuba's crackdown on dissidents. Demonstrators say the measures, including Friday's execution of 3 Cubans who hijacked a ferry, prove Fidel Castro is like Saddam Hussein, and the U.S. should treat him the same way. And someone is $30 million richer today after an obviously excited golfing enthusiast.
Sitting there with the surprise.
Liberation Day. They were found alive near Tikrit after a tip from some local Iraqis. After 22 days in captivity, never knowing which moment might be their last, these former prisoners are celebrating their freedom and survival. CTV's Scott Laurie on the 7 soldiers who are coming home.
They went to Iraq to help remove Saddam Hussein. They were removed from troops loyal to the Iraqi leader just outside Saddam's hometown. Most were members of an army maintenance unit captured when they made a wrong turn in southern Iraq March 23rd. At least 2 of them were wounded.
A few injuries, nothing major, all minor things that they had gotten somewhere during their travels, but they were in great spirits. They were glad to be here. We all got to hug them.
Back in the U.S., their anxious families were overjoyed.
I'm just so happy, dude. I knew this was going to happen, you know. They were going to find my brother and all the other prisoners.
The U.S. is still unwilling to declare victory in Iraq, but this release was a victory and a relief.
Today's a great day for the families, comrades, loved ones of the 7 missing in action who are free.
From the day they were shown on Iraqi television, the families have feared a dreaded Army phone call.
Having a party for you.
But now, for 7 families in the U.S., the phone was a special lifeline.
Well, we're happy you're free, and we hope to see you soon. And you know that we love you and we miss you. And you've made us be on TV an awful lot lately.
Doctors released the former POWs from a military hospital after checkups. For these soldiers who have seen part of the Iraqi regime up close, the flight home couldn't come soon enough. Scott Laurie, CTV News.
For this group of 7, the war is over, but in Iraq, there's still a campaign to fight and win. While the battlefield is shrinking fast and victory seems certain, the major cities, especially Baghdad, are far from secure. As CTV's Kathy Tomlinson reports, danger and disorder stalk the streets by night and day.
Another nighttime firefight outside the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. 3 snipers in civilian clothes arrested. U.S. tanks patrol the streets trying to impose a curfew with not enough troops to enforce it. If this is freedom, some Iraqis now believe there's too much of it. Frustrated by constant looting, some are taking policing into their own hands.
Because there is no police. No military police, nothing. Nobody do patrols here.
This meeting, organized by the U.S., was about how to restore order. But some Iraqis couldn't contain their anger at those who worked for the old regime. Outside, protesters lashed out at the Americans for not cracking down or providing basic services, especially to the dying and injured. It may be 3 months before scenes like this end, according to the U.S. general in charge.
Sir, sit down. Just sit down.
If you look at humanitarian assistance, the need for law and order, the issues of providing these people an opportunity to govern themselves, well, a lot of work remains to be done.
Some good news in the north, though. There are reports soldiers in Tikrit may be negotiating a ceasefire, and this was the place expected to be Saddam's last stronghold.
I got news for you. He Fedayeen. So is he. You're Fedayeen, huh?
With Iraqi fighters brought to their knees, the U.S. has set its sights on a new potential target, Syria. Iraq's neighbor is harboring top members of the Iraqi regime, says the U.S., plus.
I think that we believe there are chemical weapons in Syria, for example, and each situation will require a different response.
Bush says Syria must start cooperating by handing over any Ba'ath Party members. Damascus denies it's involved and challenges the U.S. to prove it.
This is just a campaign about trying to divert attention from the terrible things that are going on in Iraq today.
The U.S. president is being careful not to threaten military action against Syria, though, no doubt aware of critics who worry he'll go after other countries next. Sandy?
Thank you, Kathy. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. Day by day, the focus shifts to post-war Iraq. Humanitarian aid is needed, yes, so too a reconstruction plan. But there are also some deep psychological scars that must be healed. 30 years of dictatorship, brutality, and terror have left their mark on the country and its people. Tonight from Baghdad, CTV's Tom Kennedy.
Just a month ago, no Iraqi would ever take their children here, a prison run by the country's intelligence service. Today, it's a looted, abandoned curiosity for the occasional visitor. Floors littered with the records of the people once imprisoned here. The first file CTV News examines: mundane details of two prisoners' personal effects. No reason why the men were jailed. No explanation of how they both died last December the 12th. One visitor did not want to show his face or give his name. He came to see the place where he once spent 4 months. At one point, he says, 15 people shared this cell with him. The regime that jailed him is gone, but not his desire for revenge. What would he do if he ever met up with his jailers? I will, he says, drink their blood. That hatred lies at the root of much of this chaos. But in spite of it, some Iraqis who profited in the last regime may profit from the next one as well. This man, known to Western journalists as Big Karim, before the war, he had an office at the Ministry of Information where he'd take $500 bribes to help us get visas. Now he works as a translator for Japanese television. This man once reported to the ministry on our activities. Now he works for German television. This man now translates for the same Western news agency that a month ago he spied on. He and others are surviving, he says, because they were never close to the regime. Higher-ranking Iraqis like his boss, he says, will have a very different fate.
I don't know really, but his life in danger.
From whom? Who is the danger?
Many enemies.
More than 50 top people now are on an American Most Wanted list. Thousands more are on the run from the Americans and from Iraqis wanting revenge. A messy business for those trying to rebuild. In fact, countries that opposed this war had warned the U.S. that defeating Saddam Hussein would be far easier than rebuilding the country, and more difficult still would be achieving any kind of long-term stability. Sandy.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Kennedy in Baghdad. One final note on our war coverage tonight. U.S. forces hope a high-tech sleuth might help them crack the mystery of Saddam Hussein's whereabouts. They have a sample of his DNA. It may tell them if a body recovered from the rubble is indeed that of the Iraqi dictator. The Prime Minister puts a positive spin on George Bush's canceled trip. But Chrétien says to those who blame the government, stand on the war. That is just ahead, and later, one last chance to make a pitch to Quebec voters. As we reported last night, U.S. President George Bush has postponed next month's trip to Ottawa indefinitely. Critics say it's a result of Canada's position on the war in Iraq. But the Prime Minister, who is in the Dominican Republic, says the cancellation is not a snub, but a problem of timing. CTV's Roger Smith has the story.
In the tropical heat, what seemed like another cold blast from Washington. As he arrived in the Dominican Republic, Jean Chrétien confirmed that George Bush won't be coming to Canada in May.
We have agreed with the government of the United States that the visit of the president because of the war will be postponed.
Chrétien insists it's not a snub because of Canada's opposition to the war or insults aimed at Bush. He says it's only because the president will still be too busy with Iraq.
It is understandable.
But critics call that sugar-coating a bitter pill. This Alliance MP says Bush could afford one day away, but won't because he's upset with the government.
If the Canadian Navy were to interdict war criminals trying to exit Iraq, we would not turn them over to the Americans automatically. This has added up to a kind of anti-American pattern, which has just sent a message that we're not interested in building a constructive relationship.
Ironically, while Chrétien won't see the current president, he may see a former one with whom he got along a little better. Bill Clinton is here on business, and speculation is they'll play golf when the Prime Minister takes a short vacation at the end of his official visit.
So if he's here, I will meet him. He's an old friend, of course.
Officials are looking for a new date for Bush to visit, and Chrétien can only say he hopes it will be before he retires. Washington, though, may be waiting for his successor before making a real effort to patch things up. Roger Smith, CTV News, Santo Domingo.
We are in the middle of it, but we don't know what is happening beyond our horizons.
I think it's bombs only for sound. Shooting in night in this war, only for sound.
So what? So what? What's gonna happen? Like, if God want us to be killed, we will be killed. I can do nothing about it. If God wanna save us, we will be saved, and that's it.
Unreal as it may still seem in residential Baghdad, the war exerts its slow psychological pressure.
I was the one who's responsible for everything, and I have to take care of everyone, and I have to always just listen to everyone and not answer. If anyone is angry, just listen to him and say, okay, it will be fine, and that's it. Don't answer. And if anyone needs anything, I have to be there. And I got tired, so tired. Even me, I have my own needs. I need my peaceful moments. I didn't have them.
4 days into the war, a dust storm descends on Baghdad. The city exists in a hellish twilight, its future uncertain.
Shoes stink? Get new Fresh Force from Kiwi. A blast from the unique dual spray freshens shoes from heel to toe. Freshness that lasts all day for any shoe. Force the freshness in with new Kiwi Fresh Force.
What keeps you going? Drive, determination, Vector. With protein, carbs, and over 20 vitamins and minerals. Vector. Fuel up.
Kibbles and bits. Kibbles.
My dog doesn't do that.
Yeah, she gets pretty excited about her kibbles and bits.
Yeah, but my dog's food is nutritious.
Well, so's kibbles and bits.
but hey, it tastes great.
A tasty combination of crunchy, meaty kibbles and tender, chewy bits. And like all leading dog foods, it meets AFCO standards for 100% complete and balanced nutrition.
Kibbles and bits. Kibbles and bits.
More taste, more joy.
With the rock, I'm the sickest when I'm on the attack. Winning all games and reruns, you couldn't come back.
When you come next time, bring a friend as well for backup. Matter of fact, here, use my cell.
Get the latest Motorola cell phone with limited edition RBK faceplate. 3 months unlimited local calling from Rogers AT&T Wireless and a free Reebok DJ bag. Only at Radio Shack.
2 things big about you, your height and your talk. You could ball with a guitar and you still wouldn't rock.
I play my hoops for fans sitting in the bleachers. You a sideshow, check out the main feature.
Shoes stink? Get new Fresh Force from Kiwi. A blast from the unique dual spray freshen shoes from heel to toe. Freshness that lasts all day for any shoe. Force the freshness in with new Kiwi Fresh Force.
Time enough now for one last call. Go ahead, you're on the air.
Hi,
Hi, who's this?
Sophie,
And how old are you, Sophie?
6.
6 years old. Well, what can we do for you today, Sophie?
I have big news.
The entire city's listening. Go right ahead.
Tomorrow is not back to school. It's all a big mistake.
Well, do you have to know when does school start?
Sometime in December after Santa Claus.
The real big news? The greatest selection and prices are at Bureau and Grove, your first stop for back to school.
We've brought our roving camera back to Buffet Kieran to ask patrons what they think.
More choices than ever.
All you can eat sushi.
All you can eat sushi at Buffet Kieran?
Prepared right in front of you.
And everyone's favorites are still there. No wonder people rave about it.
Delicious.
It's tastier than ever.
The kids really like it.
I give it 5 stars.
Buffet Kieran. Over 100 delicious choices, including all you can eat sushi, Brossard, Rapatini, St. Jerome, and Lavelle.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by Best of Sash Jordan. Pick it up today.
A week has passed. We're almost getting used to the war.
خلصت ابني؟ بابا على الرواوير. هاي شنو يمه؟
هاي نوي.
The media tell us the ground war is moving fast in the south of Iraq.
Major land combat formations continue to move as you have seen them move.
We wonder how and when it will come to Baghdad, into our world.
I don't know what's coming after 1 hour. I don't know what's going to happen.
That's true.
That's enough to worry about.
Strange sights continue in Baghdad. Is this Saddam or one of his doubles? People wonder whether he is even in Iraq.
It's funny. It's funny. It's like because they know he's not over there. So why have all these bombings on his palaces? He's not over there. And they know that.
The bombs are supposed to target government buildings. But driving through a neighborhood much like our own, we find heavy damage.
One civilian died here and 3 very, very dangerous case.
They are civilian people living in peace here, and they are sitting in their house and suddenly a bomb in their house, and one of them are killed, died.
Yes, welcome. Your house?
Hassan, an engineer, warmly welcomes me into his damaged home.
5 from our people are in jail. 5. This one and this one. It is a part of rockets. It is a part. هاي استريح يوم. لحظة شو صورها بابا العالم شنو؟ هذا خدمة لبلدك.
So when it hits everyone?
Yes. Throw me about 3 meters. Mother throw also. Daughter, my wife.
Yeah.
And
so loud for ears?
No. There is no sound because we are in the center of the bomb. There is no sound. Sound outside maybe hearing. In the center, you are nothing to hear.
And what wall?
It is شو اسمها الكلمة بالإنجليزي? It is the final of life.
Like the end of the world.
It is final, like final of life. Fire, stream is very strong stream coming from the side. Beautiful, yes, very beautiful. There is no military target here. No military target. There is no anything, provocation, no. There is no fire going from here. I am very surprised. Really, I am very surprised.
Where you would expect despair, though, I often find good humor.
You must ask me to make myself beautiful. Maybe beautiful girl see me, yes? A family of my sister. They are coming from other place here. They are 10 persons. All of them injuries, 9 of them injuries, sorry, and 1 is killed. The small one, his age is about 19. He's student of in the final years of school. His name is Ali. His name is Ali.
Anmar and Layla try to live through this war as best they can. On and off, we have had electricity most of the time. Tonight, on the 10th night, darkness descends for good on Baghdad. Rumors are in the air of Americans on the edge of town. Rumor becomes reality as the Americans attack the airport. My family waits for the storm to blow over. The battle for Baghdad rages all around us. Things are never really like you imagine them. This is Baghdad. That's the war. Americans came in here this morning. Those are the Iraqis. Now those are the Americans. Apaches, helicopters, bombing, shooting. What a mess. Despite the danger, as soon as the shooting grows quiet, Anmar and I rush out to survey the scene of battle. The Americans seem to have come and gone, with only wreckage in their wake. Days go by.
Since the war started until now, it's like I don't have any feelings. Nothing inside me. I don't have anything. I don't know what to feel. What is right to feel and what's not to feel. I don't know. I don't know what's the next hour is gonna be. I don't know. I just don't know.
Suddenly, no more forays through the embattled town for Anmar and I. It's too dangerous with the Americans holding the center of Baghdad. The last Iraqi fighters flee. We are all amazed. Saddam is gone.
I just was so surprised what happened now. So surprised. I don't know, because I thought he would just go out in the street and fight the American himself and die. An honorable death. You know what I mean? And he gave up so easily. So easy. It was just like that. Just like, take whatever you want. Was everything just a big lie? That's it? Baghdad, Iraq, a big lie?
Before Infusium, I couldn't get my fingers through my hair. My hair looked like a fuzzball.
Infusium 23 leave-in treatment corrects, restores, structurizes. After one use, hair looks healthy.
And now it looks shiny, it looks healthy.
Infusium 23, it's the leave-in you'll believe in.
Excuse me, don't I know you?
Yeah, thin crust. Benson Avenue, pepperoni, onions, peppers, and of course, thin crust. Don't forget the thin crust. I used to deliver you pizza.
I don't see you anymore.
You don't order pizza anymore.
Introducing new Delisio Thin Crust Pizza. It's not delivery, it's Delisio. For more meal ideas, visit craftcanada.com.
Even though Olay Complete All Day is loaded with sheer moisture, has vitamins E and C, and provides UVA, UVB sun protection, it feels lighter than several major UV moisturizers. So lighten up with Olay Complete All Day.
Just imagine you can see.
We've been busy putting together this wonderful new collection just for Sears. Martha Stewart every day. From kitchen to table to bed, bath, and home decor. It's our biggest collection ever in Canada.
In store by catalog and at Sears.ca. Welcome Martha Stewart every day, only at Sears.
It can be, come to Sears and see.
Glad garbage bags are now made with the strongest tear resistance ever, so you can count on them to make it to the curb every time. Glad garbage bags, now with the strongest tear resistance ever.
It's the biggest event in Linen Chest's history. To make room for their fall home fashion collection, Linen Chest is liquidating over $5 million in inventory. Save 25 to 50% on the lowest ticketed prices. For enormous savings on selected merchandise, visit Linen Chest's most spectacular sale in 30 years. 25 to 50% off the lowest ticketed prices. It's the sale of the century, only at Linen Chest.
The shooting war is over, but there is no calm. The city descends into lawlessness. The spectacle of looting is staggering, disturbing.
I was surprised. I never could think that with a lot of thieves in Baghdad. I never realized that people hated Baghdad and hated Saddam so much. So much. It's like they're having a revenge from everything,
Who are these people?
Savages. They are, like you said, gypsies. The people that don't have knowledge, because if they have knowledge, they wouldn't do that.
This is the most dangerous time of the war, but Anmar and I are too curious to stay at home. We visit one of Saddam's palaces. How things have changed. I want to go inside, but Anmar is more afraid of the looters we see than he ever was of the war.
I know Saddam's thieves. Jawan? Coward. But no, when I see this thief in the street, I don't understand this case.
Looting is even just outside our door.
They're stealing from the school. Everything they can.
In the midst of all the looting, the Americans are hanging out in Baghdad. But they have left the city to itself. Anmar and I have resumed our tours. We find that theft has turned to ransacking and burning. Please don't film. It is such a shame, this man says. This is Saddam City, a Shia neighborhood and the poorest part of Baghdad, where most of the looters live. 30 years of intense oppression goes a long way to explain the frenzy of looting. These Shia leaders are now basking in their community's new freedom. But they still can't shake 30 years of terror.
He doesn't care. He gives his own people many money, many cars, many things, many gifts. But poor people has been forget. He say, I am. 9 months. 9 months. In the prison.
9 months in jail. His crime? Sheltering a friend for one night.
So he get up from the jail just born and scared.
جاني خطار وبات يمي واحد من قرايبي هو بالمعارضة وما أدري بيه جبات 9 أشهر.
Just because he is against the ruler.
Saddam City, with its poverty and its pent-up energy, is a hornet's nest of anger and resentment. The neighborhood isn't a military target, but that hasn't stopped the bombs from falling.
This is a bomb for American. For American this.
How many people died?
كم واحد توفى عندكم هنا؟ 7 died. The bomb killed children, women, old man.
Are you happy, though, that Saddam is gone?
Gone.
Yes.
Gone.
That is good.
Gone. Saddam gone.
It's a good thing.
You don't know? See?
Trouble always, huh?
The situation is very bad. Very bad, very bad.
At a local Shia mosque, the religious leaders, the imams, show me a Lebanese mercenary hired to fight for Saddam and to stir up the poor people of this neighborhood. He says, I was willing to die, but now I've changed my mind. Later, I come across another Lebanese mercenary who is not so lucky.
Soldier.
Back at the mosque, the imams are trying to get a handle on the chaos and have decreed looted goods must be turned in. The place is filled with stolen medical supplies. But all around town, hospitals were hit by more than just theft.
Saddam Center for Cardiac Surgery. We have here sophisticated surgery for cardiac diseases have been done for the last 10 years. No patients here.
Adam is a young cardiologist. This used to be his place of work.
I don't think you can go in.
Was it bombed? No.
No, it's burnt. This was the waiting room for those who do catheterization. And this was the CCU, coronary care unit. Mr. Rumsfeld, Ministry of Defense.
Yes.
He says that the media are exaggerating what's happening here. I think he's wrong. The media are underreporting. People need things, so they steal things that they need, or probably things they can sell outside. But why should they destroy things? It's not because it's the name of Saddam. I don't think so. We all hate him, but we don't destroy things. These are our things. It's not Saddam's. No.
With all his education and skill, Edem is now powerless to treat his countrymen.
I think a sabotage, and this sabotage is intended mainly by the American or say others. Maybe they say, "Oh, look, Iraqis, you cannot rule yourself. Someone else has to rule you."
Anmar and I make a point of dropping by a building that the Americans have not left unprotected. The Ministry of Oil.
This is one of the main buildings that we have to guard also.
Where are you guys from?
Arizona, Scottsdale.
Scottsdale?
Grass Valley, California.
Thank you,
sir.
here?
Thank you.
What's that?
You having fun out here?
Yeah.
They're making it worth your while?
Been interesting.
Yeah, it's a whole new experience. I haven't shot a thing once, so.
You haven't shot your weapon yet?
I've shot my weapon once.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's a good thing. It may not feel like fun, but
yeah, we really haven't. There's been a couple times where I was a little nervous, but mostly it was just some RPGs were going off at us a couple nights ago and stuff like that. But I felt relatively comfortable.
The soldiers surrounding only the ministry oil. All the ministry in Iraq is burning and she's stolen. Only this ministry. You see the hospitals, everything's. I think it's message from America to Iraqi people. We're coming only for petrol.
this is the one thing all of Baghdad agrees on.
Why Americans come here?
To the oil.
Oil.
To the oil, no to freedom. To the oil.
For now, the Americans quietly occupy a vacuum. But it isn't clear how long these boys will be safe here. They are on shaky ground. There are two major groups of Muslims here, the Sunni and the Shia. With chaos descending on the city, deep, old tensions between them are coming to the surface.
In college, when they asked me if you're a Susu or Shushu, I said, what's Susu, what's Shushu? They asked me, are you Sunni or Shia? I said, what's Sunni, what's Shia? What is that? I said, you really don't know? I said, no, I don't know. Then they asked me, do you pray like this or do you put your hand down? I told them, no, I pray like this. So they said, okay, then you are a Susu. And I came home and asked my father. I told him someone asked me, Mommy, I told him someone asked me if I'm Susu or Shushu. He said, oh. That is trouble. That is really trouble. Whoever asks you this question, he means trouble. Because we never have any difference between Shia and Sunni.
Now there is?
Yeah. Now, after the war, there's going to be a lot of difference.
With his fear of thieves and sectarian violence growing, Anmar, the war veteran, does what is necessary to protect his family. He borrows a rifle.
Are you tired? Me? Yeah. All the time I'm tired. All the time.
Are Iraqi people tired?
All Iraqi people is tired. Not unhealthy, not unhealthy. In the soul, tired the soul. The soul is tired, very tired.
I feel sad for Baghdad. Baghdad for me is always the most beautiful bride that I've ever seen. And now it's like everything is over for Baghdad. Baghdad, everyone sang about it, how beautiful it is. I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry about this beautiful bride. I feel so sorry. It's never gonna be a beautiful bride again.
To tell you how different our DQ chicken strip basket is, we thought, let's do something really different, like sponsor a new sport, chicken baskets. Maybe not. The DQ chicken strip basket. Crispy strips of seasoned all-white meat chicken served with Texas toast and fries. Do one and DQ something different. And top it off with a delicious Score Blizzard treat.
But this guy is different, and I really want to show him that I'm thinking about him. This is cute. Too cute. I should play it cool. Now, these are pretty cool. This will get it there tomorrow. I don't want to look too eager.
At your post office, you'll find great gifts and so many ways to send them, making it easier to show you care. Canada Post, from anywhere to anyone.
Hey, come on, we gotta go.
I know. It's just the...
Wanna shake up your decor? Then choose Colors by Verathane. Because what makes a paint great is its colors. Colors by Verathane.
Turn every project into a work of art with the fast-dry performance, professional palette, and the confidence of painter's touch. Put the pro in your projects.
There's more to crispy flavor in our bite-sized taters.
It's time you tried McCain Tasty Taters. Baked so they're crispy and golden brown on the outside to capture all that tender potato flavor inside.
Crispy bite-sized taters that lock in all the flavor.
Mealtime, snack time, anytime. McCain Tasty Taters come in crispy bite-sized flavors.
Try your favorite flavor in our bite-sized taters.
McCain Tasty Taters. Crispy flavor in a bite-sized tater.
The war is over. After 5 weeks, my time in Baghdad is soon coming to an end. Even to me, this broken city has changed a lot. I hook up with my old friend Karim, a soccer coach for the national junior team, now guarding his home in the night.
From what? From the thief. What do you think about the situation here? Well done. You don't know? Happy? Sad? Sure sad. Sure sad. What can you do? Wait and see.
All over Baghdad, similar fears.
We need security immediately. need a policeman to protect us and to protect our house and to protect our workplace.
They said they will give us a democracy. Nobody got democracy but the thief.
We just need a normal life, nothing more.
Maybe people are just getting used to the chaos.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Maybe life is slowly returning to normal. In any case, in my neighborhood, Amria, kids are back out in the streets.
Fireman. Hey, no. Fireman.
A bit farther away, a group of firefighters are trying to clean up the neighborhood. They've been gathering up bombs and other munitions.
American. But all here? No. Many places. Hey, many places.
It's unbelievable how much has fallen on our part of the city.
Laser.
An amazing fact, some of these bombs are so old that their warranties ran out 5 years ago. Stocks have to be liquidated, but even old bombs can kill you. Much has changed for our young neighbor Aya. She's gotten to know war.
Aya went to, when it got really bad here, her and her mother left to, where did you go? Bakuba?
Shahraban.
Shahraban.
Yes.
How was that? It's good?
Yes.
Yeah?
Very good.
It was quiet?
Yes.
But you're happy to be back here?
Yes.
Yeah, that's normal.
But the last day was very dangerous. I miss you very much.
Me too.
She never wore the Muslim headdress before. Now she does. In a world of crisis, maybe she finds comfort in faith.
Now you wear the hijab.
ليش لبستي الحجاب؟
ما أدري.
She's afraid if she dies and she doesn't have anything to take with her from God.
Like what?
Like I told you before, the woman have to wear our Muslim, in our Quran book, we have to wear these, the woman. Okay?
But not all women wear them?
Not all the women convinced with it.
Okay.
Everyone
But
has
she
it.
is.
She is. And I hope I get convinced one day to wear it. Today is Aya's birthday.
No.
Yes.
Today you're 15.
Yes. We're baking a cake for
Oh,
her.
that's great.
And I'm telling her we're gonna have we're gonna have a party.
Chaos and religion aside, for a 15-year-old, a birthday is still a birthday.
Everyone is trying to take a piece.
Back at home, the mood is not so cheerful. Still no electricity, no telephone, and no hope.
For many, many years, all the people of Iraq have no future. You're working in morning to eat in night only.
After all the violence and chaos, has anything really changed?
We don't mean about tomorrow.
We don't think about tomorrow. So
Because-
the same now.
Is it different now?
No, same. Same. In the war, before the war, after the war, this Iraq people.
Layla is passing out bread to the neighbors. Something she promised God in her prayers if he spared her family.
People just see me face to face. They don't believe that I pray. They don't believe that I read Quran. They don't believe that I have a lot of faith in God.
Why?
Because I don't look like it. I don't wear that thing on my head. because I smoke cigarette, because I'm free, because I like to talk to everyone. And here, when a woman does that, it's like, nah, I don't think she's religious. I don't think she prays. I don't think she has faith in God. I think I got affected from the United States. I've lived over there for 5 years, and I got affected from them. It's like to be free, to be what you are. And that's it.
Plunged into post-Saddam chaos, plagued by thieves and looters, polarized into religious factions, and occupied by Americans. Freedom is still a distant promise for the good people of Iraq. Are they a broken people, the Iraqis?
Yeah. Now they are real broken. Because if they had faith in themselves, at least they would have fought for a longer time. They didn't, because it's like, hey, so what? Let him go. And so what? We don't care what's going to happen. We just want to be free. Like Anwar, we just want to be free.
In 1 month, I see many things in 1 month. I think this is a dream. Saddam leave Iraq in 2 days. America enter Iraq in 1 week. Thieves in the street, kill in any street. I think this is dreams, not really. I don't believe. I still don't believe this happened in Iraq.
I came here for an unmediated view of this war.
It's the best view.
But from the ground in Baghdad, there was still no clarity, only questions. Where was this war leading? When would it end? What would happen to the people I care so much about? Would they find freedom? And at what price?
And joining us now is Alexandre Trudeau. Have you been able to keep up with the family since you left?
Not really, Tom. International telephone doesn't work there. They're on still very shaky ground when it comes to services, electricity, all this kind of thing. So I've heard word of them, and they're holding out as best they can. I even heard that Anwar had bought some beehives and is making honey in his backyard. That's one thing to do when there's nothing else to do.
Getting on with life.
Getting on.
You know, in many ways, this was an ordinary Iraqi family, but it was quite extraordinary as well. They were remarkable characters, all of them. Were they representative of the other people that you saw in Baghdad?
They were lovely people, and there are a lot of lovely people in Baghdad. I have to say, I think they're special. Yeah, they were exceptional. They're the kind of people that you look for as a filmmaker, but also as a human. Wonderful people.
When you left, did you get the sense from them that they were hopeful about the future? I mean, it's a very uncertain time for them right now, but what was their psyche?
Well, they chose to be hopeful, but they know that the situation is wide open. The future's wide open. Things could get worse, they could get better. They've sort of looked at it and said they're going to give it a year or 6 months. And if things don't get better, if they get worse, then for their children, for their own lives, and the rest of them, they're going to move, or they're going to consider moving out of Baghdad.
Have they got options to move out of Iraq? I mean, could they move anywhere else in the world if they wanted to?
Well, no, but they could, but they haven't looked into it yet. They're going to start after 6 months if things are.
Before you go, let's trade war correspondent stories here. You were at ground zero for much of this. Did you have any of those moments that we all have as war correspondents?
Yeah, but I guess in a sense I was sort of there for those moments. They're important to understand the big picture, and they're important to understand the lives we're living and make you appreciate life. They focus the mind, as you once said. I kind of appreciate them.
Sacha Trudeau, thank you very much. Real pleasure having you here.
Thanks, Tom.
W5 will return right after this.
What began as a fairy tale is now a part of our lives. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has cheered our victories, mourned our losses, and shared our achievements. The Royal Canadian Mint is proud to issue a contemporary effigy of the Queen on all Canadian coins to honor the 50th anniversary of her coronation. Look for them, collect them, and celebrate her special place in our history and our hearts. Available in gift sets from the Royal Canadian Mint and our retail partners.
If you're thinking about a chemical peel or laser treatment, and even if you're not, we think you should know about this less drastic alternative to enhance your look. New Olay Regenerist contains aminopeptides. Regenerist renews your skin's outer layer and beautifully regenerates skin's appearance, one cell at a time. Give your look a lift with new Olay Regenerist. Love the skin you're in.
It's the biggest event in Linen Chest's history. To make room for their fall home fashion collection, Linen Chest is liquidating over $5 million in inventory. Save 25 to 50% on the lowest ticketed prices. For enormous savings on selected merchandise, visit Linen Chest's most spectacular sale in 30 years. 25 to 50% off the lowest ticketed prices. It's the sale of the century, only at Linen Chest.
You may be wondering why Jack here is eating pizza pockets as fast as he can, rather than slowly enjoying every bite of the original, real-baked pizza taste. Well, they're not his pizza pockets. They're Bob's. He's fried. We're baked.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by Canadian Idol Greatest Moments. Pick it up today.
And that is our W5 presentation for this week. Remember, you can also find us on the internet at ctv.ca, where you can learn more about our stories. On behalf of all of us here at W5, thanks for being with us. I'm Tom Clark. Good night.
Couple things. First, they can clearly start to hand power over to the Iraqi Governing Council because they have a specific mission now, and that is to try and prosecute Saddam Hussein in a court of law so that the whole country can see his misdeeds and the misdeeds of all of his cronies. The next thing is it allows them to redirect all of the intelligence and security efforts that have gone into capturing Saddam Hussein to basic security for the Iraqi people. In recent weeks, it's been very difficult for women to walk the streets or for children to go to school because with the collapse of the economy, there's been a lot of rogues out there that have been taking advantage of the situation. In the end, I think the U.S. may want to deploy or redeploy some of those assets to Afghanistan to look after Osama bin Laden and the al-Qaeda network. But in the end, it gives the U.S. a clear opportunity to start removing itself from the front lines of battle in Iraq and start to transition the power over to the Iraqi people. Of course, that's going to be difficult with more than 50% of the Iraqi military resigning in the last few days. It's a very fluid situation, but clearly the U.S. needs to start its end game.
And what about the subject of weapons of mass destruction?
Well,
how will that be responded to now?
It's very interesting. A lot of people think that that's not on the table anymore because we haven't been talking about it. But with Saddam Hussein in custody, the one man who can clearly say whether or not there were weapons, there's going to be increased pressure on the Bush administration to find out that answer. What's very interesting is the Japanese, who lost some diplomats earlier in the month, came out this morning and they said clearly Saddam Hussein is the one man who knows the answers to these questions, and we must find out what he knows. So I think the world community is going to start to put pressure on the Bush administration now. So it's a mixed blessing for Bush. He gets rid of Saddam Hussein, but now the onus is on them to deliver what they promised was there all along, those elusive weapons of mass destruction.
I know that you worked for a while for American Congress, and you, in fact, were instrumental in helping one of the Democratic candidates in 1988, was it?
That's correct.
1988, right. So we saw Joe Lieberman this morning, first off the mark from the Democratic presidential contenders, to get out there and make a statement. Now, how are the Democrats, just to talk American politics for a moment here, because this is obviously a big win for George Bush and will be portrayed as such by the Republicans, how are the Democrats going to shape some sort of approach to this?
The Democratic Party now is in a very tough situation. You have people like Joe Lieberman, who was the vice presidential candidate under Al Gore, who is a moderate, who has actually backed the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and has continued to stand by the president. Then you have Howard Dean, who is the left-running Democratic candidate, a former New England governor, who has been very critical of the Bush administration and the war in Iraq. What they need to do now, if the Democrats are smart, will start to reshape the questions not on how the war is being prosecuted, but what is the end game and what did you know and when did you know it. Clearly, they will be able to put the onus on the Bush administration now to clearly indicate what Saddam Hussein knew and whether there were weapons of mass destruction or whether it was an elaborate hoax. And there will also be a desire to go back in history and look at the first Bush administration and the Reagan administration and expose those years in which the Republican-led White House had great ties to Saddam Hussein and supported him specifically because he was anti-Iraq, anti-Iran. So they supported a man who gassed his own people. So there will be a desire to dig some of that dirt out and throw it out on the table and link George Bush to those Republican administrations of the past.
Going to be a fascinating year to watch the shifting ground in American politics. Thank you very much, Michael.
Certainly.
Michael O'Hurley-Pitts is still with us here as we continue our coverage this morning of the big news of this December Sunday, that is the capture of Saddam Hussein.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Paul Bremer, the head of the U.S. authority in Baghdad this morning, making the big announcement, which everyone was waiting for. That came at 7 a.m. our time. We here at CTV News, we were on the air with that this morning live, and we're replaying it for you now because many of you coming on stream, getting out of bed, rubbing your eyes and thinking, good grief, could this be true? Yes, it is true, confirmed by DNA evidence. Saddam Hussein captured last night near the town of Tikrit, a place called Adwar, actually, a small town in the neighborhood which he has always inhabited and has been at the center of his activities for so long. Tom Popek is in Baghdad and is going to give us a view of the reaction there right now, 3 hours after this announcement, 3.5 hours after the announcement that Saddam Hussein has been captured. Is it sinking in there, Tom?
You know, jubilation all this morning, but now, Lloyd, certainly a amount of disbelief. The images that we're seeing of Saddam Hussein, this old, weary man who looks defeated, is coming across in the Iraqi public as surprising. This is a man who built a cult of personality, a man who fired shotguns in the air, and now we see him weary and tired and, again, very much defeated. So many people are saying they didn't expect to see him go this way.
Is there, yes, is it surprising to them that he actually gave himself up, apparently cooperating totally with authorities? Does that really conform with his macho image?
You know, it really is. It's one of the most surprising things that people tell me here. They expected him perhaps to go out with a blaze of glory, guns blazing, or perhaps even committing suicide. But the fact that he's cooperating and looks so resigned is a surprise. You can perhaps hear behind me here sounds of gunfire. We've been hearing these shots all day as people celebrate this capture of Saddam Hussein.
So that's it. It is a definite mood of celebration and relief in Baghdad this morning, people realizing that this has actually happened. Has it lifted that kind of veil of fear of Saddam that has been covering the Iraqi people all these years?
Lloyd, he was not a loved man, that's for certain. He was feared. Of course, this man brutally led this country for 25 years and left a trail of bodies behind, gassing Kurds in the north, burying his political enemies, a notorious Abu Ghraib prison where thousands were held, even in historic sacred sites like Babylon. He dug mass graves there that are still being found.
Thank you, Tom. CTV's Tom Popek reporting to us from Baghdad this morning, where celebrations are underway. We're watching some videotape here of earlier in the morning, where people are coming out onto the streets now. And we probably mentioned this earlier, but it's worth repeating, and that is that if the eruptions of joy were not spontaneous earlier, it's because people have lived under the fear that would Saddam come back? Is that old guy still around? Might he hurt us again? Because when you live under that kind of oppression for so many, many years, you don't lift the veil that easily. So now it would seem it is sinking in Baghdad that indeed Saddam Hussein has been captured. Our Lisa LaFlamme was in Baghdad for a couple of weeks doing reports for us on CTV News. You probably saw many of them. She has now moved out of Baghdad. She's on her way home, but she is actually in Amman, Jordan. She was there this morning when this news broke. Lisa, from the people around you, the people you're talking to there in Jordan, how is this being received?
Oh, there's great celebration here, Lloyd, as you can imagine. I mean, this is the man that everybody wanted to see under arrest here. But, I mean, if you look at the wider picture, it certainly once again puts the U.S. in command. It strengthens their hand against extremists. You know, there's going to be disappointment in some circles because there's still, even if it's not pro-Saddam support, there's a lot of anti-American support that we saw, you know, rampant in Iraq, in Baghdad. And I think the thing now is the rebels have certainly lost their guts. I mean, he was at least their figurehead and may indeed have been their financier, and now the plug's been pulled on the money, although still his top lieutenant, Isaac Ibrahim al-Duri, is at large, and there are wide rumors that he also had a pretty big cache of money that was financing the insurgents. So, I mean, it's definitely not over when it comes to that, but it's a huge step forward. Morally, they're probably asking themselves, what are they fighting for anymore with Saddam under arrest?
Yes, I suppose one wonders whether it does make that point that they can move in, as some Americans were saying, they can move into the Arab world, they can take down one of the major players, and they might be able to go forward and set up a democratic government right there in the midst of the Arab world. What discussion has there been of that subject over the last little while, whether or not what's being tried there in terms of putting up a functioning democracy is even possible?
Well, that's going to be one of the great challenges. Just this week, I was at what on the surface was a protest against the terrorism, but it really looked a lot more like a, you know, if I can use a Canadian analogy, almost a multi-party convention. There are dozens of people clamoring for power in this country, people who've been oppressed for so long, and indeed the Sunnis themselves are, I'm sure, asking themselves, should they further alienate themselves by going against the stream of democracy. And among these political parties clamoring for power, the question is going to be, you know, the U.S. wants a non-religious government. The people of Iraq say in the latest survey, the first survey, actually, interestingly enough, that they have no faith in the U.S., they have no faith in the Iraqi Governing Council, they only have faith in their religious leaders. So, you know, the two aren't mutually exclusive, certainly, but the question is going to be to find a moderate among that group and move forward. And all of that begins, as you've already stated, Lloyd, in June with the next phase in the transitional handover.
Difficult is it going to be to balance between the religious authorities and the civil authorities in Iraq? Because as we know so well, it's been split into three different groups: the Sunnis in the center, the Shias in the south, and partly around the Baghdad area, and then the Kurds in the north. This balancing act that's going to have to take place is going to mean that in some areas, certainly, the religious forces are going to continue to predominate, and it's going to be awfully difficult to change that.
Absolutely. Religion is the great divide here, but it also permeates every part of life, as you well know. I mean, even we spoke to the leader of the Communist Party. Imagine that. They believe a Communist Party is the answer for Iraq right now. And even the leader of that party speaks of God and Islam as being the focus of the future, which of course goes against the grain of communism. So, I mean, it's something that may indeed become a new template. It's hard to say at this point, given the fact that there are, as I said, so many groups, organizations trying to have some say. Whether they all have representation is difficult to know at this point, but certainly the Shias are the majority in this country, and they've been long oppressed, as we well know. But also, you know, what this does is an enormous boost to reconstruction because it's all been stalled because of security problems. Perhaps now they can move forward. The Americans are obviously winning this now, and everyone wants to be on the side of a winner. So maybe we're going to see a turnaround on that front too, which would be positive for the people here.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Again, good to hear your voice. Stand by there because we're continuing our coverage. You and Amman Jordan, we have some people in Baghdad, and of course we have our correspondents at various locations. And one of the big subjects that is going to be discussed a lot in the wake of today's news is, all right, you've got Saddam Hussein. He's now in custody. Obviously, we don't know yet whether there is going to be formally a public trial, although that is what the Iraqi Governing Council is asking for. But the next big question, which they're going to have to grapple with in American politics and certainly within Iraq itself, is weapons of mass destruction. We have with us Ronald Clemenson, who is a former Iraqi weapons inspector. He's in our Ottawa bureau. Good morning, Mr. Clemenson. Thank you very much for joining us on short notice on this Sunday. We appreciate it very much.
My pleasure indeed.
Now, what about this subject of weapons of mass destruction? Because obviously people are going to be putting that back out on the table again and say, all right, obviously Saddam Hussein is going to be grilled on this. How important is it going to be in terms of what he says?
Well, I think certainly for people who are interested in learning lessons from Iraq, as I and others are, this is certainly a significant departure point. Whether or not Saddam was the key in this whole program, of course, stands to be seen, and of course, what he intends to do, what he intends to say, will be important.
Now, one thing that all the inspectors noted, that it was difficult to move around Iraq when he was in place, of course, because you were told certain areas were open to you, but you'd get there and only portions of that area were open to you. From what you were able to see when you were there, did you get the sense that there was more to be seen under the surface than what you were actually viewing?
Well, actually, I was a commissioner with UNSCOM and with UNMOVIC, and looked more at the analytical side of it. I think that what this will certainly do, along with the Iraq Survey Group, which is working under the U.S. government at the moment, is going to answer an awful lot of questions which were outstanding. But I think some of those questions will certainly be answered in the affirmative. That is to say that the United Nations process, UNSCOM and UNMOVIC, were probably much more successful than we thought. But what is going to happen here is that this is really a cap on the whole database, and it will give us an opportunity then to do research in the whole. And I think in this regard, this capture will encourage Iraqis to talk more openly, and I think by and large an extremely positive development.
How big a bluffer was Saddam Hussein on all of this? Because at times he seemed to want the world to believe that indeed he did have weapons of mass destruction, even though none could be found. How did you sort your way through that when you were over there and after you got back?
Well, I think really the question will be who was actually masterminding this. Certainly a question which has been in front of the United Nations for many years is why did Saddam just not provide the documentation that was requested? Because I think we have found out that their talk about unilateral destruction of weapons of mass destruction, in fact, was correct. But when the United Nations needed the documentation to be able to go to the Security Council on that, they claimed they did not have it. And we know, of course, that the Iraqis are wonderful document collectors. So this will be interesting to see exactly how his mind worked on this and why he did not provide the sort of documentation that would have been required.
Mr. Clemenson, we thank you very much once again for taking the time out of your Sunday to come in to talk to us about this. Ronald Clemenson speaking to us from CTV's Ottawa Bureau, former Iraqi weapons inspector. Now, Tony Blair was one of the first up this morning to confirm that indeed Saddam Hussein had been captured and he was in custody. He alluded to that even before the official statement out of Iraq at 7 a.m. this morning. And then Tony Blair made his own formal statement later. And as you listen to this statement, listen to the tone of it, because he does mention reconciliation a few times. That is, this is an important marker on the road to a new Iraq. Let's try to work together now in the light of the fact that Saddam Hussein has been captured. The earlier statement from Tony Blair.
Good afternoon, everyone. The shadow of Saddam is finally lifted from the Iraqi people. We give thanks for that. But let this be more than a cause simply for rejoicing. Let it be a moment to reach out and to reconcile. To the Sunnis, whose allegiance Saddam falsely claimed, I say there is a place for you playing a full part in a new and a democratic Iraq. To those formerly in Saddam's party, there by force and not by conviction, I say we can put the past behind us. Where his rule meant terror and division and brutality, let his capture bring about unity, reconciliation, and peace between all the people in Iraq. Saddam has gone from power. He won't be coming back. That the Iraqi people now know. And it is they who will decide his fate. And in Iraq today, we work hard. The coalition forces from 30 different nations and Iraqis who love their country and who work hard with us to rebuild Iraq, to nurture its wealth for all its people, to bring prosperity and freedom to those people. In the timetable we have established, power will be handed over to Iraqis to run Iraq, now as a sovereign, independent state, based on the principles of justice and democracy and the rule of law. And let us lay one myth to rest today. We have a common interest, coalition forces and Iraqi people. Our purpose is a shared purpose, our victory a shared victory. The coalition needs an Iraq that is stable and prosperous for the good of Iraq, the region, and the wider world. The Iraqi people, who were reduced to poverty and to penury by Saddam and his sons, they desire no more than to live in peace, to develop their nation's wealth, and to put freedom in the place of dictatorship. We're on the same side. And who is against us? The tiny minority of Iraqis who wanted Saddam back and must now know that their cause is a futile one, and assorted foreign terrorists who have entered Iraq, whose greatest fear is that a new Iraq spells the end of their vile campaign of terror and propaganda against the Arab and the Western world working in partnership together. The rebirth of Iraq is the death of their attempt to sell the lie that we are fighting Muslims. Muslims were Saddam's victims. Muslims today in Iraq, the beneficiaries of his demise. Let's remember all those Iraqis that died under Saddam, the remains of 400,000 human beings already found in mass graves. So this is a time for celebration, but it's also a time to look forward, to unify, and to reconcile. Our thanks go to the coalition forces and the intelligence services who brought about Saddam's capture. Once again, they have proved their professionalism, their courage, and their commitment. But let us give thanks too to those brave Iraqis who have helped in his capture, who in the new Iraqi administration, police, and defense forces risk their lives daily for the good of their people. They are the representatives of the new Iraq in action today. So now is a time of great opportunity. Let us seize it and use it for the good of the people of Iraq, for the people in the Middle East, and for the people of our world. Thank you.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair calling for reconciliation. Use this occasion, he says, to mend fences and get together, get the people of Iraq together, get the world community together in terms of the approach to Iraq. With me from Washington now, where this is very big news, is Lieutenant General retired Ted Stroop. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Lloyd.
Thank you for being with us, sir. So we've heard a lot about uncertain morale among American forces in Iraq. Is this going to help things?
I believe this will be a tremendous shot in the arm for American morale across. But I've never, with my contacts, seen a dip in the morale. So this will probably put the morale up at a higher level than it is right now.
And what do you think of the way this operation was carried out? Because we didn't hear anything about it. Every corner was covered.
I think it was a tremendous tactical victory, and it is a significant step forward in the use of tactical, electrical, human intelligence within the coalition, and particularly the Army's 4th Infantry Division, which was the main unit with its task force Wolverine that did the actual cordon and search, is our highly electronic division. And it has been slicing and dicing different areas of the countryside and closing the loop on a hourly basis. And I think the operation that came off yesterday evening, where we captured him like a cornered rat in a spider hole, paid off both tactics and technically of what the American soldier has been able to do.
It's been back and forth over the last several weeks as to whether Saddam Hussein was alive or was he dead. What were your contacts telling you on that point? Were you hearing that he was indeed alive and that he was hiding there somewhere?
My contacts knew that he was in existence, and as much as they were allowed to tell me, I knew that they were zeroing in on several locations, and I think last night proved the culminating point of his capture.
Well, now the question is, how should he be handled and what happens next? What's your view of that?
Well, I believe it's going to be a political question. I think that we've heard from your network and other networks already that political leaders around the world want to turn it over to the Iraqi people themselves. The question is the technique of how that'll be allowed to be done. I think will be a political decision, and hopefully it'll be one that'll be agreed universally, not only by this coalition, but hopefully an expanded coalition of some of our long-term allies.
Do you think, in fact, this will help members of the coalition convince other partners around the world, including Canada, to get more troops, get more money on side for Iraq? Because some have been understandably reluctant to do that. Some are overextended already, and others were never happy with the American position to begin with.
I know there's been a degree of unhappiness among some of our close allies. I would point out that a lot of our close allies that we've had over the Cold War are participating in the war in Afghanistan. Canada, France, Germany are already there. I think from listening to Chirac and hearing from Schroeder this morning on the network news that that is a positive sign. Hopefully your new Prime Minister, Paul Martin, will also send that signal. I believe this is an opportunity for everyone to come together for the good of the people of Iraq and stabilization of the Middle East. This is a great weight off the leaders in the Middle East, because they now clearly don't have anyone else that they believe they need to fear now that they know that this thug is in complete captivity.
So what's your guesstimate on how long American troops will have to stay there to make this transition to an effective government of Iraq take place?
Well, the political and civilian leadership has said that the Americans will stay until the job is over. The real challenging question over the next several weeks and months is will the guerrilla and insurgent activity die down? We've essentially probably cut off a figurehead, and I believe now that the other sources of from Al-Qaeda, from the Ba'ath Party, and just from the normal discontents that are around that area will start to dry up, and I think that the American forces, along with the other coalition members, will keep the pressure on. So I won't give you a timeline, but I say pay attention over the next 3 to 4 weeks to see the level of terrorist activity and guerrilla activity that is going to go on, and my prediction is there may be some flare-ups, but I think it'll dampen down between now and probably the end of the month of January, and then we can look at how long the forces will have to stay there.
So you think it's realistic then to talk about an effective Iraqi government in place by June? And they're talking about that this morning.
I'm hoping that is the realistic estimate, but we'll have to sort of adjust as we go along. We see what's happening in Afghanistan, and we've got some history of Kosovo and Bosnia where we have laid claim we're only going to be there for a year initially, and we're still there. So I'm optimistic that the forces will come together, that the Iraqi people will come together, and that in the long run, however that is, that we will see the establishment of a stable government.
Lieutenant General Stroop, I thank you very much for being with us this morning, taking time out of your Sunday to be with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Same to you, sir. Lieutenant General Ted Stroop, retired, speaking to us from Washington. We heard a few moments ago from Tony Blair. We replayed his statement of earlier this morning when he confirmed for the world that indeed Saddam Hussein had been captured and was in custody at an undisclosed location in Iraq. Tom Kennedy, our London bureau chief, is on the line to us from London. Tom, how is this news being absorbed in Britain at this hour, where you're 5 hours ahead of us here?
Well, this is a huge, huge story, as you can imagine, Lloyd. It's a huge story and an enormous situation for the Prime Minister as well. Tony Blair is heavily criticized in this country for perhaps exaggerating the threat coming from Iraq as an excuse to go to war. He has been heavily criticized because there have been no weapons of mass destruction found in Iraq, nothing of significance anyway since the end of the war. Also heavily criticized because I think the British military, they've had 52 soldiers killed in Iraq and heavily criticized over the loss of life. So it's been a really difficult situation for the Prime Minister of this country, and now suddenly in the middle of this, finally Saddam Hussein has been captured. So I think that the government here is really hoping a corner has been turned, but again, so much depends on what happens over the next few weeks. Our previous guest just talking about that perhaps by the end of January the level of attacks against coalition forces will diminish in Iraq. This is really critical for Tony Blair, because if the level of attacks against coalition forces go down, if the loss of British life starts to decline as well in Iraq, I think then he can argue that there's a certain vindication for having gone to war in the first place. So this is a really, really key event, what's happened over the last few hours for Tony Blair.
On the other side of the spectrum in Britain, are there a lot of groups calling for British forces to be pulled out immediately? We of course, have been hearing some of that in the U.S. and some of it from Democratic presidential contenders.
It's been pretty faint, I believe, Lloyd. The public opinion polling that's been done here does show that there is a high level of satisfaction in this country, even though there are certain objections about whether or not Britain should have gone to war. There is a high level of satisfaction that Saddam Hussein was overthrown. There is also a belief that Iraq must be moved towards democracy and stability must be brought to the people of Iraq. And I think there's a general feeling in this country that if the coalition forces pull out now, they will argue that maybe the war should never have been begun. But I think there's a sense in this country that if coalition forces were to pull out, the consequences of that pull out would be fairly chaotic for the people of Iraq, and I don't think anyone in this country wants that.
Tom, just have time for a brief answer on this point, and that is that people wondered about Tony Blair's motivation from the beginning here. Was it just to cozy up to the Americans, or did he really believe that it was important to remove Saddam Hussein? What's your feeling about that?
Well, my feeling is that he felt it was very, very important to remove Saddam Hussein. I think that he is sometimes accused by editorialists and editorial cartoonists of being the poodle of President Bush. But that's, I think, a minority. I think there is a sense that he did sincerely believe that the ruler of Iraq, the dictator, had to be overthrown. But I think there will also always be arguments in certain sector of the British population that he overstated the case and that perhaps he should not have gone to war.
Tom, thank you very much. CTV's Tom Kennedy reporting to us from our London bureau, where it's getting on for the evening there. And we will continue our coverage of this big Sunday morning breaking news story, the capture of Saddam Hussein.
A CTV News special report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
And that was the scene as we reported live right across our CTV network at 7 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time. Paul Bremer confirming what had been the buzz for a couple of hours, that Saddam Hussein was in custody. And these are the pictures that have been flashed around the world this morning. Saddam Hussein in disguise with the beard being checked over by U.S. medical authorities, apparently being totally cooperative. He looks like a wounded lion in the next shot, as you'll see, because he is obviously disconsolate, but he is cooperative. He was described as being very tired by American authorities who took him into custody, and that's perfectly understandable. But he has spent the last how many hours we're not sure in a hole about 5 to 8 feet deep under a building in Iraq, a spider hole it's called, in the center of a small walled compound, a mud hut also on the property. And while it was reported earlier that he was captured alone, there were apparently 2 other individuals around this area. We don't know who they were, but it is fairly obvious that it was not one of his main lieutenants, as some people had hoped, because it would have been a great catch to catch 2 or 3 of them in the eyes of coalition forces, all in the same place at the same time. He had 2 AK-47s with him. He had a pistol. He had $750,000 in American cash in $200 denominations. And he also could have been moving around in a white and yellow taxi from mud hole to mud hole around this area of Tikrit, which was always understood to be his hometown, his home province. And he was actually captured in a town called Adwar, which is just south of the city of Tikrit. And when American officials took him into custody, they said that they were not prepared to comment on what would happen to him over the next few days, except that he would be carefully questioned. And the whole idea of a public trial has been pretty well turned over to the opinions of the Iraqi Governing Council. And what the Iraqi Governing Council has said this morning is that they definitely believe that he should be put on public trial. Now, how you do that in a country where the democracy is not yet functioning is a major question all over the world. But Lisa Laflamme reported to us earlier that all of the university professors, the people who know something about democracy, who study it around the world, they're very aware of the judicial systems in place in democracies. And she, for one, seems to say to us that don't worry, it's there. This can be put into place rather quickly. Now, Paul Bremer, the head of the U.S. authority in Baghdad, was jubilant this morning when he made this announcement. And for those of you getting around to watching this coverage for the first time, and to other people who have been with us and want to savor the moment, this is Paul Bremer making his statement after he walked in and said, "We've got him." Let's watch.
Saddam Hussein was captured Saturday, December 13th at about 8:30 p.m. local in a cellar in the town of Adwar, which is about 15 kilometers south of Tikrit. Before Dr. Pachachi, who is the acting President of the Governing Council, and Lieutenant General Sanchez speak, I want to say a few words to the people of Iraq. This is a great day in Iraq's history. For decades, hundreds of thousands of you suffered at the hands of this cruel man. For decades, Saddam Hussein divided you citizens against each other. For decades, he threatened and attacked your neighbors. Those days are over forever. Now it is time to look to the future, to your future of hope, to a future of reconciliation. Iraq's future, your future, has never been more full of hope. The tyrant is a prisoner. The economy is moving forward. You have before you the prospect of a sovereign government in a few months. With the arrest of Saddam Hussein, there is a new opportunity for the members of the former regime, whether military or civilian, to end their bitter opposition. Let them now come forward in a spirit of reconciliation and hope, lay down their arms, and join you, their fellow citizens, in the task of building the new Iraq. Now is the time for all Iraqis, Arabs and Kurds, Sunnis, Shia, Christian, and Turkoman, to build a prosperous, democratic Iraq at peace with itself and with its neighbors. Dr. Pachachi.
يشرفني أن أقدم
That statement by Paul Bremer, head of the U.S. authority in Baghdad, speaking this morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, telling us indeed Saddam Hussein had been captured. And they confirmed that in two different ways. One was through DNA evidence, which was used immediately on Saddam Hussein's capture. And the other was his old friend and colleague Tariq Aziz, who has been in custody now for 7 months. Iraq's former deputy prime minister, Tariq Aziz. And he helped to confirm the identity after his capture. He told Reuters news agency he was definitely, although he didn't elaborate, he said that is definitely Saddam Hussein. The fugitive dictator himself, dusty, bearded, apparently exhausted, found in a hole dug into a cellar in the town of Adwar, just south of Tikrit. And when you think of the end to which he has come, this was a man, he ruled with an iron hand for many, many years in Iraq. He first, in 1968, began to get control of the apparatus in Iraq and then took over completely in the 70s, took Iraq through a very difficult times with the Iran-Iraq war and, of course, the incursion into Kuwait and other events which, for example, the gassing of the Kurds in the north, other events which caused him to be a dictator at large in an area which has suffered so much over the last number of years. And we're going to reflect on some of these events now in this item by CTV's Jed Kahane.
Hey, how's your building on your side?
The hunt for Saddam Hussein lasted longer than the war itself. His capture, dead or alive, became an essential goal for the American army, more intent than ever on proving the old regime is gone. First, they killed his 2 sons. Now they've captured Saddam Hussein himself. A huge relief for so many Iraqis, including those living in Canada.
The people now can go about rebuilding the country. There isn't anymore the question mark whether Saddam is coming back.
His name means he who confronts, and in nearly 20 years as Iraq's leader, Saddam Hussein lived up to that name, first helping transform his country, then leading it down a path of war, repression, and despair.
Everything was controlled directly by Saddam, and anyone who stepped out of line was brutally punished.
He was born 66 years ago in northern Iraq. As a young man, he immersed himself in the politics of Arab nationalism. After taking part in an attempt to assassinate the country's military ruler in 1959, Hussein went into exile. He eventually returned and, in the beginning at least, earned the respect of his people.
He emphasized education above all. He restructured the economy of the state, and within 10 years or so, Iraq became one of the most prosperous countries in the Middle East. And the credit goes to him.
But his dream of a powerful Iraq was one he was willing to achieve at any cost, often using techniques learned from his hero, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin. It's estimated that under Hussein's rule, close to 1 million Iraqis died, hundreds of thousands during an 8-year war with Iran, Kurds killed with poison gas in the north of the country, and countless more after the invasion of Kuwait, which touched off the first Gulf War in 1991.
He saw himself as the unifier of the Arabs, and that if he does what he does, it is for the sake of the Arab world.
And he did it in part with the backing of the U.S., which courted him and funded his army, first to counter Soviet influence and later to stem the tide of Islamic fundamentalism in Iran. His admirers in the Arab world liked the fact he stood up to the West. At home, his support was maintained by other means.
Iraq is run by fear. The glue that keeps things together is fear.
The Americans could have tried to kill him a decade ago, but apparently saw him as a lesser evil and left him in power, a decision they clearly came to regret and went to great lengths to undo, first with sanctions, then once again with war, killing thousands of Iraqi civilians in the process. Iraqis may have little faith in the American occupation, but Hussein's capture does provide something they haven't had in a very long time, the hope, at least, of better days ahead. Jed Kahane, CTV News.
Intimidation and fear this man generated for over 30 years are now gone.
To hear from the commanders of the operation that captured Saddam Hussein this morning.
Secure environment. A significant blow has been dealt to the former regime elements still trying to hamper progress in Iraq. As significant as the last 24 hours have been for Iraq, the region and the world, our work here still continues. The capture of Hussein only strengthens our resolve to continue the fight against those conducting anti-coalition activities and increases our commitment to help in the ongoing efforts to rebuild Iraq. Conditions for the Iraqi people get better every day. The most important fact is that the former regime is gone. It is time to move forward and build on the progress that has already been made. Lastly, I want everyone to know how proud I am of the great soldiers of the task force and the division, and all the great soldiers, sailors, and airmen in our armed forces. They perform superbly each and every day. It's truly a team effort here, and all the successes we have achieved since our deployment in March. First showing you where he is and about where he was captured, approximately 15 kilometers southeast of Tikrit. The second photo on the left shows you the area where there were two farmhouses, a farmer's field. There was then a sheep place where they had sheep stored, and then you see the hut in the middle where Saddam Hussein was hiding. It was very close to the Tigris River. We also found several boats on the other side of those tree lines right along the river. As you move over further to your right, you'll see that the place where he was living at was basically two very small rooms in an adobe hut. One was a bedroom that was cluttered with clothes, some new T-shirts, socks, etc. that were in there, and some sandals. On the right was a very rudimentary kitchen that did have running water and a few other things. As you move, and you can see where the hole was where he was found hiding. As you again move over to the right, you'll see on the top there, although it is not exactly how it was very smooth at the time, where it was covered with dirt. There was an insert that was made of styrofoam, so it was very light to pick up out of the hole, and on top of that was a rug. And then below that was in fact the hole, as you see there. It was a very narrow hole that was not very big at all. And very interesting that in fact you could just about see some of these palace complexes from there, and I think it's rather ironic that he was in a hole in the ground across the river from these great palaces that he's built, where he robbed all the money from the Iraqi people. With that, I'll take any of your questions.
Where is Saddam Hussein now? Can you tell us what you've done with him?
I don't. We have, whenever we capture any individual, we send them back down to higher headquarters, and then they're responsible for taking care of them from there. So once he left here last evening, I can't tell you where he is, but I can tell you he's in our custody. Sir.
Sir,
more about the group that found him and maybe the individual soldier who just happened to decide to pick up that lid and stick his head in?
What I would tell you, it was a combination of efforts. There were several different units involved. And of course, as any information at night, it was somewhat confusing. We're still doing our AARs, and we'll get more information. But there were soldiers from a variety of units involved that were briefed earlier today, and they were all very much involved in this operation. So when these two particular farm buildings were searched before, Saddam Hussein was not found. Why was that? You're talking about that evening? Well, he might not have been there. We have been to this area before. We have been down this road before. That doesn't mean he's been there the whole time. My guess would be he has probably 20 to 30 of these all around the country that he moved around. I've said from the beginning, I believe he moves every 3 to 4 hours and very short notice, and I believe he moved probably to several locations such as this. I'm assuming we'll find out once we get more information from him. Yes, sir. Let me just, it's a long process, and this is not just something that happened overnight, and there was a lot of people involved in it. From the time we've gotten here, we've started to collect intelligence on a lot of high-value targets, to include Saddam Hussein. What we realized early on in the summer is that we believe the people we had to get to were the mid-level individuals, his bodyguards, and other people that we knew were closely associated with him. In addition, we knew it was always family and tribal ties. And so we tried to work through family and tribal ties that might have been close to Saddam Hussein. So there's a lot of people that were involved in this. As we continued to conduct raids and capture people, we got more and more information on the families that were somewhat close to Saddam Hussein. Over the last 10 days or so, we brought in about 5 to 10 members of these families who then were able to give us even more information. And finally, we got the ultimate information from one of these individuals. I will leave that question to someone higher than me. Sir.
How long was Saddam kept in the area, and how much can you tell us about how he left the area and where he went?
I would say that he was probably here not more than an hour or so after he was captured. He was taken by helicopter down south.
Did he ever come back from this area to the Secret Palace and to your headquarters?
I can't comment on that. They were not, it was all U.S. coalition forces that were involved in this operation. There were no, it was all U.S. forces involved. I say it was all U.S. forces involved in this operation.
Special forces involved?
There were special operating forces involved in the operation. I was not there, so I can't answer that question.
What was his mood? What was his demeanor, sir?
What I've been reported is a bit disoriented, obviously, as he came up. But that he was just very much bewildered, and then he was taken away. That's really, didn't say hardly anything at all as we first was taken in. I can't comment on what was said after that because he left our custody. He had a pistol with him that was on him. There was no resistance of any sort.
So what about the other two gentlemen that were with him? Were they in those buildings in the surrounding area?
As we approached, they started running, and as we cordoned off, they were picked up, and they're currently in our custody. Sir?
Any idea of how long he might have been there before you?
We don't know. Again, I would say probably not very long, based on the fact that there was still, this is me talking now, nothing official. Based on the fact that he had new clothes still in wrappers and stuff, it makes me think that he was probably there a short period of time, but I couldn't tell you how long. Sir?
When you got that critical piece of information you say developed from these family members, how long between that and when you actually picked them up?
Well, I would tell you, one thing we've done very well here is use of actionable intelligence and turning it very quickly, and it was less than 24 hours. Anybody else?
This was a directed raid against Saddam Hussein. It wasn't for anybody else.
It was. Colonel Hickey, who I wish was here, I should have brought him in here. He came and laid it out for me yesterday afternoon and gave me a quick brief of what he thought was going to happen, just as a, and then he said it was going after what we thought was an HVT and potentially HVT number 1.
Was that necessarily Saddam?
We thought it was Saddam. I did talk to him. They actually just said he was very quiet. They got him out of there very quickly, and we tried to. Once we figured out who it was, the main thing is we want to get them out there as quickly as possible, down to other people who are more experts in doing interrogations, and we wanted to be able to identify him. I would say very disoriented. The soldiers, they were extremely happy, and they were extremely excited. But obviously, they always do everything in their very professional manner. Sure. There has not been any. Everything has been very quiet. I'm not sure what the reaction is going to be. I believe in the background, everything will be very a relief, a sense of relief, I think, in most cases. So we'll wait and see what happens. And we'll just have to wait the next few days and see what happens. Yeah, there was about 600 soldiers involved in this. A variety of soldiers from aviation units, cavalry units, brigade reconnaissance troops, special operating forces, artillery units. They're all very much involved in this operation. It was very much a joint and combined operation. I would say it was probably about a 2 by 2 kilometer area that we cordoned off. Yeah, no, it was in that container just as we found it, and it was in the open part on the top there, sitting in one of the rooms. The people with him, again, they're still being interrogated, and I can't tell you anything more about that. Well, the leadership probably knew who they were going after. We do a lot of raids. All of you have been up here. We've done a lot of raids since we've been here, and we've done a lot of raids on different HVTs, and an HVT to us could be a mid-level individual. So what we normally tell them is we're going after an HVT, we're going to do a cordon and search, and this is our role in that cordon and search, and they conduct that operation. So the soldiers knew there was somebody in there they were actually going after who was targeted, but my guess is they probably did not know who it was until we were finished. Sir. Again, I wasn't exactly there, so I don't want to comment on that, but I would say that over time, as we went through the area, we noticed that it was there once we did a more thorough search of the area. What do you think the effect will be? It's hard to tell. I do believe that it will have an overall effect. First, again, there'll be a relief. I think there was always a factor that he might return, and now that he's in coalition custody, there's no doubt that he will never return to power in this country, and I think that will make a difference overall. I'm not sure what the immediate reaction will be. We'll have to wait and see. What I do believe is they now, I think, can now look forward to building their new Iraq and getting on with business and getting on with turning this back over to the Iraqi people, building their infrastructure, and doing the type of things that we can do in order to let the people take over and move forward as a country. I don't know for sure. I would say around the Sunni Triangle is what I would put, the former regime element triangle, in between Kirkuk, Bakuba, Tikrit, those areas. I would probably say that's where he was probably moving, maybe Mosul too. We have plenty of forces here to handle anything that we might have, and we have not done anything special. We can handle anything that occurs here in Tikrit. Yes, ma'am. Well, I think there's a couple of things. First, we have been here since April, as you know, and it's one of the tasks we've had. Obviously, we think it's very important that we've captured Saddam Hussein, and there's some satisfaction in that. However, I will tell you that there's still a lot of work that we have to do, and we're still focused on our tasks of defeating any regime elements that might be remaining who want to conduct attacks against coalition forces and, more importantly, try to stop most Iraqis from moving forward. And so the most important thing is we continue to move forward, we continue to help the Iraqis take charge of their country, and we continue to help build the infrastructure so they can take charge of their country. Sure. In the past, when we've picked up people of importance, we've noticed that we've always had an influx of more intelligence. So I'm hoping that's what will occur here and help us capture the other individuals that are involved in this, that will help starting this insurgency that we have. Sir. No, we truly believe that there was no cell phones, no communications equipment. I'm not sure if he was coordinating. I know he wasn't coordinating the entire effort because I believe it's not coordinated nationally, and I don't think it ever was. So I believe there's still some local and regional coordination that goes on. I think he was more there for moral support, and I don't think he was coordinating the entire effort. Sir.
All right, the questions are ending there in Baghdad, some of them being repeated as the spokesman for the coalition forces gives us more information about the intelligence operation before the raid and then details of the raid itself. These are pictures we're looking at now from Ville-la-Salle in Paul Martin's home riding of La Salle-Amar in Montreal. The Prime Minister is going to be coming into this room to make a statement shortly. He received the news around 7:30 this morning from his Chief of Staff, Tim Murphy. His office released a statement immediately in which he said he tremendously welcomed this news, a tremendously welcomed event, as he described it, for the Iraqi people and for coalition forces. Serious challenges remain for the Governing Council, and this will hopefully close some of the gaps for swifter reconciliation and reconstruction. That word reconciliation being heard all over the place this morning. The Prime Minister was briefed by officials. He talked with Foreign Affairs Minister Bill Graham and the new Defense Minister David Pratt, and then on his instructions, the Prime Minister's instructions, telegrams of congratulations were sent off to George Bush and Tony Blair. And Tim Murphy called his counterpart at the White House, Andrew Card, to pass on congratulations and to confirm details of tomorrow's phone call between George Bush and Paul Martin. So this event is already touching off a fast exchange between the American president and the new Canadian Prime Minister. And it looks as though, with the word reconciliation being tossed about everywhere, that will be the new approach, or could be the new approach to this situation regarding the position of other allies and Iraq. And some of those Iraqi invasion, of course, others did not. Canada did not, but did send money. And Paul Martin expressed some anger and surprise about that the other day when he said Canada was, he learned that Canada was to be cut out of bidding for contracts on the reconstruction of Iraq. But this may smooth some things over as this day continues. We learned quite a lot from that news conference in terms of the operation itself in Iraq this morning. We learned that apart from the hole in which Saddam Hussein was residing when he was picked up, 6 to 8 feet deep, it looked as though he had some word that something was happening, because he moved away from the 2 small adobe huts which he could have been using to 2 small rooms in an adobe hut, which he could have been using overnight, and then moved into that hole either to sleep some more, or perhaps he had the word that American intelligence had found out where he was and they were coming after him. The spokesman for the American operation in Iraq said that he was bewildered and disoriented when picked up, and that the whole operation itself, from the time they learned about his actual location until the operation was completed, was less than 24 hours. And perhaps while I'm talking about this kind of thing, and we're watching this picture from Ville-la-Salle, waiting for Paul Martin to make a statement on Saddam Hussein's capture, we can bring in Alan Bell and Michael O'Hurley-Pitts, who are 2 experts on these matters of intelligence and security. We heard a lot of detail there, Alan, about the operation. How does it sound to you in terms of the way it was conducted?
I think it was a very well-conducted operation. Primarily, Saddam Hussein would probably stay in these types of locations primarily because they were isolated. And one of the biggest problems of planning and executing this type of operation is there's a lot of use of helicopters. And your chances are that he was living in the normal buildings, the Adobe-type buildings, and when all that...
Going to interrupt you, Alan, just to note that the Prime Minister is now in front of the mic in Bill South.
J'aimerais tout d'abord féliciter
to congratulate
le peuple irakien, le Conseil provisoire,
the Provisionary
de la
Council
coalition,
and the
spécialement
coalition forces, especially
la 4e division
the 4th Infantry Division and the Special Operation Forces of the United States that did capture.
Excellente nouvelle.
It is an excellent news
Pour les Irakiens,
for Iraqis
pour le monde.
and for the world.
J'en suis convaincu que ça
I'm
va
convinced that this will allow now
de franchir la prochaine étape
to
de la
go to the next step of the reconciliation that's so necessary within Iraq.
Ça va aider beaucoup
And it
dans
will
la
help in the rebuilding
de ce pays qui a
of
été
that
traumatisé.
country that has been traumatized for too long.
I want to congratulate the people of Iraq. I want to congratulate the Governing Council and the coalition forces, especially the 4th Infantry Division and the Special Operations Forces of the U.S. Army, who really put Hussein basically into capture. I also want to say how important this is in terms of reconciliation, in terms of the trauma that the Iraqi people have been going through. The reconstruction of Iraq is obviously the #1 priority. And there's no doubt in my mind that the capture of Saddam Hussein is a very, very important step to that end. Merci. Thank you.
Selon vous,
as far as you're concerned,
devrait juger Saddam Hussein?
who should be judging Saddam Hussein and what tribunal should he be coming to? It will be a tribunal, it will be a court
Compétence internationale.
of international jurisdiction. There are many ways to go ahead with that. We've seen that in Cambodia, we've seen that in Yugoslavia, and I believe there will be a court that's with international jurisdiction, and that that trial will be a just one.
Look, what is important, and I know this will be the case, that the tribunal will be one that is creditable, that justice will be done. There are a number of ways that one can proceed in this way. As you know, they're already within looking at an Iraqi war crimes tribunal. There are a number of ways of done it. We saw what happened in the case of the Yugoslav war crimes tribunal with Milosevic. We saw what happened in Cambodia. There are a number of ways that this can be put together. What's really important is that the tribunal be creditable and it be just, and I'm convinced that this will be the case.
Many people think that Americans should let Iraqis judge Saddam Hussein. What is important is that really the tribunal will be a credible one, a fair one, and certainly with an international aspect to it. Like in the other cases, I'm convinced that this is what's going to happen. Have you succeeded to congratulate President Bush, like viva voce? I was told at the event this morning around 7:15. I immediately spoke to my Minister of Foreign Affairs. I spoke to my counselor on external matters also. I sent a telegram of congratulations to President Bush and to Prime Minister Blair, and I've asked to my leader of cabinet, Tim Murphy, to speak to his counterpart in the United States, which is what he's done. The conversation has already been done. I was confirmed that, and we discussed the fact that I've had a conversation that's scheduled tomorrow with President Bush. So it is the way that I'll just go ahead, but we've already exchanged information, and I'm immediately going back. After this morning, I'm going to Ottawa.
Pardon me? I was informed of Saddam Hussein's capture about 7:15 this morning. I immediately spoke to my Foreign Affairs advisor, spoke to Bill Graham, the Minister of External Affairs, asked that telegrams be sent to President Bush and to Prime Minister Blair congratulating them. And I asked that my Chief of Staff, Tim Murphy, speak to his counterpart, Andrew Card, which he has done, and essentially congratulated the President, congratulated the American people, and it was decided between the two of them that the regularly scheduled call that I have with President Bush tomorrow morning would take place. The President's obviously quite occupied at this time, and I will be returning immediately to Ottawa as soon as this event is over.
Prime Minister, will you be talking to Mr. Bush about the issue of what will happen to Mr. Hussein? Is that something that you will broach in that?
Oh, there's no doubt that we will be discussing the whole situation, absolutely.
In the future, what will happen, where he will be tried?
Well, what's important is that he be tried before a tribunal that is just, that is creditable, and that has international recognition. And I'm sure that'll be the case. This is exactly what happened in the case in Yugoslavia. This is what happened in Cambodia. And there are different ways of doing this. But what is important is to be a competent tribunal, and there is no doubt in my mind that that's what will happen.
Community. Could you send your greeting to the Chinese community, because we are a global Chinese TV network?
Well, this is in terms of the Chinese New Year next year. Well, let me say that I wish the Chinese community here in Montreal and right across Canada a Happy New Year. I've attended many of the Chinese community's New Year's festivals, and I look forward to doing it many times in the future.
Monsieur Martin, quel rôle souhaite jouer dans le dossier de l'Irak maintenant que la
Iraq file now that the Saddam Hussein has been arrested? What kind of role does Canada want to play? It is very important, I believe, for the world and for Canada that we participate in the rebuilding of Iraq. Now, with the possibility of a better reconciliation within Iraq, much less fear that Saddam Hussein could come back. I believe that the rebuilding could actually accelerate, go ahead at a faster pace. We have actually contributed $300 million, and it is one of the many ways to help the Iraqi people. If Canada did not participate in the war, when you look at all this way of implementing a judiciary role, all the system is in place, the police system is there, Canada is there. And with the capture of Saddam Hussein, we hope that all of that will get into what will be part of what I just said.
In an effort to reconstruct Iraq will be made that much easier now that Hussein has been caught?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about this. Iraq, as you know, is a country made up of really different religious groups, different ethnic groups, and there is no doubt that the people of Iraq, with the possible threat that Saddam Hussein could come back, found it very difficult to proceed directly to the reconstruction and to effect a reconciliation. Now that he has been captured, and I really would like to congratulate the 4th Division and the Special Forces of the United States for having done that. Now that he has been captured, there's no doubt in my mind that we are now going to be able to move to a very, very different level of reconstruction. And I think that's very, very important for the Iraqi people. This is a great victory, obviously for the coalition forces, but it is the biggest winners out of all of this are going to be the people of Iraq. Thank you.
There we are, the Prime Minister making his statement from Ville-la-Salle in his home riding of La Salle-Mar in Montreal, saying he is going to be going back to Ottawa this afternoon. Again, congratulating the coalition forces for what he calls a tremendous effort. Great news, he says. And in several questions about what should happen now, he says there are many ways to go, of course, but he did say that the international tribunal, whatever it is, has to be just, credible, and have widespread international recognition. Now, there have been many suggestions this morning that that should come under control of the Iraqi Governing Council. So this is going to be one of the main talking points for international leaders over the next few days. Just what should be done with Saddam Hussein now that he is in custody, and how should a trial of some kind be proceeded with? Alan Fryer is on the White House lawn in Washington, where they are digesting with jubilation, one would think, Alan, the news of this morning. Now, you heard the Canadian Prime Minister. He's going to be talking to the American President this morning. He said he imagined that George Bush would be rather occupied with other events today. Just what's coming out of the White House? What's going on there today?
Well, we're just a few minutes away, Lloyd. Actually, at the top of the clock, the president is going to be addressing the American people. It's not a formal address to the nation. He'll be talking to a pool of TV and print reporters and may take a question or two. It'll be the first reaction that we've heard from the president himself today through his spokesman. We were told that Mr. Bush was going to say that this is a great day for the Iraqi people, and that a great blanket of fear has now been lifted from that country. Of course, many American officials here have blamed the insurgency and the difficulty in getting intelligence on the fact that Saddam was still out there, and a lot of ordinary Iraqis very concerned and worried that until he was captured or killed, that there was always that possibility, of course, that he could come back. The president's going to make it very clear in a few minutes that he will not be coming back.
Any indication on just how the American administration received this news this morning, who heard it first, and how it was passed along to the president?
Well, the president was told on Saturday afternoon that they thought they had Saddam Hussein. It was kept under wraps, of course, until they were able to confirm this. They did that in various ways, from DNA testing, checking various physical attributes, scars and so on, that Saddam Hussein was known to have. And we believe, now U.S. officials saying he is at an undisclosed location, we believe that could be Baghdad Airport, because that is where a lot of his cronies are being held, including Tariq Aziz, the former deputy prime minister of Iraq, who was also asked by U.S. officials to confirm the identity of Saddam Hussein, which he apparently did.
We have some information here that George Bush had planned to attend a church on Sunday morning across the street from the White House. We are standing there, but decided to not make the trek through the snow. You've had a snowstorm overnight.
Well, it's not much of one, but as you know, Lloyd, just an inch or two in this city is enough to bring it to a standstill. So, yeah, that was the official reason he did not go, was the weather.
Right. Now, Paul Bremer, when he stepped forward this morning to make the announcement, the first thing he said was, "We've got him." And certainly there was jubilation in his voice, and that was reflected in all the statements we've heard out of Iraq this morning. Now that the jubilation of this day begins to sink in and begins to abate as the week goes forward, one has to ask, what's the next step? And you heard a lot of the questions, perhaps you were listening into Paul Martin's news conference. Very fast, the questions came up about how should Saddam Hussein be handled? What's going to be the next step?
Absolutely, and American officials were very vague about that question. I don't know if we'll hear anything more specific from the president himself, but they were basically saying, let's wait and see. That remains to be determined. I think their priority in the days, weeks, and maybe even months to come is to interrogate Saddam Hussein and get whatever information they can out of him, including, of course, on the all-important question of weapons of mass destruction. Do they exist? If they do, where are they? But we also heard from the Iraqi governing council today that they certainly want to get their hands on him. They want to be the ones eventually to put Saddam Hussein on trial.
Yes, it looks as though we're on the edge of some kind of gentle debate about that within the community, the international community. Should it be a big international tribunal with a trial somewhere outside Iraq, or should he be tried inside Iraq? And that seems to be the developing debate at the moment, Alan.
I think optically, from the American point of view, the administration certainly would like to have him tried in Iraq by Iraqis. There's been a lot of talk, obviously, of accelerating the transfer of power, the transfer of sovereignty back to the Iraqis themselves, and having the ability to put Saddam Hussein on trial eventually would be a big part of exercising that sovereignty.
How do you read this in terms of giving a boost to George Bush at a critical time as he enters an election year?
I think it is going to be a big boost. The president actually hasn't had a whole lot to brag about in terms of success in Iraq since he declared an end to major combat on May the 1st. So this is going to give him a bit of a boost, but it's also going to cause some problems too. You'll remember, and we talked about this earlier, Lloyd, the whole question of weapons of mass destruction. If anybody knows what he has and where they are, it's Saddam Hussein himself. So one would think through the interrogations that Saddam is going to either point the Americans to where those weapons are hidden or confirm once and for all what he's been saying for years, that he doesn't have any, which of course would be a huge embarrassment to President Bush.
Interesting this morning, Alan, and we saw this earlier, but we have a lot of people tuning in on a Sunday morning as they're waking up and getting this news fresh for them. Joe Lieberman was one of the first up around 9:30 this morning to make a statement from the Democrats' side, and he trod carefully through the maze of minefields that you can get into with this kind of situation, of course, but he did take a position. He congratulated the administration for its actions in all of this. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the Democratic-Republican debate coming into an election year.
Absolutely. I don't think there is an American politician, Democrat or Republican, who is going to stand up and say that this is not a good thing. Obviously, everybody, including the Democratic presidential hopefuls, are cheering this development. But it is interesting to note that the Democrats, especially Howard Dean, who's the head of the PAC now, have been taking a very hard line and a very critical line of President Bush in Iraq, accusing him of not really having a post-war plan, and of course of perhaps taking the country to war under false pretenses, or at least due to bad intelligence. So the Democrats are making an awful lot of mileage about the situation in Iraq and George Bush's handling of it, and I suspect they'll continue to do so.
Thank you very much, Alan, for standing out in the cold for us in front of the White House in a snowstorm in Washington, which, as you say, not very much snow, but enough to bring the traffic grinding to a halt there and preventing George Bush, at least at this hour, from going across the road to go to church. He didn't want to traipse through the snow this morning, and he had other big decisions to handle. But we will be hearing from George Bush at noon, approximately Eastern Standard Time. That's in about 15, maybe 20 minutes from now, because we doubt that will come up right on time. I would like to refer back, if I may, and I'm speaking to our producer here, among others, to our two security experts, Alan Bell and Michael O'Hurley-Pitts, because we heard a lot more detail about the operation that took place in Iraq this morning in the town of Adwar, just south of Tikrit, where Saddam Hussein was captured. And you noted in the pictures that went by as Alan was speaking that there is more information coming out about the area in which he was captured. It was a walled compound. There were 2 rooms in an adobe hut, and he seemed to be moving back and forth between these 2 rooms and this 6 to 8 foot hole in the ground, which had been dug for him, and he was in the hole when he was found. So I'd just like to go back to our security experts, Alan Bell. Alan, from his actions and from his movements, would you assume that he had some sense that maybe this was the time and they were on his trail and he was going to camouflage himself as well as he could?
No, I think he's probably been staying in these types of locations outside the main cities and towns in the areas he's been moving through, primarily because these types of operations require a lot of resources, so there would have been an awful lot of helicopter activity, which would have meant when they heard that activity, he would have remained above ground. As soon as they heard all this activity, he then would have been put into this bolt hole, he would have been camouflaged, and then the people then would have just carried on their normal daily work until the soldiers arrived and they searched the place, which they've done countless times during the last several months. And hopefully they didn't find him, but this time there was obviously something that was missed out, and they did see something and they followed up on it and found him in this bolt hole.
Just like both you and Michael O'Hurley-Pitts, who's there beside you to comment on this point, the spokesman at the news conference out of Baghdad was saying that they've been working the families, they've been working the friends of and the relatives of Saddam Hussein for the last several weeks. And then, and this was the phrase he used, then just yesterday, or the day before, we came upon the ultimate information, quote, the ultimate information that led us to the capture of Saddam Hussein. Now, is this a traditional route to go, working the family, working the friends, getting them to talk if possible?
Well, ideally, what they want to try and do, they want to speak to people close to him, and that's why initially they started trying to get this information from bodyguards and people who worked for Saddam Hussein. Now what they're trying to do is work the families. He's got multiple families all over Iraq, and they are probably very slowly but talking to these people, trying to get their confidence, to get them to give information. There's no doubt that Saddam Hussein will be visiting some of these family members, or they will be taken to him for meetings, etc., because otherwise he would be totally isolated. So obviously they were very lucky. They spoke to the right person in the family who was able to point them into 2 possible locations where he may be within 24 hours, and then they hastily put together a military operation, and they were very lucky.
Michael, your comment on that?
Well, I think exactly. There are very few people in Iraq who Saddam Hussein could trust any longer. Even the Fedayeen, there's a sense that you can buy people's loyalty, you can train people to be loyal, but ultimately it's the family and those people most close to you that you will turn to in these type of situations where you're on the lam. I think that Saddam Hussein had very few people who knew where he would be. So that getting this real-time information, and let me say that being able to have a 24-hour window to know that he's in one of 2 locations, that's pretty good real-time intelligence, and it means that somebody had close contact and ongoing contact with him, therefore most likely a family member or a very, very close guard.
Now, under these circumstances, would there always be one person, maybe 3 or 4 people, who would know exactly where he was at all times, because obviously he was on the move around Tikrit, especially in that area?
Generally, those people who have security training would be the only people who would know where he was going to be in the next 24 to 48 hours, and they generally tip off a family member shortly before his arrival or where he's going to leave from. That way that there aren't too many people who know where he's going to be in the next 24 to 48 hours. So I would imagine that only one family member may have known outside of the 2 people that assisted him in hiding. In all likelihood, when he went into the spider hole, they helped brick him in, throw dirt over it, and camouflage it. Obviously, it's hard to conceal yourself in such a position so that the soldiers would miss it immediately and have to come back and search for it.
Alan, does this tell us once again, as we heard in the wake of 9/11, that a lot of this is just old intelligence work that takes time? You can't expect, with all of your weapons, to go in and take out Saddam Hussein necessarily, that he has the capacity to hide, that he has the capacity to move around, as all these major terrorists do. So if you're going to get at them, you've got to do it with good old-fashioned footwork and intelligence.
Without intelligence, the military is going to be totally impotent. The intelligence drives what the military do. It drives where they search. It drives where they attack. So without the intelligence, nothing is ever going to happen. And I think we've all learned a lesson since 9/11 that the most vital element of everything we're trying to do to protect ourselves globally is through this intelligence networks that we sadly neglected over a number of years, but we're now rushing to put together. And hopefully, once we do put this together, these types of things will be triggered well in advance of any type of attack.
Will Osama bin Laden be found the same way?
Possibly. I mean, it's a totally different situation. I mean, at this moment, bin Laden, we've no idea where he is. He could be in Afghanistan, he could be in Pakistan, he could be anywhere. This is a different situation because it was believed that Saddam Hussein remained within Iraq after the coalition invasion, so it made the job a little bit more easier. In terms of bin Laden, no one knows where he is. They believe he is in the area of Afghanistan and Pakistan, but no one really knows, and that intelligence has not been forthcoming.
Michael, will he be harder to find than Saddam Hussein?
I think so. Remember that Saddam Hussein led a nation for about 25 years, that he was known to be an Iraqi and live in Iraq almost his entire life, except for those few years when he was in Syria in exile. The other problem that surrounds Osama bin Laden is that the people who follow him are ideologues. They aren't nationalists. They aren't supposed Iraqis, let's say. These are people who believe that Osama bin Laden speaks a message that is important to the Arab world, and therefore ideologues are much more apt to stand by their leaders to the very end, and therefore have much more loyalty to him. And quite frankly, the other thing that worked against Saddam Hussein was that he did have continuing contact with his family and with his tribal area, where Osama bin Laden has cut himself off from the world for quite some time, and therefore there are very few leads back to him.
And he will know about this, of course, and be even more cautious over the next little while.
Exactly. He has to know that the intelligence assets that were brought to bear to find Saddam Hussein may be redeployed to find him. Obviously, there's going to be pressure on the Bush administration to go after Osama bin Laden with a renewed vengeance, pay more attention to Afghanistan. So it's likely that those intelligence assets and those special operations soldiers can be redeployed to Afghanistan to hunt for Osama bin Laden, and he's going to beware.
Michael O'Hurley-Pitts and Alan Bell, security and defense and intelligence experts, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Some time ago, Dominique de Villepin made a statement about all of this. We're going to play some tape of that for you now. He is the French foreign minister, and you'll remember, perhaps, the debates in the UN Security Council, which were quite hot back in January and February of 2003. And de Villepin led the opposition thrust against the American incursion into Iraq, the American and British incursion into Iraq. And he came out today to make a statement on the capture of Saddam Hussein. So this is what the French government's position is on this morning as Saddam Hussein is taken into custody.
Et ça a été pour moi l'occasion de lui adresser mes félicitations. Cette question sera au cœur des entretiens que nous aurons demain à Paris avec la délégation irakienne conduite par M. Al-Hakim. Il sera reçu, vous le savez, par le président de la République et ici même au ministère des Affaires étrangères. Nous lui exprimerons notre volonté d'aller de l'avant, qu'il s'agisse de l'aide
to go forward, whether it's a question of humanitarian aid, training of police, or cooperation in other essential sectors relating to the Iraqi economy. And after my conversation with the head of the Iraqi government, I will be able to organize them.
Dominique de Villepin making a short statement, a soft one this morning from Paris. He is the French foreign minister. Atif Kaboursi is still with us, and we would like to call upon him now to comment on what Mr. de Villepin has said and just how this may unfold within the international community over the next little while. Atif?
Yeah, Lloyd, well, indeed, the French, and we saw also Mr. Martin, and I expect Mr. Schroeder, too, will try to capitalize on the situation, try to see to what extent they probably can mend places here and move forward. They seem to be re-emphasizing that we have to deliver the reconstruction that we have promised, the humanitarian aid, the reconstitution of the society, and an increasing and credible transfer of power. It is really a very crucial moment here. It could be a blip that will fizzle out without much change, but it could be a watershed that will bring all the forces together and maybe reconstitute Iraq very quickly and on a very clear and on a consensus basis.
Thank you, Atif. Stand by, because you know about satellite coverage, of course, and we have a lot of that coming into us today, and we have to grab these satellite windows when we've got them, and we happen to have one now with our correspondent in Baghdad, Canadian freelance journalist Tom Popek, who's going to bring us up to date on what's going on there, the fact that the news is sinking in, and what the Iraqi people are saying. Tom in Baghdad, hello again.
Hello, Lloyd.
Tell us just what's going on now.
You know, certainly I think things have calmed down somewhat from this morning when there was a sense of alleviation, of just joy and disbelief that they had captured Saddam Hussein. Things are obviously quieter now. It's evening in Baghdad. The traffic has calmed down. But still, people are certainly trying to make sense about this dramatic development. These images of their former leader, their former dictator, being dragged out of a hole in his hometown, looking disheveled, looking weary. This certainly wasn't the image of Saddam Hussein that so many in Iraq here had in their minds.
Tom, how was this news given to the people of Iraq? Through their radio, TV media?
Absolutely. Satellite dishes have sprung up throughout the city, throughout the country. There's a new national Iraqi media that is operating, a television network. Of course, there's radio, both radio that is sponsored by the U.S. government, independent radio, and of course also newspapers. We've seen newspapers spring out today with this. But earlier today, it was these rumors that spread through neighborhoods really quite quickly. So people are getting the information. They're glued to their TV sets and radio right now, following these developments today.
Tom, thank you very much. Tom Popick, Canadian freelance journalist, reporting for us from Baghdad. The pictures we were looking at there were taken earlier in the day. As Tom was saying, it's evening now in Baghdad. Celebrations toned down a little bit on this occasion, but people were out on the streets, were celebrating the capture of Saddam Hussein. And we will continue with our coverage immediately.
A CTV News special report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That was the word as first reported by us this morning at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 5 hours ago, when we learned that Saddam Hussein had indeed been taken into custody. There were 2 or 3 hours of rumors before that, but the confirmation came from the U.S. authority in Baghdad, Paul Bremer, who was there with the Iraqi Governing Council, and these were the pictures that were flashed around the world almost immediately. Disheveled, disgruntled, tired Saddam Hussein, looking like an old lion there, wearing a fake beard. And the beard comes off. You'll see another shot of him. And later in the day, he looks very disconsolate. He was described as being cooperative, but nevertheless tired. And he has now been taken away to an undisclosed location for further questioning. The interesting thing is that the authorities indicate there was absolutely no resistance by Saddam Hussein. He was found in a 6 to 8 foot hole dug into the ground beneath a walled compound in which he was living overnight, at least last night, in the town of Adwar, south of Tikrit. And the assumption is that he's been moving around that area over the last several days, because there was a yellow and white taxi just outside the compound, which was clearly going to be taking him somewhere else over the next few hours. Did he have word that the Americans were coming for him? Perhaps, because there were 2 small rooms in an adobe hut on this walled compound area, and he obviously had moved out of them into this hole and tried to camouflage himself. So it's clear that maybe he had some word. The American authorities in Baghdad were telling the press later that the operation had been going on for about 3 or 4 hours this morning, but when they first got the piece of information they needed, which they described as the ultimate information, they were able to move clearly on this and make it happen within 24 hours. They had been working, Saddam Hussein's family, friends, relatives, working, as they describe it, for some time, trying to get the right one to give them the piece of information they needed to make this move. They got what they needed, and they moved quite effectively within a short period of time to capture Saddam Hussein. Because, as we have been reporting to you over the months, he has a large family, an extended family around Tikrit, many friends, many relatives. So on every occasion, wherever he moved in that territory, someone would have known where he was located overnight. He had with him 2 AK-47 rifles. He was carrying a pistol. He also had on his person $750,000 American dollars, if you can imagine this, in $200 denominations. So money was being easily funneled to Saddam Hussein all through this period. When he was taken into custody, there were immediate questions about what would happen to him next. Would there be a public trial? Or will there be an international tribunal? Those questions are all outstanding today, but the Iraqi Governing Council has made it pretty clear that so far as they are concerned, they would like that trial of Saddam Hussein to take place in Iraq. And as Alan Fryer reported to us from the White House lawn in Washington a short time ago, the Americans also would like to see this trial take place in Iraq. Now, many of you joining us at this hour, we've tried to bring you up to date here, but Kathy Tomlinson, CTV Washington, has some more information on how this event unfolded around the world this morning and what was heard in Washington at the center. Kathy.
Huge news delivered with 6 simple words.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Then the pictures Iraqis thought they would never see. An old man, disheveled and tired, no Saddam bravado now as a doctor checks for lice. An amazing sight for Iraqis who'd been terrorized by the tyrant for decades. Outside, sheer joy unleashed as the news spread. With Iraq watching, the U.S. seized its moment.
Let them now come forward in a spirit of reconciliation and hope, lay down their arms, and join you, their fellow citizens, in the task of building the new Iraq.
Saddam Hussein will never return to a position of power from which he can punish, terrorize, intimidate, and exploit the Iraqi people as he did for more than 35 years.
The U.S. soldiers who finally got their man found him cowering in a hole dug in a farmhouse. Not a single shot was fired. A surprise for the U.S. military, which didn't really expect to take him alive. Someone tipped them off, and there he was. On a day, at least 17 were killed by a suicide bomber. The big question is whether the attacks will subside now.
But we do not expect at this point in time that we will have a complete elimination of those attacks.
Some predict more attacks right away as the insurgents try to show they're still a threat. Still, for the U.S. and Britain, this victory is sweet.
The shadow of Saddam is finally lifted from the Iraqi people. We give thanks for that.
Another big question, what fate awaits Saddam now? No doubt he'll be relentlessly interrogated, asked about weapons of mass destruction, the insurgents. Britain says he'll be handed over to Iraqis who can put him on trial. Good news for Iraqis is the word from the White House. It's a political victory for the U.S. president at home and the administration hopes around the world. Analysts say the U.S. has to do much more, though, to make Iraq secure. Most crucial, bringing Iraqis the basic services they need so badly. Kathy Tomlinson, CTV News, Washington.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And Alan Fryer, CTV Washington Bureau Chief, is on the White House lawn, standing in a little bit of snow this morning. There was a coverlet overnight. Alan, we're going to hear, apparently, from the American president in a couple of minutes. Now, that could extend to 10 or 15, one supposes, but I believe it was about 12:15, the last word I heard. What sort of approach is he going to take to this news today?
Yeah, in about 10 minutes from now, Lloyd, at quarter past the hour. Originally, the president was supposed to be speaking towards to a small pool of reporters and cameras. We are now told that he is just going to be doing a 5-minute statement directly to camera, which is means he is not going to be taking any questions. Don't expect him to be bragging about this. I think he's going to tell the American people what happened, try to explain the significance of it. And I think, as his spokesman did this morning on his behalf, he is going to say that a blanket of fear has been lifted from Iraq. And he may also, Lloyd, repeat what we heard from Baghdad today from General Sanchez and from Paul Bremer, a plea really to some of the insurgents who have been attacking U.S. forces as well as Iraqis to just lay down their arms and stop the insurgency. But I suspect he will also be reminding Americans of the reality of the situation, and that is that nobody here really expects those attacks to end anytime soon. In fact, there is some speculation there may be even an uptick in the violence early on, just as revenge attacks or reprisals for the capture of Saddam Hussein.
Yes, we've been addressing that question over the last several hours. It comes up every once in a while, Alan. Was Saddam Hussein, in his decrepit state, trying to keep control of the what was going on in Iraq? That is, was he behind some of these attacks? And the general consensus seems to be, no, he wasn't, that most of these people were operating on their own, if also in his behalf.
Right, and that has been the consensus for some time, and I think it was confirmed today when we saw the situation in which Saddam Hussein was found hiding in a dirt hole. No command or control, just a couple of people around him that were taken into custody as well. We're not sure who they are yet. But no, all signs were that Saddam Hussein himself was not calling the shots, but he's an icon. He's an important figure, and just the fact that he was out there still on the lam, American officials believe served as motivation to a lot of the insurgents who have been carrying out these attacks to continue the violence.
So does this allow the American Defense Department under Donald Rumsfeld, and they've been a bit quiet lately, does this allow them to gloat a little bit now?
I don't think you're going to see a lot of gloating, quite frankly. I think the president has enough on his hands. It's you know, they hate using this word because of the memories of Vietnam, but it really is so far a bit of a quagmire there. He's got his hands full. He's heading into an election 1 year from now, and certainly the whole question of Iraq, the post-war period, the violence and instability, if it continues, could really hurt the president politically. And as we've seen over the past couple of weeks, the Democrats, especially Howard Dean now, who is leading the pack for the Democratic nomination to take on George Bush in November, has been really harsh and unrelenting in his criticism of Mr. Bush's Iraq policy.
Thank you, Alan. I know you're standing by. We both are. We all are, I should say, as we wait for that statement by George Bush, due at 12:15 Eastern Standard Time. We do have time, however. Minister Paul Martin had to say on the subject just a short time ago. He spoke from Ville-la-Salle, from his home riding of La Salle-Amar, and this is what he had to say about the capture of Saddam Hussein and the fact that he will be talking to George Bush within the next 24 hours. Here is Paul Martin.
I want to congratulate the people of Iraq. I want to congratulate the Governing Council and the coalition forces, especially the 4th Infantry Division and the Special Operations Forces of the U.S. Army, who really put Hussein basically into capture. I also want to say how important this is in terms of reconciliation, in terms of the trauma that the Iraqi people have been going through. The reconstruction of Iraq is obviously the #1 priority. And there's no doubt in my mind that the capture of Saddam Hussein is a very, very important step to that end. Yes.
Paul Martin making a statement from Ville-la-Salle, his home riding of La Salle-Amar in Montreal about 45 minutes ago, and noting that, as he did later, he'll be talking to the American president tomorrow. With me is Ottawa Bureau Chief Craig Oliver, who's always there on a Sunday morning because of his show Question Period, which one supposes would be preempted across a lot of the country this morning, Craig, because of this news, but glad to have you here. And we'd like you to talk for a moment, if you will, about how this may affect the conversation Mr. Martin has with Mr. Bush tomorrow.
You know, Lloyd, I think that this event in Iraq could really start U.S.-Canadian relations and the new Martin government and its liaison with Washington really started on a very smooth and friendly tone, in the sense that tomorrow, when Martin speaks to Bush, he won't be griping or complaining about something that's gone wrong. He'll be able to start again by congratulating him, by telling him what a wonderful thing this is, and they will begin their conversation on a very positive note. And then one would expect, and maybe even hope, that Martin would remind the American president of the very significant role Canada is playing in Afghanistan in terms of its anti-terrorism effort, the fact that Canada is the deputy commander of NATO forces there. I don't know that Bush has ever mentioned that, and one hopes that Bush is aware of it. And that may also, if both men and especially Bush want to look at the positives, that may help a lot. There were a couple of, I thought it was significant that Martin, and admirable, if I may say so, that Martin was very quick off the mark today to get on television and to get a message out to the White House. That can be very helpful at times like this. And it was also interesting that Martin said Canada, in a remark that we didn't see on television there, that Canada wants to play a significant role in the reconstruction of Iraq. Now, what that role could be exactly, I don't know, but obviously people at Foreign Affairs may have some ideas, and in particular, if the getting rid of Saddam means that there is a reduction in the insurgency and the risk elements there, Canada may be able to send people in from CETA, from other Canadian agencies in a significant way to help. At the moment, they've just been signing checks. And finally, there was one other thing about Martin's remarks which I thought were clever and quite unusual, and a lot of people wouldn't pick that up. I've never heard a Canadian Prime Minister, at least in many, many years, specifically name an American military unit. Martin went on and said, I particularly congratulate the 4th Infantry Division and the Special Forces. Now, he knows that this is a president who loves his military. He's from Texas, and I can't tell you how large the military establishment in Texas is. And Martin seemed to be playing to that love of the military side of George Bush.
Well, that is a very good point, and it does play into a statement made last week, which came either from the new Prime Minister or one of his aides, that they are looking to make the American-Canadian relationship more sophisticated.
Yeah, I think we can now put behind us
Hold on, Craig.
We can put behind us the whole issue.
Here's the U.S. President.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, December the 13th, at around 8:30 p.m. Baghdad time, United States military forces captured Saddam Hussein alive. He was found near a farmhouse outside the city of Tikrit in a swift raid conducted without casualties. And now the former dictator of Iraq will face the justice he denied to millions. The capture of this man was crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him and for all who bullied and killed in his name. For the Ba'athist holdouts largely responsible for the current violence, there will be no return to the corrupt power and privilege they once held. For the vast majority of Iraqi citizens who wish to live as free men and women, this event brings further assurance that the torture chambers and the secret police are gone forever. And this afternoon, I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. All Iraqis who take the side of freedom have taken the winning side. The goals of our coalition are the same as your goals: sovereignty for your country, dignity for your great culture, and for every Iraqi citizen, the opportunity for a better life. In the history of Iraq, a dark and painful era is over. A hopeful day has arrived. All Iraqis can now come together and reject violence and build a new Iraq. The success of yesterday's mission is a tribute to our men and women now serving in Iraq. The operation was based on the superb work of intelligence analysts who found the in a vast country. The operation was carried out with skill and precision by a brave fighting force. Our servicemen and women and our coalition allies have faced many dangers in the hunt for members of the fallen regime and in their effort to bring hope and freedom to the Iraqi people. Their work continues, and so do the risks. Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated. We've come to this moment through patience and resolve and focused action, and that is our strategy moving forward. The war on terror is a different kind of war, waged capture by capture, cell by cell, and victory by victory. Our security is assured by our perseverance and by our sure belief in the success of liberty. And the United States of America will not relent until this war is won. May God bless the people of Iraq, and may God bless America. Thank you.
U.S. President George Bush adopting his most resolute tone, looking straight into that camera and declaring that a hopeful era has begun. The dark and painful times are over. The operation was swift and conducted without casualties. It's the end of the road for him, he says, in reference to Saddam Hussein and all those bullied and killed in his name. The torture chambers, the secret police are gone forever. And the other interesting thing he said near the end of his address, that the capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence, but he said these people, these insurgents who are continuing to conduct raids against coalition forces in Iraq, quote, will be defeated. Alan Fryer there on the White House lawn. The president sent a couple of signals there. Alan, how did you judge the speech?
A short speech, just over 3.5 minutes, Lloyd. The president with a message to the American people, as you pointed out, saying that the capture of Saddam Hussein does not necessarily mean an end to the violence in Iraq, that there are still insurgents, terrorists, he called them, who are bent and determined on continuing the violence against U.S. forces. But he was very resolute and said the United States will stay the course until those people are defeated. Also, a message directly to the Iraqi people, assuring them, as we heard from Baghdad this morning as well, that the regime of Saddam Hussein is dead and gone and not coming back, and that they have nothing to worry about. Again, a very short speech to the nation, 3.5 minutes, no gloating, just laying out the facts and what he sees as the significance of this event.
Yes, you point out an interesting thing there, Alan, because he did take about a minute and a half there to specifically address the people of Iraq, emphasizing that the regime is gone forever. It will not be a part of your lives anymore. Does this mean that those people who've been conducting the operation in Iraq on behalf of the coalition, especially the Americans who were there, were continuing to read among the Iraqi people a real wariness to move over to the coalition side because of fear that Saddam Hussein may indeed still be around?
I think so, and it's important to keep in mind that there are a lot of senior officials of the former regime that are still out there and believed to be coordinating these attacks. It's not really known how many insurgents there are, if they're in the hundreds or in the thousands. But one of the problems that the United States has had on the ground in Iraq, Lloyd, is getting intelligence, and a lot of that is based on the fear of ordinary Iraqis to walk into coalition offices and tell them what they know. Fear of reprisals from the insurgents, and a deep-seated fear that Saddam Hussein himself may one day stage a comeback. So I think that's why we saw that message directly to the Iraqi people, the president telling them he's gone, and he's gone for good.
How do you see this affecting, we began to talk about this just before the George Bush speech, Alan, but how do you see this affecting the top of the political establishment over the next few days? What's the Pentagon going to be saying? What's Secretary of State Colin Powell going to be doing in the light of all this? Because it has shifted the ground a little bit, has it not?
Well, it sure has, and I think, for one thing anyway, it's going to blunt the fire of some of the Democrats who want to take on George Bush for president next year. It's very hard to criticize the president after a significant event like this. But again, I think we're going to see warnings to the American people from the Secretary of Defense, perhaps even the Secretary of State, as we heard from the president himself, not to expect that just because Saddam Hussein is in custody now, that is going to mean an end to the violence. see a stable Iraq overnight. That's not going to happen. It's a very difficult situation on the ground. It's going to take some time to stabilize and some time before the Americans can hand over authority, hand over sovereignty to the Iraqis themselves. Also a big question that still has not been resolved and may take some weeks or even months to, and that is, what are they going to do with Saddam Hussein? Where is he going to be tried? Who's going to do it? Under what circumstances? All that's still to be figured out.
And what does this do to the whole weapons of mass destruction topic?
Well, this is a really good point, Lloyd. We've talked about it earlier today. If anybody knows if and where these weapons are hidden, it's Saddam Hussein himself. One assumes that if the United States people who are interrogating the former Iraqi leader can't get that information out of him, if he is unable to point them to where these alleged weapons stashes are hidden, then one has to assume that what more and more people are beginning to believe now is true, that Saddam was bluffing all along, and in fact that the president took the nation to war based on very bad intelligence. That is going to be fodder for the Democrats as we head into an election year.
Alan, thank you very much. We'll let you get back in out of the cold now. Thank you for speaking to us from the White House lawn and taking a good amount of your Sunday morning to stand there for us and monitor all of this.
Thanks, Lloyd.
CTV's Alan Fryer reporting from Washington. Back with us, we are delighted to have an old friend who was with us during our Iraq war coverage, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen. Good morning, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. And now, I know that you would want to say something about the nature of this operation carried out by the 4th Infantry this morning in the early hours, our time, 8:30 in the evening over there in the town of Abgar, not far from Tikrit. It was carried out with great precision, we understand, and from what you were able to tell, how effectively put together was all of this on the ground the day before?
Well, I'm sure it was very effectively put together. It's important to realize, and I think accounts are coming out to verify this, that hundreds of people were involved. It was a combined arms operation. An area 2 kilometers square was cordoned off by the 4th Infantry Division. Special ops teams were sent in. Aircraft were available. So this was not a small operation. And it's probably one of many over the last month and a half that have actually been conducted. Of course, this is the successful one. So this is the one that we will hear about.
Tom, we're just looking at an explosion in Baghdad. We have no idea what this is about, but there is smoke coming from somewhere there. This is in the center of Baghdad. It is evening now. We can see flames coming from someplace. Tom Popek is on the line. Perhaps he can address this. Tom, tell us what you're seeing and hearing from your location there.
Well, Lloyd, we really haven't heard anything yet. I didn't hear anything in the last couple of minutes. It's certainly not near our location here, but certainly there has been violence today. Earlier today, there is a report of a suicide bomb in the western part of the city, and it's incidents like that, and again, possibly what you're watching there, that's a reminder that although Saddam Hussein may have been caught, there is still a lot of caution and there's still a lot of concern about the security situation here in the country.
Tom, does this tell us, this kind of activity so early after the announcement of Saddam Hussein's capture, that the insurgents may be very angry now and may be willing to strike out with as much force as they can anywhere to do damage inside Baghdad and in the rest of the country?
Absolutely, Lloyd. It is very much a concern. Earlier today, when other media were making their planning of how do we cover this story, how do we get to Tikrit, safety was on everybody's mind. How safe is it right now as Western reporters to drive into the so-called Sunni Triangle? How safe is it to even under American escort be in this area so soon after Saddam Hussein's supporters had seen their former leader killed? Again, the area in the Sunni Triangle is a hotbed of militant activity, and while people in other parts of the country are certainly celebrating and welcoming this development, there is a hardcore group of militants that may see this now as a time to strike out.
Now, where does it, we're talking about the Sunni Triangle, and some of our uninitiated viewers may not be quite sure where that is, but it does cover a portion of Baghdad as well, does it not?
It does cover a small portion of Baghdad. there is a portion of Baghdad formerly called Saddam City, a sprawling slum, now called Sadir City, that has been a hotbed of violence, but not so much pro-Saddam violence. It's a militancy more based on crime and chaos rather than really any political context. But the Sunni Triangle stretches north from Baghdad all the way to Tikrit through places like Balad, you may have heard of. It stretches about a good hour either direction, north, west, and east. And of course, it has been a hotbed of militant violence, and of course, near the center of it, the birthplace is Saddam Hussein, Tikrit, where he was found today.
Any significance that we're being told now that this fire we're looking at, this explosion, took place near the Palestine Hotel?
Well, you know what, if it did, it would be somewhat disconcerting. I was there only about 20 minutes ago reporting for CTV News. The Palestine Hotel is where many of the media stay. Right across from it is the Sheraton Hotel. That has been targets in the past. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a number of rockets and mortars were fired at the hotels. If militants wanted to make a show of force to the world media, the first place they would probably think of would be the Palestine Hotel. Among the other media that work out of there, CNN, among others, a number of print journalists. So it's a very visible spot of Western activity.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do here is leave these pictures now because we've told you as much as we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Saddam Hussein's long shadow of just 9 months ago, he was the feared ruler of Iraq. Tonight, he is a prisoner whose last moments of freedom were spent here in what his American captors call a spider hole. Saddam emerged bewildered and disoriented, looking more like a hermit than a defiant dictator. A CTV News special report, the capture of Saddam Hussein. Good evening. Yes, Saddam Hussein is in the custody of coalition forces at this hour. Whereabouts unknown. What we can tell you for certain is that for him, the tables have turned. No more running, no more hiding. And the former Iraqi dictator is no longer giving orders, not even to the loyal circle of henchmen that followed him underground. Instead, he is following orders at the behest of his captors. Word began leaking out around 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning that, quote, something big was up. By 7 o'clock, it was official. Saddam had been captured in a walled farm compound in Adwar, a town 15 kilometers south of his birthplace in Tikrit. He was in a tiny cellar with just enough space to lie down, bricks and dirt camouflaging the entrance. And what a sight for the crack American troops involved in this raid. There he was, Saddam Hussein, the 66-year-old fallen dictator, looking disheveled. The once seemingly invincible Saddam, captured finally in U.S. hands. CTV's Alan Fryer is going to take us through this dramatic day from Washington. Alan?
Good evening, Lloyd. You know, until today, nobody really thought it could or would happen this way. Saddam Hussein taken alive.
Dirty and bearded, one of the most wanted men in the world, certainly one of the most feared at one time, gave up without a fight, not a shot fired. 3 words announced Saddam Hussein's capture to the world.
We got him.
In the streets of Baghdad, ordinary Iraqis burst into spontaneous celebration. It was a day many believed would never come.
This success brings closure to the Iraqi people. We now have final resolution. Saddam Hussein will never return to a position of power.
And this is the first look Iraqis got of their former dictator since his defeat, being examined by an American doctor picked over for lice. Another picture taken after he'd been shaved. The ace of spades was found hiding in a dirt hole, a 2-meter pit dug inside an old farmhouse, a fan and a rusty pipe for ventilation. A far cry, but a short distance from the palatial splendor he once knew.
And I think it's rather ironic that he was in a hole in the ground across the river
from these great palaces that he's built, where he robbed all the money from the Iraqi people.
600 soldiers were involved in the lightning operation. They were acting on intelligence gathered over time from captured family members.
About 5 to 10 members of these families who then were able to give us even more information. And finally, we got the ultimate information from one of these individuals.
Saddam was armed only with a pistol. He made no attempt to use it, and lots of cash, $750,000 US. From the White House, President Bush praised the operation but warned Americans it's not over.
The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated.
As if to underscore that, a suicide bomber blew up the car he was in, killing at least 17 people outside a police station.
And still to be determined when, where, and how Saddam will stand trial. The Iraqi Governing Council has made it clear they believe he should be tried in Iraq by Iraqis, and soon. But regardless where and when that takes place, the former Iraqi dictator still faces weeks, perhaps months of interrogation by his American captors. Lloyd?
Alan, what is the range of information the Americans will be trying to elicit from Saddam Hussein?
Well, Lloyd, first and foremost, the Americans want to find out what Saddam knows about the current insurgency. Who are these people? Where are they hiding out? And how are they being financed? And what particular plots he may be aware of that are in the works. Secondly, of course, one subject we're not hearing a whole lot about anymore, WMD, weapons of mass destruction. If anybody knows where the alleged stashes of these weapons are hidden, it would be Saddam Hussein himself, of course, if indeed they do exist.
And what was the tone of the American response in Washington today, overall?
Well, jubilation, but White House officials from the president on down were being very, very careful not to gloat. This is a very significant achievement for the president. He's going to get a huge political boost, at least in the short term, from it.
Thank you very much, Alan. CTV's Alan Fryer reporting tonight from Washington. And Alan mentioned the interrogation of Saddam Hussein. We have some content from that first interrogation. It's a Time magazine exclusive, some of the early details. And this is by Brian Bennett out of Baghdad. He quotes an official who read the transcript of the initial interrogation report during the first questioning session. When Saddam was asked whether he would like a glass of water, he replied, "If I drink water, I will have to go to the bathroom, and how can I use the bathroom when my people are in bondage?" Saddam was also asked whether Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction. "No, of course not," he replied. "The U.S. dreamed them up to have reason to go to war." The interrogator, continuing along this line, said the official asked, "If you had no weapons of mass destruction, then why did you not let UN inspectors into your facilities?" Saddam's reply, "We didn't want them to go into the presidential areas and intrude on our privacy." So there it is. He's being described as not very cooperative in the early going in the interrogation of Saddam Hussein at that facility in Baghdad where he's being held. Canadian freelance journalist Tom Popick has been working in Baghdad the past few months. He joins me now. Tom, in general, and we know it's early morning there, how did you see the people of Iraq responding to the news of this December Sunday?
Well, you know, Lloyd, it's been an extraordinary day, an historic day here for Iraqis, full of joy and surprise and relief. Many thought this day would not come. It's been an 8-month search already. Many had given up on him ever being found. But as the word started getting out this morning, first in northern Iraq, people came out into the streets in celebration, even on the first rumors. And then slowly the confirmations came out. Ultimately, when this press conference happened, people were crowded around their television screens. And when Paul Bremer said, "We got him," within minutes you could hear gunfire in the air as people came out of their homes to celebrate. Here in Baghdad, in Firdas Square, where 7 months ago they pulled down that statue of Saddam Hussein, people again gathered to celebrate, gathered to realize that not only Saddam Hussein's regime has fallen, but the man himself has fallen. And as we look at some of those images that came out of his capture, These are the images that are shocking Iraqis. They still have this disbelief that the man that they're seeing on television, disheveled, weak, looking defeated and captured, is the man that led them with such a brutal hand for almost 25 years.
Tom, is there any sense there, or is it beginning to set in, that the veil of terror that continued with Saddam for the Iraqi people, even after he was removed from office, is that being lifted in any way? Our former U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen and former U.S. Congressional aide and security analyst Michael O'Hurley Pitts. Gentlemen, let's walk through the scope and detail of this major operation that took place this morning from the military side and also from the intelligence perspective. Tom, why don't you take it first off on the military side?
Well, from the military aspect, Lloyd, it was a large operation. We're talking about 600 soldiers that were involved, armored forces, probably some helicopters involved, and then ultimately special forces that actually went into the area to search for Saddam Hussein. I think it's important to note that when they went into the area specifically that they thought he was in, the initial search turned up nothing. And it wasn't until 30 minutes later that they actually came upon the spider hole, as they call it, where he was actually found.
Now, they would have to operate with a great deal of stealth, and with that number of people, how can you do that stealthily?
Well, I think they concentrated initially on the outer areas, of course, surrounded the areas, and then they went in quickly. The whole operation probably was formulated in about 10 minutes or so when they actually conducted the search. And so that's why the two people that were with Saddam Hussein started to escape. Well, of course, they were picked up by those concentric circle security forces that were out there.
Michael, was this intelligence analysis at its best?
Absolutely. It's the first real coup the U.S. intelligence community has had since Uday and Qusay were captured and killed. One interesting thing to note is, as Tom said, it took about 10 minutes to launch this operation, and it meant that the information that they were acting on not only came in real time, but they were able to communicate that to field commanders to get the troops out there to capture him. And it also indicates that they knew to look for the spider holes. It was great intelligence.
Now, where would that intelligence have come from, in your view? Because, as one of the spokesmen indicated this morning, they had worked, as they say, the relatives and friends of Saddam Hussein for some time, until a door opened yesterday and they saw a unique opportunity to move.
Well, certainly there are few people who would know where Saddam Hussein would have been hiding on a day-to-day basis. He only had 2 people with him. When you're on the lam and you don't want to draw attention, you don't keep too many people around, and you certainly don't let too many people know where you are. It likely came from a very close family member or a security agent who was helping him in hiding. And the intelligence community's ability to extract that information shows they built a relationship of trust and then were able to act upon the information.
Tom, were you surprised that he allowed himself to be captured alive?
I was very surprised, and I think more than our surprise here in the Western world, probably the Iraqi people are very, very surprised, and it's not going to play well with them, those that had supported him.
Because that affects the macho image?
Absolutely.
What about that, Michael? Why do you think he allowed himself to be captured alive?
He has to know by this time that an international court would not execute him. Staying alive is important to him. It gives him an opportunity to make one last hurrah for his regime and the principles he stayed in power for. But most importantly, the U.S. would have been excoriated in the public, in the world community if they would have killed him. Many people would have said they did it to cover up their own sins.
And as you were speaking, we were looking once again at some of those dramatic pictures of earlier in the day, Saddam Hussein being inspected. And just one point here, Tom, before we go. They're looking in his mouth now. What were they looking for there?
Well, I believe strongly that they're looking for poison. If you remember back in World War II, Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, concealed a poison ampule, and I think that's what they're doing, examining the different orifices that he would have, and particularly the mouth area.
All right, thank you both very much. Michael O'Hurley Pitts, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Christensen, for that analysis on the operation called Red Dawn that took place this morning and brought the capture of Saddam Hussein. Now, among Arab leaders, there are few tears being shed for Saddam tonight, a sign of just how few friends the former Iraqi dictator has in the region. But on the streets, some ordinary Arabs reacted with gloom after U.S. forces triumphantly revealed their bounty. With a roundup of responses in the region, CTV's Middle East correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer from Jerusalem. Janice?
Lloyd, emotions were clearly divided among those who acknowledged Saddam Hussein as a brutal tyrant, but a hero. There was no joyous horn honking or crackle of gunfire to disrupt the sense of disbelief in some West Bank towns, as the man many consider a champion was pulled from a hole without a fight.
I feel very sorry for Saddam, really very sorry. I don't think someone else will fill his place again. He was special for us, especially as a Palestinian.
Special because he dared to defy America, widely viewed with mistrust here as an occupying power and an ally of Israel. Saddam's resistance lent strength to Palestinian militant groups. He also paid millions in financial support to the families of suicide bombers and civilians who died in the latest intifada. Though not popular with all Palestinians, crowds still rallied earlier this year to protest the U.S.-led war in Iraq. They celebrated during the first Gulf War, too, when Iraqi Scud missiles were fired at Israeli cities. There has been no comment yet from Palestinian President Yasser Arafat. While many Arab leaders from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan welcomed the news, others were more guarded, saying his capture was inevitable and not a cure for what ails Iraq.
I'm sure that the people of Iraq will express their reaction to that, especially in the light of what they have seen and what they endured and do endure.
But Israeli officials are hailing the downfall of a menace, applauding what it calls a courageous stand.
Today is a great day for the democratic world, for the fighters of freedom and justice, and for those who fight against terror.
Critics in the Arab world argue that the U.S. actually needed the pursuit of Saddam Hussein in order to justify American troops on Iraqi soil. Now that he's out of the picture, they say the U.S. will now have to focus on policies instead of personalities if it hopes to foster any sort of change in the Middle East. Lloyd?
Janice, I know that you've been monitoring media throughout the Arab world today, specifically in Jerusalem and in Egypt. What are you hearing and seeing?
Well, the response among Arab leaders, I think, is best described as muted and even polite. From Gulf countries, we're hearing that they're very pleased, that they're hoping to get a fresh start with Iraqis and that they can forget the past. From Iran, they've been happy with the arrest, but they're saying that doesn't mean they support the U.S. occupation in Iraq. And those comments were reiterated by Egypt's foreign minister, who's saying that he hopes the arrest means that U.S. troops are out of Iraq as soon as possible. As far as the call-in shows and the analysts on Arabic networks such as Al Jazeera, many viewers, of course, are happy with the news, others disappointed, some very skeptical that it's really him. This is a man who's known for employing a staff of body doubles and decoys, so some people still needing to be convinced. And of the analysts, they're saying that this is actually a very strong message to other Arab leaders who have to this point resisted any sort of democratic reform, that this is the result if they don't heed the will and the want of their people.
What are people saying there about the possibility of anger bursting forth in Iraq now? That is more insurgencies than has been the case over the past couple of months. Even more.
Well, there is the camp that believes that it will actually fuel the Iraqi resistance. There are a lot of people within Iraq who hated Saddam but still feared him and held back on voicing or acting for fear of some sort of retribution. Now that he is out of the equation, there is the expectation that the number of attacks on U.S. troops could actually increase within Iraq's borders. There are some analysts saying that this could actually feed the situation. They're expecting a bit of a lull over the next month, the same sort of lull we saw as soon as those U.S. troops plowed into Baghdad. There was the exuberation, there was the jubilation, and then that's when those attacks began, attacks like the ones we saw today on the police station outside of Baghdad.
Janice, thank you very much. CTV's Janice McAfrayer reporting from Jerusalem. Canada did not back the U.S.-led war in Iraq, a decision that eroded some of the goodwill between our two countries. But on this day, there were quick congratulations from our new Prime Minister. Could this be a new beginning of a beautiful friendship? That story coming up after this. for the Iraqi people themselves. He also used the opportunity to stress that Canada should be part of the efforts to rebuild Iraq. As for Iraqi Canadians, some of whom suffered under Saddam's reign of terror, for them, this was a day they'd been waiting for a long time. More now from CTV's Roger Smith. Roger?
Lloyd, Paul Martin was awakened shortly after 7 this morning by a phone call from his top aide with the news of Saddam's capture. Welcomed home to his riding for the first time since becoming Prime Minister, Martin had more to celebrate than his new job. He congratulated Iraqis and the U.S. troops who caught Saddam.
This is a great victory, obviously for the coalition forces, but it is the biggest winners out of all of this are going to be the people of Iraq.
After getting the news, Martin swung into action, conferring with key ministers, sending messages to George Bush and Tony Blair. And the Prime Minister's chief of staff phoned his counterpart at the White House.
And essentially congratulated the president, congratulated the American people.
He predicted more stability and progress in Iraq.
Now that he has been captured, there's no doubt in my mind that we are now going to be able to move to a very, very different level of reconstruction.
Along with other opponents of the war, Canada's been shut out of major contracts for rebuilding Iraq, but Martin plans to press Bush to change that policy, and hopes are Saddam's capture might make Washington more receptive. Canada's new defense minister agrees that much has changed.
It's a wonderful day for democracy, wonderful day for civil or human rights, rather, when a mass murderer and when a tyrant is apprehended.
That's why Iraqi Canadians were celebrating. On Parliament Hill, they sang and danced after seeing Saddam in custody.
It kind of had shivers go down my spine, and I was just very happy, very emotional.
It's a symbolic thing that the regime is actually totally is out. We are sure now. It's a chapter, it's a closure of a chapter now.
For some, though, just catching him isn't enough.
I wish he was dead, that's all. I didn't want to see him. I wish he was dead.
As for what happens to Saddam now, the Prime Minister was cautious about whether his trial should be in Iraq or in an international court.
What's important is that he be tried before a tribunal that is just, that is creditable, and that has international recognition. And I'm sure that'll be the case.
Martin's first phone call with George Bush will go ahead as planned early tomorrow morning. And the Prime Minister's warm words for the Americans today may help his efforts to get off to a good start with the president and patch up relations with the U.S. Lloyd?
Thank you, Roger. CTV's Roger Smith in Ottawa. Prime Minister Martin has made it very clear that Canadian-American relations will be among his key initiatives. With me from his constituency office in Toronto, Foreign Affairs Minister Bill Graham. Mr. Graham, how will today's events play into that new approach to Canadian-American relations?
Well, Lloyd, I think it's a wonderfully positive development, both for the Iraqi people, for the world, and who wants to see a stable, reconstructed Iraq as a part of the family of nations, and for the United States, which has obviously scored a terrific triumph in achieving this, of bringing Saddam Hussein in, now having an opportunity to bring to justice. And I know you heard the Prime Minister this morning. He'll have an opportunity to congratulate President Bush for that, and have an opportunity to discuss with President Bush issues like the reconstruction of Iraq, how Canada continue to play a constructive role there. I spoke to Secretary Powell last night. He was good enough to phone me to congratulate me on my reappointment, and we chatted a bit about the Prime Minister and the President's call for tomorrow, and both of us are looking forward to that being a very productive, warm exchange of views between the two of them.
Now, there were some expressions of anger out of Ottawa when it was revealed that the Americans were trying to cut Canadians out of bidding contracts for the reconstruction of Iraq. What's going to be your approach on that one when you talk to the Americans?
Well, I think the Prime Minister will have an opportunity to discuss that. Actually, Secretary Powell raised that with me last night. This is a complicated issue. Obviously, there are contracts which clearly will be those that are funded exclusively by American money, American taxpayers' money, and they will choose how they want to deal with those. There are other international contracts, which clearly are international money, including Canadians, and we'll have a clear bidding prospect in those contracts. And then there are some that are sort of a mixture in between, and I think that the President, Mr. Powell, said that the President's looking forward to discussing with the Prime Minister how we can make sure that Canada is able to contribute to the maximum. We've got some wonderful expertise, some people that can really help, whether it's in subcontracting major contracts, and I think that's the type of thing they can productively discuss.
So there is some room to maneuver then, but how much can Canada actually contribute? I mean, we're spread a little thin.
Well, we can contribute. There are two ways, of course. We have contributed. We've guaranteed $300 million for the reconstruction of Iraq. We are already, as you know, training police in Amman. We are helping an NGO in the Polish region, and we've made it clear that when security conditions permit, we're willing to give help with governance and other issues. So that will be with public money, but when it comes to the private contracts, there's lots of firms that can contribute to water purification, building of roads, helping rebuilding the Baghdad airport. I think there's limitless possibilities. It depends on how they establish the contacts with other firms to contribute to it.
On the matter of a trial for Saddam Hussein, is there a potential division here with the Canadians wanting it held in the International Court at The Hague before that tribunal, and the Americans and Iraqis wanting it before a special tribunal set up in Iraq?
No, I think what, Lloyd, it's the Iraqis, basically, that want to make sure that they're establishing a justice system that's going to give closure to this to enable them to move on, and I'm confident the American administration wants that to happen as well. The International Criminal Court that some people have mentioned really, in my view, isn't satisfactory because Iraq's not a signatory to that statute, and many of the things that I believe the courts will want to deal with Saddam Hussein about are issues that took place long before that court came into existence. It would be much better for it to be a tribunal which addresses these issues in Iraq, and as I said, I'm confident that our American, British, other colleagues will be able to work with the Iraqis to set up a system that's going to be both internationally acceptable, but also ensure an end to this for the Iraqi people.
Mr. Graham, we thank you for taking time out of your Sunday to talk to us on this important matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lloyd.
And any look at issues coming out of Ottawa would not be complete, of course, without comment from our Ottawa Bureau Chief, Craig Oliver. He's on Parliament Hill on this Sunday night. Craig, you noted there that Bill Graham's soon to be looking at this meeting coming up, this conversation tomorrow, meetings in coming days, as an opportunity to begin a new relationship with the U.S.
Yeah. Well, all in all, Lloyd, this was the first time out for the new Martin government, obviously, on a big international story, and they reacted with surprising swiftness. And this for a guy, by the way, who's supposedly indecisive. They were out front on this issue even before other world leaders had spoken and even before Bush himself. I mean, to the extent that this represents something of a psychological breakthrough, kind of a completion maybe of the U.S. war effort, I think that Martin obviously saw it as a chance to restart the Canada-U.S. dialogue on a much more amicable, easygoing basis. So when he talks to Bush in the morning, rather than griping at each other about outstanding irritants, it'll be a positive, upbeat conversation in which Martin will obviously be recognizing and acknowledging that this was a good day for the Bush administration, which indeed it was. But Martin also made one remark that some right-wing Republicans are not going to like. Every time we saw Saddam before the war, he was wearing a uniform and packing heat. And I think there will be a lot of right-wing Republicans who will want him tried in an American military trial, either in the U.S. or in Iraq, and Martin made it clear that that would not be acceptable to Canada.
Paul Martin says the relationship between the U.S. and Canada must become more sophisticated, and you saw an element of that today in Martin's response at the news conference, did you not?
I wasn't sure how sophisticated it was. It was certainly unusual. I have never heard a Canadian Prime Minister specifically pay tribute to an American military unit. You know, the 4th Division and those special forces. That was quite unusual, and that, of course, Bush will eat that up because he's a Texan. It's a state with a proud military tradition and also an incredibly large military industrial complex. So to that extent, I think also Martin was icing the ways to set, you know, a better tone between the relationship between these two men, which I think we'll see starting very significantly tomorrow.
So on Paul Martin's first weekend up, he did pretty well then?
Yeah, I think he did. But it's a long road ahead yet.
Yes, indeed. Thanks very much, Craig.
Bye, Lloyd.
The casualty count continues to mount for coalition forces. So Saddam Hussein's capture was just the kind of news U.S. President George Bush needed in the weeks before his bid for re-election. When we come back, how Saddam's fate is playing on the American home front. The #1 Iraqi fugitive in custody. The hope is Saddam's capture will reduce attacks on U.S. troops and bring them home that much sooner. And one particular group of Americans was especially overjoyed. With more on what Americans are saying tonight, CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. Kathy.
Lloyd, the capture of Saddam Hussein is a very big deal for war-weary Americans. They feel the relief and the joy, just as if they were still in Iraq. Iraqi Americans, some whose family members were killed by Saddam, thought this would never come.
I said, oh my God, my prayer been answered that quick. I am very happy today. This is not just for me, for everybody in Iraq, everybody.
From other Americans, a more muted reaction, but no less supportive.
It means a lot to us.
I mean, hopefully this is going to be the last kicker to get us out of there and get our boys home.
If the violence will cut down since he's gone.
In the short term, at least, it gives the U.S. president a political boost with an election in less than a year.
Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them.
That maybe this was a justified war, and that, we did have a right to be over there.
The Democrat most likely to challenge Bush for the presidency says he shouldn't blow this chance to make up with the rest of the world.
Iraq, and I urge the president to use this extraordinary opportunity to reach out to the United Nations again, to NATO, to other countries, to bring in troops from other countries to replace our troops so that we may begin to bring ours home.
Saddam should die, says the Democrats' most hawkish candidate.
Peace, because Saddam Hussein was a homicidal maniac, a brutal dictator, a supporter of terrorism, and an enemy of peace.
Predictions are Saddam's capture could boost the U.S. stock market, improving an already improved U.S. economy, leaving the Democrats with less to attack. The newest cover of Time magazine says it all. The question is, can the good news for Bush last? Up to now, Americans were quite upset about the relentless attacks on their troops, and Bush's opponents were taking full advantage of that. Now, if those attacks continue, or if there's another terrorist attack here in the U.S., the good feelings about today's capture will fade very quickly. Lloyd?
Thank you, Kathy. CTV's Kathy Tomlinson in Washington. And world leaders expressed delight and relief as the news of Saddam's capture was flashed around the globe, even from countries who were against the U.S.-led war in Iraq. But, of course, the loudest cheers came from the so-called coalition of the willing.
So this is a time for celebration, but it's also a time to look forward, to unify, and to reconcile.
On the capture of Saddam Hussein. And one of the most intriguing questions of this day, how did such a man rise to such heights and sink to such depths? In some ways, it is surprising that Saddam Hussein could have ever achieved absolute power in the first place. He was born in abject poverty, but driven by colossal ambition. CTV's Tom Kennedy now on Saddam's extraordinary rise and fall. Tom?
Lloyd, even Saddam's critics believe that at the very beginning of the presidency, he showed signs of being a progressive leader of Iraq, but that impression did not last. He could so easily have been an anonymous Iraqi peasant. Saddam Hussein began life as a fatherless, dirt-poor street kid for the most part, until a well-off uncle took charge and saw that the boy got an education. He learned about Arab nationalism, learned some history. He learned, too, how to kill. In 1959, he tried to assassinate this man, the first president of an independent Iraq. He failed. When he came back from exile 4 years later, his Ba'ath Party was in power. 16 years later, he would crawl to the top and begin killing to stay there. 1979, the new president called hundreds of party leaders to an emergency meeting. There were plotters against him, he said. One by one, they were taken out and shot. The others applauded wildly. They just learned a brutal lesson in the art of surviving Saddam.
Everything was controlled directly by Saddam, and anyone who stepped out of line was brutally punished.
But then, in 1980, Saddam's first blunder, with one of the world's largest armies and an ambition to be a conquering Arab hero, he invaded Iran, an 8-year war that killed 1 million and accomplished nothing. And at home, repression began to resemble genocide. He resorted to gas to crush Kurdish opposition. And then in 1990, the blunder that would lead irrevocably to his end, he invaded another neighbor, Kuwait. Within weeks, in what became known as Operation Desert Storm, an international force kicked him out. His army was virtually destroyed on the road back to Baghdad. He was becoming more brutal with his own people, dreams of Arab conquest now reduced to hanging on to power. International economic sanctions were crippling the country. Life for millions had become an abject misery. It couldn't last. Iraq's weapons programs became Washington's reason, some would argue its excuse, finally to invade. And once it began, it all crumbled so quickly. Saddam promised that the people would fight. Some did, some still do. But after more than 3 decades, he had lost control.
Our legacy is that of death, destruction, chaos, and misery for millions of people.
For more than 3 decades, loyalty to him was a product of terror and self-interest. But when Saddam lost power, he lost the means to purchase loyalty. And when he was pulled out of a farmhouse floor, his ability to instill fear, that too, finally, was gone. Tom Kennedy, CTV News, London.
The guest we're coming to now is an expert on Islam. Robin Wright is the author of a book called Sacred Rage, and she is a columnist for the Washington Post. Thank you for joining us again, Robin.
Nice to be with you.
Now, let's put this in the broad perspective, if you will. How is this going to affect international relations, the events of today, and how is it going to affect domestic matters in the U.S. for the future of George Bush?
Well, it's clearly a very interesting development in terms of the campaign that the administration faces in the very near future. The leading contender against George Bush is a man who has condemned the war and criticized the conduct of the post-war transition. And his position may be weakened by the capture of Saddam Hussein, at least temporarily. A lot will depend, though, on what transpires over the next 6 months in the run-up to the end of the U.S. occupation, whether the United States really can find a formula that will be embraced by all Iraqis as a legitimate way to start a new government.
Now, is Iraq any closer to democracy tonight, do you think? Because they're talking about a government, constitution, all at the ready by June.
That's a tall order. I think one of the great questions right now is what will happen to the Sunni minority. Saddam Hussein was a Sunni, and he was the protector of the group that has dominated Iraqi power for centuries. And there are many who will feel very vulnerable because the Shiite majority not only has the mass to dominate a new government, but it also will be much stronger. Excuse me?
No, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
That Saddam Hussein was a Sunni who protected other Sunnis, and the Sunnis will feel much more vulnerable, I think, in the aftermath of his demise.
Now, do you think that the insurgencies will stop for the moment, or will they break out again? Will there be more trouble in Iraq? Because Saddam clearly was not directing much of this from a command and control situation of his own if he was there in the ground in a hole.
It's really anyone's guess, but I think one of the things that's been very interesting to watch with the insurgency is how it has evolved. Originally, predominantly Ba'athist, a loyalist to Saddam Hussein, but increasingly Arab nationalists, some Islamic extremists who don't like Saddam Hussein, but also don't like the U.S. occupation. And the U.S. occupation is really the foremost issue. So you may see the insurgency continue, at least at some rate, in the weeks and months ahead.
Just let me ask you finally, what's your timetable for your guesstimate on the removal of U.S. troops from Iraq?
Oh, I think the United States is intent on keeping to its timetable, and that is the first round of withdrawals in the spring and the second sometime probably after the transition, political transition due to be completed by July 1st. I think the withdrawal or the capture of Saddam Hussein may facilitate that in a way, at least in terms of the kind of burden that the United States felt it could not leave until he was captured.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin Wright from the Washington Post offices, author of Sacred Rage. And with me now from our Ottawa bureau is Ahmed Al-Hadri, who is with the Iraqi Forum for Democracy. Well, you heard Robin Wright there, Ms. Al-Hadri. Do you think democracy is any closer in Iraq tonight as a result of Saddam Hussein's capture?
Lloyd, tremendously. Since we spoke this morning, I was in Javit and I just arrived. I've had calls from all over the world, and I tell you, just measuring the level of enthusiasm inside Iraq and outside, I believe that now we're right on the right footing. It was like a shadow of a devil standing there in the background, and people were still fearful. So by removing that, certainly people are going to become part of this political process to bring democracy and stability to the country.
But how do they get rid of those who are still so obviously committed to Saddam Hussein and the old Ba'ath Party? How do they bury the sentiments of those people?
Well, this was a party that was hinged on its head, and the head has been cut off. So you're going to see almost a collapse of the rest. Now, there are some of the terrorist acts are by some who have been imported, who have come through the borders over the past few months or earlier in the months after liberation. Those people are an extension of Al-Qaeda, but you're going to see that their base, and they could feel it, their base has diminished, and gradually, in a very expedient way, you're going to see those acts going away.
So from what you know then, and from what your friends are telling you from over there, they are ready for democracy, they're ready to put a constitution in place, and perhaps be ready to go as an independent country, to work as an independent country by June.
We've done it before. We've done it in the 50s, and we had a constitution, we had democracy, and we had a parliament. So now the people are ready, and they're enthused, they're pumped up, and they're embracing freedom and democracy with open arms.
Mr. Al-Hadari, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this may be the end of the mystery surrounding Saddam Hussein, but it is just the beginning of a story that will unfold in the months and years to come. I thank you for joining us for our special coverage. I'm Lloyd Robertson, for all of us here, and just a reminder that Sandy Rinaldo will be along a little later with CTV News, and of course you can have more information on the photo galleries and the timelines by logging on to our website at ctv.ca. Now, this has been quite a day. Started very early for a great many of us, rooted out of bed at the crack of dawn, even before that, in the darkness of the early morning, to understand that there was a rumor going around that Saddam Hussein had been captured. So we arrived here in the newsroom. We were on the air at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this morning with the first news of Saddam Hussein's capture. And really the way that Paul Bremer, the head of the U.S. authority in Iraq, stood up to the platform and said it, caught the imagination of the entire world and brought a whole news conference to its feet when he said, "We've got him. It's over for Saddam Hussein." The long reign of terror that he managed to continue for so long, even after he left office, is finished. Now some sights and sounds of this historic day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Saddam Hussein was captured Saturday, December 13th at about 8:30 p.m. local in a cellar in the town of Ad-Duar, which is about 15 kilometers south of Tikrit.
We now have final resolution. Saddam Hussein will never return to a position of power from which he can punish, terrorize, intimidate, and exploit the Iraqi people as he did for more than 35 years.
Saddam has gone from power. He won't be coming back. That the Iraqi people now know. And it is they who will decide his fate.
I want to congratulate the people of Iraq. I want to congratulate the governing council and the coalition force.
Now the former dictator of Iraq will face the justice he denied to millions. The capture of this man was crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him.